up back in. Actually, it was Boston that we left and landed at.
This is the first time I've heard you talk like hours and hours. First time I've ever heard you say you circumnavigated the globe.
Well, then you haven't been listening.
Well,
Because I talk about it
admitted
fucking constantly.
You wouldn't know the difference, right? Going around the block.
Even Egypt will tell you that I say I circumnavigated the globe.
I still want to try. I still want to know how you. Okay, we got satellites out there. Great, that's cool. You're trying to use that to prove the shape of the Earth. First, I would like to know how you guys triangulate it. Straight lines or curved?
Sir, you're stand by.
I just want.
I'm not using the satellites to declare that the globe is a sphere. I am using known distances.
Again, back to be the operator, not the programmer. Got it.
No. I know how far and how fast my boat can move.
Are those distances straight lines or curved?
Do you know the difference between locating your position using a satellite rather than using a sextant? Do you know the difference between those?
Yes.
The method. What's the difference?
They're both using triangulate or trilateration. The difference is the GPS will give me the bearing, will give me multiple readings at the same time, where the sextant will give me a single reading at a point.
Well, the general understanding is that using a sextant, you would use triangulation. And using a satellite
it's not.
Would be
Egypt.
Sir, if I can just finish my sentence.
We have talked about this like 90 fucking times. It's not triangulation. It's trilateration.
No, it's triangulation.
I posted the. Okay, let me post the link for you again, because apparently you don't understand. Here's the screenshot of the Bowditch saying it is trilateration.
Okay, I'm actually
not
done.
Triangulation.
I don't want to speak to you.
Good.
I can't speak to you.
Yep. I'm going to call you out on your bullshit every single time you say it.
You sound stupid. Just be aware. And did you run into Jim Panda on your circumnavigation?
I have no idea, to be honest.
And I'm just go ahead.
I've listened to Jem talk about some of the trips he's taken, and we were in the same areas at the same time, but I don't know if we actually talked or whatnot.
And I'm just curious, if I may, because you've repeated several times that trilateration involves a 3D object specifically, but just reading briefly what it says about trilateration on your citation there, it doesn't say anything about a 3D plane as far as I see.
That's what it is. I apologize if you don't understand the words I'm using. I will try to dumb it down in the future.
So can you explain why, when using a satellite to trilaterate your position, you need at least 4 to get an accurate reading? Can you explain that?
Sure. Circles equal altitude.
Circles, you say. Tell me more.
Do you know how circles of equal altitude work?
Yeah, I already proved that I did last night. We talked about it. So
okay. So circles of equal altitude are the position on the curved surface of the Earth that will cause the astronomical observation to be at the specific altitude it is. When you take 3, 4, 5, however many you can get an accurate distance, because you know your position is where those lines cross.
Was that your answer? Was that your final answer to my question?
I mean, there's a lot more to it, but yes, for the sake of the voice chat, let's move the fuck on.
Well, just to clarify, I had a misunderstanding real quick. What's the definition of a polygon?
That's a really good question. I would defer you to one of the other Globers. I don't know.
Multiple gons.
No, I talk about sailboats. That's the only thing I talk about because it's the only thing I know.
The polygon is the shape that's used in trilateration, right?
Yes.
Which is what's used to navigate, as you're saying, right?
It is. Congratulations.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I gotta step away for a second, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Night, night.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's that time.
Well, when I look up the definition of polygon, it says described as flat, closed figures with 3 or more sides.
Come on, guys. Is it just me, or is it hard to have a conversation with that person? Because
It's tough.
I was trying.
He's pretty drunk.
I wouldn't let him sell me from dock to dock.
Oh, you think it? Oh, that's great, Rocky. You think I'll let him something? No.
He circumnavigated the globe. Come on, man. In a
Yeah, compared
sailboat,
to
this father.
compared to yesterday or last night, was I more civil? Because I was trying to do that, and
Yeah, you're doing
the-
good. I let him roll a little bit because he wasn't going to change. He was just going to get worse if I stepped in. But y'all did good. It was clear. I mean, you could get out your points. He could too. So, I mean, I would have to literally step in every time and say, "Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt." You know, like he just.
I'm trying to figure out how can you be the operator and use this as proof. That's don't make no sense. I'm an operator of a computer. I have no proof to how it's made. It's just amazing to me. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I use my navigation, my nav unit. You can plot points. I can set up a route with different waypoints that I don't have to touch my steering wheel. I just press autopilot. It'll bring me to all these points. I can go around a peninsula. I can go to a different, I can sail wherever, right? I can plot a course that would navigate the globe. I would never have to touch my steering wheel. I could just put it on autopilot. It would go point to point, right? It would tell me the distance traveled. It would tell me everything, speed, fuel consumption, all that. But I'm not measuring any of that. Right? I can't confirm any of that. It's the unit itself that's telling me all this information. I'm just programming it in there.
For all we know, you'd be using a 3D plane, the mathematical construct of that, and just putting it in there and still saying it's a globe.
That's what it seems.
I mean, if I was a hardcore glober, I wouldn't use that. That wouldn't be my argument.
You're right. It's not the strongest Glober argument. It's the only one that involves boats, which is the only thing I know about.
The strongest globalist argument is just that God picked America to win the space race. Or as Newton said, the model is so glorious and so perfect that only a creator could have done it. It isn't possible any other way. The design is perfect down to the last detail, thus proving a creator cannot be denied. This fact cannot be denied. That's the strongest argument.
Is that like
which is why I talked about
tuning argument?
Which is why I talked about earlier on this channel. I am an ordained minister. I'm a theist, guys.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you really should go with, because that's a claim the federal government makes. God loves capitalism.
Carry on. I'm a theist. I agree with you.
Why are you a theist?
Is that a real question?
Oh, well, let me get more specific. What's your best evidence of God?
I don't have any.
So it's
nature,
blind faith.
Yes.
the creation itself, right?
Right.
Everywhere you look.
Is that based on what, the Bible?
No. Fuck no. I'm not a Christian.
What is it based on? That's my question.
Creation.
In what sense?
It has to do with the fact that the odds against this universe happening are astronomical.
It's like zero. It would have to spontaneously come out of existence, and the thing that it would come out of existence from would be nothing, which
Right.
that's a zero possibility.
Which is why I'm a theist. I say there was a God figure who started the universe. He's also
Do you know
the reason
anything
gravity
about this
works.
God?
Yeah, sure. What would you like to know?
Anything.
Sure. He appears to us in the organ of noodles.
And eat your vegetables.
That tells me a lot.
That's the video I was telling you about Polaris. I just posted.
Yeah, I saw it. I will take a look at this. This is actually one of the channels I follow, so.
This guy's really good. He explains things quite well.
Do they do a lot of sailing in Nebraska?
No. Fuck no.
Wheat sailing. You can sail on wheat, no?
Fields of grain and all that.
On weed?
So that must have been some expedition you did going around the globe. Like, how many stops? Where did you stop? Like,
Oh, we went to Auckland. We went to where do we stop in New Zealand? What was the name of the port? We stopped in London. We stopped in Bertuse. We stopped in
London, New Zealand?
No, London, England.
Yeah, because you said New Zealand.
I couldn't remember the name of the place in New Zealand. I moved on. We stopped in San Jose del Cabo, Cabo San Lucas. We stopped in Puerto Vallarta. We stopped in what's the name of that fucking port in Panama?
London.
Yeah. Anyway, no, we stopped in a lot of places. It took us 2 years to do, dude. We didn't go quick.
2 years. Wow. Quite an expedition. So you were navigating basically by, what did you say? By GPS?
So our primary navigation system was GPS, yes.
So in other words, you have no practical experience with the sextant.
No, not at all. Sextant was the backup navigation that we used, and it was something that my high school classes required that I know.
Yeah, Kool-Aid. Remember last night when I told you you've never picked up a sextant? Remember
Yes,
that?
I remember that, and I remember you being fucking completely wrong.
Okay.
So you didn't tell me you used the sextant.
Oh, sorry. It was a tertiary piece of navigation that we used.
So you have used one.
Yes.
Dude, if you're a Pastafarian, that's atheist, dude.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. What the hell? I did the same Pastafarian thing too for a while. I dipped my toes in atheism after I came back and started doing anti-war stuff, and it was quite toxic, towards at the beginning there, because they were like, if you're not with us, you're with the terrorists. You get people like threatened to attack you,
No.
violence. And I looked
That
at these people, I'm like, and a lot of them were Southern Baptists, and I'm like, wow, these guys are do not match any version of Christianity that I have in my mind. So I went to the atheist route for a while, and I did this Pastafarian thing, and it was fun. I mean, we went bowling. There was a board game group.
fuck yeah.
We picked up trash from the side of the road, and eventually I just started, after talking to them, a lot of them were assholes too. The only difference was the Southern Baptist at least tries to be a good person every Sunday morning. Some of these atheists, they never try to be a good person. They're always assholes. Always.
Hey, Crit, completely off the topic, but I've been looking for you. I'm looking to get a new game of D&D going with Flat Earthers. Would you be interested?
No.
Oh shit, that sounds interesting.
It's on a flat plane.
No, okay.
No,
Maybe you
because
guys
of this
don't know
weird
about it.
guttural reaction.
No,
This idea somehow you're a flat earther, they dehumanize you. It's almost would be some sort of weird carnival show thing.
Okay. No,
It's-
that's completely fair. No, that's 100% fair, and
Dance monkey.
that is something I would not want to do. Have you seen
the same thing, watching I see people do this before, with have atheists play a bard or a druid or a cleric, and to watch them trigger out when they have to use divine magic.
No, and that's not what I was trying to do at all. I do apologize if that's the way it came off.
No, one campaign is we play Spelljammer and we fly around space and go planet to planet. Yeah, I can understand there's a big difference with a fantasy world, okay, and reality.
No, yeah, exactly. And Crit, this is just so you know, this is not for YouTube. This is because I want to become better friends with some of the flat earthers, and you specifically, because you're a D&D player, and you, like you just said, you're playing all of these other D20 games. It's something I would love to do. Modeled after, and I cannot remember his channel name. His name is The Branch. He plays with FTFE. Oh God, I'm a mod on the channel. I should remember.
You're a mod on a channel?
I'm a mod on a few channels. Yeah.
Why would you play with Fight the Flatter?
No, I don't play with FTFE. I actually support Branch in his ability to DM, because I'm a forever DM, and I have all the access to Roll20 and all that bullshit.
Roll20, what's that?
I don't know what any of those words mean.
Me either.
Crit does.
Yeah.
Does he?
I bet Crit representing Flat Earth would destroy the Glober D&D players.
Oh, 100%. And that's why I want him to play. I want to build up a campaign to the level where they could challenge the Globers and go PvP versus FTFE and that whole gang that's on Branch's channel.
And Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Virtually, they're saying 1v1 me on Rust, kid.
Why don't you guys do Globers versus Flat Earths in a boxing match?
Or a paintball.
We need a gaming channel, all right? Fucking.
I don't approve.
Doesn't Crack do that? Keep
No, it's
challenging
because
people to the ring.
the honest answer is I don't approve of physical violence.
It's not physical violence when it's a sport.
It's mutual self-defense.
Sure. But Crit, would you be interested in playing?
I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe.
fair enough.
I have to think about it. I mean, it's like there's when I'm
No,
like,
there's lots to think about. The campaign I would run you through, just so you know, would be the Acquisition Incorporated campaign, because that is the campaign I run. That is my favorite campaign, and that is the best.
Wait, are the characters in the campaign right? Are they like, flat earthers and globers? Like,
No, dude,
that'd be
no.
Shit. I
Because
have
let's move past that and let's get to something where we can actually agree, and let's get to a place of commonality. And that's why I'm reaching out to Crit on D&D level, because I know he plays and he knows I'm a forever DM, so we can have a connection there.
well, this one dude, like, we're playing a Marvel sort of superhero thing, a PvP thing, and you had different Marvel characters, and this one dude was like an anti-flat earther.
Sure.
And then we made him play Thor. So it's like, dude, you're actually from a flat planet.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it was kind of a joke, but everyone had fun with it though, because once he got to realize that all his anti-flat earth stuff was just a reaction to Google algorithms presenting ridiculous ideas. When he actually sat down and listened, and he's like, oh, well, shit, if I can role play Thor, I should be able to understand that mindset.
This is why I would love to have a game where I would be the DM, because I'm a forever DM, but I want nothing but flat earthers. I do not want a single Glober in that fucking mix, and any Globers on my server who join will be immediately muted, because I only want to hear from flat earthers, because you guys have some of the best senses of fantasy and imagination I have ever met.
Well, that's the thing.
Is
too,
that
like,
why? Is that the real why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we talked about this before, it was when we role play. When you role play as a DM, you have to sometimes play the role of completely alien creature, an aberration, and this alien creature might come from a completely different, version of reality, like the Mind Flayer. Yet you have to role play that to be so alien that you have to jump into the mindset of a creature that thinks completely different in all aspects of life. But yet the globalists will say they can do that. They can role play a Mind Flayer, but they can't figure out flat Earth, and they can't communicate with flat Earthers.
They can't.
Yeah.
Just role play someone who can. Try that.
You gotta role play as a reptilian.
The irony.
That's actually a really good point, Crit.
The reptilian.
This is amazing. A bunch of grown men talking about role playing.
Yeah, I can relate, man. I'm not a gamer, but I completely understand the language they're using.
Do you?
Yeah, it's no, I get 100%. And it's ironic.
Men always live in a fantasy land.
If you join the military, all the training is role play based. It's all scenario based.
100%.
Everything is 100. Yeah, and it's all based on a task, condition, and standards with varying degrees of success. And then when you redo it, you're going to change the conditions or the standard, and then try to adapt to that.
Well, the difference though is that's based on life or death.
No, but it's not. And
exactly.
This is where I'm going to back
training
Crit.
Really? Wait a minute.
So-
You're saying military that is not trained to be great soldiers to protect?
Let me tell you a little bit about my history. I was a combat medic. I have a combat medic badge. I have all of the accoutrement that can come with being an enlisted medic in the United States Army. All of our training was pretend you have a broken arm, pretend you have a dislocated femur or a rupture, or pretend you have this. Unless we went to a live tissue lab, which I bet most of you guys would disagree with, the fact that what TC3 used to be, but whatever, carry on. I've been through all that. It's all role
Sure, I
play.
do. Yeah, I understand that because pretend you have a broken arm in case you actually get a broken arm because that could happen.
Right.
Yeah, so you trained for that just in case you have a broken arm because it could happen. That's a different story.
No. So you're not training the soldier. The soldier honestly doesn't fucking matter, and half the time they're replaced with what's called a sin man, which is a synthetic human, and it is a person who bleeds and responds to the medical treatments you provide as it would a real soldier, but it's a Barbie doll, life-size Barbie doll.
A Sin Man?
Yeah.
Okay.
It stands for synthetic human.
Yep.
Well, I know that all my life training boxing, right? I don't remember ever pretending I got punched or knocked out or any of that stuff. So there's that.
No,
Well,
why
you
would
spar, right? Is it spar? That's role play.
No,
Dude,
you actually
could use
hit
that
me.
as a tactic, Don. You act like you
Uh-oh.
get knocked out, and then you like
Yeah.
sucker punch them or something. I don't know.
You flop, right? Like soccer. Usually soccer players like the flop.
Their flops are awful, though.
Yeah. It's funny. No, don't take me. I'm just messing with you guys.
Yeah, I feel like we've alienated most of the room with this Dungeons and Dragons talk.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Moderator.
Would you like to bring?
Jump in there.
Would you like to bring it back to sailboats?
No,
Not
I
really.
particularly am not
No.
interested in sailboats
Yeah.
either, despite
That
the
was
enthusiasm.
also alienation again.
Damn, those are the only two things I know, guys.
Let's
Hard
get a
pass.
feel for the room. Let's kind of get a vote. Where do you guys want to go with this? Is it a flat Earth versus globe?
And there's
discussion,
things
or
I
is
actually
it-
want to talk.
You want to go spiritual?
There's
You
things I
wanna
really
go
want to talk about.
dietary?
I got
No.
just one thing. We'll move on to there. So you guys
Go ahead.
like when you play Dungeons and Dragons, right? Have you heard about the dragon?
Oh my god, here we go.
Just one last thing, and that's it. Just one last thing to wrap it up.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so like Sen, you heard about the dragon, right?
Yeah.
You know the dragon I'm talking about?
I don't know anything about it apart from it's in the name.
Dragging these nuts across your face.
Okay.
Oh,
Alright, that's
man.
a 5-minute mute. Good.
That's funny. No, there's some. Gio, are you still recording?
It's
Right now?
always recording, Don. It never stops.
Oh, yeah. There's
As
something I
long
want
as
to talk
it's not
about. I
on
think
different.
that
It's live, yeah, but I mean, you can, deafen it for a second if you want, but yeah, it is live.
Do you got? I don't want to bring it up because I don't want to get a strike.
Oh, mute the
Oh,
bot. You can tactically mute it.
Because I want to know if you guys heard of it yet about becoming property. If you get that, you know what?
Yep.
You heard about? Did you look at the form?
No, but yeah,
Oh.
I heard about it.
Yeah, that's a trip. That is wow.
How could
I
they
wanna look-
possibly win a court battle with that? Like, that seems so not feasible. Like you
And
had
what are they
something-
gonna-
That's like saying like, oh, you had a beer, therefore the beer company owns you for however long it's in your system.
Well, actually, that's like in the lingo of the court. That's not how it works at all. That's like that's a red herring. That's the whole point, and like the legality of it. That's the whole thing, right?
Well,
Property.
there's no precedence
is-
of that. And if it
there
goes to
is,
court,
but
there
there
would have
is.
to be a precedent for it.
There is a precedent, and
For
there's
owning
been
people
ruling.
through consumption?
Not people. That's the whole point. It's not the people. It's it goes back to the whole genetic thing and owning genetics.
Yeah, like you could
Only
make
if
an
they're
argument that
synthetic.
you got the jab and then it changed
Call
your
it-
DNA
you
or
know that.
something or RNA.
Call it the
Well, in that sense, it's only if it's synthetic, and that's where the precedent lies. If it's synthetic, then you can have propriety, ownership of of that. But if it's natural, you can't. It has to be synthetic, and that's where the precedent lies legally.
I'm getting flashbacks of
wild.
QE saying natural versus synthetic. Well, I
Well,
don't
it
know.
works
That'd
in
be
court,
interesting to see
at
what happens
least.
with it, if there's any truth to it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, let me get the information. You can look it up.
Well, what I was saying is that difference is at least identified in court. The difference between synthetic and natural. That's that has precedence in court.
Yeah. I just don't know what the reach of that is legally. Like, you could make an argument that there's something that you ingested into your body that's now created. I just don't know the boundaries of it all. It would be interesting though.
Yeah.
Well, it's right here. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the people around the world are products of the state, not humans.
What's your citation?
Give me a second.
And I mean, does anybody know what is the implication of that, or what does that insinuate? Like, what are they saying they're going to do with their product that they now own?
Oh, they're not saying, but you can think of the implications.
I don't know. I'm gonna. Who asked for it? I'm not gonna put it in the live stream text because I don't know how that's gonna.
Well, if you could DM that to me, Don, that would be. I'm pretty curious
All right.
about that.
It's a 22-page PDF.
Yeah, I'm very suspicious about making my body an NWO chemistry set. So, I mean,
So you don't eat, right?
no, I've never eaten.
Yeah, because you
but
would
food is
hate to have a
natural.
GMO inside your body, like every piece of corn or every banana.
Well, no, it pretty much just is based on the fact that they don't know the long-term effects, and there's enough evidence to suggest that it may or may not be a variable, for better or for worse. So, a way to eliminate the variable is to not participate. You know, it's kind of like an abstinence
Even
program.
like eating, I don't think that's like a precedent to what we're talking about, like being owned,
Have you-
right? Because whatever you eat, you're gonna shit out. It's not part of you.
Have you ever had a
Rather-
banana that's not a clone Egypt?
I wouldn't. I
The
couldn't
answer is
tell.
no.
It sounds like an evil scientist saying, "Man, you got to take this poison." Have you ever drank alcohol before?
Like, no, real talk. How old are you,
No,
Egypt? Are
it
you
really
over
does
the
sound like
age of 80?
Am I lying, Rico?
Nope,
Doesn't it
I'm
really sound like it though?
35.
Okay, you've never had a banana that's not a clone.
How could you possibly know that?
Because all bananas are based on 2 genetic strains and they're all clones.
What about the ones that aren't?
Probably.
No, there is no ones that aren't. They're all extinct. If you've had a banana, if you've ate a banana, it's a clone.
So your argument is because these are cloned things. What?
You're already participating in the NWO body modification and GMO testing, so carry on.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's pretty much well known. It's about limiting how much these outside things can influence you. So the argument from the people on our side is like less might be better than more.
You don't eat bread, right?
You can run through. Yes, I drink fluoride too in the tap water.
Okay,
I mean,
so
we could do
cool.
this all day.
You
but
have
the argument
lots
is
of
that we should do
GMOs
less.
in your body already. So what are
Well,
you arguing
let me
against?
ask you this, Kool-Aid. Are you going to complicate the chemistry within you by adding more or less? You're gonna complicate the chemistry by adding more foreign substances.
I want to ask you an actual good question. You drink alcohol, right? Well, since you drink alcohol,
Yeah.
would you take poison?
I'm
You
sorry.
called that a good question?
I
It's a very
apologize.
good question.
My
I'm
internet
just
cut out.
wondering.
Say that again.
You drink alcohol, right? Since you
Yeah.
drink alcohol, would you would take poison?
Yes. I take lots of poisons. I smoke cigarettes. I smoke marijuana.
No.
I smoke lots of poison. I do lots of poisons.
No, a straight shot of poison.
Yeah. What do you think a cigarette is, dude?
So you would take cyanide?
And you're really stretching for this.
It's
I'm just
it's
trying
a
to figure it
weighing
out.
of benefits against the harm, right?
Microdosing cyanide for kicks.
Well, it's interesting that you classified marijuana as a poison.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because it's a mind-affecting chemical.
Is that what you classify as a poison?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a poison and a medicine?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Smoked again.
No, the dose makes the poison. Is the answer.
No, that's quantification versus the quality of the description and definition we're putting forth.
Sure.
in the
So
argument.
my girlfriend's sitting behind me here, listening to these arguments and listening to me have these stupid arguments for hours on end.
Is she proud of you?
No.
Your girlfriend is
You
irrelevant.
should get her. If
to
you
the
got her in
argument.
here for 20 minutes, we would convert your girlfriend in real time to Flat Earth. I would.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think so?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Sin
Hey,
would.
Yeti, you awake? Do you
She's
want
about
to
to
get
be awake.
converted by flat earthers for 20 minutes? If they
Hey,
say
you-
they talk to you for 20
Poisoning
minutes.
the well. Poisoning
Just
the
say-
well already.
Just say we're real men.
Let's
Like
get her on the
masculine.
stream. Let's ask her thoughts
No.
on the shape of the
Hey,
earth.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Guys, let's give her a credit. She just got out of the hospital and she says if she was feeling better, she would.
That's fine. Eventually, right? That would
Yeah.
be a fun little thing to do.
Oh, it definitely would.
Like on Friday night, whenever you guys can drink or hang out or whatever, that'd be a little.
Well, it's not Friday night. It's
I
when
said
she's feeling
on like
better.
a Friday night or something.
When she's feeling better.
A drink of Miss Kool-Aid.
Hope she feels better.
Did she
I'll
just
change.
get the?
I'll change my name and I'll give her my headset and I'll let her talk to you guys. She's heard my arguments 9 bajillion times. She could probably tell you more about the Vendée Globe than I can. Because
Well, you
that
wanna
poor
know-
girl has to listen to it
Well,
all
the
the
danger
fucking time.
of us talking to her is that she may fall in love with us and leave you. So it might be dangerous for you to allow that.
I'm good
Well,
with that, Pope. If you
Fun fact-
if you can take it, it's one less issue for me. Carry on.
Fun fact.
Yeah, the only
Usually
person
women.
I'd worry about is Sin.
Like,
He's
drink
like top 3 flat earthers.
Of all time, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great one. Drink of Kool-Aid. You know, do you
What's
think
up?
your girl believes the earth is a globe because of you believe it?
No, definitely not.
Don't women
She's not
usually
drinking
believe
the same
follow the
Kool-Aid?
man?
No.
Usually follow the man? No.
No. In
Mm.
fact, that's one of the things that I look for in a woman is that she will not follow me. When I am at
Wait,
the
you follow her?
Looking
No.
for the wrong woman.
while
I
I'm
would
at
say.
the courting stage of dating, if she will follow me down a stupid path, she's not intelligent enough for me to fucking deal with. So I'm gonna move the fuck on.
You're not a great man to be following her down a stupid path.
Yeah, you're right.
But if you're doing it the right way, yeah, usually 9 times out of 10, the woman will go into the man's world instead of him going into her world. The right way.
Well,
You and I disagree on what the right way is, Don.
Exactly, and we should.
Right way is marriage in the home, raising the children the right way to go, not steal, treat others the way you want to be treated. That is the right way to go.
Got a citation for that, Don.
What's that? Come again?
No, I'm just playing. Yeah. So we're talking about male and female mentalities now? Is that where we're moving?
Well, see, some truths are just.
Well, you guys won't let me talk about boats, so.
Some truths are just too red pill.
Ooh, red pill.
I don't know. Like
Yeah.
that.
If you guys want to talk about the shape of the Earth, we can always talk about the Antarctic Yacht Cup that's going to be happening this year. And how 11th Hour Racing is going to completely destroy it with their brand new Omoka 60.
Hey, can you tell me why there isn't no South Star?
Because there's nothing in that spot.
I thought you would say because we're flying through the galaxy, away from it.
No, that's not the answer. The answer is because there's nothing right there. That's the real answer.
So there's no South Pole?
No,
Really?
there's the South Pole. There's just not a Southern Celestial Star. Because there's not anything there.
Isn't that pretty bad on the globe?
No. Doesn't matter.
Well, can I ask you a question about stars? Because people on the globe side like to use that as the best argument for the globe, as they say. But how did you, Kool-Aid, distinguish? How did you come to the conclusion that we go around the sun versus us going around the moon or Jupiter or something else? How did you determine that? Like what in your mind says we go around the sun rather than the moon? Or like, I guess I just said that.
Okay. No, that's a good question, Pope. I have a knee-jerk reaction, but it's not honest. Give me a minute. Let me think about it, and I will come back to you with an answer. Okay?
That's fine.
That for me
yeah.
is enough. Yeah, it's telling enough, right? That he has
It's gonna
think
have to
about
be
it.
a philosophical
What, Eden?
thing,
Yeah.
right?
What, you haven't already thought about it? I mean, you made a
No,
conclusion about it.
I
at
haven't.
least. So you made a conclusion about it without thinking about it?
No.
No conclusion? You don't know?
Well, that's fair. I mean, if he hasn't thought about it genuinely, because I think the knee-jerk reaction is to parrot what he's been told, and he doesn't want to do that. So that's pretty good. Because I haven't really even talked to a glober that ever can tell me the reasoning or the logic behind why they picked the sun rather than any other light.
Whatever it may be, it's
my
nothing
answer
more
would
than a preference, right?
my answer would be it's the biggest, it's the most important.
Yeah,
But
preference.
I don't know if I don't feel that's a good answer in my soul, and I
Yeah,
want to give you a better answer than that. And the honest answer is I don't know.
Like, there's an argument I've heard people make that, you know, we could say the sun is just as much of a satellite of the Earth. The sun could just be one of our moons. And that would explain the angular size being equivalent to each other and a lot of other things. But
Yeah, but Kool-Aid put it in other words, and he said, see, he used the word bigger, right? It's
big
bigger. The
equals
sun
truer.
is, yeah. Well, in the context of things like gravity, right? The bigger things revolve around the bigger body, right? It's in that context where you
Right.
derive that understanding. That's cool.
Hey,
That's
Kool-Aid.
alright.
I got
What's
a
up,
question.
brother?
So, you like Batman ends up killing the Joker, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a horrible thing.
Yeah, do you know why? Why did he do it?
Why did he kill him, or why is it a horrible thing?
Like, yeah, so both. Like, so why did he finally break down
Both.
and
I
kill
like
him?
that.
And then why is it bad?
Oh man.
So my understanding of Marvel, which is flawed, is going to be that he finally broke down and killed him because he got frustrated and there was no other way to stop him. It was a bad thing because it was against his morals, which is to never kill, even though if we watch any Batman comic or show, he kills all the fucking time. But it's something to do with the direct taking of life.
Okay, my understanding is that he went to kill him because he did some sort of weird psychedelic overdose on Robin, and Robin lost his mind completely. The rest of his life was going to be virtually a vegetable, never to recover. And then it was wrong to kill him because at the end, the Joker surrendered and said that of all the things he's done, he wished he could take it back. It wasn't enough. Batman kept going and killed him anyway.
That makes 100% sense to me. This is when, sorry to bring you back to D&D, but this is why I can play D&D, because there's an internal logic to it. Everything makes sense when juxtaposed with each other. This is why I have problems with Flat Earth. It doesn't make sense when juxtaposed with the reality that we see every day.
So
that's kind of where I was going with it too, because for me it's quite the opposite. I can open the news every day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
First of all, the news is fucking lying to you. Just know that.
Well, yeah, I get
really?
that.
I thought they told you the truth.
No,
yeah,
you're
not
dumb.
getting the full story. But I mean, I can open the news and see things happening in the world, events, and then square them with which model predicts this.
Sure. Yeah. The internal logic, the internal consistency. Even if it's not consistent with our realm, I mean, we probably both read, let's say, J.R. Tolkien. We've read his books, and they are not consistent with our experienced reality. But within the books, they are consistent with each other.
Well, like here's an example, right? I just opened the news, Yahoo. What's the first, like the top stories? You got this missing white girl that they've been talking about for weeks, as they think there's a serial killer in the Northwest Native American reservations that isn't even covered. People aren't even aware that there's a possible serial. There's dozens of missing girls, but they're on a Native American reservation, so it hasn't even broke news yet. People don't even know that the FBI are working on a serial killer case, but yet somehow this missing white girl has been cover to cover for weeks, for like a solid week. Or this one here, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos have been virtually an endless social media Twitter war. And finally Musk sent him, isn't it? Yeah, and then finally Musk sent him a silver medal because he'll never get, quote unquote, a giant statue. He's always going to be number 2.
There's another thing too, right? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, these are the guys who are telling you that they're enlightened, but they're just a bunch of idiots using.
Well, just to get to the crux of this conversation, what are we like actually talking about? Right and wrong?
No, just like a logically consistent narrative. Because my understanding is, after Nixon lands on the moon for peace, the next thing should have been at least some sort of logical, consistent steps towards world peace. But he did quite the opposite. He carpet bombed Cambodia because he was mad at Vietnam. He did the exact opposite of peace. And it's been that way ever since. All the Nixon era stuff, domestic war or domestic surveillance, increases. Limited wars in third world countries, increases. A police state, war on drugs, increased. Manned spaceflight abruptly ends when Nixon leaves office in 1972. It doesn't add up to a consistent story.
Crit, come play D&D with me. Fuck me, you would be the perfect player. Holy shit, come play D&D with me,
Man,
dude.
he wants you bad, Crit.
I know, it's making it feel like it's a trap, Admiral
No,
Akbar.
it is a
It's
trap
like
because the way you think is fucking perfect. Okay.
It's like
last
that movie.
Logical.
Last week, I
real
had
quick,
I had a group of players leave behind the plot relevant item because none of them paid attention. None of them knew it was the fucking plot relevant item, even though they were directly sent there to get that. You wouldn't do that. Come play D&D with me, Crit.
Oh yeah, we're talking about that. We watched the Pirates of the Caribbean, and when they started saying like Davy Jones's chest, I'm like, it's gonna be his heart, right? It's not gonna be a chest, It's not gonna be a box that you open up and there's gonna be some sort of thing in there. They're talking, it's like a play on words, It's not exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah, this is a double entendre.
Yeah, exactly. Like where they say like like to go get something, like to get the eye of the Fang Lord. It's not going to be his actual eye. It's going to be some sort of thing on his mace or something like that. Some sort of other.
Hey, Dungeon Dragons aside, what about the shape of the Earth, guys? What do you guys know about that?
It's flat. The logically consistent story.
I'm glad you brought that up. Well, actually, I'm waiting for that guy, that Fundy dude. No, that Fundy guy. He's the real sweet kid. We were talking with him earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but we never followed up on. We were talking about the longest distances. Remember that? You said like the longest distance you can verify is one in your kitchen, so you get a hoagie or something. But do you have a different answer? Because I remember his answer was San Diego to Maine. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah, on land. Yeah, it's.
Why do you look for the longest distance?
Yeah, I want to know that.
So I'm just curious what the longest distance that you guys are confident about. Like if there's people who Jeremy, he'll say he's not confident about his neighbor's house or whatever he says, but Merle says he's basically confident with any distance that Google Maps would say. He would say that's probably correct. So different people say different things.
Oh, longest distance. Let me see.
Kosher, the problem with that is that when you use programs or software like that, there's going to be a suspicion with all the flat earthers is that it's built in to recognize a certain model.
Models.
Yeah, because you're the operator, not the programmer.
The Don always are you the programmer of that software? Unless you have the line-by-line coding that shows how they map it out, we can safely assume that it's going to be around a ball.
But that's the whole point of the question, though. Yeah, is to find out what distance somebody would be comfortable with. Like I said, different people are comfortable with different distances. But say, for instance, that guy, what's his name? The dude from earlier, whatever his name is, Fundy, whatever. If he says that, if he says San Diego to Maine, he's basically confident that it's pretty close to what Google Maps says. Then that's something we both can agree on, and we can move forward from there. But yeah, I agree that there's a lot of people who will arbitrarily just deny, all the distances in there. But everybody's got a different story. So somebody might have taken a trip like he did, where they actually are familiar with that route and they're certain that it's correct.
Well, the distance is not the real issue here, right? It's just how you guys apply it to a flat map that we don't really claim. I mean, it's all distorted. It's some flat earthers.
I mean, the claim is always the path is some sort of straight path, correct? Even from a flat Earth perspective, people usually claim A to B is a straight line, and that's what I struggle on. Like, how do you know it's straight? Right? like what method did you use? And I've never gotten no pun intended straight answer to that question.
Well, I'm not sure that straight is the question more so than the shortest path. As long as it's providing me the shortest path, then
well, that's just
that's what I'm looking
right?
for.
Well, shortest would be the straightest, correct?
Go ahead, and then I'll ask. Go ahead.
No, but the shortest would be the straightest.
Yes.
Well, depending on what the shape of the surface is.
No, regardless. The shortest distance between A and B will be the straightest, and shortest, synonymous shortest, straightest path from A to B.
Yeah, well, in this community, people tend to stray away from the whole, because geodesic, like I said, on let's say it is a sphere, for example, a geodesic or great circle is analogous to a straight line. However, when you call it a straight line, people like to jump on you. So I tend not to call them straight lines, but you mean I'm fine calling them straight lines. But like I said, flat earthers usually the ones who will stop you when you say that. When you say, "Oh, it's a straight line," and they're like when you say, for instance, the equator is a straight line, people jump on that.
Well, usually the argument that I'm trying to allude to is these lines only work on a globe, right? Because at the end of the day, that shortest path is curved in a way, and that curve is usually claimed to be the curve of the Earth.
You're on Livestream, Egypt. Just like
This is correct. Yeah.
Just real quick, I'm not trying to cut you off, Effie. I want to ask a really, really important question. They have been trying since they have produced or created GPS, the shortest route, yet they can't do it. Why is that?
What are you talking about?
GPS, they cannot give you the shortest route. They've been trying to be able to program that, but they can't for some reason. That's all I have heard. They cannot give you like the short, like say if you're going from New York to California, the shortest route.
So
they can't program
GPS
that. Let me find it. Hang on.
GPS doesn't do anything with the routes or anything like that. You know, Google Maps or something?
Go ahead.
GPS just gives you a location. It's like it doesn't try to like give you a route.
Really?
But actually the shortest path is actually a pretty difficult math question. It's not as easy as you think. It gets fairly it's one of the in school, like when I was a CS major, it's one of the things that tends to pop up a lot in interview questions and examples, just because it is, if you took like a layout of a town with 10 different houses and streets and stuff, it's actually fairly complicated to look at all the different paths. But yeah, it gets complex pretty quickly, and it tends to so even your computer or Google is not going to try to compute something like that perfectly. It would just take too much computing power.
So it's a GPS. The system's this one says right here. Right here, some GPS systems such as Waze. You know what Waze is?
Yeah.
All right.
It's like it's a system that uses GPS, but I wouldn't call it like a GPS system.
Okay. We'll take into account the current traffic conditions to again give you the shortest time to your destination. So if you're headed to the directions on the most direction route, there is slow traffic, so they account traffic, highways, all that stuff. So you're not actually getting an actual distance from point A to point B. You're just getting traffic distance.
Yeah, but if you use it for that regard, but you can just as easily on Google Maps just click on 2 different locations, and it will draw a line from one to the other and tell you the distance.
Who's gonna measure that actual distance physically to verify that? Who does that? The programmers?
Like I said, I'm fairly confident on the ones that I've, for instance, traveled and all this kind of stuff. So I could say that. Well, I mean, I'm comfortable with any distance they give me on Google Maps. But there's other people who are, they're not really believing Google Maps on everything they say, but they do believe, the map of the United States, for instance, is correct. But then again, like I said, there's people who don't believe any of it. So
I think they can get sections of the Earth, and put it all together and get about rough draft of it, but not fully.
Well, you would think like something that people use every day, everyone uses every day, that there would be like a lot of complaints or something like that if it was coming up if it errors at all. Like you would just you'd be hearing it, like complain. People stop using it basically, probably. But I never hear any complaints about distances.
Well, because you take the distances, right? And then you just put them on a piece of paper and say, there it is. There's no flat Earth. That's it. That's like, really? When did you go out and measure that? It doesn't make no... One, it's like
that's
saying...
my point. Even if you did measure it, my question would be, how did you measure it? Right.
And not just that, okay, you're just making up a number. Well, not really. I'm not saying you're making up a number. When you take the Gleason's map, you make a line, right? You can put 20,000 miles, 260,000 miles, 400. You know what I mean? You're just putting the numbers that you're told because you're the operator.
Yeah. So you don't think the coordinates represent anything based in reality?
I'm not saying it doesn't work. No, I'm not saying that.
No. I'm not
the most.
No, I don't mean it like that. I just mean like for instance, I happen to think that latitude lines and longitude lines correspond to fixed positions based on like real, like I think they represent real what do you call that, like section, like they real how do I say this, like those lines are representing a real
they're
yeah,
they're merely conventions. That's all they are.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's the case. Like, I think all the latitude lines are evenly spaced, and I think all the longitude lines for any given latitude are evenly spaced. And I also think that the latitude lines converge at a rate that's predictable as well.
That's the convention. Correct.
Yeah. Well, here I'm going to give you this flat Earth map right here. I want to see what you think of this, Kosho. I'm going to put it in live stream text. Check that out.
That's pretty cool. What's up with it?
Do you think you can take the distances, right? You draw those lines, right? And since it's kind of circular, obviously some of your lines are going to be curving because you're going over ocean. You're going to have you're not going to have straight, perfect, even lines. You're going to be wonky, just like that.
Where's Russia?
He's a.
The States is pretty small, right?
And like South America is so huge, and look at New Zealand is like bigger than the United States. It's an interesting map, though. It's interesting. Where'd you get this?
Online. Somebody put it together.
Anybody heard of I met this interesting dude on Instagram. He's putting together I think it was called project, what? Skyview, something like that. He wants to launch like balloons, high altitude balloons with cameras and everything, simultaneously from basically all over. I've been contacted, having a strategic position, living in Egypt, pretty much in the middle of everything. He's willing to pay for the balloon and everything, and
Oh.
yeah, trying to put that
I
together.
was about to launch a balloon today. It was just raining a lot. I'm probably gonna do
Yeah.
it this weekend. It's pretty cool though. How high does he want to go?
Well, we're getting into the crux of that, but I mean, whatever the balloon's gonna do, because it's simultaneous, it's not really. But yeah, above 100,000 feet, definitely.
I'm not going that high. I'm going like I think a couple thousand, like 5,000 feet, because I'm using a tether. I'm gonna reuse the balloon. So.
Oh. What's the aim of the launch, though?
I was gonna do like an Al Brody type test, but a little bit different.
Okay.
Yeah, because he like measured the dip of the horizon, and supposedly, you know, he used that to calculate the radius or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna attempt
And
similar.
yeah, is the aim to minimize quote unquote refraction?
That's one of the gains of raised high altitude, but like when Alberoni did it, he did it up in the mountain because you know, there'll be a dip of the horizon, you know, down at sea level, but there'll be a measurable dip of the horizon at your altitude, and you can compare your altitude with the angular dip of the horizon, and try and calculate what the radius would be based on that.
Yeah, but what really is the dip? More,
That's a
like,
good question.
is it simply just your altitude correction?
Well, that would only be true if like let's say the Earth was flat. That would be true if the Earth had like a limitation, like an edge, but nobody really agrees that it does. You know, some people say it's infinite. Some people said they don't know it's beyond the wall or whatever. But if there was a lowering of the horizon as you raise altitude, it'd only be because there was some edge to the horizon in the distance.
I'm only like kind of referring that to the dip correction in a sextant reading, right? And all it is it's a correction for your height above the horizon or your altitude, basically.
Okay, is there like a chart for that?
There's the almanac, right?
Oh, it's in the
Which gives
almanac.
you, yeah. At least my understanding of it. I'm only
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been
exploring
looking
it.
for a chart like that because you can mathematically derive it, but it's tedious. So I'd be interested to look at this. Look at the what the almanac says.
If we would take this map I have up here, Kosho, and we try to draw the lines, do you think this would work better than the Gleasons? Since the continents are not distorted?
They're not distorted?
No.
I think the continents are distorted, man.
Where were you? Why would you say that?
Well, Australia isn't 5 times bigger than America.
How do we know that?
Because we know the size of Australia. My family lives there. Some people in here live there.
Well, that doesn't look 5 times bigger.
It really doesn't.
I say 5 times bigger for 2 reasons. Because to me, it does look like it could easily be. You could fit it maybe at least four times. But you have to remember, this is not even just the United States. This is United States, Mexico, and Canada. So if you're just talking about America and that, then they probably fit like 8 times in there.
Well, I know the globe has Greenland like 14 times bigger than Africa. So
No, that's just
this
projection, Don. When it's projected onto a flat surface, you can project it in a way to make it seem that way, but that's not the claim actual size of Greenland compared to Africa.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just
Africa is actually 14 times
it's
bigger.
a product of a projection, and it's admittedly so.
Yeah, Africa distorted the crater map, but
Who kicked Kosho?
Yeah, I did. I had enough of them. Sorry, guys. Moderator thing.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
I thought Sin. I thought you were one of the passive.
I didn't say I was going to be a
mods.
good mod. I just said I'm going to do what I need to do.
Well, I never feel like you do.
No, I didn't actually kick him, by the way, guys. Just kidding.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm getting at. You should kick people. You should fucking mute them. As
Well,
a
at
mod.
least on Science versus Pseudoscience, if a mod did something, we didn't have anyone that would snitch. So we'd just be like, I don't know what happened. No, I don't think anyone would care. I think he just disconnected though. You had him on the rails, Don. You should, and that's why he left. Maybe he was intimidated by your superior intellect, and yeah, we know how that goes. But to the point where they're gonna say that some of these projections are more accurate than others, I grew up used to think Greenland was massive, and then I realized later in my 20s that I've been lied to. It's not really that large. So it's like, how are they going to complain about maps when they've been using distorted maps for pretty much most of our, I don't know. It's a little bit of a double standard.
Well, I mean, that's the rebuttal, like the rebuttal you get from a proper glober who would say against that claim that you don't know what you're talking about. Or even the globers don't know what they're talking about if they're going to use a projection that's skewed. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the actual distance rather than the presentation presented in the map. That's the projection. That's a visual presentation. You got that distortion from trying to map a globe on like a flat surface. It's natural that you would get that distortion. So, like whether you'd be on the flat side or the globe side, you'd be quote unquote stupid to use that as any kind of proof or argument because it's admittedly a distortion.
Yeah, I just posted a thing in chat. It's got 19 million views. It's a pretty normie Glober video, but there is an honest concession in it that says that, you know, pretty much all maps are going to be incorrect in every direction. Like, it's nearly
As a
impossible to say
depiction,
that this
yeah.
map is 100% correct or whatever.
Right.
Again, yeah, as a visual representation, it would be incorrect.
That's why I was trying to
But
show Koshal that map, because it seems that Globers run to all kinds of flat Earth maps. Oh, this doesn't work. Oh, that doesn't work. Therefore, the Earth must be a globe. I'm giving them all this stuff to show them. Look, all of it's going to be off.
Well, but that, Don, that's the thing that aggravates me the most, is that flat earthers are willing to concede the point that we don't really have an accurate map. But they're going to tell you straight face that they have an accurate map. And we know that that's not true. They don't. But whereas the flat earther will be a little bit more honest and genuine, they will absolutely have no problems lying to your face about how accurate their maps are. It's like they're not completely accurate. They're wrong in pretty much every distance, in every direction.
Right.
Now, the practicality of, are they useful, like the utility of it, I mean, you got known distances and known locations. That's a different way of like, I don't know. I just don't like the undertone of the disingenuous kind of way they approach it.
yeah, it's easy to conflate. It's easy to misrepresent such an argument for someone who doesn't really understand what's going on with the map, how projection works. Oh,
The funny thing. Go ahead.
basically the normie. Yeah, the normie. That's someone to either get on either side and easily convince just by presenting a map.
The funny thing, Egypt, is if the Earth was indeed a globe, just as my house is a cube or square, I can measure it thereof. I can give you the accurate everything. I can get a representation. I can get all this, right? Either it just seems they're hiding something. That's why it's wrong. They give you excuses. Oh, we can't get an accurate map. This and that is because they're not. They already know it. They're just gonna form it into something else, or they really just can't measure the Earth.
There was ball busters today. Anybody join the discussion? I guess not.
Ballbusters, what were they up to?
I don't know. I got there late after the show was over. Turned biblical for some reason, for the first time actually.
They did what?
They got into a biblical discussion about
Wow, I
laws.
thought they normally avoid that.
Oh well, I think it was kind of like the after show discussion after the show was over.
I don't know. I come over here now. I don't really go over there.
Hey, eggshells.
Yo.
What up, man? Yep.
Not much. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. Not too bad.
Did I do that again?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Oh wow, sounds like Steve Irwin.
Whoa, what's the time like for you right now? Shows.
It's like middle of the day.
Yeah, I'm working actually on a project with some Aussies. They're up in Perth, or down in Perth, I should say. There's I think a 6-hour difference between me and them. So
Oh, I need
our
to check
meetings
just a
are kind of
sec.
funny.
I'm just gonna.
Look who just popped in. You got Dr. Bob. Hello, Dr. Bob.
Hello.
Hi. I
Well,
just
that's not a
promised
very
you
that's not a very welcoming welcome.
I know, I'm just messing with him, Gio. I'm just messing with you, Bob.
a few minutes. No, I just wanted to pop in and just listen to the conversation for a while.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you came, man. Welcome here.
Welcome. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here.
We're trying to get things right more and more, so it's a little bit more hospitable to the discussion rather than toxic and pushing people away. So
Yeah, right. Even though we don't see the same things and stuff like that, right? Still don't mean we can't have a civil conversation.
Yeah, but we don't take any crap either because, Kosho was trying to give us some kind of explanation about the maps, and Pope Sinclair just booted his ass right out.
I kicked his ass out of the server completely.
No warning.
Yeah, it actually sounds like a pretty good approach to a server. That's one of the reasons I came over.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Gio, what are you? Hey, you're doing here? Hey, Gio, welcome to the server, Gio.
Hey, who built this thing?
Yeah, who built this, Gio?
I heard some guy took him like years and all these hours. I heard
10,000 clicks.
I know, dude. There was some days like
10,000?
going through the permissions. I swear to God, it was like 5,000 clicks. My hand was just sore at the end of the day just from clicking.
I bet, dude.
It's a labor of love.
You were really busy on this one. It's all colorful and everything. You got yellow, blue, all kinds of colors.
I like how there's so many rooms and we're like nestled in the middle of it. Tucked
We
away.
are, aren't we?
Yeah, I kind of gave a warning about that.
I like it.
It works. Shines is a goof.
I agree. Shines is a goof.
So were you guys on a topic, or you said there's something with Kocho, or there was a topic going?
No, I just showed him. I
No.
was just trying to explain to him about maps and just maps in general, and how things just distances. We got known distances. And
Yeah. Well, Don, to reiterate, how Kosho's been asking everyone about what's the furthest distance you would safely assume to be correct. He's been asking a lot of people of that lately, and he's been using a couple of different apps. And the suggestion to him was that maybe the software is kind of built into this, the globe is built into the software. So we started looking into maps, and we looked into the fact that Greenland used to be, we thought was really huge, but apparently it's not as big as all the maps like to show it is. So we got into a little bit of a discussion about that kind of thing.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's cool that Kosho is he's always had that curiosity and drive to in terms of like the maps, the layout. I mean, even when he first joined, the old 24/7 server, the first one way back, he was talking about wanting to put models together. So I really commend that. I think it's awesome that he's thinking about it, trying to put together, different kinds of he tries to connect with people to get different observations. I think if there's more of that, or even a way to do that, even more coordinated, in a sense, to be able to, because in terms of direct observation and direct, with the Earth directly, rather than just going off of whatever data might be, on the internet and whatnot. So yeah, I think it's cool that he's has that kind of explorative spirit to try to think about those kinds of ideas and how to consider those things.
Well, here's the thing, Gio. I'm gonna hit these Globers with it now. That we are all operators. We don't program all that. We aren't the programmers.
Yeah, we're not. The software, like, we're not going through what you're saying is like the line by line coding and how they develop this kind of thing. We just use
the
it.
data, a hardcore straight data.
Well, you're talking about in terms of using an app or someone else's software, you mean?
The app, maps, all the stuff. Anything that says the Earth is a globe, this and that. See, we're the operators. Us as, peasants, they would say, are the operators.
Well, yeah, it's the old idea of the map versus the territory, because you can be given a map, and that map, could correlate with certain parts of the territory, but is the map the territory? Well, it isn't. But if it's a correct representation of the territory, then that's ideal. But I guess that would be the thing. Any map that we have or any coordinates that are given, to verify those in the real world is what would be needed. And I know some people might trust other agencies have done that, and that's understandable that, but to really get down to it, I suppose it comes down to verification and measurements and all that good stuff.
Yep, it's getting down to the nitty gritty. How you establish that distance? How do you establish it's a straight line? Which methods do you use? This is the crux of it.
I wonder what pilots use.
Known locations, from what I hear.
Pilots usually sleep in the cockpit. It's on autopilot.
Yeah, we have RC come in here a lot, and he likes to bring up his flight maps, like Kool-Aid brings up his boats. And
Yeah,
the thing he has to agree is
RC.
that it's all known locations, A to B.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the way he presented his argument with the whole known distances, I simply debunk it by saying or asking the question, how do you know A to B is a straight line? Because that's the whole claim, right? It's claimed to be straight, but the curve is that of the surface of the Earth. But what I ask him is, how do you know the curve is that of the surface rather than a right or left to that path curve? Which he
Because you
never...
know exactly the heading that you're following the whole time.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I've asked him
to
about.
go straight.
Well, I've asked him about Amelia Earhart, the woman who flew across the Atlantic. If you gave her all the globe mathematics in the world, everything was at her disposal, she could probably account for fuel and all these things, but they didn't really have an accurate flight path until afterwards, after she did it already. And that's how, from my understanding, that's how they develop these things.
Citation needed.
I give you Google. This is the reference.com.
Oh, thank you. That helps.
There you go. Well, you don't know unless you know, and you don't know unless you've actually gone out and done it. I don't care how much math you have, you're not gonna, you have to put it into use.
That's what pilots do every day. Intercontinental flights.
Yeah, but they don't fly straight.
Sure they do. They take the most direct route.
They actually bank left and right because of wind drift.
Wait. It goes back to the question. How do you know they're traveling? How do they know they're traveling straight? What's the method?
Because you can see the direction the plane's pointing the whole time.
Hold on.
Yeah. Wait.
Go ahead.
So you said they see the path. That's exactly my question. Which
No.
method are they seeing that path?
The attitude of the plane is controlled to be a straight level flight.
According to what?
According to the attitude of the plane.
Yeah, the standard. What's the standard of the attitude?
Flat and level flight.
You keep repeating the same thing. I'm asking how.
Because the answer is already there. I don't know what else you want.
How? That's what I'm asking. The mechanics of actually establishing that straight, that level path.
Are you talking how is the attitude of an airplane determined?
Yep.
Well, if you're doing visual flight rules, then you use the horizon. If you're using an instrument, then you have instruments that tell you.
I think what he's asking you, to be honest, is the definition of straight and level flight. Straight and level flight is not deviating to the right or left and not changing altitude. That's straight and level flight.
Well, what if you go left or right? Would you still be level? Like, say you're 40,000 feet high, and if you just bank off to the left a little bit to the left, will you still be 40,000 feet high? Yes, you would be. But
Yep.
your miles would change. Your distance would change
Slightly, yeah. Sure, there's wind.
slightly.
Yeah,
You can
still,
drift
I'm
off.
talking about
You
wind.
can drift off like a few miles to the left, and then a few more miles to the right.
Yeah, I'm more
No.
alluding to heading
No,
and things
really.
like that.
No, your flight path, if you're a professional pilot, doesn't deviate by more than a wingspan.
Again, according to what? What's the standard?
According to professional pilots, that's how they fly. If your course does not deviate, you don't deviate from your course by more than a wingspan. You're not allowed to deviate from your course by more than 4 miles.
But
What's the
as a
standard?
professional pilot, you're aiming for where the city is going to be as Earth rotates underneath the aircraft, correct?
No.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson is incorrect.
I don't know what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Neil deGrasse Tyson's probably not a pilot. You follow a flight path, and you keep that flight path within a wingspan.
Yep. And that path is assumed to be a straight one, correct?
Does Earth rotate underneath your aircraft as you're flying your flight path?
No, you follow the flight path. You're over a spot on the ground.
Earth doesn't rotate underneath you.
Compared to the aircraft, no, you follow the flight path. You keep your aircraft directly over the path of flight.
Well, I actually watch a lot of. I actually watched a lot. I actually watched quite a bit of time lapse of flights on the cockpit, and they actually bank quite often to the left and keep banking and banking. It's like they're doing a big great circle.
Always to the right?
If you bank to the left, you would go left. If you bank to the right, you go to the right.
They're always going around a great big circle. That's my point. Wouldn't that add mileage?
Always going around a circle.
Yes, I can
They're
post.
not constant.
Video.
They're not
I'll post.
constantly banking.
All right, I'm gonna stream a video. Let me get it.
How would you know? It's mostly automated.
The aircraft follows a flight path along the ground. That's the way an aircraft flies.
Yep. Correct. So again,
So an aircraft never enters a separate reference from the spinning Earth.
That is a straight line. What's the standard?
Standard for what?
For establishing a straight line. A straight path from A to B. Because isn't that the shortest path?
How do you establish a flight path? Is that your question?
No. I said, how do you establish that that's a straight line from A to B?
You don't fly a straight line. You fly a great circle, which is a straight line on the surface of a sphere.
It's a straight
So
path. That
let me
doesn't go left or right.
yeah. Let me just kind of reiterate what you said. I said straight path. You said no, but it's a straight path.
I said it's a straight path on the surface of a sphere. It's not a straight line. There's a difference.
Yeah, how did you
Or, I'm
establish
sorry,
that?
planes don't fly on the surface of a sphere.
Rather than
Yes,
assuming that
they
you're
do. Would you
flying
like to have
over
to do it?
a
I'll be happy
curve,
to show you.
you already established or claimed that the plane is traveling straight. Yet you're kind of
Over the
inserting
surface of the
this,
Earth, yes.
yeah, again, which you're assuming to be curved, rather than showing me or establishing a standard of which we can actually test this claim of it traveling a curved path upon the surface. And that's what I'm asking for. That was my initial question.
Yes, the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance, a great circle path.
You're just repeating the claim rather than answering my question.
Would you like to do the math?
No, not the math.
Do you know what the Haverson formula is?
No, I don't. And that's
Okay.
not my
Do you know what
question.
the law of cosines is?
That's not my question. Did
Okay,
you hear
go
my
ahead and watch
question?
the video on Thursday. I can probably help you out with that.
Did you hear my question?
I don't think he did. A great circle is just the largest circle you can draw on a sphere.
It's just a circle that's a little bit better than a good circle.
It's just pretty great.
And it's not quite as good as a fantastic circle, which is the next level.
Well, that brings
that's the next level of being a real.
That's unattainable. In
Well,
reality, that's kind of like
Yes,
unattainable.
well below epic circle.
Well, that brings me back, Bob. If you're blindfolded, right, and you're going up, you're making up a mountain and down a mountain like a sphere, or going around your block. Could you tell the difference of those curves if you couldn't see it in entirely?
I've got no idea what you're even asking. Could I navigate around the block with blindfolded?
Yes, if you're blindfolded and you're going around a curve, you couldn't because you can't see the whole Earth, right? When you're flying, you don't see it all in its entirely.
Oh,
so
okay,
if you're going up a hill and then down it as like a sphere, a curve, or going around a block, could you tell the difference of those curves?
Am I following a path?
Yes.
I
Could
would
you tell the
follow
difference?
path. I would
Yeah,
follow
but could
the
you tell?
path.
But they're both curving, right?
Over the course of a block, probably not that much.
Are they both curving?
Anytime you walk from point A to point B on Earth, you're following a great circle. If you're walking the shortest distance possible between the 2 points, yes.
Yeah.
If
Okay,
you
so they are
assume that
both
the
curving.
axis of the globe, yeah.
If you can't see it, it's entirely right. You wouldn't know if it's a spherical curve or a circle.
Yes, you would. By distance.
How is that? Can you tell me? Explain that.
Sure, by distance.
So you're telling me a sphere will have more distance than a circle when they're both equally curved?
That's not what you asked.
That's what I just asked. Could you tell the
Maybe
difference?
it wasn't clear.
Yeah, what you
Okay,
asked me
let me
was whether or not I
clarify.
was walking in a circle or I was walking straight.
Up
If
a
I
hill.
try and
Up a hill
walk
and
Straight
down
on
a
a
hill.
globe. No. Listen to the question, Bob.
Go
The
ahead.
question is, if the curve is on the surface of a globe as opposed to a curve on a flat surface, would you be able to tell the difference on a distance larger, let's say, than 1,000 miles? Would you
Yes.
ever be able to tell the difference? How so?
By the distance. By the distance between 2 points. You have a flat.
If the curve is exactly the same, how would you tell the difference?
Are you asking me if there is a difference if the surface is flat versus curved?
If it's the same circle, but rather than the circle being or following the surface of a sphere, that circle is just following it's on a flat surface, but it's the banking of the plane, if you were using a plane, for example, would be to the left or to the
All
right,
right. So,
rather than following a surface.
okay. So, just to make sure, you are asking me whether or not I would be able to tell the difference flying above a curved surface or a flat surface. Is that your question?
Yet
No.
following the same distance and a circle that
It's
has
not
the same
same
distance.
No,
That's the
No,
problem.
it is.
Okay,
It
I
is.
can get it now.
That's the whole point of the question. Is
No,
Let me
that
do
it's
it
the
now. My
same
son.
distance.
It's a different distance.
No,
That's
no,
what
no.
you tell.
Hang
That's
on.
not the
Let me try it
question.
again. Hang on, because my son's now preoccupied. No. When I said okay, so you're not seeing the whole Earth in its entirely, right? So I'll put you in a place that you don't see entirely. You're going around a block, say 2 miles, versus going up a hill 2 miles. They both evenly curved. They both have the same distance. Could you tell if you're going around the block or up a mountain? No, you couldn't.
Yeah, you probably
Case closed.
could based on the amount of effort it would take to go up the mountain compared to
That's
going
not-
around the block.
Oh, you're not getting it.
Well,
Apparently I'm not.
question
No.
better put on a plane, right? With a distance that's let's say 1,000 miles plus. It's the same exact distance, but the curve that you're following is either that of the surface of a globe, as opposed to a surface that's flat, but you're banking left or right to follow a circle of the same exact curvature of this supposed globe. Would you be able to tell the difference? And
All right.
and if so, how so? What is the
All right.
method
I'm
you
not
would
trying to be
determine that?
obtuse, but I want to make sure that I know the question that you're asking me. So, if I make a great circle curve on the surface of a sphere, will that be different than me making a curve on a flat surface with the same radius? Is that what
Correct.
you're
Yeah.
asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what would be the method to
Okay,
determine
the method would be that there would be different distances involved.
No, it's the same exact difference. It's the same exact.
No, it's not the same distance. If you are going
You
to
said
the
same
same
radius,
point,
right?
if you're going to the same
The
you're
arc
going
is the
from
same.
one point to the other point. Those points are a set distance apart. Those distances are shorter on a sphere than they are on a flat surface.
They're not. You're following the same arc.
Yeah, actually they are.
Of the same radius. So how is it different?
You'll go even further if you make a curve on a flat surface, because you're adding extra miles to your trip. It will be shorter. If you were to draw a straight line on
My
a flat
question was
surface,
specific because I said the arc with the same radius. It's just the difference of the curving of the arc.
Yes.
In one situation, the curve is as you travel, you're traveling above that arc, in terms of a globe, and in terms of a flat, you're just banking right or left. With the
correct,
plane.
and that's
But
adding
that
miles
arc
to
is
your trip.
exactly. No, it's
But
not. The arc is the
It's
same. The
adding
radius is
miles
the
to your
same.
trip, though. That's the problem.
How so? Explain, please.
Okay. Let's make sure that we're talking about the same thing. I am leaving from New York City, Kennedy Airport in New York City, and I'm flying to LAX in Chicago. There are very definite coordinates for both airports. Do you agree with latitude and longitude?
You're getting into a red herring here.
No, I'm not. Do you agree
are.
with latitude and
Well,
longitude?
I didn't bring in New York. I'm saying
I am.
on a hypothetical. Yeah, no,
I am.
that's not my question. But my
Yeah, but
question
I am.
was specifically regarding A to B, not New York, just A to B.
Okay, well, A is New York and B is Los Angeles. They have fixed locations on the surface of the Earth. If you fly over
and the
a
arc
flat
you're following
plane,
is either on a spherical surface, i.e., you're traveling straight in a straight line, and the only curve that's taking place is that of the surface, and that's what you're following, as opposed to the same arc that you would be following on a flat Earth, which would require you to simply bank right or left with the same radius of the assumed spherical surface that you, in the first example, would be following. How would you tell the difference? Go ahead.
I think I've really already answered it. So my answer is going to be there would be a different distance. You would fly a longer path, making a curve on a flat surface than you would fly over the surface of a curved Earth.
You're just stating something, not explaining it. Please elaborate. Like, how so?
The distance would be greater because in one case you are dealing with a two-dimensional triangle, and in the other case you are dealing with a spherical triangle and a great circle distance.
I think you've actually shown that you didn't understand my question.
All right. Well, I think probably the best thing for me to do would be to have you watch the video on Thursday when I talk about the differences between flat Earth distances and globe Earth distances. Maybe that might help you a little more.
Bob, because that might be true. We definitely have to check it out because you might have a lot to say on it. But are you familiar with VFR maps, which is what most pilots use for navigation?
Yeah, and I'm also familiar with instrument maps.
So you know that VFR maps aren't, they're gridded out in sections that are, they're not necessarily symmetrical, are they?
No, they're Lambert projections.
Well, they change based on a whole number of things for navigational purposes, but there's a lot of ways they could substitute and change all these distances with the VFR map. So it's like, is that an accurate way of measuring? I don't really think you could say that. Because VFR maps are just known locations at this certain point, at this certain time, at that altitude, at this speed. You change your direction, and I don't know. It's a little bit iffy.
Well, what you do is you fly according to what's called Victor Airways. Victor Airways are generally between VORs. So what you do is you fly along at a certain heading to or from a VOR until you intercept another beam from another VOR, and then you turn onto that. That's generally the way you fly these airways. And you can do that VFR or IFR.
Why do you think that they have such a weird and strange, bizarre way of plotting these things on a map? Like the VFR map doesn't look like it makes sense if you look at it. It's not like a Cartesian. It's not like the squares. It's not like a grid at all. It's just like weird, odd shapes at certain points.
It makes perfect sense. I've never had any issue with it. I don't know what issue you would have with it.
Well, on a flat Earth, you would say that, it's strange that at a certain distance, you're going to have to rethink, like that grid that you've now flown into it's a smaller size than, they've just sectioned it off into different, distances, and they've changed, I don't know.
Well, the sectional maps cover a certain area. And yeah, the sectional maps cover a certain area, and that has to do with where air traffic control is located. So, for example, here in Michigan, you want to talk bizarre. Now, if I'm down by Detroit, I'm under the control of Cleveland. If I'm up by Sault Ste. Marie, I'm under the control of Toronto. If I move a little bit to the west and I'm over by Newberry, Minneapolis picks me up. If I'm down in Southwest Michigan by Chicago, or by Kalamazoo, I'm under the control of Chicago. It splits pretty much where I am. The border is about 10 minutes north of me by car, and just a couple of minutes. As soon as I take off from my airport, I'm in another air traffic control zone. And then you have subsections within that. So I have to talk to, say, Saginaw. And then as soon as I get out of their small area, I have to talk to Cleveland. And then as soon as I'm done with Cleveland, which is just north of where I live, I've got to contact Minneapolis. If I get up towards the eastern UP, I've got to talk to Toronto. And they'll
exactly.
switch you around all over the place. And each one of them has their own map, their own section map.
Well, that's why it's suspicious. It's not like you have a nice formal symmetrical grid system.
Well, we do now.
Are chopped up into pieces that,
Yeah, but we have it now, though. We have something called ForeFlight right now. And you can see a version of that for free in something called skyvector.com. You can go to that and actually look at the maps.
Hey, Bob, are you the programmer or the operator?
I've got no idea.
What? You have no idea if you're the operator or the programmer of that system that you just spoke?
I just fly where it tells me to go.
Oh, so you're the operator.
That is an honest answer.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, he's the operator.
I think you got to give Bob credit when he's honest, and he's correct. A lot of this is pretty much you trust your instruments. That's the first thing they tell you in flight school, and the second of all is that you're gonna be in touch with the towers, and they're gonna tell you through the radio very actively what you should be doing. There's nothing that they don't account for, and if you deviate from those paths, you're in big trouble.
Epic trouble. You have 4 miles either side of your flight path. You have 4 miles either side of your flight path. If you go out of that without permission, they're going to ask you why you're out of it. And if you're an IFR, you're gonna get a phone call from the FAA.
Yeah, you're gonna get grounded, and they might scramble the jets or whatever. But that kind of adds a little bit more credence to flat earthers when they say, "How do you expect us to measure these distances if we live in a box that pretty much says it's this or you're in trouble?" Like there's no free exploration, or you can't just jump in a plane and go exploring.
Sure you can.
No, they're gonna ask a bunch of questions. You gotta have a clearance.
No,
you
don't need any clearances. You don't need to do anything. You can take off, fly VFR
you
under
can't
visual
go into
flight
flight
rules.
lanes that are active with commercial jets, and there's just certain places you cannot fly.
I can't reach commercial jet altitudes.
You don't
They
have
fly
clearance.
No, I don't have the engine.
Well,
I don't have the engine.
I'm not talking about altitude. I'm talking about like you can't just fly over like Area 51, for example. That's obvious.
Yeah, there are places that have flight restrictions on them, but they're few and far between.
Okay,
Even military areas.
That's what we say about Antarctica, right? You got to give us credit because that's what our argument's been. There's places you can't go.
Yeah, they're generally penguin rookeries about the size of my yard. You can see across them.
Oh my god.
Well, yeah, I mean they're listed. You can go look. You can go pull them up and see what they are and what size they are. Most are less than an acre.
And some of them are about as large as huge portions of the Atlantic Ocean.
No, some of them are as large as a couple of square miles.
Well, I think that would be easily refuted by anyone who could use Google.
Go right ahead and do it. And then while
Watch
you're at
my
it,
video on Thursday, Bob.
No, I mean, go ahead and do it.
That's funny.
No, I'm doing the math on Thursdays. The reason I'm saying that, I'm doing the actual math on Thursday.
Well, come on, dude. If you were honest,
The
you would
actual
have
math.
to be a little bit honest with. Let's just meet
Yeah.
halfway, because there are absolutely locations you're not allowed to fly into, and these are
Absolutely.
You're trying to minimize how large these portions are, and I think that's a little bit dishonest. And I'm not saying you're dishonest, but it's not like you can just go out and freely explore. There's
Sure
set
can.
paths.
Where can't you explore? You can't go to Area 51. You can't go onto a
What would you
military
call
reservation.
restricted airspace?
Restricted airspace is what I would call it.
Yeah, and
Generally,
if you're an American, can you fly over international territory? No, absolutely not.
I do it all the time.
You don't fly over international airspace.
Sure you do. You
Well,
fly over
okay.
Canada all the time. That's the way you get from here to Buffalo. You fly over Canada as long
You're
as you
not
don't.
flying over North Korea.
And what the hell does that have to do with me flying over
I know
Canada?
why, because you can't. It's restricted. That's my
So?
whole. So if there's
There's a
restricted
reason for it.
airspace, you're not flying over it.
I realize that. I told you there's restricted airspace and there's also what they call temporary flight restrictions. So, for example, when they have a game down at the college, you can't fly over the stadium. It's illegal. And if the president's there, you're going to see an up-close view of an F-16 if you try it.
Same thing with the Antarctic Treaty. There's laws and restrictions that prohibit you from flying at
No, there
certain
aren't.
altitude or latitude and longitude.
No, they're not. You have certain requirements to fly over Antarctica. All right, there are certain flight requirements to do that.
You would call it a requirement, whereas I would call it a restriction.
Well, then you would do it wrong because you have to have a certain. For example, you have to have a 4-engine aircraft to fly over Antarctica for safety reasons.
That's a restriction.
That's a safety requirement. There's a difference.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's missing the forest for the trees, man.
That's
If I say you're not allowed to
delving
do
into a
something-
semantic
Yeah.
argument.
No, there's a difference between a safety restriction or a safety requirement and a flight restriction. You're not restricted
It's
to
still
flying over
restricted.
Antarctica. You're restricted from taking a Cessna over it without special permission.
Well, that's what he
There are
said.
requirements.
That's my whole
So
argument.
you're in agreement.
Yeah, just go rent a 4-engine
No,
plane
no
and,
reason
and,
to argue.
and a pilot and go for it.
You're like frustratingly agreeing with me, which is
Yeah, I know. Isn't it a pain
That's
when I
fine.
do that?
Well, I mean, I think there's no reason for it. This is well-known information. You're not going to be able to do certain things. You'll say it's out of safety. I'll say it's out of restriction. Now that's basic. That's just semantical, but we're still saying the same thing.
Yeah, I'm also still perplexed on the fact that you said a right to left arc as opposed to an up and down arc has a different distance with the same radius. I'm perplexed upon that.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I'll show you the map
Same arc.
if you want to see it.
It's the same arc.
No, it's not really because it has to do with
Well, that's my
where the 2
that's
points
my
are.
point.
If you have 2 points that you're flying between, and 2 of those points are on a sphere, and 2 of the points are at the same coordinates on a flat plane, the shortest distance between the 2 points on a flat plane is a straight line. If you put a curve in,
that's what you're missing.
All right.
I'm not saying it's a straight line. That's
well,
my whole point.
okay, here's the problem that you run into.
It's straight. It would be
You keep
straight.
interrupting
It's actually no.
when you
sorry.
ask me a question.
Well,
You
because
keep
you've
interrupting.
demonstrated
Well, hold on, you
over
just
and
let him-
over.
Well, let's let him
He-
respond though.
Yeah,
Let's let him respond.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Yeah, we can have a conversation, but we just can't interrupt each other. Now, if you are flying over a flat plane, the shortest distance between 2 points is going to be a straight line between them. If you add a curve into that, you're going to be adding distance. If you are flying over a sphere, you're going to be following a great circle path. That's curved because it's over a spherical object, and that's spherical trigonometry. A great circle path is a straight line over the surface of a sphere. There you go.
I think the confusion here is he's not saying
Eggshells.
whether it's yeah.
Please, let me just explain my own argument. Bob,
okay.
we agree, right? But in my instance, the curve which I'm talking about is not following the surface of the Earth, and I'm not talking about the shortest distance. I never brought that up. You did. I'm simply talking about having the same arc. Your arc in your example is that of a globe, i.e., the shortest distance. You said straight, which is ironic, which is not straight. It's a great circle, so it's not at the end of the day a straight path, is it? on a great
Yes.
circle path?
Yes.
Is that straight?
Yes, on the surface of a sphere, that is a straight line, as a great circle.
A great circle is a straight line. Can you confirm that, please?
On the surface
Say
of
it again.
Yes, on the surface of a sphere, a great circle is a straight line. Yes.
Okay, does everybody hear this? A great circle is a straight line. I repeat.
Well, for one, a circle is a concept, and for two, a straight line does not ever coincide with any type of a circle due to the fact that it's not a straight vector or tangent. It's arcing, right, in a curved
an
fashion.
arc.
So
Exactly. So it's not straight. But he's saying it's a straight line. For
It's
some
a
reason.
straight
I don't
line
know
on the
why.
surface of the sphere. When you
What's
look at
that?
it from the top down, it's a straight line.
Yes, it is.
I don't care if you look at it from whatever. I'm talking about the actual path, not what it seems to be from one vantage point or the other. I'm talking about
yeah, I mean,
a great
if you look at
circle
it from
path is a circle, not a straight line. It's an arc.
yeah, there's nothing
Silly argument.
alluding to anything straight within a circle. Again, even a circular fashion. You might have equal altitude potentially, but you're still heading in a curved fashion. And I'm assuming there's an equal altitude. And that's the only thing that you might be able to assume that would be equal, but that doesn't explicitly denote anything being straight.
Yep, I agree with that.
Why are we
Bob,
scribbling over such semantics?
no semantics here. Bob, you want to take that back? It's not straight. It's an arc. That path, whether it be following the surface of a sphere or banking right or left, at the end of the day, it's an arc, not a straight path.
I'm comfortable with what I said. Thanks.
No, you can't have a straight arc.
Well, according to Bob.
What color is this line, Bob?
Hold on, Dice. That's a little bit. Because, like, I mean,
Like-
if it's geometry you're talking about, there's things that are geometrically impossible. You're not going to have a straight
Spherical
line arc
geometry, isn't
ever.
it?
Yeah, but that has a presuppositional like claim to it. You're saying that you know it's a sphere, and therefore, from that presupposition, you can build off of logically. But the thing in question is your presupposition.
The only thing
Yeah, all I did
straight
was
on a sphere
was
would be the
was
polar axis
compare.
running through the sphere.
Yeah, sorry, Dicelo. All my question included was a comparison between two arcs of the same radius, which are arcing. In one example, assuming a globe, so it would be arcing in a vertical manner, and one would be horizontal, but still holding the same radius, i.e., following the same arc and same distance. Yet your answer was that these arcs would have different distances, and the whole point of my question is the fact that they hold the same distance. It's just the
All right, so let's
orientation
go
of
ahead
the
and
arc.
answer that. Let's answer that according to the way you're asking it. I'm going to take a piece of paper and I'm going to draw an arc on it. Now, if I put the paper flat on the desk, it's going to have a certain length, that arc. If I turn the paper perpendicular to the desk, it is the exact same arc and it will have the same distance. However, my answer was between 2 points at a specific latitude and longitude for both of those surfaces.
Yep, I get your answer, and it's non sequitur according to my question, because my question was regarding the arc itself rather than point A to point B, a straight line. I expected
Well, then use
you
my
to
paper
understand
now.
that.
Then use my paper now.
No. You understand my question rather than me trying to fit your answer to my question, because I'm the one who asked the question.
Well, I've answered it both ways, so you can take your pick.
No, you answered it one way. I'm waiting for the other way.
I don't have another answer for you.
So
you're not willing
assuming
to say that the arc, whether it be curving vertically or horizontally, would actually, with the same radius, have the same exact distance. You're not willing
That's
to
what I
say that.
said. The arc on the piece of paper. You put the paper on the desk. You move the paper. You flip the paper perpendicular to the desk. It's the exact same arc, the exact same radius. It's the same length.
Exactly. And my question would be, if you are following either or on a great distance of 1,000 miles plus, let's say on a plane, what would be the method to determine the difference of the orientation of the arc?
It would depend on the orientation of the plane. If the arc was on the table, you would be making a turn to the left or the right. If the arc was upright, perpendicular to the table, it would be up and down. That's how you would tell the difference.
Well, you're not telling me how.
Well, in one, you're turning to the left or the right. In the other, you're going up or down.
So how would you determine the difference?
Do you know what the difference of left or right versus up and down is?
Do I know?
I can't make it any clearer than that.
Well, here's the thing: is left and down and up and right are always in reference to your surface. So if your surface is curved, right, spherical, then your up and down and left and right are never really consistent across your spherical globe, are they? They're only means at which you can operate your direction. But to say that up and down is consistent across that spherical sphere would be a lie.
Okay, well, if you want to use it, we weren't talking about a sphere. We were simply talking about a curve on a piece of paper. If you would like to add the sphere to it, if you had the paper on the desk and it was curving, you would be turning. If you were going over the surface of a sphere with exactly the same radius, you would be maintaining your distance from the sphere the entire time.
My question was, what's the method of determining that on a plane?
Okay, well, once again, if the paper is on the table and you're turning, I would assume that the way that you would determine that would be your compass heading. All right.
Yep. Now we're getting somewhere.
If you were going over the surface of a sphere, your change you wouldn't be able to tell the difference because you were maintaining a straight without turning left or right and a level altitude over the surface of that sphere.
Well, that's my question. How are you determining that?
Okay. Well, let me answer it again then. Exactly the same way as I've answered it before.
No, if you're gonna just repeat what you said, then that's fine. I got your answer.
If you're going over the surface of a
again,
sphere
please.
And you are not deviating to the left or the right, you can measure that. If you are maintaining a set distance above the surface, you can measure that by the fact that your altimeter does not change.
In both instances, your altimeter wouldn't change, would it?
No.
So why are you bringing that up?
Because you're asking me to tell how I'm staying in level flight.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Okay, well.
Again,
all
man,
right.
I've asked the question like
all right, I'm not going to answer
three different ways.
I'm not going to answer it anymore. I've got to get working on this thing, but thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Good
Yeah,
talking
Bob,
to
it
you.
was good to hear you. Definitely gonna check out that video you have upcoming.
Yep, yep.
If you ever have, if you want to like host any like sort of live stream or anything on here, that would be sick.
Is there a subject that you guys would like to have, like sextants or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's probably about 20 people here itching to have a one-on-one with you.
Oh, sure, anytime.
So that would be awesome.
Yeah, sure, anytime.
Hey Bob, do you have any videos on light, like the history of how they figured stuff out about it? Like how it works, and I think that would be interesting.
I agree with you. I think that would be a great thing to do. How they determine the speed of light. It's a fascinating story, and I'd like to do a video or two on it. But that'll be for the future. I've got a couple of other projects I'm working on right now. I'm working on Longitude and the Apollo program, but I think that I'm probably going to work that one in because that's a great topic.
Yeah, light is the common denominator for a lot of these arguments, I feel.
Good thing we measured it.
Well, you've divided. You've said light moves this way, and divided by 2, it must mean here we go.
What's your confidence level that it's not 2 divided by 2?
Well, it's
What makes-
clearly medium dependent, right? And pressure dependent, and a lot of other variables.
Medium dependent? That's been tested also.
Well,
Pressure?
spectroscopy is
Yeah.
one way of their limited understanding, because the medium is going to be the deciding factor.
Do
So
we
if you
have
wanna
some
die on that
magic
hill,
medium
good
that we
luck,
don't?
but we got a lot of just other alternative ulterior.
Do we have some magic medium that we haven't seen yet?
Well, you
So
haven't accounted for the ether yet.
Myok man yet again in the room, opening up conversation or shutting it down.
Depends. Are you going to monologue for an hour?
So you've been warned. The people
Yes.
in the server are aware of your behavior. Be careful.
Oh, I know they are. I know they
Be
are.
careful. This is Earth
Okay,
awakening,
so do we
not
already,
Earth
do we already have
sleeping.
threats? Do I have to bring Geo in on this?
Yep, Earth awakening, not Earth sleeper cell. Militant forces.
All right, Geo, do you hear your moderator?
Yeah, but this just isn't the place to air out that kind of stuff. So we could talk off the live stream at some point if needed about.
Yeah, did you guys have like a run-in just recently or something?
Yeah, no, he went psych.
I had a bit of a moment last night, but anyway, moving on.
Yeah,
on.
Moyok's
Let's
one of these
move on.
people that will open up
All
the
right, Gio, I'm out.
conversation
Have a good
or
one.
shut
This
it down.
isn't,
Well, I
this
didn't
is
see
political.
anything wrong with what Moyak was saying at the moment, but
Not exactly opening up the conversation.
So, how about them Mets?
How about that airline food?
Hey, Dr. Bob, what are you going to set the line at for the Artemis mission? You think they'll do it by, I don't know, 2028?
No, I don't know. You talking about the return to the moon?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know when they're going to do it. Last I heard, they were shooting for 2024, but I haven't seen any announcements.
They've already blown that off because apparently the spacesuits aren't up to snuff.
Also, they got sued by
Safety first.
They got sued for a defense thing, and they said now that it's going to push it back. Jeff Bezos sued. He wanted a cut of the program. and
Oh
they
god,
said
that
no.
I'm sure I only heard the weirdest version of that story, but wow, it sounded shit.
And
So
then
your way into a space program, just oh my god.
then they asked him. Oh, then Musk sends him some sort of like a silver medal.
I do like Elon Musk. He does seem a bit unhinged at times, but he also just has such a good energy.
It's hard not
Such
to like
strong
Musk,
fuck,
even
yeah,
if you're a
fuck the
flat
man
earther.
energy.
And then now they're saying that, that Grimes said that she wants to start a lesbian commune on the moon of Jupiter, just to get away from Elon and his fanboys.
There'll be some frigid lesbians.
I'm okay with space lesbians. I don't know. Well, it's a fun time to be into flat Earth because the Globers are going wild with their ideas, and all flat Earth has to do is sit back and watch the show, right?
Yeah, enjoy the show. Yeah.
they're going all the way.
They're
So,
going
good
back
luck.
to the moon. They're going to Mars.
Back to the moon.
Back to the moon for the first time.
We fooled them in 1969. Let's see if we can do it in 2021.
I'm actually perplexed on whether it's easier or harder in today's time.
Special effects are way better now.
Yeah.
Well,
They
the
did it
other
with-
great cost overrun project has been the Webb telescope, the James Webb telescope. That was supposed to go into space in 2007 for a cost of $500 million, and now it's up to $10 billion. And it was supposed to launch this month, but I haven't paid attention to what's been going on.
I think they're going up
Whoa.
in October, they said.
Yeah, in space terms, as a cost overrun, that's pretty much normal, isn't it?
20 times what you originally, set out the cost
Yeah.
for it. Sure.
That's what
Seems
you
reasonable.
shoot for. Yeah.
Have they got a new lunar module?
Well, that's what the lawsuit is about, right? Because originally Bezos was awarded the contract to build the lunar lander, and then last year, or I think it was last year, they also gave money to SpaceX to, I don't know, explore ideas or something. So that's why Jeff Bezos is suing them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2024 seems kind of rough since they don't have the lunar lander. They don't have the gateway thing that they plan on having in orbit around the moon. And then they've never tested out the SLS rocket at all. So beyond that, oh, and now the spacesuit. They don't have the spacesuits either. So just with those
Are they
few
using-
little things.
Are they using curtain rods and tinfoil again, or?
I think there'll be a little higher quality paid attention to the detail, I would think.
Yeah, the aesthetics are important now. It's a thing.
Kind of interesting. I was on Sky Vector here because Dr. Bob mentioned it, and they have a TFR scheduled for October the 1st.
What's a TFR?
Temporary flight restrictions, and it says it's for the space launch, some space launch on the 1st. It says from 2:45 to 3:15. And I just looked on the website on NASA, and there's nothing that I see for scheduled launch. But I might be looking in the wrong place.
Well, there's what is that for California or Florida or Texas?
Florida, off the east coast of Florida, right off of Kennedy Space Center. There's two little orange circles if you look at skyvector.com.
So I think ULA, United Launch Alliance, I think they launch from Canaveral. So it could be some kind of like a military thing. Because they do a lot of payloads, and then they don't really make a big deal about announcing those kind of things.
That's true.
Lots of times they're unmanned resupply rockets for the ISS and things like that.
Yeah, they must get pretty good at refueling the ISS or something.
On a plane you fly, Dr. Bob.
Those Super Bowl T-shirts aren't going to get themselves there.
Or the gorilla suits.
Docking at 17,000 miles an hour, though.
Oh yeah, those guys are great at math. There isn't anything that math can't account for, from what I understand. And their globe model predicts it. How convenient.
Oh, it looks like they're going to launch the James Webb Telescope in December 18th. I've been saying for about 7 years now that I would take the over anytime they announce a launch date. And that's been a safe bet for 7 years.
Well, I'm gonna hit the sack later, guys.
See ya.
Peace out, Egypt.
Peace out, man.
Have a good one.
Bob, do you mind if I ask you an astronomy question? I don't want
Yeah,
to
go
put you on
ahead.
the spot or anything.
No, go ahead.
How did you determine that we orbit the sun rather than Jupiter or the moon?
That's a great question. You can tell from the geometry of the planets. Now, for example, both Mercury and Venus exhibit full phases, including a new phase. All right. The outer planets do not exhibit full phases. And the only way that that can happen is that you have to have some planets that are closer to the sun than we are versus some that are further away than we are. The other thing that you can look at is you can look at Venus, for example. The size of the full Venus, where it's fully illuminated like a full moon, is 1/7 the size of the final crescent of Venus, because it's full Venus is on the other side of its orbit from the sun, and the sliver of a crescent of Venus is on our side of the orbit of the sun. You can also measure the distance directly between the sun and Venus and the Earth.
Well, I was with you until you said measure, because I think you meant calculate, right?
No, you determine it by parallax, and that is a measurement. I don't play the game that, math isn't real. Math is a measurement, it's a triangulation measurement, and it's simple trigonometry.
Well,
radar as well.
Flat Earthers have been getting roasted recently because they can't distinguish trilateration from triangulation. Do you know the difference?
Nope.
Well, trilateration is the measurement of distances, where triangulation is the measurement of angles.
All right.
So I don't think you would be able to say that these are known distances with triangulation, because all you're doing is measuring angles.
It's fine. It's called parallax.
No, it's called measuring an angle.
Yeah, parallax is just you notice things moving in the background. versus.
Yeah, it's an angle. Yeah, it's an angle, and that's how we determine the distance.
But that's not distance. That's just angles, though, right?
And you use the angles to find the distance. It's a measurement of the distance. Yes.
Well, that's got to be based on some amount of assumption, right?
Nope.
Interesting.
Simple trigonometry. And funny that you should ask, because Friday's video on my channel is on stellar parallax. You're asking great questions.
Hey, Dr. Bob, isn't it also co-witnessed by radar?
Yeah, we have direct radar shoots of Venus that occurred in the mid '60s, and we have a direct radar shoot of the moon, which occurred in 1946, I think. And you can use Aristarchus's calculations to determine the distance for the sun from that.
Hey, question. Why did everyone leave Brandon's and come here?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What?
Why did everyone just abandon Brandon's Discord and come here?
I'm guessing Aaron and Democ helped.
Yeah.
The promise of better moderation and a more friendly environment.
Yeah, I left Brandon's service because I was muted once, and I don't play that game.
The hope of more progressive conversation.
And I informed him in no uncertain terms the only way I would stay is if I was made a full mod, so that I couldn't be muted, and
But
he wouldn't respond.
We'll see how long it lasts with the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Well, this server's been, we've tried to go out of our way because everyone pretty much knows each other here. We're actually really trying to have conversations, and there's other servers where things can get out of control, where some people's hands are tied. So I don't think it's not like there's nothing against Brandon. I love Brandon. We're probably going to keep showing up on his show. At least I am.
Yeah, because he didn't have a show today, I think, is why people weren't over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been cancelling quite a lot.
What's up, Ruhiv?
Is he okay? Is there something going on for him?
Ruhip, when is the great observation, the great Winter Hill observation, going to take place?
I think you know when it's going to take place. Tell me when it's going to take place.
No, I've been waiting for weeks.
Yes, so have we. What are we waiting for?
I'm going to guess by part of the name of that. Winter. We're waiting for winter.
No. Tell me what we're waiting for.
The moon to turn into cheese?
No.
Ranty to hike up the hill with the auto level? Is that what we're waiting for? You're waiting for QE to be nice to you guys. Is that it?
No.
That'll be
They're
quite
waiting they're waiting to finally debunk flat Earth, and then they'll talk about the globe. At whatever date that will happen, this will be like, okay, well, sure, you got proof of the globe now. Yeah, check it out. Here's this Winter Hill observation. What the fuck? Why do you wait so long?
And they're done that.
I mean, it's flat Earth is hard to debunk.
It's hard to debunk denialism.
Well, it's hard to debunk something that doesn't have a model. If they say we don't have a model, we don't know the distances between places, I can't say, yeah, you do. I can say, I think I'm confident about the distances between places. But
so we need an imaginary concept of how something works before it could exist in reality. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying you've got to have something to test, right?
You have a model. So
yeah, we've got a model.
Why are you denying? Why is the flat Earth denying it has a model? It has a model.
Yeah, it does.
I don't really. I know that's a Nathan Oakley talking point that he doesn't have a model, but flat Earth absolutely does have a model.
Yeah. The reason Nathan says that.
Different models.
Yeah, the reason Nathan Oakley says that the flat Earth has no model is so that it can't be tested.
Exactly.
Well, no. Nathan Oakley, he's a true skeptic, and I don't think you guys appreciate true skepticism.
He's not a true skeptic. He's an opportunist. He's an actor. He's playing a role.
What are you playing,
I
Bob?
think no. Well, I mean, you can say he's disingenuous, but that's
What's
know how you know
Ruhif and Dr. Bob?
He knows the Earth
Moyoc
is a globe
and-
as much as I do. He's playing.
What
He's
role-
playing his little community.
So, I mean, if you're going to cast a stone, can you reflect on your own roles?
Sure.
And are you all interested
That's
in
it.
finding
He did
out?
surprise me the other day. I used to
So,
think.
Dr. Bob, are
but
you saying he's cashing in on that big flat Earth money? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's basically all it is.
At $200 a month,
bank.
bro, it's really doing it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's money.
I-
And it's money and it's ego.
Do you think you
It's
have a
money and it's ego.
reality? Do you think you have a reality orientated trajectory, or
Personally,
you're
I
just
think
gonna-
that he may be building his resume with it. So when he goes in for acting jobs, he can say, "Look, I was so convincing as an actor that I convinced all these people that I believed the
Dr.
Earth was
Bob,
flat,
can you hear
and they
me?
look up to me."
Dr. Bob, can Dr. Bob hear me?
Dr. Bob,
You're
can you
coming
hear
in a little
Merle?
low, to be honest, Merle. Sorry.
What's that?
Dr.
coming in
Bob,
a
can
little
you hear
low.
Merle?
Yeah.
No, I don't talk to Merle.
Oh, come
There
on,
you go.
Bob. It's a new start. We got a new thing going here. Let's try again.
Don't think
You there, Dr. Bob?
Everybody plays in this sandbox.
And he wonders why Brandon hard passed on making him a mod. Like, hard pass, dude. You've got people
So who-
turned down. You can't even
Who-
take a
Yeah.
breath.
Turn down the moderators.
Yeah, you can't even take a breath to think for a second.
Just got to play the zealot role, right?
Well, I think Bob has a lot to say that's pretty credible. And the unfortunate part is that he's not going to engage with some of our best minds. If you're going to mute Merle, you're going to really cancel yourself out from a conversation worth having. And I don't know why you would ever want to do that. So maybe there's a
Gem's
little bit of
room,
ego, but I mean, everyone's got a
Gem's
little bit.
room. Gem's room isn't
No,
interested
actually,
in
I'm kind of
reality.
busy working on something right now, and my interactions with Merle haven't been productive.
Yeah, because you're not interested in reality, Bob. That's why.
Who was asking what we're waiting for the Winter Hill test?
I know what your answer is. Your answer is you're waiting for predictions from flat earthers, which seems kind of ridiculous.
Why were you dicking around?
Who's dicking around? Maybe people
Wasn't
just
it you that asked?
really don't care about your observation, about making a prediction for it.
Or
How
I
about
make a
that?
different conclusion. I make a
Did you
different
ask-
conclusion to that.
Did you ask when he was going
You
to
know what my
show
conclusion
the results to something and then say, I don't care, I don't want to see them?
Yes.
I'm
That's
just curious
right.
about the time frame. It seems like it's been, I don't know, a month and a half since you started pitching this idea.
Yes. What are we waiting for?
I don't know, Ruhif. What are you waiting for?
Yes, you do
waiting
know
for
because you just said it.
Nathan Oakley to go. You waiting for Nathan Oakley to debate somebody outside of his arena?
No, we're asking. We've asked FE Data. We've asked Rakia.
So
we
when
have
none of them,
asked
when
SC
none of
Montreal. We have asked
haven't all of
Bev.
them told
We
you
have
that they
asked
aren't giving you
Brandon.
predictions? I mean, how
They
long are you going to
cannot.
wait for them?
No one will. I don't know.
And so what? Ranty's never going to do it because no one will make a prediction.
I don't know. What is the conclusion you think we make, Globers, with this?
Say that again.
What do you think the conclusion that Globers make when flat earthers cannot make a prediction for what should be expected on a flat earth?
I don't know. I guess the conclusion they make is that you can look 90 miles with a piece of optics and tell you what the horizontal is 90 miles away. That's the conclusion.
And
guys
where
have made.
will Blackpool Tower be when you look through the auto level?
Who
I
just
think-
me?
Say again?
Who just suppressed me?
I didn't notice anyone.
Okay, because it came up that I was being suppressed on the channel.
What kind of predictions are you looking for? Are you looking for a mathematical prediction?
Yep. Just the angle down to Blackpool Tower, and if we can see Isle of Man, then the angle down to Snæfell.
Well, are you aware of how many times?
Just real quick, Bob. I think somebody might have accidentally moved you. I'm just looking at the audit logs. I think you were moved to a different channel for some reason.
Okay. Well, it's probably an accident.
People on their phones can accidentally do that. It's not that. Yeah. I don't think it was intentional.
You went into the spirituality voice chat.
Yeah, that was probably on purpose.
Well, I did some soul searching while I was there, so I feel better now.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Bob.
It's the kinder and gentler Bob. I aspire to become the new Ruif.
You're very zen now.
Ruif.
Very zen now.
Well, to Ruhib's point about the predictions, I mean, just in this community, we've heard Mick West change the refraction calculator how many times? So it's like, how patient do you really want to be with us? Because we can give you some numbers.
What changes?
I don't think you guys would be as patient with us as we've been with you guys.
Well, now the
What
the
changes?
Earth curve
refraction
calculator
7/6.
includes refraction. That's 7/6. That's the new radius of the Earth.
Right.
The Earth is no longer 3959. Now it's like 4,000
No,
something.
the Earth has a radius of 3959.
Hold on, Ruhib. Listen. I don't know how long you've been in this community, but we've had people
Possibly as long as you.
Hold on. Well, we've had people literally change the Earth curve calculator based on refraction multiple different times.
Right.
So that's not our problem.
I've only seen it once.
You guys reifying your model for the sake of being more correct over the years, but that's based on that's our criticism. That's flat Earth criticism.
Well, that's a good thing then, isn't it? So they refined the model based on points that you brought. Excellent.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't understand why you guys are so like vehemently against flat Earth, because the only reason, like, we've been strengthening anything you guys have ever done in ways that you guys aren't even appreciative of.
Fine, we're trying to do the same for you, but you guys don't even have a model.
Not. You have this casual mocking personality that sets.
Yeah, because you don't have a model.
And
when you guys have a serious model and test it.
That's the funny thing too. It's like no model in the next sentence is wrong model. Into the next sentence,
we make a model for you.
I have a model of how the Christmas presents are going to get delivered.
Have you got a new mic today, Jerry?
What's that?
It sounds so different.
I'm a changing man.
Well, I don't see how any globalist could ever give Flat Earth a hard time if within the past 5 years we've improved your model by changing your Earth curve calculators when we have the discussion about refraction. That's because of us. You realize that?
Fantastic.
I predict
we're not just know-nothings. We're skeptical-minded people that appreciate criticism.
Using
the curve calculator, I don't recall a change beyond the adding of refraction to it. It was a simple curve calculator that refraction was added to. And it's 7/6R hasn't changed. So when did they change it and modify it?
Mick West has had a lot of conversations before he completely detached himself.
Moyoc, do you want me to pull up the Wayback Machine and we'll see how many times it's been changed?
Oh, it's been changed
Sure.
a lot.
And how are you talking changes in the actual formula or changes in the layout of the page?
The formula.
Well, I guess we'd have to go and look at each.
The formulas haven't changed.
The formulas have absolutely changed.
No, they haven't.
Why would you say that? It absolutely has.
Because they're simple formulas.
Yeah,
the only change has been adding refraction. Okay?
Well, no, because we've had Nathan Oakley debate this, and over the years, through these Earth curvature calculators, they've literally changed them throughout the years because of criticism that they've received.
They've added refraction.
No, they've changed the formula. They say it's out
I
of
fucking guarantee you they haven't changed the formulas.
No, the formula's been the same.
That's why I'm surprised. I can't see any change in the formula itself. The
Okay.
layout of the page may have changed, and he also has created an exception. What do you call it? The advanced curve calculator, which allows you to tweak all the knobs for different variables. But the basic Metabunk curve calculator, and I guess I'm just not sure where the changes have been. What formula did he use before?
It wasn't 7/6R. What do you think
Yeah,
7
they've
over?
added
Hold on,
refraction.
hold on.
We've
Let me ask you a
understood
genuine
that.
question. Where do you guys think 7/6 came from? Maybe you guys are new enough to
It's
not
refraction.
really appreciate where that even came from. Yeah,
That's
but
a
it was
simplified
pushing
standard
them on it. It
refraction
was flat
that's
Earth.
been around. Standard refraction has been around for decades or possibly
It was flat
centuries.
Earth.
Yes, but
I can
7/6R
derive
has not
7/6R.
changed.
Do you guys know how refraction actually works or what it effectively does?
No, they don't.
All right.
It
Here,
affected
let me help you out. Let me help you out. What refraction does is it makes the radius of the Earth appear to change. It makes it appear larger.
That's what I said.
Generally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In general, I
and
mean,
the
there are
black
exceptions,
swan
of course.
destroys that through and through.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does, because the horizon isn't what Alberuni ever initially measured. But
Okay, where's the
whole
horizon on the
debate.
black swan?
The whole debate about the black swan is
No, go ahead and tell me. Where is the horizon on the black swan?
okay. Well, when Alberuni measured it, he didn't measure it for over a duration of
That
a week.
didn't answer
He
his
measured it at one
question.
instance. So how did he get 3959 if he made one observation and then concluded it was that radius?
What makes you think he made one observation? But that wasn't my question.
No.
Well, we have him
Answer the
documented
question.
saying it.
Yeah, just answer my question. Don't bother with Alberuni. Answer my question. Where's the horizon on the black swan?
It's further than 10 miles.
No, it's at
Yes,
1.85 miles.
No, that's your calculated mathematical reification.
No, it's
Yes,
based
absolutely.
on measurement.
No, it's not. It really, because listen.
All right. How did I come up with the measurement?
Listen, you didn't measure anything.
Sure, I did.
No, you did. Listen, the horizon on both models moves and changes on an hourly basis.
Okay, but how did I come up with that measured horizon for the black swan?
Good question. How did you do it?
I measured the amount of the oil rigs that were hidden below the horizon and used that to determine where the horizon was. I also used it to determine the effective radius or the refracted radius of the Earth.
You're implying radius.
Yes, I measured it.
No. Okay. If I wake up one day and I have like a theodolite or some sort of measurement device that can see long distances, every hour that distance is going to change. Right?
Is it going to change the distance across the ground between 2 points?
Yes, refraction will cause that effect.
It'll change the distance between Los Angeles and New York?
It'll change the difference between Chicago and you knowing it and seeing it versus you seeing a mirage.
Okay, so here, follow me with this for just a second. If you measure the distance between New York JFK Airport and LAX in Chicago, they are both at known coordinates. They have a known measured distance between them. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree.
Great. Is that a flat Earth distance or is that a great circle distance?
It's absolutely a flat Earth distance.
Great. How did you figure that out?
Because it's observably seen. That
No.
Well,
No, you can't do that.
Hold
You
on.
can't do that.
You're going to have to start with an observation somehow, Bob.
No, tell me how you figured out the distance between New York and
All I
Los
said
Angeles.
before you cut me off is that we made an observation.
How did you measure the distance?
Well, you'd have to start with an observation.
Well, go ahead and start with the observation
Okay,
and
so
end up with
that's
measuring
what
the
you- But you
distance.
cut me off and you said no when I said we made an observation. That isn't that what Alberuni did? He made an observation and he made he had a hypothesis afterwards. But you're gonna have to look at something before you determine anything.
Okay, I'm asking you a direct question. How do you measure the distance between New York and Los Angeles?
I would say surveying would be a good way of doing that.
Do you agree that that's been done and we know the exact distance between New York and Los Angeles?
I know a lot about geodesics and how they reify a globe based on a calculation. But
okay, well, I'm gonna put you back. I'm gonna put you back on focus again. How did we measure the actual distance between New York and Los Angeles? And is that an accurate measurement? Is that the true distance between the two?
Well, we have the Department of Transportation that has paved every distance between there. So that's a good way of doing it.
So you agree that we know the exact distance between JFK and LAX?
Well, we know, yeah, but it's not straight lines.
Okay,
Yeah, I would
great.
agree, yeah.
Okay, so you do agree that we have the exact distance, and you also agree that we have the coordinates of both locations, latitude and longitude.
Well, latitude and longitudes are reification of a globe.
All right.
Sorry,
You love that word. I'm not sure you know what it means.
Oh, hang on just a second. I got this. Do you agree that latitude and longitude are accurate locations on the surface of the Earth?
Not in every instance, no.
Great. Go ahead and take your phone. And what I want you to do is I want you to go to your location service and I want you to screenshot and publish your latitude and longitude right now.
I said not in every distance.
How about this one right
They
now?
haven't mapped out a lot of known
Is it
areas.
good enough that you don't want? Is it good enough that you think that if you publish your latitude and longitude from your phone right now, I can't send you a picture of your front door within a half an hour or within 10
I
minutes?
think where I live is a known location.
By latitude and longitude, you betcha.
No, just by the fact that people have paved roads and they've gone these distances.
I don't have any distance to you. I don't have anything else. All you have to do is give me your latitude and longitude, and I'll send you a picture of your front door right now. You want to do that?
No, because you're talking about things. Listen, I guarantee if you live in the U.S., there is a paved road from me to you, 100%.
Absolutely.
Now that doesn't have anything to do with the globe. That just means that there's known locations.
Okay. Do those known locations have a latitude and a longitude?
If you put them onto a model that reifies a whole bunch of things I know you can't verify,
Just
Okay.
answer the question, dude.
Okay, so are you
want
willing to
if you
publish
want to
your
reify a
current
model,
latitude?
then absolutely.
Are you willing to publish your current latitude and longitude and see whether or not I can send you a picture of your front door?
I'm sure you
No,
can.
just keep it to LAX and JFK.
Okay. LAX
Dude,
and
I work
JFK.
for Amazon. I know people can be sent things, and I know how these people are sent these things. These are known locations. It doesn't
All right.
have anything to do
Look,
with it.
let's stop going down that road. Do you agree that we know the latitude and longitude of LAX and JFK Airport? And that those are their true locations?
I think you know the true locations. I would disagree with the longitude and latitude.
Okay, so you don't believe
If we
in
gave you a
latitude
latitude and longitude, fuck, this is not difficult, dude.
This is what you're gonna get if you talk about flat Earth. I'm sorry, but there's a
You're going to deny latitude and longitude if I want to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Well,
Well,
and
then we
what
have
flat
nothing to
earther
talk
wouldn't
about
say
with
that's a
location.
reification? Every flat earther would say.
Well, then we have nothing to talk about with locations, and you have no idea the distance between any 2
You don't
points?
either.
Yes, we do.
Is there any incorrect latitude and longitude coordinates in the USA?
It's been constantly updating. They're constantly getting more correct, but that doesn't have anything to do with the ball. That has everything to do with them actually going out and measuring it.
So you're saying if I went out to 7443 or minus 7443, I would not find myself near my house?
Okay, there's a practicality and a utility for you doing it near you where you live. If you took this onto the ocean, you'd be screwed completely.
No,
not really.
You
Because
really
there's objects. There are fixed objects in the ocean that I can use as references.
No.
Sunken ships.
Told that.
Sunken ships.
You can't verify that.
Islands.
Yes, we can. I can measure it directly.
Well, how did you
And
measure
I can
the
find a
distance to the
GPS
Titanic?
location on any spot on the Earth.
No. How did you measure the distance to the Titanic? From your this is such a you want to believe it, therefore guess
No.
what? You understand what they tell you. That doesn't mean it's true.
I
You
did
understand
a
the model.
sextant
That's
reading.
fine.
All right, I did a sextant reading in my driveway, and I found my location on Earth within 2.1 nautical miles.
Yeah, I'm sure because yeah, definitely. Because your
Okay, so
phone
you
probably
agree that
has
latitude
GPS.
and longitude are real things?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well then how did I find my location?
Because your phone has a GPS coordinator.
No.
No, hold on.
Listen again.
It has an
I
internet
didn't use
connection.
my phone.
How are you going to say it doesn't have a fucking internet connection?
I didn't use my phone. I said I used
Your
a
phone
sextant.
has an internet. No, you didn't use it. You can't use a sextant without having an almanac. First of all.
I have an almanac.
Yeah, but
I
it's
used
not,
a sextant.
You can use a sextant and it dude. This is getting silly. Okay. Your sextant
Yeah,
isn't.
let's cut to the chase.
Your sextant isn't. If you use a sextant on the middle of the ocean, you're not gonna. It can send you in the completely incorrect direction. You have to have an almanac. Yes, you have to know the season of the year to even make that thing a useful instrument. Absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah,
And
so
we have
there you
almanacs.
go.
We
And
have
guess what?
almanacs. I have an almanac.
Your
What's
GPS
your point?
requires an internet connection, man. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Yes, it. Okay.
No.
How do you
No,
have a
you can get
GPS
'em in
without an
paper.
internet connection?
All you need is paper.
Come on.
My Garmin Plus 45 did not have a internet connection in 1995.
Yeah, and it would drive you straight into a pond.
No, it didn't have maps in it at all. It gave me coordinates.
Oh my goodness.
Can we cut to the chase for Bob's question?
Please.
All right. So Meryl, how do you locate objects on Earth? Do you agree that
That's
latitude
ink cleanser, ain't it, bro?
is the address?
If we give you a latitude and longitude, can you go there?
That's a yes or no, man.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you. Now, if you know the latitude and longitude of JFK and LAX, can you find the distance between them on a spherical surface? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Can you find the distance between them on a flat plane? The answer is yes. Are they the same distance? The answer is no.
We don't know.
The way that you can determine whether you're on a flat surface or a sphere is by measuring the actual distance and comparing it to your flat plane distance and your spherical distance.
Correct.
It matches the spherical distance. It does not match the flat plane distance. It is
Based
way
on-
off on the flat plane distance.
Based on assumed distances. Because if you're
No,
going to draw...
Not assumed. We just agreed that they were measured.
No, hold on.
No, it's a measured distance between them.
No, it's not. Because you're going to have to take a straight line, perfectly straight line. Not just what they tell you these distances are, and see in reality what it is. You can't just say, "Oh, look," you can't just say, "Oh, look, this map says this, therefore that's what it is," because
All
that's
right,
what they say it is.
How fast can an ocean liner sail?
No clue.
20 knots. 20 knots. The fastest ocean liner in the world is the Queen Mary at 30 knots. How far is it from the North Island of New Zealand to Sydney? 1,305 nautical miles. An ocean liner makes that trip in 62 hours. Now tell me, if it's a sphere, it has to make that trip at 21 knots. If it's a flat plane, it has to make that trip at 41 knots.
Mm-hmm.
It makes the trip in 62 hours, and it cannot go 41 knots.
Is that in a perfectly straight line, or are there currents and winds and various things that screw with everything?
I would make it worse.
That would make it worse.
No, because From what I understand, sailing usually depends on the direction of the wind for their own advantage.
Do cruise liners have sails?
Yes, they're even more affected by wind. Hold on.
To cruise liners.
Hold on. No, they don't. But they're more affected by wind than anything else.
All right, let me ask you a very simple question. If you want to sail in a straight line and you're dealing with massive winds and massive currents, is it faster to deal with to just sail over a mill pond, or is it faster to sail over something that you're tossed about by winds and currents?
Over a mill pond.
Great. So if you have winds and currents, that will actually slow you down.
No, not if you steer into them.
Not
Pretty much the history of sailing. You steer into the wind.
That's not my point. My point is the straight line thing. The current will shift you, and you'll have to constantly turn left and right. So there is no straight line.
So you're saying that it would be even longer than a great circle course?
No. I'm saying that you couldn't go straight. Perfectly
Okay, so
straight.
I'm saying that the course is a great circle course between the two on a sphere in a straight line on a flat surface with a different distance, because quite frankly, that's how it's farther on a flat Earth. It matches the curved Earth, the spherical Earth. It does not match, and it is a physical impossibility for it to be a flat Earth, because an ocean liner cannot make 41 knots.
What is that curve necessitated by? Is that necessitated by the physicality of the Earth, or by correcting for north and
By the
keeping
actual
on a
shape
course?
of the Earth. By the actual spherical shape of the Earth.
I don't know.
Haven't done the math, have you?
That's a claim.
Nope, it's proof.
Now, you
If the
claiming
ocean liner can make it, if the ocean liner can make it at 21 knots in 62 hours, it is the great circle distance. It is not the flat Earth distance.
there's no way apart from you just saying that to be true, I could say it proves a flat Earth just equally.
No, you can't.
What's the
Because
distance?
I can back
Every distance that a cruise ship makes proves flat Earth. See how easy that is?
What's the distance?
It's enough to reify the flat Earth model.
Okay,
No,
so
what's the
let me
distance?
ask
Number.
you this.
Really
If you can
difficult.
follow along
Do
for a
this
second,
shit as
okay?
much as you guys do.
No, follow
No,
follow
because we
along
actually have
if you can,
distances.
okay? No, just
So
follow.
do
Give me
we,
a
and it
second.
proves a flat Earth. See how
I'm
easy
going
this
to prove it to you right now. You realize that Sydney is on a certain line of longitude, right?
in your model, not mine. Yeah.
No, in
Not
every
my
model.
model. My model doesn't say that. I understand yours.
Sydney is 35 degrees south latitude. And it
And
is
151 degrees east.
And 151 degrees east longitude. Now, what is the distance from Sydney, Australia to the North Pole? It is 125 times 60 nautical miles,
How did you measure that?
because Sydney is at 35 degrees south latitude.
Well, then if your reasoning for why you believe thing is just you reifying things.
I'm not reifying
Jesus,
anything.
dude.
You're appealing
60 nautical miles per degree of latitude.
I'm sorry, but
60
look,
nautical miles
you
per
saying
degree.
reification and especially since you don't know what it is, doesn't
You're-
really help you.
you're-
And I really don't care. But
Well,
the
you
bottom
didn't
line
measure
is
it.
you are 125 degrees from the North Pole in Sydney, Australia. You can't disagree with that.
That's a claim. I don't know how
It's
you
not a
verify
claim.
that.
It's a
How did you
measurement.
verify that?
Because the equator is 90 degrees. and
That's another claim.
it's not a claim. It is a
Yes.
measurement.
No.
I don't debate measurements. So stop
It is by definition. 1 degree is 60 nautical miles.
Yeah.
That's
And
a
you're
claim.
125
No,
nautical-
it's
you're
by definition.
125 degrees from the North Pole. That's one leg of a triangle. New Zealand is also approximately 35 degrees south latitude, and it is 125 degrees from the North Pole times 60 degrees. The angle between the two is nearly 30 degrees. I don't have the number right here in front of me.
But that forms a triangle. You can measure that triangle and you can calculate the third leg. It's simple. It's 3,000 miles on a flat plane. That leg is 3,000 miles on a flat plane. It is 1,305 miles on a sphere.
Okay, Bob, do you realize? Listen, I'm patient with you, but you realize you've made claims upon claims, and I asked you, how did you know that?
I'm not making a claim. I'm making a measurement. Stating a measurement.
Possible, dude.
No, it's a measurement. It's not subject to debate.
It's not, because I asked you how you verify it, and you say another number.
Well, I mean, I verified the 69 miles thing several times. I don't know. Have you found a place where it's not 69 miles per degree north and south?
Verified the 69
You understand the QE has already verified this as well. He states in no uncertain terms that 1 degree on the surface of the Earth is 69 statute miles and 60 nautical miles.
Huey's a liar.
Well, you have
evidence
to the contrary.
No, because he hasn't verified any of that.
No,
How did
do
you
I have any evidence?
He didn't verify
that
it any more than you did.
Okay, do
I
you
do.
have
Just
evidence
find a
that
north-south
any degree
road
of
and drive
latitude
it.
is any different than 60 nautical miles?
I'd say it's by definition.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying it's axiomatic. We've described this to be that, and it's unfalsifiable because it's an axiomatic.
It is unfalsifiable.
That's a baseless assertion because you've made an axiomatic claim. How can I falsify a truism?
You can drive a road.
You guys are
You
clowns.
can verify it, and you can prove that it's not, or you can validate that it's not true.
Do we have
You
that
can
90
debunk it.
degree reading to Polaris? Do we have that?
What?
90
We're just
degree
trying to-
observation of Polaris, like the zenith.
I don't
Polaris
know.
at the
It doesn't
zenith.
matter.
Do we have that
We're
measurement?
clarifying that 60 nautical miles is by definition 1 degree of latitude.
69.
And we're not talking about Polaris, we're talking about the North Pole. I never said anything about Polaris. The North Pole is a very specific location. It is 125 degrees from the North Pole to Sydney, Australia.
Okay, so let me ask you, Bob, what does 1 degree of change over 69 miles mean? Because I've seen what you guys would call Earth curvature at 3 miles. That's got to be at least 1 degree change of tilt.
Well,
no.
Well, the one
you guys are going to shoot yourself in the foot like 20 different ways.
now the 1 degree per 69 miles is a linear function, right?
Oh my God! So it's not a visual function. We can't optically see that ever.
Yeah, but
You can't measure that with optics.
No, just get in your car, get your latitude, and then drive north or south for however far you like, and check your latitude again.
Ruhif, if I used your model of latitude, I've appealed to a model that I'm trying to refute.
No, you're validating it.
No, I'm here to tell you your model's fucked. What
No, you
part of
got-
that
you-
don't you understand?
The very fact that it's falsifiable, you can go out, you can drive
I
69
falsified it.
miles, and you can find out that, oh, really? So show me where the latitude
Oh, yeah,
doesn't match.
I can tell you how to falsify the globe real quick. They
Yeah,
say,
no, do it right
hold
now.
on, listen. If they say there's 1 degree of tilt every 69 miles, they can't ever say Earth curvature begins at 3 miles because there would be some
it does.
tilt. No,
That's
no,
not related.
no,
It's not the same thing.
absolutely not.
Not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Okay, so tilt doesn't have anything to do with the mile from the observer.
Earth curve begins
Yes,
at
it
your
does,
feet.
but it's minimal.
Okay, so 69 degrees or
69 miles?
69 miles gives you 1 degree of tilt.
Right.
Yeah.
But
the horizon
okay,
is
I see,
0.02
yeah.
degrees.
So the horizon begins at 3 miles. You should see some degree of tilt.
It begins at your feet.
How much? How much will you see at 3 miles? How
Okay,
much
so
tilt?
okay, I'll give you 0.10. Say we see.
How much tilt?
How do you measure
much
that?
tilt will you
How
see?
did you measure that?
Is
No,
that
how much tilt will you see
You didn't
at 3
measure
miles?
any of it.
How much tilt will you see at 3 miles?
Okay, would you agree that there should be some measurable tilt?
I'm not making the claim. I'm not making the claim that you can measure the tilt of an object by looking at it.
Well, okay, so
Well,
69
do you know
miles.
why?
The claim is 69 miles gives you 1 degree.
Right.
If we have a horizon at 3 miles and I see a building sinking at the horizon, because there's a bunch of people that make these claims that oh, 3 miles you're going to see Earth curvature because things go down. Okay, if they go down, that should be a degree of tilt.
Well, that'd be like
how much?
45.
How much?
45
That's not
arc
us being
seconds.
dishonest. That's just understanding your
How
model.
much tilt?
I don't
How
know.
much tilt?
I don't know.
Well,
But
give me a
it shouldn't
distance.
change.
Hold on.
Why would it
45 arc seconds, I think.
How much tilt? Let's say 3 miles. How much tilt is there of an object at 3 miles?
0.10. Well, I'll give you.
No, point
No,
0.05.
0.05. Yes.
0.05. Do you think you can measure an object tilting away from you at 0.05 degrees? Do you think you can measure them?
No.
So what the
hold on.
fuck is your point?
My point is that I don't know why you're saying that I can.
You can,
I
actually.
never did.
You guys are saying that I should and I can, and I haven't done it, and I don't even know how you guys did it because you just
Reciprocal
said
zenith angles
you
does
can't
that.
do it.
Reciprocal zenith angles
Oh
does
my
that.
god, you guys are. Look, Ruhip just said there's a way to measure it. I'm saying how did he do it? He's saying you can, but I don't know how to do it.
No, from a photo. You can't look at a photo and go, oh, it's tilting back 0.05
Bro, I can give you a
degrees.
photo of things sinking at the horizon at 3 miles. And I can give you the
Sure.
black swan that shows things not sinking.
How much angle would it take for it to sink?
I can show you things
No,
at 3
we're talking
miles
about
not
tilt.
sinking.
We're
Right,
talking
sinking, how
about
much-
tilt,
Okay,
not
so
drop.
there you go.
Off in the weeds. Off in the weeds.
Yeah, we are. We're talking about tilt, not drop.
Tilt. Okay. So say 3 miles, we see a boat sinking below the horizon. You
Dropped,
don't think,
yep.
Yeah, you don't think at the horizon to the boat there's a degree of tilt?
A fraction of a
is.
degree.
Yeah, so that tilt should be measurable by the mileage from that distance to the boat. So if I see
If you took a
you
photo,
should be able to calculate this.
if you took a photo of that boat, will you be able to measure from that photo a 0.05 degree tilt?
I know how you could do it.
I've seen pictures that would suggest that the Earth is the size of the moon. I've
And
seen
I know-
you guys
here's
use
how you-
Earth curvature as an excuse for your refraction.
Now, here's how you could do it. You could measure
ahead,
it. You could, if it was a nice still day, you could put a theodolite on the beach and one on the boat and take reciprocal zenith angles. You could
Well,
measure it
that's-
that
You could,
way.
yes.
always been
Yes,
our
you could.
argument. Yeah, we've seen the horizon change its distance over the years,
Right.
even during times of the day.
You
So,
can measure it at 1,500 feet without worrying about that much.
dude, I just don't know how you guys. Al Baruni looked at the horizon one day.
Al Baruni is dead.
Radius.
We do have people doing this today.
Yeah, but you got your 3959 from this retard.
Well, that's because
No,
his measurement
no, we
wasn't
didn't.
subject to refraction. His measurement
No.
wasn't as subject to refraction because he was just looking down to the horizon. Refraction
it.
would not vary the distance of horizon, like, would not change the angle to the horizon very appreciably.
He never accounted.
Not a lot, but it's enough.
Yeah,
That's
our
right.
whole
And he would have measured a bigger horizon, a bigger radius. Right.
Well, if he would have stayed there for a week and did measurements on an hourly basis, and he then derived an average, okay, maybe you're onto something. He didn't do that. Like it's
Do we
written
know that?
down. Yeah, it's written down what he did. What do you guys think he got this from? He wrote it down.
He took heights. He took multiple
He was
measurements.
looking from a mountain at a horizon every day throughout the week at every different hour. He didn't ever say that. So how did
much?
he get it?
How
I don't
much
know.
would
Do you believe it? I don't know.
How much would the dip angle change to the horizon?
Probably
Oh, it's
to
fuck all.
some degree measurable.
Not a degree.
No, I
Yeah,
think
it's a little bit, but it's
Yeah.
hey, no, fuck no. It's like 0.05 depending on your height. Let's check it actually. If your height, let's
Especially
go
well,
100 feet.
refraction at 6 a.m. is going to be different than 4 p.m.
You'd be surprised. Go up to the top of a mountain and see how much the horizon
I wouldn't be
changes.
surprised. The sun.
Look at the horizon from a mountain, and you will find that there's way less than half a degree change.
Oh,
That's tiny.
so-
The difference, if you're at 100 meters, it's 0.024. So a tiny fraction.
Hold on.
Doesn't
you guys,
change
hold
very
on,
much.
hold on, be careful. You guys are the globers on the cutting edge here. I don't know if you appreciate that. But Moyak kind of debunked the globe just by him admitting what we can look at. Because if Al Baruni saw a horizon at a certain distance, and you guys are saying there's tilt at 69 miles,
He took the dip angle.
Are you saying he saw a horizon at 69 miles?
No.
Okay. How the fuck did he derive a 69-mile tilt of 1 degree?
He
How
didn't.
did he possibly?
Fucking doing geometry.
No, he
Why?
never wrote it down. That's the answer. So where you guys got this from, I don't know, but you probably derived it from an equation or some sort of mathematical
You could
claim.
observe the
You
1
haven't
degree.
verified because it changes by the hour.
Not by very much.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
you don't think sinking
Particularly
is
when you're up
hold
high.
on, Ruhif. Do you think sinking refraction is the opposite of looming?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that 100% difference? One is giving
mean,
things to
100%?
rise and sink below, whereas the opposite refraction makes it float above.
How is it 100% if
Al-Biruni.
it stays within 0.024 degrees?
You tell me.
Al-Biruni was up a
Sinking
mountain.
refraction
Right?
makes things dip below the horizon, whereas looming makes things appear above the horizon. That's how.
Al-Biruni was up a mountain. He's not going to encounter sinking. All right. He's going to have a stable layer of atmosphere to look through.
Yeah,
Because he's high up.
so when the sun sets, you don't think there's going to be sinking refraction at an angle to the sun?
No, it's actually you actually get more looming at night.
No, from the observer to the sun, you're going to encounter sinking refraction over water, which is going to make the sun appear to go down because
Not
of the
from a
distance.
mountain.
Hold
Not
on,
appreciably.
hold on. Because this is one of the flat Earth's best arguments that you guys don't appreciate. At the distance to the horizon, at a certain time, you're going to see sinking refraction because the sun is going away from you and dipping down to the vanishing point. But before it disappears, as vanishing point suggests, it's going to refract away and it's going to sink. We've accounted for that type of refraction with sinking refraction, right? And the diffractive angle of dude, this is flat Earth best argument, man.
Not really.
You're not going to get sinking refraction when you're up a mountain, looking at the horizon.
If you're looking at the horizon, you're looking at something close to the surface of the water. Don't you think?
Yeah, but if you're up a mountain,
next to the surface of the water,
if you're up a mountain, the vast majority of your path, the light path to the horizon, is through a typical density, a typical downward bending density gradient. Right, the vast majority of your path will be that, not sinking. That's why you get up a mountain and make these observations, so you get away from the shit at the
I
surface.
think a lot of refraction takes place above the water.
Not really. Not from a mountain.
If I was on the top of a mountain like the Incans were, and I was looking towards the ocean like the Incans,
I don't give a shit about Incans.
Yeah, but these guys were flat earthers, so I want to make this point.
Who cares?
Yeah, well, I'm making a point because flat earthers who were Incans could describe eclipses because they had a flat earth understanding of water. And how did they do that? They used reflection pools. And they used reflection pools. They'd have one at Machu Picchu, and at a certain angle of light, they use a lens that reflected down to a lower elevation at another reflection pool, like in a village.
They used a lens, huh?
And they they reflected the light at different altitudes towards the horizon, and they were able to predict eclipses to such accurate extent that they could make architecture etched in stone predicting fucking eclipses, bro.
Do you have any links?
And guess what? They didn't use your little Glober fucking reification, mathematical whatever. They used their own flat Earth model.
Do you have any links
They based it on
to
a
the
flat reflection pool, horizontal
Okay.
plane geometry, bro.
Do you have any links to a Incan lens? Because as far as I know, there was no such thing as a lens in
Yeah, you want to
the
know
Americas.
You can read it from Cortez when he landed in his diaries. He said, "I landed in Mexico and he met Montezuma and the Aztecs, and he was a Christian glober, Spanish."
I don't care about that. Okay,
Well,
what
you
about the
don't care
lens?
about history. I'm telling you where to read it from. The Montezuma, fucking Aztec dude, was a flat earther. And the
That's wonderful. I know he's a flat
Glober
earther. Where's that lens?
Cortez, when the conquista, yeah, okay. You don't give a shit because you don't know. That's it.
No, I'm asking about the lens. It sounds like you're telling me about
you don't want to know.
conquistadors, and you're going about the Montezuma. I don't give a shit about that. I'm trying to find out where I will find a lens, and if we're talking about a lens.
Okay, so Al Biruni used a lens, right?
No.
Well, Alberuni was on a mountain and he used a lens and he looked down
No.
the horizon. Oh, I
The
don't know
lens
why are you saying no?
Because, well, I'm not positive. I didn't think that the lens had been
No,
invented
why
yet.
you're saying no?
Because you're a flat earther, that's why he's saying no.
Yeah,
No,
like,
no,
like
no,
you're
no.
asshole, because what I'm saying, you can look up and I can prove it if you want me to prove it. I'll show you where I'm getting it.
I'd be interested because, as far as I know, lenses post-date Baruni and in America, the Incas.
Yeah. Okay. So if
And
I told you
Aztecs.
the Incans in Machu Picchu had, I can give you every different evidence. I can give you literally the reflection pool itself. I can show you a picture of it.
That's a lens.
Yeah, and they had hold on. They had a reflection pool, which is a stagnant pond of water at a
Sure, I
high
know what a
altitude.
reflector
Hold on,
pool
hold on.
is.
You're gonna deny it because you don't fucking know what I'm talking about. You won't know what I'm talking about because you overtalk me. They had a reflection pool on the top of a mountain at Machu Picchu. I can give you a picture of it if you want.
Cool.
At 6 p.m., they would put sticks in the pond and measure the angles from the top of their mountain down to a little village below at different altitudes, and they could measure
That's a lens.
hold on, they could measure the distance between altitudes to the horizon at 6
Right.
p.m. at sunset. They tell us about that to such an extent. To an extent, they have calendars. This is how they accounted for
So is that a
eclipses, bro,
lens?
on a flat Earth using reflection pools at altitudes, which are
Cute.
horizontal.
That's cute.
No, that's
Now,
not
is that
cute.
a lens?
That's fucking the most badass cosmology astronomy you could ever even come up with, dude.
So that's a lens.
Like, why would you hand wave the best flat Earth argument?
I'm not. I'm asking you about a
guys
lens.
did
That's
it.
what the only thing I've been contending is that they didn't have lenses.
They don't need lenses. They understand.
Well, you said they
circles.
had them.
They made dude. They etched this in stone, man.
Wow, stone lenses, great.
No, I didn't say stone lenses. I said that they measured angles.
Were they
at
granite
altitude.
lenses?
Hold on. They measured angles at altitude with water being level in reflection pools with the time of day at 6 p.m. to the sunset.
Okay, so
This is
you admit that they
documented.
did
I
not
can
have
give you pictures.
lenses.
I can give you the ponds. I can show you the sticks. I can show you even the reflections of the shadows on the architecture of the temple
Cool.
they built.
So that
So
my
you're
only
an
contention was that my only contention was that they don't have lenses. You agree with me? Cool. You were just wrong. Okay, that's cool.
You don't need lenses to develop angles.
The only thing I was contending is that they did not have lenses, and you agree with me now. So
Oh
that's
yeah,
fine.
no, I don't think they had lenses. Yeah.
Well, you said they did, and you argued it for a
Well,
while.
no. They had reflection pools, which are kind of like a lens.
No, not at all.
Well, if you're at like 12 in the morning, 12 a.m. in the middle of the night with the moon above, you can probably get angles of light in a reflection pool that's perfectly still. Just
Right.
with
If it's curving,
sticks.
yeah, it's curving. It could be considered a lens.
Well, these guys were super obsessed about it, and it's pretty cool because it's a flat Earth understanding. These guys were flat earthers because they understood water at rest is horizontal, and they marked
you like-
stars with sticks in a pond. That's
So
the
you
most
like
badass
Aztec,
flat Earth thing you could get.
but Aristophanes, when he uses sticks,
I
that's
don't
a
care
bad
about
thing.
that, dude. Dude, you're gonna try to compare sticks in a well with reflection pools with sticks in the water measuring angles to the stars. Dude, the Aztecs absolutely stomped out every fucking Greek sticks and well shadow bullshit because they used water. Water
Wow.
gave them a horizontal mathematically to the point that they could measure angles of light even based on reflection.
So them Greeks couldn't make a stick straight up and down. That's
Dude, no, you're
amazing.
talking about Greeks, but the more advanced astronomers were flat earthers, and they were Aztecs, Mayans, and Incans because they used reflection pools, sticks, shadows of light at angles to the moon. This is advanced trigonometry that flat earthers developed because of stagnant horizontal water reflection pools of light at angles, dude. Flat earthers developed every fucking thing you know about.
Really? Didn't
Yeah.
know anything about this
Yeah,
when
and for you to deny it is like, holy shit. It makes you like a conspirator, genuinely.
European navigation was well established before we found Aztecs.
Hold on. No. You know what? Listen, I don't know if you've ever read Cortez journal thing. when the conquistadors went to Mexico, they brought a globe. Why did they bring a globe? Because they thought they knew everything about the world. So it was a religious push of the Catholic Church to say that we know things, and they completely erased a lot of, the.
What did the Aztecs think of Africa?
They thought they came from Egypt, from what from what I've read at least.
And what about China and Japan? How did they map those out?
According to Cortez, Montezuma said, "We were told you guys would come back to us."
That's cool.
Describe the Egyptians, yeah.
The Aztec mapping and their stellar observations. What did they tell us about the entirety of Earth? I mean, I believe their maps were relatively small in scale.
Well, they used to kill people when eclipse.
Oh, that's impressive. That tells me about their map.
Yeah, they understood God in the sense that, whenever the sun is blocked out at 2 p.m., let's fucking kill a bunch of people. That's what they.
Wow, they were quite the they were quite the advanced people.
Well, they understood a lot of shit. Yeah.
Yep, you have to kill people at 2 o'clock.
Well, they did it because they understood the stars.
Yeah, because the stars want you to kill people at 2 o'clock.
You don't think that when you have an occultation, there's something cosmologically, I don't know. I don't know how you could tell them that they weren't onto something.
Really impressive.
You have an occultation of moons aligning, and you don't think that means anything.
Yeah, they knew everything. I mean, that's. Wait, they're all dead.
Behind the stars aligning. That's interesting. I don't know. You must be an atheist.
You must be an Aztec. What do you call it? A polytheist.
You don't think the stars aligning means anything?
Well, what have you found that links to it?
I don't know. Pure statistical chance, maybe. The likelihood of things aligning is kind of weird. It's like a miracle.
No, it's expected.
Okay, so the people that expected it, and on certain instances, they celebrated because they were right. These guys predicted eclipses. I don't know if I told you that, but they even etched it into their architecture.
Yeah, sure. So what is the significance of the?
Correct.
What is the significance of the moon rising in the 7th house? I mean, when Jupiter aligns with Mars, what is the significance of this? Because are there more hurricanes? Are there more earthquakes?
You tell me.
Is God angry?
Hold on. Is it meaningless?
Yes.
Seems to be.
So it's just there's no reason why things align. That's your argument. There's no reason why things align. That's
what's
kind of
special?
a weird argument to make.
Could you tell me something special about it?
Yeah. Okay. So if the sun, the moon, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune all aligned at once, there's no reason behind that. There's no meaning.
No, it's expected.
It's expected. Okay. It doesn't.
I mean, you could say that there's a meaning, but I'd like to know.
Oh, I'm just curious. You're making.
Have you defined the meaning?
There's no meaning behind that. I think that may be. There's a reason
When
why we should realize it does that.
When I find 3 rocks on the beach that have aligned in the waves, does that have meaning?
If all the stars aligned, you wouldn't think that there's some meaning for it?
Well, if I'm looking on the beach and a wave comes in and three little smooth round rocks, white quartz rocks, align themselves in a perfectly straight line, does that mean something?
Not necessarily, because we could say what is doing that. We could say that it's like wind or waves or somebody just did it by picking them up. But when it comes to the stars and the planets, we don't know what's like controlling that. So there's a little bit of mystery there.
No, we know the orbits of the planets.
Well, you see them, and then you just say, well, this happens because of some math, but you don't know why that's happening.
Yes, we do. It's called gravity.
It's just a weird thing for you to say there's no reason why things align. That's just strange.
Have you what reason did okay. The last time all the planets aligned, what was the reason?
I'm not saying I know, it's weird to say that there's no reason behind
It's
them.
weird to say there is when you can't fucking give a reason.
No, the fact that all the stars align, that means that I don't know what it means. It means something.
Well, the other thing is the
You're
stars
saying
never
it
align.
doesn't mean anything.
I don't-
How can
Oh.
you say it doesn't mean anything?
The other thing
How
is
can
the
you say it
stars
does without
never
saying what
align.
it is?
I don't.
What star aligned?
It's gotta mean something.
What star has aligned that you've seen?
Say the Earth, the Moon, and Venus.
Those aren't stars.
Okay, so
Distinctly
you got
different
the
stars.
three-body problem: Earth, the Moon, and
No.
Venus. It's got to be a feminine thing, right? So
No,
Why is
those
there?
aren't
in the
Why does it have to
year of
mean something?
October, like on Halloween, if you had Venus, the Moon, that's got to be some occultation. And there's a
Really?
reason for the occult, and the occult's been documented based on these orbital phenomenon. I don't know what the stars aligning isn't me just saying that it does. It's proof. We've documented. We know about it. You guys are saying it doesn't mean anything.
So Halloween is because of the star
You
alignment.
guys are
So
saying it
what
doesn't mean
happens?
anything at all.
What happens on Halloween?
People go kill each other and do weird shit. Apparently.
Ruh, if I just
That's not my experience.
Well, it's spooky. I don't know.
I posted a video of a moonrise for Ruhif. Now, Ruhif, I want you to pause it when the story of why that is happening appears out of thin air. Go ahead. Just give me a timestamp.
Hang on. Moonrise over Mission Peak, and what was the question?
I want you to pause the video when the story of why that is happening appears out of thin air.
What?
Yeah, why does it happen? Is what he asked.
Why does the moon rise?
Yeah, that's a question that's worth looking into.
Yeah, we have
Is the
the
Earth rotating?
observation. We have the observation. Now I want you to tell me where from that observation a story appears out of thin air that tells you why that's happening.
I don't understand your question.
Yeah,
appears out of
it's the Jerry question.
A Jerry question.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
I
is.
know what that means.
The explanation for why the moon rises is because the Earth is rotating.
No, that's a story. Where does that story appear
It
in that?
explains the moon rise.
Yeah,
No,
what's
no,
the
no.
importance of that is what he's asking.
Where
what's the
is
point of
that
knowing that?
in the video? That's a story.
Where
I
a
want you to
story
tell me.
appears.
Yeah,
You're not making
tell
any
me
sense.
where.
I think you're asking for the explanation for why the moon rises.
No,
No,
you're
no.
missing it.
I'm asking for the truth.
Yeah,
What
the
truth?
Earth's
Not-
rotating.
No. Where do you see that explanation popping up in nature?
Why
Because
is
that
it
model explains the explanation.
Yeah, and models are made up. So I want
Yes,
you to,
yes. Models
Yeah.
are made up. Yes.
right, but
Yes,
right,
they are.
and
Right.
reality is not. You see
Right.
the moonrise. You don't see the story of why it happens. You have to make something up.
Right.
Okay.
And if your
Right.
model matches reality, you should have confidence that your model actually reflects reality.
Yes.
No,
No,
Yes.
yes, absolutely.
you have
Oh,
a
it does.
story
My
It does
model
reflect
makes
reality,
predictions, and those
absolutely.
predictions come true all the time.
because
I
you
should
already
have
saw
very
them.
high confidence that my model is actually correct.
Because
and
you already
reflects
saw
reality.
them. You already
That's
saw
fine.
them.
That's
if
fine.
that prediction is post-diction.
Right.
That's fine.
This terminology
fine.
of high confidence is arbitrary.
No,
It
it's
still opens the
mathematical.
door for
Subjective.
It still
It is
opens
subjective.
the door for a quantum function. Thank you.
Whatever.
One thing I can do is I can go to a place on Earth that I've never been before, and I can predict what the latitude and longitude will be if I move 1 degree to the west. And I can predict how far away that, if I move 69 degrees, I will know how that what the stars will do. I can
Well,
predict
yeah, come on, dude.
just
You're
in motion.
You're appealing to a model, bro. You know that.
Yes.
No,
yes,
I'm
we
proving
are.
the
Yeah,
model.
you're okay.
Yes, we are.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. You're appealing to a model that's falsifiable.
Validating a model.
No, it's
Yeah,
you have a
falsified.
falsifiable model.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay, so guess what? We found out ways of falsifying it.
I know that you haven't,
And
but
one of the
shoot
ways
anyway.
you falsified your model is with refraction. You've changed your understanding because of the criticism and the skepticism of flat Earth.
Well, you haven't
Hold on.
shown me that yet.
The black swan is just one of many examples of us proving you don't understand shit about light.
The black swan only
I-
reiterated that there's
You guys
refraction,
don't know anything about
which has been around since Isle of Man in this debate.
Yeah,
And before.
2017, 2018. Yeah.
and you guys are ether deniers also, coincidentally.
Do you have any evidence of ether?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really? Very
Yeah,
cool. Tell me.
I can tell you. You know what? You know what? You know how I know it? I don't think you have a cause for energy, whereas the ether gives an explanation for the cause.
That's evidence.
That's your story. That's your story.
In your model,
There's your story.
Hold on. In your model, what's the cause of energy? Go ahead.
I
don't know. But here, what's your story? Tell us your story.
The ether provides an explanation because it gives you a
Yeah, how good is it when models provide explanations?
It gives you a framework from which everything can be rendered.
Thank you for telling us a model.
Your model can't do that.
But your ether
I
has
don't know
model
whether it can or can't.
is inadequate in terms of explanation.
Yours has no
I don't know whether it is or isn't.
explanatory power. Your ether can't be.
You don't have a cause for energy.
You can't differentiate the different space time from ether.
Space-time.
You have no
What
properties
causes
of ether.
Moyak?
You have no properties of ether.
It's
You've
the
just used a word.
Say it again.
Yeah, but thank you for giving an explanation, that your story, right? Thank you.
You don't have an explanation for energy. The ether does.
I don't. I personally don't. I don't know whether there is or isn't.
Well,
I don't know.
that's an inadequacy of your model, not ours.
Yours is just an assertion.
You
Yeah.
guys falsified yourself because you don't have an explanation. Your model
Okay, what
doesn't
tests
tell
do you have of ether?
where energy comes from.
So
The
your
ether
hypothesis
absolutely tells you the source of energy. It's
Your
an
hypothesis-
Test the ether.
framework.
Test it. Test your model.
Okay, everything that you've ever tested reifies it. There isn't any experiment that falsifies the ether. Everything makes
Well, there you go.
because everything makes sense of the hypothesis. It's
If you
scientifically
can, is it unfalsifiable?
everything.
You've just said it's
validates the ether.
unfalsifiable.
Your model.
Yeah. What
can't tell me
test
where
can you do to falsify it? What test can you do to falsify it?
No, I'm done. You're a troll.
No, actually, this is a very serious question. You've given us a hypothesis, like let's say loosely a hypothetical that there's
Yeah,
this
let's
thing called ether.
lower.
Now, from your hypothetical, you now has to give me some methods by which I could test it.
Yeah. When you're making a software program, you're going to have to work within an engine. The engine is the framework from which everything in that game can take place.
Wonderful assertion.
Hold on. Okay, no,
Yep.
it's not. No, it's the framework from which everything has potential.
Cute.
You guys
Space-time.
say everything comes from nothing. That makes no
Space-time.
sense.
I don't think
Everything
that.
comes
What's wrong with
from
that logical
something that's been
foundation?
there that allows it to happen. That's the ether. You guys don't
Space-time.
understand that, and that's
Space-time.
why. Yeah,
You
you're not.
can't falsify your ether.
It's
How
a,
can you possibly falsify your ether?
How can you
is
falsify
there a
space-time?
location from which everything takes place? Does that
Yeah, but how do you
location have
falsify it?
energy built into it?
Space-time.
Is there everything taking place in the ether? Yeah, it's the perturbation of energy. Everything takes place within this realm.
Space-time.
How do you
Saying it's just
falsify it?
hold on, you guys are saying it's based on mathematical chance. Quantum
How
mechanics.
do you
says everything
falsify
is
the
based
ether?
on chance. It's not chance. It's based on the fact that
He's not
there's
going to
a
answer.
potential for everything
Yeah.
to happen all the time.
How do you
Seems like you
falsify it?
Does everything take place somewhere?
Yes. How
Yeah,
does
in
that?
space
How do you
and time.
falsify it?
You would have to make an argument that there's no energy.
No. You've got an idea. Like if I said, how do I falsify the globe, right? I will say, go up a mountain, choose a mountain of known elevation, and measure the angle to that mountain, right? I know what I expect to get. If I don't get that, then it's not a globe. I know if I get a different result from a test, then my thesis or my hypothesis is wrong.
And
Show me reciprocal zenith angles converging or going straight up and down. That would be a pretty good proof. And
Well-
on the regular.
well, have you
So
heard?
the ether
We've been
needs
talking
to be
about the
the-
sextant lately. Is that left lane trying to get in? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, to be able to disprove the ether, we would need to be able to detect it definitively. And if you can't detect it, then that would falsify it, right?
Well, I think the ether is more of an axiomatic claim that we've defined something this way. So the instance from which everything has energy is the rendering framework that we call the ether. Everything
It's a
takes
completely
place.
empty claim.
No, because it matches even Newton's law. Energy
Yeah, but
can't
it's
be,
empty.
hold on. Think about this. Energy can't be created nor destroyed. That's implying an ether. It's all taking place within an energy field. Now, how that energy field perturbates, there you go. That you're talking about the ether. Even, dude, you guys have gone down a mathematical plausibility route of chance. You guys talk about light in terms of a probability. That's just the direction you guys went down. But the ether is a field from which everything can be energy transmuted in different forms. It's like way more exciting and much more likely to be true than fucking mathematics, dude.
And totally not evident.
And totally based in the fact that electricity and electromagnetism are just instances of energy and forces have vectors, and fields are the area and the volume. Dude, the ether is pretty much the most mathematically sound understanding of physics.
Really?
When you talk about fields
Got any
and
ether
energy
math?
and that sort of stuff, you're talking classical physics, right? We agree with all that shit. And then you're just giving a label to it, ether.
Yeah, that's what it's defined as, axiomatic.
Okay, so we're just going to call it space-time then.
It's energy.
It's like the ether band. It's just the air.
We're just going to call it space-time. We'll call it space-time. You can call it ether. Happy.
No, but space-time, you're never going to have an area that doesn't have energy. Energy is just going to be a measurement of induction.
But isn't there a set of equations that goes along with relativity?
Like, you're not going to find an area without light. You maybe have an invisible light that we can't perceive, but there's going to be an energy everywhere. There isn't any place in the universe that doesn't have zero energy.
Right. So
Why?
how's that
Because
mutually
we live in a
exclusive
fucking
from
field.
space-time?
Oh, so we live in a field of perturbation. The field of perturbation is an energy field we call the ether. You guys don't
We call
have
it
answers
space-time.
for it in your model. That's
No, we
not our
just call it
problem.
space-time.
We can describe it. You guys are fucked.
We call it space-time.
Space
You can have your word, and that's fine.
Okay.
And space-time is testable.
Well, so is electromagnetism.
Yeah,
Yes,
which is not ether.
that's electromagnetism, not ether.
Yeah, but what about that dark energy and dark matter stuff? Isn't that because space-time equations don't account for like the vast majority of the things that go on out there?
Dude, they have to explain things because they don't understand light. They call supernovas extreme light. And they think they think that extreme lights are supernovas that explode into different frequency levels.
I don't think anybody's
they
ever
don't
called
really
it extreme
see
light.
anything. They just measure light at different frequencies. And they say it's distances. What the hell are you talking about? How could you know that? It
I've
could
never
just
heard
be
the
a
term extreme
fluctuation
light
of
before.
energy in a field, idiot.
What is extreme light?
Extreme light could be a perturbation of energy, a fluctuation.
No, nobody uses
Yeah, they
extreme.
had. You can measure
Extreme light from.
fluctuation with a
Dude, why don't you ever answer questions? What is extreme light? Nobody's ever heard of this.
Because he's a flat earther.
high energy. High energy.
No, it's just light. Light, and light
Yeah,
at any
that's what light
frequency
is,
is the
high
same
energy.
amount of energy. Photons don't change in energy.
Photons don't exist, dude.
Okay.
There we go.
Individual light rays.
There's no rays. Light doesn't have a speed. It's an induction.
Really?
It's the medium
So-
itself causing the induction.
So now we're back to
Ether
what?
physics. Hello. Welcome back.
Ether physics. Please give me some.
Yeah, everything takes place within a field.
What field?
The field of energy. What field
It
of
just-
energy? Oh, the thing that manifests everything. What manifests everything? I don't know. Maybe the framework that allows it to happen. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means the potential for things to happen at all. Like,
All right, I'm
there's
going to bed.
a
This is
logic
ridiculous.
behind
Good night.
why we argue this.
Good night.
Now,
Harold.
Sir.
Hello. You're just talking shit, Sinclair. How about actually talk about the flat Earth? How are we going
I
to
don't
work
know
out
if
what
it's
shape
flat.
it is?
I don't even know if the Earth is flat. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I think there's good arguments for it, and there's enough for us to be like, shit talk this stuff. But
Talk about the sextant.
Well, I tell you what, I am impressed that you hang the way you do.
Yeah.
like ether shit is super cool. Like
Yeah,
I
but
feel
it's
like
just word salad.
it's a way of understanding energy that kind of manifests in like a different way of. It's like learning a new language. Like everyone knows that if you believe in atoms and particles and all that shit, that's one way of using the language. But there's a lot of other languages that you could describe this shit in different ways. So it's like being multilingual in a fucking monolingo reality. Like normie shit will tell you about quantum whatever. Ether is another way of trying to tell you something in a different way. So I don't know why you would ignore it. It's useful.
Were you going to talk about the sextant before? Someone brought it up. I thought it was you.
Well, I've heard a lot about the sextant. I don't know what it proves. I don't think it proves either or.
I think it proves it re-demonstrates the whole 69 miles per degree of Polaris, just with a different star. That's all.
So let me ask you, Ruf, you weren't into the whole Inca, Maya, Aztec reflection pools? Why do you think reflection pools were like an ancient way of describing the zodiacs?
I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, dude. Flat Earth, man.
Okay.
The Incans used to, in Machu Picchu, have reflection ponds that were stagnant water that measured angles at different altitudes. From the top of Machu Picchu down to a river tributary, they had a reflection pond. And at 6 p.m., at different angles, they could get absolute calendars of the sky. They built their reflection pools with sticks and water that implied horizontal lines at their base, at angles, at certain times, to such a degree that they built the architecture to even match eclipses. This is like the most ultimate flat Earth badass fucking cosmology that's documented by even people that were Catholic Globers, like your shit comes from. Flat Earthers have such a different fucking like utility, like it just works. And
Work in the same way that celestial navigation works. Like, is it all about measuring angles to stars?
well, the Egypt, if you like, I'm saying, like, okay, so the Mesoamericans are said to be Egyptian background. They arrived there from boats and ships and sextants and all that shit. And because they understood navigation, they could sail across the oceans. And the Egyptians settled the Mayans, Incans, and the Aztecs, and all these other guys. And they even have the same calendars because they use the same architecture. So what do you think about that?
It sounds like a story that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
But everything to do with the celestial navigation.
Yeah, celestial navigation proves a globe.
No, these guys they weren't globe. That's the argument. Their
Celestial
whole
navigation.
cosmology came from reflection pools, which are
Yeah, which are angles to stars, right? Which are angles to stars, correct? I don't know what they are, but from what you're saying, they sound like angles to stars.
Why did Columbus get lost then?
I have no idea.
I thought you said that they had the whole world figured out for 2,000 years.
Yeah, they figured it
They
out.
knew the shape
25
of the Earth 2,000 years ago. Yeah.
Then they would no. Then oh my no, they wouldn't get lost if they had the geometry of it because they'd know the radius
Why?
distances.
How would they know where Australia was?
They could sail directions at speeds and calculate the distances with trigonometry if they knew the radius.
Right. But how would they know where Australia was?
They would know the distances.
To what? They don't know Australia.
They found it.
Eventually, not 2,000 years ago.
Well, I don't think they crashed. I think they discovered it because they maybe have accounted for it.
They discovered it.
They weren't the first ones to discover it, so there you go again.
That's true. True again.
Flat Earthers were there
Aboriginals.
before them.
Aboriginals were here before. Indigenous people.
Have you ever heard, when they say the missionary position was like a sex, like fucking
Yes,
position?
I have heard of the missionary position.
When the Catholics went to these new little villages, they took the monk. He would have a globe, and he'd spin the globe, and he'd walk slowly into the little town, and they would entrance them, saying, "Hey, we know everything about all of this," and they talked them into that shit. Yeah, and then they had missionary position, from what I understand. So they fucked these cultures completely.
I agree.
And they're globers. And
Okay.
we've kind of understood.
Hitler had a mustache.
That's true. Absolutely.
All mustache people are evil.
I have one comment about how humans might spread into the world. So I believe in the Bible. So there is this story about the Babylon and the Babylon Tower. People were speaking the same language at the time, and they were building back days, and they were building a tower to reach and to go to kill the god to the heavens, and they wanted to kill the god, and God didn't like that idea, and God gave them all different languages and spread them around the world. So I believe that's why we have the population originally spread all around the world, and they are just, that's also why we had different languages. That's my opinion how it happened, but that's because I believe the Bible is true. So that's my comment about this.
That's a good point. Really good point.
I don't believe the Bible.
Well, Ruhif, you would believe that mathematics was the unification language that everyone could kind of understand.
It's a good word, yeah. Universal language, yeah.
So from a biblical understanding, God spread out everyone in confusion with language, and the Greeks re-understood it in a language through mathematics. And then other people caught on, and it became a very precise way of describing things.
Yes.
Do you think that at a certain level they could have taken that too far?
Taken mathematics too far?
Yeah, if you're going to describe things, you can go down, pathological, what would you call it?
Do you have an example of what you mean?
Trees, logic gates, I guess.
Do you have an example of this happening, like of anything?
Yeah, like,
What do you
so
mean?
if I thought the end of the world was happening in a year and I joined a cult, I would go into the logic of that the end of the world is going to imply a lot of things. So
Yeah, but the problem is your belief that the world's going to end, right?
well, I think you guys have come to a logical outcome that says that if this, then that, then that, then this, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So you're really deep into your worldview. That's fine. But you have to acknowledge that you're really deep into it. And there's a lot of other explanations also. You're just super indoctrinated to believe in that doctrine, I guess. I don't know.
When you say there are a lot of other explanations, this is when I say, show us your flat earth explanation. Show us your flat earth model. We've asked you to explain everything for years. Because we know the explanations, and we know that you don't have the explanations.
I don't think there's anything you would want that we don't have an explanation for, because I'm not offering you anything that flat earthers haven't already kind of figured out.
Yeah, but they haven't figured it out, right?
Nothing that I'll ever tell you is going to be original. It's only going to be
I know.
original in the sense that you probably never heard it. But
Some of the shit's a bit out there from you.
and I came up with it.
It's just simple shit like angles to Polaris. How does that work on a flat Earth?
How does it work anywhere? If you're going to measure it, you're not measuring distances because
Yeah, right. Just measuring angles.
calculate. Yeah, well, I mean, I listened to Right the Hand, and I think that he made a really good point just recently that a lot of these distances, especially with trilateration, are an implication of hypothetical distances. You're never actually measuring any of this. You're just hypothetically thinking and implying things at a rate to a certain point. It's like,
I would say we're using geometry and trigonometry.
yeah, no, but you're adding angles. You're using angles to add in a whole bunch of shit that I know you can't prove. That's what I'm saying.
If I can measure the angles to things, and I can measure, if I have the 3 angles to a triangle and one side, do I know the distance or the lengths of the other 2 sides?
No, you can use angles, but you can't know the distance.
I'm asking you that direct question.
You can use angles. Angles are a good way of determining things, but you're not going to get a distance from just deriving an angle. No.
I can use angles to get distances.
Position, but you're not going to get a distance. No chance.
Yes, I can.
You can't derive a distance from measuring.
This is trigonometry.
No. Yeah, trigonometry is you being the center point of a reference frame in 3D space. You can't derive a fucking distance from you finding your reference frame. That's
if I have a triangle, if I know one side of a triangle and 2 angles, do I know everything about that?
When you're using trigonometry, you're assuming there's a 3-dimensional place in time where you can find a reference frame and determine 2 other distances. Like, you're not going to be able to do that with every different understanding of life. So distances are one of those things that's what Einstein ran into, right? Field equations. How do you measure distances between 2 points in relative 3-dimensional space? Nobody knows what he was talking about when he came up with that shit. But your whole model of gravity is based on 3-dimensional relative positioning and an ever-expanding mathematical equation that I know you can't even describe.
If I draw a triangle on a piece of paper and I know the distance of one side and I know 2 angles, do I know the distance of the other 2 sides?
No,
yes, because it's on
not.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I do.
Because it's on a piece of paper. But in reality, there is no such thing as a line.
Yeah, you're not thinking 3-dimensionally.
No, you can calculate it. You can calculate it. You can calculate it and then measure it.
2 dimensions.
All right. No.
No, you.
But you're saying I can't measure anything.
No, and listen.
Why can't I measure the distance of anything?
Because on paper, you're going to get a 2-dimensional surface. You're not going to get a distance in 3-dimensional pore space.
Why not?
Because it doesn't give you. You can't derive all the information. You're going to have.
You're saying I can't measure distances in reality?
Yes, and not in your model. Apart from you going there physically and experiencing it and timing it.
I can measure distances in reality. Okay.
No, dude. Your Einsteinian relativity field equations of how do you derive location in pore space.
I don't care about Einstein's relativity. It's irrelevant for what we're doing.
You can, because there's no such thing as a
you
fixed
guys are
point.
gravity believers.
Yeah.
And
There's
I know
no
you
such
don't know
just
the
accelerate
math behind
downwards.
why you are a gravity believer.
All right. There's no such thing as a fixed point in absolute space in your model.
Well, in my experience, there is, right? Under classical Newtonian physics, there is, right? We're basically living in a 3D Euclidean space.
You guys say everything is moving.
Right.
All the time.
Right.
In different directions. How would you calculate any of these. How would you know any of that?
We can measure the centrifugal force of the rotation.
Oh my god.
One thing is that only way to measure in world with triangles, you have to put on satellite or some hot air balloon in above, and you have to know the exact distance about that object from the ground, and then you can measure or kind of measure some kind of distance. But if you have an object in the sky that you don't know the distance from the Earth to the object, okay, you cannot never measure the distance to the ahead of you. So do you understand? So you have to have the fixed point in the sky, which distance you have to know exactly, not imagine
we don't
the sun
actually
or
need
something.
for something
Yes,
like
you have
Polaris.
to. That's either way you live on a paper.
For something
That's
like
stupid.
Polaris, for any star, we
Okay.
don't need to know
Come
the
on.
distance. We don't need to
Yeah,
know
you
the
have
distance.
to. You cannot draw
No, we don't.
the star in the paper. Draw
We
the
don't need to know
Polaris
the
in the
distance to
paper.
Polaris.
Yes, you have to. You don't
No, we
understand the physics
don't.
around.
We don't need to know the distance.
Okay. I'm not sure how to put it into you, but you have to figure it out by yourself. But you have to have 1 point
angles to
distance before.
Polaris. No, you don't. The angles to Polaris only make sense on a circle with a distant star a long way away, effectively infinite.
Yeah,
that's the only way those angles make sense.
No, you. How many times I have to make this? But okay.
Yeah, and how
I
many
think
times
I
do I
can
need to
never
tell you
get
that
your
the
answer.
distance is irrelevant? It's a long way away.
No, in triangles, you have to have one distance and one angle before you can do anything.
Yeah,
You have
we're
to have
talking
these
about
two.
what makes sense with the angles.
I don't care about sense, making sense. I care about how the
Clearly you
triangle
don't.
is. Yeah, you have to understand, you have to have two things. You have to have the angle and the distance to one point
I don't
to
need
measure
the
the
distance
third
to
point.
Polaris. I don't need to know the
You're
distance
just
to Polaris.
repeating like a parrot.
I
You
know,
don't understand
because you're
what you're
not listening.
talking about. Okay, I'm
Show
listening now.
me,
Try to.
show me how, on a flat Earth, how the angles to Polaris make sense irrespective of the distance.
How about in reality? What do you mean on a flat Earth?
Well, how do they make sense if the Earth is flat?
You just
It's
look
angles
at
to
it and
Polaris.
you get the job done. Why do you have to
Right,
imagine
so
everything
where is
else
it
about
then?
some flat Earth? You just
Yeah,
Where is
you're
Polaris?
just pointing at something.
Right,
What
and
are you talking about?
Is the star in that direction? Is the star in that
Hold on,
direction at a location somewhere?
Jerry, let me ask him this question. Ruhif, how did you determine its location? If everything
I didn't determine it.
Hold on. Well, if there's orbits and all this other like moving space and vectors and Big Bang and black energy or whatever, how did you get the distances and speeds from any of these stuff? Of any of this? Like, how did you determine
Distances
relative positions in objective space-time? How did you guys do that?
between what and what?
Yeah, exactly. How did you determine distances?
Yeah, but give me
with
examples, like distances for
hold
what?
on. Well, this is the question. How did Einstein measure distances between two relative positions?
I don't know.
I don't know how he did it. That's the Einsteinian answer we're looking for. How do you measure
Right.
distances, time, and motion?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know fucking Einstein
Nobody
relativity.
knows, right?
And
So,
what?
okay, well then that kind of debunks your understanding of what's happening.
No, it doesn't debunk anything.
You can't
Right?
explain
I have asked. My question is,
light,
if I
motion.
see Polaris in a direction, is it in that direction? Is there a star in that direction where I see it?
How could you
Right.
objectively know?
Well, we have a model that fucking
Everything's
explains
moving. How
it.
did you determine?
We have a model that explains it, right?
No, because Ruhif, you're saying that all this is figured out and you know precise, but then you're just saying just arbitrarily point somewhere, and that'll prove it. You're saying
Yeah,
that
there's
just
light
arbitrarily
coming from
pointing at something. What's that?
There's light coming from something somewhere.
No.
No. Holy shit.
Hold on. Let him finish.
Yeah, it's
Come on, dude.
Gotta let him finish. All right.
Light doesn't come from anywhere.
There you go.
It's not a thing that travels. Unless you could tell me
whatever.
what it is.
Is there light? Is there light somewhere in that direction?
Guess what?
Whether
Light-
it travels or not.
Hold. This is why you have to call out the ether deniers, because they don't understand fields. Everything takes place somewhere, and it only takes place because the medium allows it. So everything by necessity has to be induction. So welcome to electro, whatever you want to call it. It's all under
Is Polaris
not
an
your umbrella,
object?
by the way.
Is Polaris an object?
It's a light.
Yeah, okay. Do you know of anything that have light that aren't objects?
Reflections.
They're mirrors. Mirrors are objects.
Well, are reflections things?
Mirrors are things.
How deep do you want to go with this?
Well, mirrors are things.
Are apparitions things themselves? That's like multi-level refraction.
Apparition.
That's like
You're
seeing
not-
ghost type of refraction.
Talking about light source. Anything of
Light
that
source.
I don't
Is
think
Polaris
you,
a light
hold
source?
on. You can't determine light source if you're just measuring an energy. If something's brighter than another, maybe they're just lesser lights. It doesn't mean they're reflecting off of things.
No, I don't.
No, because the heliocentric model says the sun gives light to all the planets.
Well, but we
but
were
there's also
talking about
another chance that because they're lesser lights, they're not directly involved.
How do you make sense of the angle to Polaris if the Earth is flat? Simple question.
Well, every angle is imaginary because it's not measured.
Well, it's not.
It's hypothetical. And
Of course you can measure
hypothetical
an angle.
reality is going to be based in mathematics.
You can measure an angle. Are you saying you can't measure angles?
You can't measure an angle to Polaris.
Why not? It's a dot in the sky. Why can't I measure an angle to it?
Because you're using imaginary geometry.
It's a measurement of an angle. Are you saying angles
No,
don't
it's
exist?
not a measurement. It's an imaginary line. You're drawing an imaginary line.
So
And
It's
you're
an
saying
angle.
this imaginary
You're saying
line.
angles aren't real?
I'm saying
Angle
you're
of
drawing
what?
an imaginary line.
The angle of
Angle of
Polaris.
what?
You didn't measure anything. You said,
The
"Here's
angle-
my imaginary line."
It's an angle.
You guys are liars.
Scene cleanser, come on, man.
Yeah, come on, dude. We're trying to have an actual conversation, right?
How can you measure a distance with only you're measuring an
We're
angle?
not talking. We're not talking about.
I'm
distance.
putting
We're
this.
the angle of Polaris above the horizon.
Angles aren't
Above horizontal, at least.
Okay, can I put it in a simple real life thing? Imagine now a high building and stay like 10 meters from it. The angle to the top of the high, or let's say skyscraper, is pretty almost 90 degrees. Yes, and when you start move away from that building, the angle will go down and down and down. Further away you go, and then it will go down. That's called perspective. That's called perspective. Yeah.
Yep. Do you know that we can, if we know the distance and the height, we can work out the angle?
Yeah, but you have to
Yeah.
know. You have to know the height.
Yeah, we can do that because we're on a flat plane, right?
No.
And we know the distance across the ground.
And you can calculate the height from the
Yeah,
angle.
we can calculate it. We can calculate the height. Yes, there's a relationship there, three-way relationship.
You guys should just ask, what's Einsteinian motion? What's
If you
formula?
move away,
Stop
if you
deflecting.
move yeah, if you move away from the building to the point that the building is 45 degrees, the building height is the same distance as you are away from it.
Yes. So let's apply that to Polaris.
What's its
If we see Polaris at a 45-degree angle, All right, and we're 5,000 kilometers away from the point that it's overhead. How high is Polaris?
How did you measure the distance?
60 nautical miles per degree.
I'm talking from you to the star.
No, from me to the North Pole.
See, I don't know if I know enough about star charts. Like, there's got to be like a sextant measures up to the stars, right? Sometime at night.
Yeah, we've measured it at 45 degrees, right? And we know that we're 5,000 kilometers from the North Pole.
Let me ask you this, because I don't know enough, but I've heard a lot of people talking about sextants. When they used them at night, were they measuring to stars?
Yeah, they're a bit difficult to use at night, but yes.
Because I feel like a sextant might be more accurate at night than at like sunset or something.
You usually use them early in the morning or late. Yeah. The stars, yeah, you need to see the horizon basically.
But like at nighttime, you'd have to use a star chart, and that's why they use like the almanacs or whatever,
Right.
seasonal whatever.
So who can do the trig? If we're 5,000 kilometers from the North Pole and we see Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizontal, how high is Polaris above the North Pole?
I don't think you could know that.
I think if you did year 9 trigonometry, you could know that.
If it were a flat surface, it would be 5,000 kilometers.
Correct. I would like to hear a flat earther say that.
Oh no, you can't get any distance out of any of this.
It's trigonometry.
You're not going to get a distance though.
It's trigonometry. Yes, it's a distance.
How does an angle give you a distance?
Because we know the distance to the North Pole and we know the angle.
Yeah, how does that give you a distance?
Fucking trigonometry. Did
Okay.
you pass high school mathematics?
Okay, you got a 90-degree angle, and then you got a distance from that. How did you do that?
You got a 90-degree angle. Polaris is above the North Pole.
Yeah, how did you get a distance? I don't even know. I
From
don't
the
even know
North
how you
Pole.
do that.
The distance from the North Pole.
I think you guys. I don't know what you're doing, but.
Oh, hang on, I gotta go.
You guys are good.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. If it's that easy to find your, where you are because of a sextant and you see the stars, then why was longitude like such a big problem for sailors until like 1761?
It was not a big problem. Longitude line changed like 3 times. It just ended up at Greenwich because it's where the global trade came from. The point is, the longitude line was irrelevant. They navigated with latitude lines for hundreds of years. Listen, Ruhit,
Right.
you're talking about 5,000 miles, 45 degrees, 5,000
not
miles,
here.
right? Basic. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Flat Earth Data, can I ask you a question about sextants?
Sure. I haven't used one in a long time,
Did they ever use sextants at night?
Well, I think the best time is the least amount of refraction, which is in the morning
what would
time,
they measure to at night with the sextant?
or early morning. Well, they would have a fixed
Jupiter,
position.
maybe Polaris. Who knows?
Well, would be always a fixed position, right? So whatever fixed position they.
Now, flat Earth data, my point is that it's not just using a sextant when you're on the high seas.
My thing right here. What I remember from the H290 or whatever it's called there in the almanac, that every position, every star is at a 90-degree zenith, measured in time, right? So if you're going to take the
Measured in
position of the
time.
star, yeah. So they're.
What does it mean to measure in time?
1 second. Can't hear you. 1 second. So if it's got a 90-degree, that's a form of a measurement. And if there's a time that particular star will be around that 90-degree zenith, that's a time, right?
Okay.
So from what I remember, I have to go back. It's been a few months. But anyway, the point is that all those positions our markers are at 90 degrees all over the Earth, right? So wherever you are at that position, the star along that almanac, along your course, any star along that path is going to be at 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, right? So as the Earth being a circle, you can take that 60-degree nautical mile and deduce the distance between those two angles. Whatever your fixed position is, or whatever your landmark, or whatever the horizon, whatever you're using, you have to use something fixed, right? So to measure against, and that could be the horizon, it could be the sun, it could be the star, right? But the point is that those particular stars, I remember, are all measured at 90 degrees. So it's only possible if you're using, Euclidean geometry or plane trigonometry, right?
Data. Here's the thing I know they can't answer. How do you get a distance from an angle?
So in this case,
especially if you're looking at the sky.
In this case, the quantification
I'll
of
give you the angle. You're not going to get a distance. That's the answer. There's no way you could know a distance to something.
No, that's not true. I'll give you a factor with the human eye. The human eye is to the body proportions have ratios. So everything is derived from ratios, right? Trigonometry being one of them, but the human body is also based on ratios. For instance, the size of your thumb and the distance that you hold it out to your eye, well, there'll be a ratio there. And from that mathematical ratio, you can actually calculate the distance to objects. As long as you have, the value, for instance, let's say a 6-foot man or 1.8 meter man fits the whole size of my thumb in the distance. Well, I know that the ratio of my thumb to my eye is 1:20. So what I do is I take the measurement with my thumb. I know it sounds silly, but this is ratio based. So I can point my thumb at the guy. He's the whole width of my thumb. I just take the 1.8 meters and I times it by 20, and I'll actually get the distance to that man. So there are ratios that are constant, and that's one proof. The human body has a constant ratio, right? That you can actually deduce distance from, as long as you know the height of the object.
Well, here's the thing about Einsteinian motion is that if you can tell me what unique relative position is in objective, space, I don't know how you're going to get distances from objective, relative. I don't know how you would even calculate any of this stuff. If you've ever looked into Einsteinian motion, unique relative positioning is a mathematical equation that I don't think anyone can make sense of. There you go.
You always need a fixed position, but I don't know. I mean, if you have one fixed position, but there's multiple fixed positions, I don't know how far you can really take your calculation.
It's crazy.
So anyway, if you're talking about the sextants, from what I remember, I'm going back into it all again because I did this a while when I researched the astrolabe, and I trying to fuck around with the sextant. I was trying to get one. I was like, because they're pretty fun to have. But then I just realized,
FPD, real quick.
Yeah.
I saw a picture of people on the ISS using a sextant. Do you know how that works? I don't know how that works.
Seeing 3% of the Earth and using a sextant. I don't know.
They
what do you mean?
The ISS and they were using a sextant.
Okay. Well, Admiral Byrd used the sextant flying in a plane. They're pointing at a fixed position, right? And then they're measuring the angle from that one fixed position to the next fixed position, and deducing the distance to create, or looking at calculating an angle and deducing a distance between it, right? Between those 2 points. So if you know you're pointing at a mountain, and the mountain, the height of the mountain. Well, at least from your position in that 2 angles, and if you know the height, you can deduce how far you're away from it. That's basically the law of sines, right? So you can do that. I mean, law of sines would actually help you calculate the height of the mountain, only changing between 2 distances. So, right? Now, how accurate it is, that's based on your instrument. And if we're using ratios with the human eye, that's going to vary based on, the size of somebody's thumb and their length of the arm from the eye, right? It's a 20 to 1 ratio. Sorry, not a 1 to 20, but a 20 to 1 ratio. So take 20 times the 1.8 meters, and I would get.
Flatter data. You know, you should really talk to an optometrist or whatever they're called.
Yeah, so I've talked to them.
You actually ever sat down with an interview with someone?
No, so that's my plan.
Fascinating conversation.
Well, that's my next plan. Is I actually
a fucking optic guy.
well, I have a dual purpose, right? Like I was talking to this guy was working at the coffee shop, planning on opening his own shop, right? So I'm supposed to go see him. I've been putting it off, but as of late, for purpose reasons, I'm noticing that when I'm driving down the road, that 50 speed limit is starting to come, it's starting to kind of blur on me there. So I was like, well, that's a good reason to go back, and because the last time I went in, it was cold calling, right? And it's kind of like I went in like because one lady asked me, she goes, "Are you doing a report on the blue lenses?" Right? Because there was an issue, some scam with the blue lenses and stuff with optometrists a couple years back. Right?
Yeah, like a
because I was.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I was going door to door, right, to all these optometrists, asking them questions on the fly, right? And because I was new, I suppose, on the conversation, right? I could verse it better now, or I could basically have a more concise explanation of what I'm asking. But the point is that most of them, when asked, they literally said, "I've never thought of that before." So if I actually get in an interview, and it's pretty priceless, right? But that's on that level. Maybe they just, they don't see it as a big deal. But the fact is that they haven't thought of it that way. It's quite fun because there is a way to. They do it in video games, right? So there is a way to calculate this.
Like, whenever I talk about this shit with anyone, nobody's ever like against hearing it.
What do you mean?
Like, if you bring up flat Earth with people, they're never like weirded out. They're usually just curious.
No, it's still there's still weirdos, or I shouldn't say weirdos. They're still weirded out by it, but it's not as where it was like 5-6 years ago. No, it's definitely the psyop that they put on the people has definitely broken them down, numbed them out, right? Oh yeah, okay. One more to the pot pie.
Back.
Yeah, so going back to the almanac, I don't know if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're measuring those star positions wherever you are, and you're trying to coordinate a fixed position, or at least find your location, it's really handy to have all those stars at 90 degrees from your position, right?
Here we go.
Right. Now,
how would you pinpoint your location if you didn't have each of those stars at 90 degrees from your location?
Well,
how would you do it? And spherical geometry wasn't really implemented until after mid 1800s anyway.
Right,
So,
like right around 1830, I think, right?
The angles and the distances, right?
Well, look, the only way I can deduce it is like even at the Rayleigh criterion, there seems to be a constant value of this angular resolution that includes this refraction angular point, or refracted angular point, the cone of vision, if you will, that we have.
You talk shit better.
Yeah. So when you look at the eyesight that way, you're going to have that subtended angle have minimum resolution and minimum angle to things. So it'll be interesting when I approach that at a larger scale, because at behest to Ruhef's work and constant, wagging the dog's tail, a lot of people don't go out of their way to create a curvature calculation formula, like Mick West and Walter Bislin, to just debate, flat Earth. The calculation or the calculator is useless. It's not even applied in most reality of everyday life, right? And this is concluded when you ask people, set aside Ruhef, but normal people, that, hey, how far away is the horizon? They'll say 30, 40 miles, right? So this whole conversation, compartmentalized debate that we go through, and you go through your wheelhouse, and the other flat earthers go through their wheelhouse, it's not applicable to anything of reality, and it's just comical, right? So well done, Ruf.
Thank you.
Why do you hate God, Ruhif?
Yeah.
Why do I hate God?
What does it mean to
Yeah.
like things that hate God?
What?
Is it because you're ugly?
Are you mad at God somehow?
Am I mad at God? No, I don't think God exists.
Oh, damn. It's worse than I thought.
I was yesterday talking about the horizon and or actually the when we measure anything across the lake or across the sea, and when we go very close to the sea, let's say a couple of meters, we shouldn't observe anything in there because the moisture of the, or let's say the water of the sea or ocean is creating always moisture in above it, like some amount of meters above it. So when the light goes from the dry air or less moist air to the more moist air, it will excuse me, it will always bend. So when we do
Which way
observation
will it
near to
always
the
bend? Which way will it always bend and why?
I don't remember which way it will, but when the light is going, and then another thing is that in the ocean there might be a different, let's say, areas that there is, like the sun has warmed up the ocean a little warmer, and the moist is coming a little more in there that area, and the light is bending more in there, and there might be a little less than or less moist areas in the ocean. So the point is that none of the measure or the observations should be ever done in the close to the ocean. So I recommend to do them like couple or let's say 20, 30 meters, 50 meters above from the ocean, so the moist of the air doesn't affect so much. That's my opinion.
I 100% scientifically agree with that. 100%. That is what you should do. These observations close to the surface, really close to the surface, are pointless.
Another thing I pointed out yesterday is that there are observations in the frozen lakes, and those are a little bit more accurate, at least when done, let's say dawn and dusk, when the sun is not heating the ice. So when the air is not, it's kind of dry because nothing is creating an moist in there between the observation buoys. For example, they usually use lights. They put lights and then drive away from them and try to film them. And there, that
it's gratifying.
in my opinion is that those, if you want to do or observations close to the water surface, you should do it in a frozen lakes. That's my opinion.
I disagree with that one. When you're on a frozen lake, the surface is very cold, and that causes higher than average refraction close to the surface. Cold surface, warmer air above leads to stronger refraction.
How do you predict that? Can you predict
Well,
that?
it depends how accurately you measure it.
That's why I said that's why I said it should be done in the dusk or dawn, on even, or actually in the night, because in those, the sun or the warm air difference is not so big between the ice and between the, or let's say, the air differences is not so big. So that's why the
I still think
day is not. That's why I've seen this observation taking in day, and that is showing that the Earth is curved. But when you do the same observation at same distances, it's showing that the Earth is not curved. So they, either way, we cannot know for sure which is true because we have two different observations. But my conclusion is that because you do it in the night, it's more accurate, and therefore it's a plane or flat.
I think still the best idea is to get above the surface, because I'm not 100% sure on what happens during dawn and dusk on the ice. You would have to measure it.
What if you use an infrared camera at night to measure stars?
Still light.
Yeah, you would be measuring light at a speed or something.
That's what. Say again.
I think they could use sextants at night with infrared cameras with the P900 giving you like speeds, times. You could do a lot of pretty cool observations probably.
Yeah, good. But infrared doesn't actually change. You know that it's still light.
You would get a more consistent light. Yeah, because you filter it.
No, you can see further because the infrared light isn't scattered as much. It still refracts.
Yeah, you would get different bandwidth or frequency or whatever.
Yeah. You can see more clearly.
Yeah, got a more hyper specific way of measuring it.
I don't think it'll actually change the measurement. It's not going to change the measurement. You could probably see the horizon a bit better with infrared, I reckon.
I'm saying the refraction would be different.
Oh, no.
And
Absolutely
like
negligible.
if you used one of these cameras at night, it wouldn't be same. You wouldn't have the same type of refraction at all.
It's
You'd have, like,
absolutely
lunar
negligible.
refraction.
The difference
No,
in
you'd have-
wavelength between visible light and infrared is fuck all. Say again.
Have you ever heard of lunar refraction?
Lunar refraction, meaning what?
Yeah, the moon's light over the surface of the water.
How is it different
It's
to
the
any
same
other
type
light?
of refraction because it's a different light. It's
Yeah,
not
how
like
is it
the
different?
sun's light giving you mirages and looming. It's like a lunar refraction of like apparent like ghost ships and shit. You ever heard of that?
Lunar. Looming.
Yeah, lunar
Lunar,
refraction.
like the moon.
Like
the moon refraction?
time. Yeah, the moon causing the light to refract in
Yeah,
the
it's the
ocean
same.
at distance.
Why is that different to the
Yeah,
sunlight?
no, it's not. It's not the same. It's different because
Why?
it's not the sun.
Yeah, but what difference does it make to refraction? It's still light.
But there's different types of optical illusions. It's like mirages at night. What's that look like? You ever seen that? There you
I
go.
don't know. That comes down to the atmosphere, not the
You gotta
light from the
look
moon.
into it. There you go.
They've just made some shit up and then I got to go and research it. I don't think it's going to happen.
You gotta investigate.
No, I don't. You need to explain why moonlight somehow refracts differently to sunlight.
It's got a different wavelength.
It's in the visible spectrum. I know how the visible spectrum works.
So you agree it's a different wavelength of light.
It's a different color.
And it has a different refractive index.
All colors in the visible spectrum have a very slightly different refractive index. Sunlight or moonlight.
So the sun shining through the air during the day is going to be the moon at night. It's going to be a
It's the
different
same.
index.
The difference,
No,
the difference in refraction between between red light and blue light is fuck all.
Well, the light at night is a reflective colder light.
It's not cold light, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it is because it's a reflection. It's a lesser
Light
energy.
is not cold. Do you understand? Light is
There are
not cold.
lesser lights. There are high energy lights and lesser energy lights. Yeah. Why would you deny that?
Light is not cold. Why would you deny
The
that?
sunlight is different than moonlight, and moonlight is lesser than sun.
Right, there is less intensity, right?
There you go.
Right, it doesn't refract any differently. The same
Then
wavelength
you're
of moonlight's going to refract the same as the same wavelength of sunlight. There's no difference. It's light.
Light is gay.
You're gay. Your mum's gay.
What do you mean by light, Rubif?
No. There's no.
Say again?
I said just no.
Just no?
Mm-hmm. If we can't agree on what light is, like, where are we?
Well,
Where we should be.
you're telling me that it does all this stuff. What is it? When did you observe it do
How
anything?
do you know? What
I shone a torch through a sugar water tank. It bent.
Yeah, that's called laser
Yeah.
coherent light, which is phased differently than sunlight. It is a directed light. It's not sunlight.
Fine.
Monochromatic, by the way.
All right.
Again, fine. Have we not split out the sunlight into various wavelengths as well?
Yeah, we have.
All right. So what's the fucking point?
Wave of what? Wavelength of what?
Oh, does it matter? Am I going to say
Yes.
photons? Then you go on a fucking rant. Is that your point? Do you want to do your photon rant? Do your photon rant, Jerry. Go on your
Photons
photon
are
rant.
absolutely a conceptual understanding of quantum
Right.
mathematical probability.
What are they? You're telling me that light behaves in all these ways without even seeing light. You're seeing objects that are quote unquote lit up. You're not seeing the light. So how do you know that it behaves within the confines of man-made geometry?
Not interested. I'm not interested.
There you go. I'm done with this guy.
Yes, we're done.
Done with this guy, dude.
We live in a scientific dictatorship, Rubif.
Yeah.
That's true.
You're going to share your screen, P-Mars?
I wasn't going to, no.
I'll put something on and share it.
I'm reading the Technological Society right now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I am procrastinating right now.
I just read a book about propaganda, the formation of men's attitudes. It's pretty cool. He's saying, like, most people think propaganda is based on lies and deception, but that modern propaganda was obsessed with being factually accurate, because if, like, the people don't accept it or believe it, then it has a counter effect. So they, like, lie with facts, but they present facts that support a false narrative and then omit ones that go against it, right? So they lie with the truth in that manner. But I think that's changed now with, like, the internet and social media. This book was written.
Okay.
This book was written in, like, 1970. But he was saying, like, World War II, right? Like the German propaganda dude, Goebbels. He was obsessed with being factually accurate. Or I can't pronounce his name.
Just Goebbels.
Goebbels.
Like Goebbels. Yeah.
Goebbels. He was obsessed with being factually accurate, and there's this thing, like, he actually suppressed the newspapers he wouldn't let them report on this thing that was actually true because he didn't think people would believe it. So he actually suppressed the truth.
He was like a full pagan dude, like demonic cult.
I don't know much about him.
Castle.
I don't know much about the
He was
Nazis.
pretty badass, actually.
He's
Like,
badass.
there's no reason why anyone wouldn't think he was kind of badass. He like tried to summon like ancient people in castles through demonic geometry.
But I thought that was interesting that
Pretty
like,
deep.
yeah, he was saying that propaganda is about truth, while most people think it's all lies and deception, and that basically there's no difference between information and propaganda.
Yeah. It's all just shit you're hearing about.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what source is credible, right? Because the authorities are evil and corrupt, and then you can't just trust random people too, because they could just be stupid and crazy, or like, you basically you don't know what the fuck to believe in the world.
I don't know. Do you trust your neighbor, right?
No.
I love that meme, trust no one, not even yourself, and he's like behind himself with a gun.
Walter
been
Bislin
learning.
has a new calculator, or a new little thing on his website, GPS. Interesting.
Does he still have the flat Earth projection?
What do you mean the AE map?
I had a Gleason's rendering of it.
Oh, the personal atmospheric dome. Yeah, I think so. That's there somewhere. That was
That
hilarious.
was sick. Is he gonna do another one of those?
That was pretty cool. It's like every person has their own little dome that refracts light exactly how it needs to be to make it look like a globe.
He could
Doesn't make it look
be a
like.
flat earther, you know?
Say again?
He could absolutely be a flat earther. He's probably a flat
You're breaking up pretty bad.
I think he said he's probably a flat earther.
Walter Bislin is not a flat earther.
I'm banned everywhere in flat Earth and globally.
Yeah. Why is that, P-Mars?
Because there's
Everyone's out to get
underground. There's an underground pedophile community that's running the whole thing, and I was exposing them.
you. Yes, you were.
Yeah, so I've been hanging out with doing the God debate.
Yeah. I'm really surprised everyone came here to Geo's actually, and just fucking
what's
abandoned Brandon.
You know what's weird? I've been in the God debate for over a year, and no one has accused me of being a porn bomber.
Gee.
Isn't that weird?
That is weird. Did you porn bomb anyone?
It's almost like I never was a porn bomber, and everyone just made that up. And it was just a vicious rumor the entire time, huh?
Yeah, you're forgiven.
But everyone just believes it.
Who was I talking to the other day? But you basically framed him. It was fuck.
I didn't frame anyone. I got framed. What the hell are you talking about?
No, it was you. The dude. Who was the dude? Grim V. That's it.
What about? I didn't do anything to him.
back in the day. Back in the day.
Graham V like threatened me with a gun or something. I didn't do anything to him. I just went to his chat and said he was an idiot. That's all I did. He like went on his webcam and pulled out a gun and started cocking it. It was like, "Yeah, come here and say that to my face, electric universe or something." I didn't do anything to him.
Damn.
What was his name?
I trolled his chat, I guess.
Infinite Plane Society. What's his name?
Infinite Plane Society. I don't know his actual name. The Penguin guy.
No, it's
Tim Osmond.
Tim Osmond. Tim Osmond, right? Now, I have a theory that I have been duped by a fake Tim Osmond for years and had no idea who actual Infinite Plane Society dude was. I'm pretty sure that happened.
Oh, there was a Globe Earther named Tim Osmond, and then Infinite Plane
Oh, there
Society stole the name Tim Osmond.
Right.
To troll him.
Yeah, and change the spelling of it too, right?
Okay.
Yeah, he put like a Z
the
instead
guy
of
that
an
I
S.
know is probably actually Tim Osmond.
It's a Z in front of an S instead of an S, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I've been fucking duped for years by this guy.
There is some name in terms of the IPS guy. There also
Is
I
he
don't
still
know.
around?
I don't know if it was doxing or what, but there is a name that people were saying was his name. I think it kind of came out as what I'm saying, but I don't. I'm not gonna say it on live stream. I also don't quite remember, but I'm just saying his real name is somewhat known. If that's really who he is, I don't know. But
Is he still in the flat Earth thing, or has he moved on?
The actual Tim Osmond, I haven't seen him for years.
well, dude,
The
no,
Infinite Plane Society.
IPS. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's sort of like IPS. Like, it seems like he lost most of his audience, but he still has like people that follow him for sure. He still does this infinite plane radio. I guess like every single time he creates a YouTube channel, he claims that it just gets shut down instantly. So he just keeps creating new channels. So it's sort of like he doesn't really have any like very many subs, but he still does a thing called like infinite plane radio, and he has people calling in and stuff. So, but it's not really as much on Flat Earth these days. Now it's on like, you know, hoaxes and media events and all kinds of stuff like that.
All on the Plane.
Yeah.
All on the Plane is now Paul Lindbergh on YouTube, and he's got his Paul Lindbergh channel has 30,000 subs, and his Paul on the Plane now only has 1,000. And he hasn't done anything on that channel for 2 years. And his Paul Lindbergh last video was a month ago, just a mirror from Mitchell, Australia.
I invited him to the
8
server,
months.
actually. I invited Paul on the plane. I sent him a DM, so yeah, it'd be cool if you joined.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we'll argue about flight paths. Because he had this pilot on years ago. Was it years ago? I think he had the Vertical Freedom guy on. The Vertical Freedom guy said that to get to LA, you go from Sydney to Anchorage and then down to LA. And we're like, nah, I've flown it fucking a dozen times, straight, direct, Sydney, LA. Going pretty much below Hawaii.
Paul on the plane's awesome. I like him a lot.
Just people to argue with Geo.
His Faking Space series is excellent. It's just spot on. And he goes through.
I think you
all
sent
this
that to me.
stuff.
I think you sent it to me.
It's good stuff.
And I watched one.
I think he's got a good discerning eye, and he's a good researcher.
Good researcher and flat earther just doesn't. Yeah, no. Just no.
What's up? Becky's in the house. What's up, Becky? Welcome. Awesome.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Gio. This is a nice, hip happening place. What's happening with everybody?
You're all cunts. That's what's happening.
Oh, that's a bit yucky.
Hey, Becky.
G'day, g'day.
Hey, Becky.
You were just saying that people that believe the Earth is flat, can't research.
Yes. Yes, I
That's
did.
funny. That sounds wouldn't that be biased thinking or something like that? You're making
Depends
like
how
assumptions
subjective your
because you
opinion
just don't like a group of people. That's like saying black people are stupid.
It'd be bigoted.
Oh, let me give you an example. David Weiss keeps pulling out
Don't
this
know him.
like deep inside the rabbit hole, DITRH.
Don't know him.
Keeps saying, despite being told multiple times about the existence of the Sydney to Santiago flight, repeatedly says to get from Sydney to Santiago, you have to go via the USA. He's been told multiple times.
But what's he got to do with me?
I'm generalizing flat earthers as bad at research.
Well, I'm a flat earther and you don't even know my researching skills.
Yeah, I just said I'm generalizing.
Okay, well, that's silly.
Oh,
That's a bit silly. That's a bit stupid. That would make you a
I
bit
wouldn't
silly.
think so.
Oh,
I
really?
wouldn't think so.
Okay. Well, maybe your arrogance gets in the way of your researching. Did you ever think that?
I'm the least arrogant person in the room.
Oh,
His
really?
His research led him to atheism, so.
Uh-oh.
All righty. Well, I'll just we'll just leave it there. I'm going to mute my mic.
Flat earthers are the most arrogant people because they think everyone else, all the clever people, are wrong.
Ruhiv, could you tell me what Niels Bohr said about atoms?
All the clever people.
Niels, what he said about the model of the atom, or just
So
what he
clever
said?
people can never be wrong.
I didn't say they're never wrong. But
They're just
the
not wrong
humility,
this time.
the humility to say all the experts are wrong is amazing. Like,
Really? So you don't believe that there's anything, nefarious about what's going on within our governments? You think they're all above board?
I think there's anything nefarious. I think there's some things nefarious, but there's a lot of things we could check, like the shape of the Earth.
But other people claim they've checked it and found out that there's no curve. What do you say about that?
They're bad researchers.
Okay.
And arrogant people.
All righty. Arrogant and bad researchers. Very well then. Carry on.
Thank you. All right. All right. Who was asking the question before? Jerry?
Yeah, I wanted to know what Niels Bohr said about isolated material particles, atoms themselves.
I know the very basic model of the atom, the Bohr model of the atom. Very basic.
Well, he said that they're abstractions.
Sure.
And that's something that I researched as a flat earther.
Okay.
I just suggested anybody that is a flat earther in this channel disengage with this gentleman. He's very unreasonable.
That is your prerogative, people. That is your prerogative.
It is, and I say we go for it.
Yeah, how do you know so much?
For me.
Yeah, Ruhiv, like to me, like it makes sense to have your perspective, but why have to like generalize and try to make slanders on groups of people that you don't agree with? Is there anything?
That's my experience. My consistently reconfirmed experience.
Well, in terms of like flat earthers researching, in my experience being in this community for all these years, I would say that people in this community and people in general who know the Earth is a stationary plane, I would say have done a lot of research.
Bad research.
In general, if I had to make it in general. And some more than others, of course, but there's always various levels of research involved to come to a truth as significant as this one.
Yeah, but I think you're talking about quantity rather than quality. I mean, the
How
number
many
of
flat earthers have you met? Ruhiv, how many flat earthers have you met? Yeah.
Spoken to or met? Oh,
well, met,
hundreds,
I
if
guess.
not 1,000.
Wow, you
met.
must have spent a lot of time in channels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I don't trust science, Ruhiv. This is in my book. It says One of the reasons, right? It says the majority of investigators in a laboratory are technicians, perform tasks far removed what is commonly imagined to be scientific work. Research worker is no longer a solitary genius, as Robert Young says. He works as a member of a team and is willing to give up his freedom of research as well as personal recognition in exchange for the assistance of an equipment a great laboratory offers him. These two things are indispensable conditions without which he cannot even dream of realizing his projects.
So you need lots of people to do science.
Well, he's talking about they're like one of those scientists, like he did work for the atomic bomb, and the only reason he did it was because the laboratory had a specific instrument, and that was like the only laboratory in the world that had it, and he needed to use that to do like research he wanted to do, right? And like, so these scientists, right, they're controlled because the laboratory equipment is so expensive, and they're working on teams, and I don't know, man. I think it's pretty shady. It's not like this idealistic version of science that I hear the globe earthers talk about, where it's like, oh, trust the experts, and like they're just independently researching. They have the freedom to do whatever they, it's not like that. It's controlled and it's corrupt. So I don't know why you just blindly trust it.
I trust it because there are so many of them, each checking each other's work.
I feel like you just didn't even listen to anything I said.
No, I heard you, but for yours to be true, everyone has to be basically in on it or controlled. It's saying there's no room at all for objectivity or anything. I just think that's the wrong, how can I say it? The wrong balance, I guess.
I think if your ideas are made public, if you're popular, if you're like responsible for an entire paradigm shift, like say Einstein, or if you're on TV as much as Neil deGrasse Tyson or Michio Kaku, I think you're definitely in on something. You're definitely towing the line of something, some agenda.
I just think they're attention seekers, honestly. Yeah, people seek out the media attention.
My canary just had a bath.
The canary had a bath.
Yeah, and he's flapping his wings, drying himself off.
Doing the dog shake.
Yeah, he's a funny little thing. Oh gosh, he got really wet too. There's water everywhere. He must have got really into it today. So you sound like you're in Australia, Ruhif.
I am in Sydney, yes.
Oh wow, you're in the city of the lockdown, the locked down city.
Yeah, we'll be out in a week and a half, I think.
Oh, yeehaw!
Yeah, fucking 3 months, 3.5 months lockdown. Jesus.
I don't think I'm allowed out yet because I haven't had any of those vaccines.
Oh dear.
I know. I'm
coercion.
Coercion. I've been told by my supreme leader I'm allowed out on the 1st of December.
There's 2 cities in America where they're saying if you don't get a vaccine, you can't play sports indoors. So these NBA players, if they don't get the vaccine, they can't play for their teams.
Sounds like what's going on over here.
Yeah, it's great. I can't believe they're forcing medication on people and they're accepting it. Like it's so
Your kid has to be vaccinated to go to school.
Crazy.
Yeah, but the thing is, mate, that they're on it. Those vaccines they're very safe, and they've been on the immunisation register for decades. That I've got, I actually went and printed out, right? It's called I got it here. Preparing for Vaccination, Australian Government, Department of Health, Australian Immunisation Handbook, right? So I went through it. There's over 150 vaccines. COVID-19 vaccines are not actually even listed as a vaccine here in Australia yet, right? And then there's this page that tells me about valid consent and how to make it. And then one of the major points of it in this pamphlet, it tells me that it must be made without any undue, what does it say here? It says, number 2, it must be given voluntarily in the absence of undue pressure, coercion, or manipulation. I've never seen something so coerced and manipulated and pressured in my life. Oh, that's my phone. Excuse me. Sorry, guys.
It's the worst evil to force medication on people.
Yeah, I know, but it's.
Oh, we probably shouldn't talk
the
about
common
this
good.
though.
Possibly. You understand it's a common good argument, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's
I think
a
that's
balancing.
crap. I think screw
it's
the
a
common
balancing
good. I think people will just use the common good as an excuse to strip away rights and freedoms from the individual. If the individual is attacked, then the community is screwed because the community consists of individuals. So it's very important to protect the individual and not allow this excuse to fly that, oh, well, the community is more important than the individual, because it is not true.
Yeah, but the community is made up of individuals. It's
right, which
it's
is
an
why we
age-old
need to
philosophical
protect the
question.
individual.
Yeah, but it's
If
an age-old
everything is
philosophical
relative and subjective, then there's no such thing as common good.
Each individual, I should be my own doctor, right? Like I shouldn't have to rely on some. Again, you can't rely on these experts, man. They'll give you bad advice. You'll die. My mom went to them and she died. They didn't know what the hell to do. They're not as good as you think, right? Not like a TV
They are
show.
experts at what they do, right?
Yeah, but they're terrible. They killed. They couldn't even figure out what was wrong with my mom, and she died. So they are crap at their jobs, you know. And people get manipulated into think like, oh, doctors know what they're doing. They don't have any idea any more than you or me. You know, you watch these stupid doctor TV shows. It's not like that in real life, right? They're just jackasses.
I think we just disagree there, Pima.
You're just incorrect.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm alive, thanks to my doctor.
I speak the truth.
Nice one.
Experts told the first responders the air was safe to breathe after 9/11. Guess what?
Wrong.
It was not safe to breathe. But a bunch of people like Ruhif, right, just accepted the authority, went out and breathed the air, and a lot of them died because they trusted idiots.
Right. I'm not saying they're perfect at all. Or even good, as in ethically good. They're people. But you said a minute ago, like you know as much as your doctor. That's just objectively false.
Why?
Your doctor knows more about the human body and how it works than you do.
How do you know that?
You said that you know as much as your doctor.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't believe, unless you've
His
had
opinion-
medical training. I think that's just false.
But the medical training is crap.
Again, subjective. That's fine.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
You know, like they told people when Lewis and Clark was on their expedition to discover America, the medical doctors told them to put mercury on their genitals to cure STDs. I think they're better now.
Yeah, I think we're learning more and
Why?
more. Yeah.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because
What
that's the
changed?
trajectory of knowledge.
Is it? How do you justify that?
Testing.
Testing.
You test things. Yeah, you test
What is-
things and
how do you,
figure it out
can
if
you
it's wrong.
Can you test testing?
Trial and error.
No.
How do we test testing?
Don't
So
know,
is it circular? We can't
testing
test
things is a
testing.
good way. Testing things is a useful way of figuring out what is true and false.
That's a
How do
good
we-
question. How do we
can we
test
prove-
our tests?
Can we prove science with science?
No, you can't prove science with science. Science
so
goes
it's
back
all-
to
it's all-
philosophy.
A bunch of junk.
Anyways.
PMARS knows how they have manipulated science and how so much of it is fabricated. That's one thing I've talking with PMARS that I have resonated. Well, one of the many things that I've resonated with his knowledge on that.
Where is P Mars at the moment on the shape of the Earth?
I think it's a sphere.
Yeah. But I mean, you think, when you say you think, is there some uncertainty there?
I suppose I'm uncertain about everything, I think. Well, I guess pretty much everything.
Certainty is subjective as well. That's your own standard.
Yeah, subjective truth is the best truth. Ultimately, everything is subjective anyways, because like evidence doesn't tell you anything. Like a fossil doesn't have a voice to speak to you. It relies on your interpretation of like what it means or what the physical evidence means. So everything relies on like a subjective interpretation, and we filter everything through a bias. So before you even look at evidence, you've already have like presuppositions and beliefs about the world that are going to influence how you view the evidence, right?
Yeah, you got to make inferences and build models and shit. And then good scientists or whatever will try and break their models. What can I do to break it?
Seems like God gave us the ability to reason, and then he put us in an unreasonable situation. So like I just believe things, I just go with faith over reason, because reason basically leads you to atheism and no meaning and no purpose. And I don't.
Is that an argument from consequences there, Pingons?
Well, that's what I think. That's what I reason. My reason leads me to.
Okay. Is that a bad thing?
Yeah.
I would hope that reasoning leads you to truth. But it may not.
No. You don't arrive at truth from reasoning to it. You just acknowledge it. You bend your knee and you acknowledge what it is. Because this goes back to what I said before. When I posted the video of the moonrise, I asked you, pause the video when the story about why that happens appears out of thin air.
Yeah, I simply gave you my explanation, right?
I think there are certain things where reason fails, like the chicken and the egg. Like
eggs came first.
But there's no reason to think that.
Because their ancestors laid eggs. So eggs came first.
It's like you just have to accept it based on faith. I think where life is weird and absurd, and we just have to accept things based on faith. We can't reason. I don't know, human wisdom. It's kind of like a fool's errand. It leads nowhere in the end. I think philosophy and science doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, sure. Yo.
Paymos.
Yo, what's up, wizard?
Love you.
He said, "What?" I love you too.
Yep.
What did you see? Did you see the? Did you get invited here or what?
Yeah.
Sure.
Merlin, is that your name, Wizard? Is that what you're called?
Is that actually your first name?
I was
No.
worried. Like, you wizard.
He's a wizard.
Oh man, are you talking about that one video where you are a wizard?
You're a wizardary.
Yeah. Oh
No,
yeah,
I'm
that one.
I'm the original wizard of Flat Earth. The original.
Is it your actual first name, Merlin, or is it just Merle?
It's Merlin.
I thought
Seriously?
Arwen was the original wizard.
No, it's me.
Oh, Merlin
that's his middle
is
name, though.
like Merlin from Knights of the Round. He's a wizard. So Merlin was a wizard, and then
Yep. Arwen came after me.
He's a second wave wizard.
He's weak. He's a shit wizard.
he's a beta wizard.
Shitzard.
That is his actual name, though. That's his middle name.
What? Who?
Owen.
Is
That's
your
his middle
first name
Owen.
Is your first name Ruhif?
No.
Well, there you go. Relax.
Is it?
I'm talking to my friends.
Didn't you name yourself after Roofies or something? Like a Ruhiv, a spinoff of Roofie?
No.
Ah.
What have you been doing, P?
Just the Bible stuff. I've been over talking to the Christians and stuff and reading. Same old.
Okay. You alright?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Are you still?
How's that going? Talking to them.
I learned some philosophy stuff, and it's fun. I like thinking about God and love and talking about the Bible. It's fun.
Awesome. Good for you.
You still flat earthing it up in Discord?
Nah.
Not so much.
Nah. Flat Earth's dead.
No more Gem Panda debating.
Nah. They're militant, cucked out losers.
They're pretty
I
aggressive.
don't know why these guys over here even entertain them. I really don't know. They got Moyoc, Dr. Bob, Kosho. It's embarrassing, really. That's the best the Globe's got.
Just
Sad.
as a, what is the best that the Flat Earth has? Who is the best that Flat Earth has? Apart from yourself.
Probably me and Del, Jerry. People like that.
Del, no.
Del.
Yeah. Yeah.
Del is
What-
alpha.
Do you really think like you could stand up to Del Ruhif?
Yeah, I emailed Del earlier.
That I would tune into.
He's an
I
idiot.
don't think he'd last 5 minutes, mate.
That would be good.
From what I've seen, he just yells like Nathan, right? So what's the point?
No, he doesn't.
Maybe we're seeing
He's all
different
about
people.
He's all about practical reality, but you guys don't understand what that is yet.
Hang on. Let me find the conversation I had with him a few months ago. Hang on.
Ruhif.
Yeah.
When are you gonna come to your senses, Ruhiv?
That's a conversation with fucking Dave Weiss as well.
Oh, really? How did that go?
Just checking to see that he's actually serious about his 2 Bitcoin offer, and he's clearly not. So,
It's not.
No.
Oh.
On the imaginary curve, here we go. What did I see?
Is Dell on Discord, Merle? Or I think you said maybe he was, but he doesn't use it much.
Yeah, he doesn't really care for it. But
I don't know.
I'll post something in the which text Livestream 1 text here. Is that it? Is that the right one?
Yep.
All right, so I'll post my original email to Dell because he actually asked me for an email months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I posted
And
it.
what
in the
happened?
chat.
What happened? You took screenshots.
Hang on. I'll read the email that I posted.
You took screenshots.
Are you just letting us?
I don't know if this is private information, Ruhif, but we are streaming on YouTube and Twitch and DLive right now.
That's fine. It's my email to him. I won't post his email to me.
Are you
Okay,
just
well,
letting this?
I'm letting you know. Yeah, just letting you know.
Yeah.
Are you
That's fine.
intending to let the stream go 24/7 or?
So the server's set up to actually have 3 streams. So there's live stream 1, 2, and 3. I had all 3 of them running at the launch, but right now we're just running the 1. I actually have to do some tweaks a little bit to do some adjustments to get it right, to get all 3. Because there's something with the audio that came up. But anyways, yeah, so there's 3 of them, but right now we're running the 1, and it's running on YouTube, Twitch, and DLive.
I was gonna say, like, if you stream over 12 hours, it won't upload, but that would be like probably a good thing, because then the algorithm won't be able to catch, like, you know, sensitive topics and strike your channel and stuff.
Yeah, when I first did it, I think the first video was like 30 something hours. So yeah, I didn't stop it. And then there's a couple others that are like 17. So yeah, I kind of just figured that out today. I guess I somewhat knew that, but I've never really streamed before, so I've never really had to look into some of this. So yeah, so is that what it is? Like, if it just goes over 12, they just won't let you upload it, but if it's under 12, then it'll automatically go on your channel?
Yeah, if it's under 12, it automatically uploads. I think it's 12, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying like a minute ago in the text, like as of now, we're like fully live in that way, meaning that this video will be posted to the channel, which will be there, you know, permanently.
Well, you got to worry though about if it posts, if people talk about things like the pandemic.
Don't say
issue.
it. Don't say it.
Yeah,
can
that's
get
something I
algorithm.
I didn't put that like anywhere else on the server, and we haven't really had like mod meetings yet or anything. But yeah, I think a lot of people in this community already know that, but probably that discussion could probably just be kept for offline for now. Someone was mentioning though a good idea, like if at some point if we got a Rockfin account, we could do it on there. You know, there are some platforms that like. So I could maybe set that up, or I could create a voice channel that's only streaming to Rockfin, and then we could talk about anything.
I noticed on Gem Pandas they talk about it and it doesn't get flagged, it seems like, and I think it's because it doesn't upload. So if you like delete the video or don't upload it, I think you might be okay, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know.
You
Anyway,
think
I've posted my emails to Dell in the chat.
I think it's so crap that they won't let us talk about it. Like, that's so stupid.
Right. It is strange, isn't it?
Well, what Jem does is he has his stream go for a week straight, and then he just starts a new one at the end of the week. So they're never uploaded to his channel. It's just constantly streaming.
Yeah, that's why I think he gets away with talking about it, because it doesn't go through the algorithm if it doesn't get uploaded.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing about that is when you want to go back, like if you like want to archive something and you want to bring it up again and you got like proof or evidence of something, you can't really go get it no more. It's gone.
Yeah.
So Merle, I've posted the emails in the chat, and Dell ran away.
No, he didn't.
Well, that's my assessment of the situation.
Do you want to know my assessment?
Yeah.
I don't think you do.
I can imagine what your assessment is, but go.
I mean, look at them. Simon Dan, conspiracy cats. Fight the fat tits. You're a shambles. You're absolute shambles.
That's tough.
Fight the tight shirt.
You go.
Absolute shambles. What a bunked paradigm.
That's all
sad.
You got. Right.
Yeah, sad. Backed by rich people. Well done.
Who are they backed by?
Huh?
Who are they backed by?
You space propagandists. That's all you got now. Fake rocket launches, a spectacle. Boring. We're onto you. The realists are awake.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's spreading too.
How does that make you feel, Ruhip?
Say again?
How does that make you feel?
I don't have feelings. I have thoughts about that. Yeah, I have thoughts.
Blackpool Tower, though.
Oh, this is back in April. Yeah.
Mm.
But Dell called me out in one of his streams.
Yeah.
Wanting an email. Yeah, so I emailed him.
Yeah, because he listened to you and Ranty and Conspiracy Cats.
Yep.
Yeah.
I emailed him
And
he ran away from
one
the
day
challenge.
Ranty had a revelation looking at Blackpool Tower.
Yo, is Ranty still globing it up? Or is he
Yeah.
just left? He's hanging
Yeah,
with
no,
the
he's come
globers?
back. He's come back. He had a revelation.
Wait, is he flat now or globe?
Globe.
Globe, he's done a complete 180. He makes fun of flat earthers now. It's the whole thing.
Wait, did you know that all about that all P Mars, or is that the first time you're hearing about it?
Oh no, I heard about that. I mean, that guy was a liar the whole time. Like that whole thing about. Did you see the video where he was saying he did a job for a Freemason, a high-ranking Mason? He was just totally making up all this crap about Masonry. I don't know. That guy lied. That guy's always lied all the time.
That's tough. I first heard about Ranty Blackpool, and then somebody talked about, oh, we got a flat earther that's known that turned to a globe. I didn't see no videos or heard anything about him until then.
Ranty was OG what? Kosher. He wasn't there in the beginning.
He was there reasonably early on.
P Mars was.
2017, I think. 2017,
P
I think
Mars
Ranty
was there. P Mars and OG.
Yeah, P Mars
now I
is
am.
OG. Look at that.
Randy never really argued for flat Earth. He just showed his pictures and said, "Well, you know, how does this happen?" Like he didn't talk about gravity or space time or any of that bullshit.
He's a Nathan Oakley leech.
That could be
Ken
why.
Burns.
Yeah, the
Being chased by Freemasons.
Oh yeah, he got chased by Globers or something that like.
Yeah, Freemasons.
He was
is in the
working
house.
he was working for a Freemason, but then he said Globers chased him.
Yeah,
and
he
like,
got
out of
chased
his
by
car.
Freemasons. And the number plate was Globe 1.
Yeah.
He's an idiot. He tells a good yarn though.
He's a good
It's
guy.
like the fish story. Yeah, sure he is.
Wasn't some of that caught on video though? Wasn't that when someone tried to jump on his car or something?
Nah.
It wasn't on video.
Probably when he went to a sex party with Riley.
I'm pretty sure he made it all up. Yeah. Oh my God, Riley.
It's sex party.
Is Riley still around? Trying to have threesomes?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Hitting up kids on TikTok with Spurs chemo. Hey.
Goodness.
And it's not looking
Riley
good.
hasn't made a video for quite a while.
He was arguing with me on a YouTube thread about a week ago. So
Probably,
yeah.
He's probably making Pornhub
Last video,
videos.
July. Last video, July for Riley.
Yo, Bio, hey, nice for you to join, man. What's up with your
Love you,
apparatus?
Bio.
Have you done anything with your apparatus lately?
No,
he said he can't.
nothing new. No, I'm in the middle of troubleshooting, make sure it's power slide, blah blah blah. But yeah, I haven't done anything new. I have a couple plans, but nothing yet.
If you did decide to record it, man, you should bring it here, man, and share it. Definitely take a look at it.
I wish Peanut 100 Cool Pics would take some more footage of the Isle of Man.
Oh,
That'd be
boy.
nice. Magnificent globe proof for her.
I'll tell you what,
Well,
man, that
well, we had it,
tower
boys.
is gonna put like a PPO all on you.
Blackpool Tower. Personal protective order or something, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just messing.
Well, one day it will. When you guys make a prediction.
Really? What do you mean prediction?
So where Blackpool Tower will appear through an auto level, and where Isle of Man will appear if you can see it.
What's the elevation?
Let me post the shit in the chat. Hold on.
This is the best the globe's got.
Silly.
Well, to make a prediction, you need something, that you can base your prediction on.
Well, you need to see it
that
first, though.
Something that's verifiable, and that
What,
I
like
think is
what?
what Ruth is saying.
Like a computer simulated spinning ball.
Yeah, I mean,
in
I
space.
could say, okay, how many cars are going to pass this particular point at any point in the day, and then I can do observations, and then I can start to model that traffic pattern, and I can say, well, on average, we're going to get X amount of cars, but this is a particular time of year, and we know there's a big football match on. Therefore, we can predict with the fans that the weight of traffic should be this.
Because it's already happened
I've
before.
posted
No,
my
because the
prediction
football
in the
match
chat.
is the variable, Jerry. That's why it's a prediction and not just an observation.
Have
Yeah,
the
feel
football
me.
matches happened before?
Yeah, the football has happened before, but you're not going to get an exact number, are you? And that's the whole point of a prediction. A prediction is within a tolerance.
Well, I want
to
make a prediction right now with this Ruhiv's prediction on top of his. I predict that you're not going to pay attention to the location of the sun.
I'm not in control of when it's done.
Well, there's
Maybe,
that.
maybe post a photo of the sun setting underneath the clouds.
That's a
shadow.
good one, isn't it, Ruhiv? If you think about it, Ruhiv, sunset to sunrise is more refraction, you guys say. So you can have more looming, you can have more phenomenons occurring. So you would think the person that's going to go out here and do this would pay attention to the location of the sun, but I doubt they would.
I don't think they will, because I don't think it makes that much difference.
Sure, that's something you'd do post hoc, not ad hoc. You could put it in as something that you'd say, hey, you want to be concerned about this because I feel this could affect it because of X, which is what you're doing.
My
So
only
I don't
caveat-
think you're going to say, oh, he's going to pay no attention to the sun, because you're going to wait for the sun to be up a reasonable amount to be able to take a reasonably decent picture.
No, the location of the sun, where it's exactly at and stuff like that.
Yeah, because you're worried
I
it's
don't
near
think
the
it'll matter.
horizon, and that was the concern that you brought up, that it'd be near the horizon, there's increased refraction there. Could that, alter the results?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
No.
so as long as it's reasonably above the horizon, then we're good to go, yeah?
Yeah, not
How
even.
does
I don't
the
care where the
sun-
sun is. I don't care where the
How
sun
does
is.
the sun? How does the sun go up and down if we're orbiting around it?
I don't care where the sun is. Are you guys going to make a prediction for where Blackpool
Hey,
Tower will appear through
I
the
just
auto
asked
level?
you an actual. I just asked you an actual question.
The question was what is your prediction? Someone said
No,
I
the
don't make a
question.
prediction.
What time are
the
you gonna
question
do
is,
it?
how does the sun go up and down if we're orbiting around it? I want a reasonable answer
The Earth rotating.
from one of you.
I
Mong
just
heads.
said exactly what Ruhiv said. I said immediately because the Earth rotates.
You're a bit too quick off the mark there, Josh. You didn't even take time to think or take a breath.
I don't need to.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's rotating.
Yeah, it's part. You asked what I think it is. I think the Earth is a globe. I think there is overwhelming, compelling evidence that it's a globe, and that is the reason in the
So what's this-
explanation that we have for the planet of why we see sunrise and sunset. What we don't see is we don't see the
No,
sun
I'm not asking you that.
disappearing into the distance.
I'm not
We don't
asking
see
you
it.
that. See?
Even
See
the
how you're
Egyptians
too quick
believe
off
the
the
sun
mark?
sets,
Hey, hold your
below the
horses.
horizon.
So what trajectory is the Earth's orbit in?
Well, what does that
Right
matter?
now.
We're just doing observations.
Slightly.
Well,
Slight
it kind of
ellipse.
matters.
It's a slight ellipse. Very
So
low
it's a slight
eccentricity,
ellipse. So why is the sun going up and down then?
because the Earth's rotating.
The
What are we
nights
doing
here are getting a lot
What are we doing?
shorter, Merle. I'm going to predict that nights here are getting a lot shorter, and down on the other side of the globe where you are, I'm going to make the prediction that your nights the nights here are getting longer, the days are getting shorter. I think the opposite is happening where you are, Merle. What's your
Correct.
observation of that?
How does the Earth
days getting
rotating
longer?
How does the Earth rotating make the sun go up and down?
Well, come on. Can we talk about something?
Come on, Ruhiv. Come on, Ruhiv. use one of those brain cells you've got between your ears.
Come on.
Come on, mate.
Come on, champ.
So try to answer the question, because I'm not going to leave it.
Well,
We're going to stay with it for maybe a couple of minutes.
the Earth is rotating.
So how does that make the sun go up and down?
No, Mel, just not.
How does it make the sun go up and down, Ruhif?
So are you saying that with your understanding of the globe Earth argument, you, after all these years, Mel, don't know?
I want to hear him say it.
No, I want you to tell me. No, if you're
You don't
asking a
need to
question that you
save
know
him.
the answer to, I'm
You
not.
don't need to save him.
I'm just wondering why you're being this pedantic. Why aren't we moving forward?
No, you don't need
You
to
want to go
save
right
him.
back to the start line. You want to do a flat Earth reset, and we're trying to move forward. Come on,
You
now.
explain it then.
No, because
If
you know the
can't
answer
figure
to
it
this
out, Mel.
question.
So either of you can't explain it, right? That's the
Yeah,
real
we
answer.
can, but you're going
Maybe
back to
Walt
a
have a go.
redundant argument,
Maybe
and that's
Branch have a
silly.
go. Maybe someone else have a go.
Yeah,
Maybe
you're not
Bio
engaging in a Mel conversation.
Answer a question that you
Pretty
know the
simple.
answer to, Mel, is what you've just said. Answer my question that I know the answer
No,
to.
I asked you how the Earth rotating makes the sun go up and down.
And you know why it does.
Do I?
Yeah, because we're rotating.
So how does rotation make the sun go up and down?
We're not
Because
doing
you're
this,
going to
Mel.
see
I
it. You're going to
refuse.
see it on one end of your field of view, and as you rotate, it goes across your field of view, and then at a certain point, it's going to go to the end of your field of view, and then be obscured by physical objects. That's what happens. You have a particular field of view blocked by the ground.
Well, that's the three of you's collective answer.
Easily demonstrable, Merle. You know this.
Oh, if only we had a
Just be honest,
basketball
Mel.
and a light, and we could put a little man on the basketball and rotate it with an angle of 23
how am I
degrees.
being dishonest by asking an honest question?
Because you
Not
know
an
the
honest
answer
question,
already.
you know the answer.
And it's a question you've asked many, many times before. You've had the answer before. This is just about... It
Who
feels...
and when have I ever asked this question
feels...
before?
Well, you said you know the answer. You talked about the
No,
sunset and the rotation of
who
the
and
Earth.
when? Dross, you're being
Fine.
a little
Okay,
bit
you're going to do that.
We're not doing it, Mel. We're not doing it.
Or I'll just, can I mute all three of them then, Gio, for not willing to be honest? And try to
No,
make
let's
out
keep
that
the discussion. No, let's keep it going.
Okay, so keep it going, guys. What else you got? Who's being dishonest?
You know the answer to the question.
Try to
If
answer
you
the
can't
question.
figure this out for
Don't
yourself,
deflect it
what are you
onto
doing
me. Don't deflect it onto me and make out that I'm being dishonest when it's you being dishonest.
No, because you know the answer. You know the answer.
Gaslighter, answer the question or go on mute.
Rotation. You know the answer. And you know if you can't figure out why rotating Earth means the sun goes up and comes down, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I think on both models it would do that. Yep. I think on a globe it would look different, but it would generally do that. If it was a globe and there was a sun somewhere out in outer space, yeah.
If it was rotating on a straight line trajectory, the sun wouldn't go up or down.
What?
What would it do, Merle? Let's explore. What would it do?
I'd predict it would move in an arc.
It would stay at the same height.
No.
Yes.
So let's say in the globe model, in reference to the Earth, the sun is stationary. It's us that are rotating. Do you think that we could demonstrate? Do you think that we could demonstrate a stationary light?
Ruhoff, you don't control this conversation.
Merle,
sorry.
Merle, do you think that we can use a stationary light source and a rotating camera? That'll be our eyeballs for the Earth. A rotating camera and showing this light source moving across us. Do you think that we could do that?
No. Your model doesn't say that. It says that it's an exploding nuclear fusion bomb. That's that's pushing things away from it and pulling things in at the same time.
Ooh, get him, Jerry.
In a vacuum.
Big ball of plasma. I kind of agree with you.
Because you've got two
I somehow
options.
think the audience is not really enjoying this.
You've got two. Who cares, Ruhif, what the audience thinks? We care what you think. You're the one in here.
No, you don't.
So you've got two options. Either the Earth is orbiting the sun, or the sun's orbiting the Earth. Which one is it, guys?
Well,
The
I don't
Earth
see the
orbits the
sun
sun.
disappearing into the distance. I see it setting over horizon. That to me is a major problem if you want to say that it's orbiting above the surface of the Earth all the time. We know that we can see light sources from incredible distances, demonstrated many, many times. So, yeah, I think much more reasonable to say that the Earth is rotating and the sun is stationary.
Mm.
You want to fight that one?
What's making it rotate?
Good clap back, Truss.
Inertia.
What's making it rotate?
Inertia.
Inertia from what?
Well, an object in motion will stay in motion until another force acts upon it.
What got it spinning in the first place?
That's a very good question. You know, the theory
Can you
is
answer it?
obviously the accretion disk that we had that formed around the early sun. Probably the sun itself formed in a nebula. That nebula was probably disturbed by another explosion further away. I don't have proof for all of this, but this is the supposition that we make. There's disturbance in that field would then allow the gas to gather together. There's been some very interesting recent studies on the effect of magnetism and plasma within nebulas that also seems to be one of the initial forces that starts that inertia. As that stuff gathers together, it gains mass. Mass allows us to have a deeper gravity well. That gravity well will spin because of the inertia. That accretion plane then start to form the objects that we see in the solar system. I believe that's a reasonable, short explanation of the current model of how the solar system was formed.
I give it a B.
Thank you.
So,
oh, by the
you
way, it's
sure there's an
7:30 in the morning. Am I sure?
Okay.
No. I mean, I have reasonable confidence because I think it's a good explanation that we have observed in other places in the universe.
Have
We've
we?
seen sort of different stages. Yeah, we've seen different stages. Horsehead Nebula is a great example for that. You know, and we've seen sort of the sort of proto ideas of where we're seeing this kind of effect happening. Now, does that mean that we know exactly how it happened here? I'd say probably no. But I think it's a reasonable explanation considering how fucking long ago it was.
Mm. Well, my last question. Can you show me another accretion disk somewhere?
Yeah, there have been quite a few. As I said, it's 7:30 in the morning here. It's a bit early for me, but I'm sure someone can dig you out. There have been a number of studies done by astronomers on this particular topic. It's one of the things that we've been looking for, and I'm fairly certain it was either the Horsehead
quite a lot
Nebula or
of
the
them.
Crab Nebula. Yeah, I'll bow to someone that actually does some astronomy rather than
You
look
can
at the
look up.
moon with a
You
telescope.
can look up the Fomalhaut system, PDS-70, Beta Pictoris B.
I'd go for Beta if I were you, Mel.
What's that?
I'd go for Beta if I were you.
He's just saying mumbo jumbo.
Is he?
I literally answered your direct question. Can you give me examples of other accretion disks we've seen? PDS-70, Fomalhaut, Beta Pictoris.
Is that
I
in
can
Zeta?
list more.
Is that in Zeta Reticuli?
Sure, sure, Merle.
Yeah.
You see, what I would have,
Yes,
what I would have done if I was truly interested in debunking this, I would have made a note of those three systems that he mentioned, and I would have gone off and I would have said, "Hey, this isn't very good because of this."
I can say them again for you, Merle, if you need. If you want to get a pencil, write it down.
Are you serious about this, Mel? Or are you just laughing? That's what I'm asking.
I've just been listening to you mongs for 6 years, and you've got nothing. So I entertain myself.
So you're
where's
laughing
your map?
and you're just going to attack someone's character. Thank you.
Hey, Dress, Biodual.
Speaking of nothing, Mo, where's your map?
Chronic, Ruhith. I posted a video of a compilation of sunsets. I'd like any of you to pause it when the story of why those are happening appears out of thin air. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was the same question before, Jerry.
Did
do it.
you use? Oh, very quick question. Are any of those objects? Are you using a solar filter to get rid of any lens flare? to make sure that, or are you just saying hey, we have, or are you saying we just have heavy cloud banks at the horizon, and as it comes through those cloud banks, it will appear to. I don't have time to watch it because I'm literally about to go to work.
All right. Well, all I did was just search sunsets on YouTube, and I just pasted the link right in the chat there.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that's
so this isn't from a flat Earth perspective. It's just I want anyone to pause it when the story of why that happens appears out of thin air.
I'm going to have to almost say sorry there to you, Jerry. That was unfair. I apologize.
What do you mean by that, Jerry?
He wants an explanation.
Yeah. How do you get your explanation just from seeing it?
Right. We imagine in our head what model could possibly result in that effect.
Yeah, that's imagination, right?
Fine. That's okay.
Not for you, right?
Yes,
could you say that flat earthers is just all imagination?
I'd love for you guys to imagine up a model, and then what we do is we fucking test it.
I'm not interested in imagination.
Please imagine a model.
I want to know the truth.
Ruhef, I'm with you on that, dude. I'm with you. I think that's absolutely in top of my interests and priorities. Yes, that would be awesome to do.
Jerry, you have when you form a hypothesis, that's you using your imagination as to what could be causing a thing to happen. You could have it based on evidence where you say, okay, based on prior experience, I expect this to happen, but you're still imagining it happening due to that cause. So when we talk about something, let's say we dropped all knowledge of Earth, space, the sun, the relationship, we dropped all of that knowledge, we would be left with imagination of if the sun is a light source and it's moving around us, what would happen? If that light source wasn't moving and we were rotating, what would happen? We would be left with those questions, and then we would test all of those things to see what matches, what doesn't, what we could throw away with, or what we can move forward and say, we need more evidence, but these three explanations work so far.
Just admit you don't know.
What we see is what's happening. You get it?
Fantastic. You're right. I wouldn't argue with you,
That's
Merle.
right.
What we see is what's happening. Yes. Now we explore to see what's the underlying cause. What's the macro scale? What's the relationship?
So what invisible metaphysical force can anyone invoke to move the Earth?
Magnetism.
Nothing. So you got a good chance, and then you ask everybody on Earth, "Do you feel it moving?"
Sorry, is magnetism not a force?
No, but everyone on Earth goes,
"No,
mate."
Sorry.
Everyone on Earth goes, "Nah, mate." So there's a pretty good chance it's not moving.
And yet we can measure centrifugal force.
And it's obvious that the sun's orbiting us.
How is that obvious?
So I've just
Not obvious
saved
to
you
me.
probably about, I don't know, I've saved you a lot of time, mate.
No, I think
it's not obvious to me, Mo.
Merle, I think
it's not obvious to you.
If we ignore all other pieces of evidence, Merle, if we ignore all other pieces of evidence and we only look at our eyeballs and the sun, I think you'd be right on that part. But we'd also be right to say that the Earth is rotating around and revolving around the sun. The same effect would occur with both hypotheses.
No, that's not what you see.
No one in their right
wouldn't
mind
have
would
centrifugal
ever think
force.
that.
Right. We would investigate. We would require more evidence to further explain or to prove one or the other. Sure, but if we're only taking observations of the sun in respect to Earth, both would work. We would just require more evidence to separate them.
How would a magnet move the Earth? How big is
You
this
asked
magnet?
for a force. You asked for a force that could affect the Earth.
Where's the magnet?
I didn't say it was. You asked for a force.
Okay, so you just said
Visible force.
something just to say
Force of
Yes,
what?
that's what you guys do.
Force of what?
Magnetism.
No,
Right.
no. Magnetism is the force, right? That's what you say.
So is gravity. Gravity's the force.
Force of what? If I
Gravity.
punch you in the nose, the force of my fist is what did it. Not like you couldn't have the force without the fist. So force of
Yeah,
what?
but what caused your fist to have force in the first place? because both of our fists weigh the same amount, but for some reason your punches are more forceful than mine. So it goes even deeper than your fist.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. So we just keep going. How far
That's
back do you
right.
want to go?
Right. So gravity is force of what?
No, I'm asking you a serious question right now. We're at your fist. Now what's causing your fist to have an X amount of force?
The breath of
Wait,
life.
wait a minute. Why punch him in the nose? Why not kiss him on the cheek?
How about I just kick him in the balls?
Well, I mean, that must be a pretty strong.
What about giving him a big hug?
That must be a pretty strong gravitational field, 93 million miles away.
Yeah, I wonder if we can measure the force of gravity.
You just said gravity is the force.
How does it reach? How does it reach out invisibly, and grab the Earth and spin it at 1,000 miles an hour, and then get it to orbit 66,000 miles an hour, and never go out of lock, and everything's in formation? Like, how does it do it, guys?
Right.
How?
Where is
it's
the
going in a
fist of
straight
gravity?
line in curved space-time.
But where is the fist of gravity?
The fist? What do you mean? Where's the fist of magnetism?
Where's the invisible hand?
Right.
Where's
the
the
object
fist of magnetism?
exists. Force does not exist. The object does.
Yeah, but where's the
Is it
force? Where's the fist
telekinesis?
of magnetism?
Does the sun use telekinesis? I mean, if you guys said that, I might get on board with it. Or what, you got magnets and gravity?
These are great questions, but these have been answered so many times that at this point, I think you're just falling back to random questions.
Because the problem is
your incredulity is an argument.
You answer the questions with language.
That's it.
What other means of communication would you like me to use besides language?
No, you missed the point. What you'd have to do is demonstrate the fucking thing.
Yes, Blue Marble does it all the time. He also
6
measures
years
it.
later,
He also
my
provides
hair
in
is
which
going
he's
grey.
just a
6
couple
years
magnitudes
later,
away from it.
waiting, and
Yeah, I know.
another
These things
nerd,
unreal.
another nerd will step forward and thinks he's smarter than all of us, and come in here.
Bob has done it.
Right?
I did it. It was fairly
Meanwhile,
easy. Just to show cause and effect. I haven't
twiddling our
measured it. I
thumbs
don't think
going,
I've got
here we
it.
go, another nerd with language.
No, another nerd with a demonstration who live streamed
Got
28
anything
hours
practical?
of repeating an experiment showing the
Got
cause and
anything
effect.
practical you can demonstrate?
I did for
fucking
28
live
hours.
streamed
Merle.
it.
For 28 hours,
What?
Merle.
What?
He live streamed it.
Yeah.
What, you demonstrated a planet orbiting a sun?
No, just the principle behind gravity of mass attracting mass. That's what I
At
did.
which point
You
in
didn't
your
demonstrate shit.
yeah, at which
Well,
point
there you
in
go.
your
I
28-hour
demonstrated.
video
You require
did
a
the story
demonstration.
of why that happened
Merle,
appear out of thin air?
Merle, you said you require a demonstration, not just language, not just explanations. I provided a demonstration, and then look at your response. You didn't provide shit. Well, I did.
You didn't.
So
You didn't.
Listen, if any, I'll do it. I'll do it myself. I'll get a plastic solar system, and I'll fill the spheres with water and gas, and I'll put a light bulb in the center of it to simulate the sun. I'll put a magnet on top of it. You ready for that experiment?
here, instead of showing your flaws,
Better
yes.
than anything you guys have
No.
come up with.
Yes, please do that, Merle. Yes. I won't argue with you. Please do that.
I will.
Fantastic.
You need to get out of language, all of you, because it's embarrassing for you and it's boring as fuck for us. That's why it never goes
I agree.
anywhere.
I would love a prediction for the observation. That's what I would love. Mathematical.
Predict something that's never happened before using the globe model.
Yeah, do it. I did. How am I able to make a prediction and you aren't?
No, something that's never happened. Everybody has seen pictures of land masses and bridges and stuff.
I have never taken an auto level up to Winter Hill and shot it at Blackpool Tower. That's never happened before.
But it's been there forever, right? Since they built it. Predict something that the globe model that only comes from the globe model that has never happened before, ever.
I can make a prediction. There's
Go
a
ahead.
flight. There's a flight from, was it Buenos Aires to Australia somewhere? So it's
Santiago to Chile.
No, it's a new flight that only happens this once because there's some Aussies that need to get home, and that has never been flown before. So I can predict the flight time using the globe model, and we can see how accurate it'll be.
That has happened before, but never flown over the pole. They always go around Antarctica like a bunch of bitches.
That's not a scheduled flight that's been flown before.
They have done that, but they
18
go
now.
around Antarctica, or they make stops at Sao Paulo or some other place. They never go
No, it's
straight
a
over the
non-stop.
pole.
It's a non-stop 18-hour flight.
Not straight over the pole.
No, it's gone to Darwin, so it won't go to the pole.
Yeah, the pole, you don't need to fly over the pole.
That's what I thought.
That's not the shortest distance on the globe.
So a straight shot isn't the fastest way.
It is a straight shot. It's not going over the poles.
Yeah.
So from Perth to Buenos Aires isn't one straight
it's not
line.
From Perth to Buenos Aires. No one said that.
It doesn't go over the pole.
Why not? Because they're pussies and
That's
bitches,
not
and
the
it's not a
straightest
globe.
route.
That's
It's not
why.
the straightest route.
To be fair,
I don't think it goes from
Perth.
To be fair, Ruhif, what he's asking for his prediction, it hasn't been done, or at least we don't have any evidence of it being done. An auto level, and then setting up Plumb Bob going 90, and then seeing where the crosshairs will hit. We don't
Who gives
have
a fuck about your plumb
Hold on,
bobs and
I
crosshairs?
know, but I'm making a point. That we don't have. No one in this community has any evidence of that being done. Therefore, any prediction wouldn't match prior knowledge. What it would be is a 100% prediction using just the globe model, and then we're hoping for a flat Earth prediction, and then carrying out that observation. Because as far as we know, that hasn't been done.
You're going to see the surface of land and like a space
almost to
between that
Antarctica.
and the line on the reticle, and you're going to say that the cause is Earth curves, but you don't see that. You see land and a line on a reticle, and you're imagining that the cause is Earth curve.
Yeah, where will
you don't
Blackpool
see
Tower
Earth curve
appear?
at all. You don't see Earth curve at all. You imagine it.
This Buenos Aires flight will go over Antarctica, but not over the poles. It's actually really huge.
That's what I thought. Have a seat, sir.
Do you have a prediction, Jerry, at all? Because again, this is basically off the cuffs. Using the globe model, there's a prediction of the relationship between the top of a mountain that's higher than your observer location, that relationship with the crosshair. Can you draw a pretty picture for flat Earth and what we'd expect to see that relationship?
I will quote from Crit. Okay, using the flat Earth model, I predict that glob heads will, quote unquote, debunk the flat Earth day after day, and they'll come back day after day, constant spiraling and triggering until they disqualify themselves. That's exclusive.
It's a very long no.
That's exclusive to the flat Earth model.
I can replace the globe with flat Earth and reverse it on you, and you'd get nothing.
No, you can't, because the science of language.
Jerry, don't you find that a little telling? Like, what if the roles were reversed and you had a working model and things worked? You can make predictions, this, that, and the other, and then you had an observation that you were confident in a prediction, and then you said, "You Globers, give us your prediction. We have our prediction right here.
The globe model is
what's gonna
our
happen
model,
based on our model.
The
Now
globe
you give us
model
a prediction.
our model.
If the globe
And
works,
just
give us a
replace
prediction.
the word globe with flat Earth.
Beautiful, Merle.
Done. It's
I know,
our
1 second.
model. We want it back.
I know.
It's
Interrupt
our
me after
no,
I'm done.
You wait 1 second.
Well,
All
I'll wait for your interruption. Go ahead.
All you're doing is rumpusing Jerry. And I'm not going to let that happen. And the next thing you're going to listen to is the globe model is our model. We want it back.
Take it, make a prediction.
It's just been
So,
reverse
Jerry, but again,
engineered.
with that same analogy, if you had
Bio,
everything working
it's
with
just been
predictions,
reverse
hold on, Merle.
engineered.
Merle,
No,
we
you
normally
hold on, Bio.
we normally have good conversations, man. Don't ruin it, man. Please don't ruin it.
Well, don't ruin it. Show some manners and stop rumpusing Jerry.
I'm not rumpusing. I'm letting everyone
You
finish.
are.
and then I'm speaking.
No, you're not. You're being aggressive.
Well, one thing about Biodual, he does just talk very fast, so he's very in that sense. So I think we should give him a chance to respond. Go ahead, Bio.
It's just a simple analogy. If you have a working model and you can make accurate predictions, and you have one for a new observation that hasn't been done, you would hope that the other side would have a prediction of their own, and then you can test it. It's not asking the world. It's just asking for a simple prediction for a simple observation.
Well,
I'm not interested in sides.
I hear you on that, and I think that I think that's been done and is being done all the time. I mean, you said it's not asking the world, which is kind of interesting because it's the world, right? It's like we're talking about the actual world. I mean, I would say every test that everyone's done is on the world, the earth, whatever word we want to use. And so if we're, the question is, I suppose, how does one interpret that, and how does one put that together into understanding what the earth actually is? And in terms of where we're at now, I mean, we've been lied to so profoundly that, we as a human race, like in terms of the civilian population and so on, like we are, in the early stages of coming to this awareness of what the earth, coming to the awareness of what the earth really is, whatever the earth is. And so expecting that we would have some absolutely perfect model is completely unrealistic as of now. In the future, absolutely.
Just any model.
But
we
however,
expect you to have something by now.
When I say model in that sense, because I know it's what you guys are asking for, like a complete and total layout of everything. The military, the clandestine levels of the military, I think have that for sure. And for us to get it, we have to either measure it ourselves, or that military structure, power structure, will have to dissolve, and then we'll get access to that.
You have enough information at your fingertips to work it out.
You go again, Ruhif. Great. Can I just get a gauge on the room?
Sorry, Mel.
Can I just get a gauge on the room's bullshit meter on Ruhif, Biodual? Like, I don't know, since I've been here, I've just heard snidiness. There's something like toxic happening today.
I think they're being way different than they used
really
to
want to engage in
they were before, though. I mean, they're actually being super cool today, I think.
They're not.
Thanks, yeah.
I mean, they're not. Like, they don't agree with us and everything, and they do want to, share their opinion, but I think they're fine.
I find it really funny how. Hey, let me say something real quick, Mark. I find it really funny. See, I don't go over gyms. The reason why is because I'm not a Glober. I find it really funny how Globers will come to a flat Earth server, though. They'll do it quite often too, as well.
I have a perfect explanation, and I
want to hear it. I want to hear it.
I won't use the typical thing I've been doing lately. But for this, I don't want to surround myself in an echo chamber. It doesn't matter what the echo chamber is. If it's a globe echo chamber or a flat echo chamber, I don't like it. I don't like them equally. So these kind of platforms where it seems equal, where everyone has a voice, great, fantastic. That's why.
I like an echo chamber sometimes, though, right? Don't you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
I don't like when you're married and you have a wife and children. Isn't your home an echo chamber? Sort of.
Nope. We
really. So your kids just go get high and get drunk when they want.
What?
I'm just saying. I'm just wondering.
We have disagreements. We come to natural agreements about most things, but the smallest things, like I put the cups in the dishwasher from the back to the front. My wife does it from the front to the back, and we have many arguments about that.
I'm not talking about little things. We disagree on the. We disagree almost on everything here when it comes to the shape of the earth stuff, right? Everything. It's a complete opposite, and that's most of what we talk about here is the shape of the earth. So the whole you have other conversations with your family.
But when is this Buenos Aires flight, by the way?
Aren't echo
it should go
chambers
pretty close to the pole.
Aren't echo chambers in some aspects all right?
Not for scientific discussions. I would disagree. When it comes to personal life, sure. That's why I'm not married to you, Don. When it comes to scientific discussions, no, I would stay away from echo chambers when it comes to science.
What kind of reasonable answer do you expect to get, though, from asking Flat Earth for a map and a model that can make predictions?
Something.
Asked in a snidey, kind of passive-aggressive way.
You've got enough information at your fingertips to make a map.
That's why I told about the flight, because I can do a prediction based on the weather patterns and the distance between those two places on the globe model. And I was wondering if Jerry can do the same on the flat Earth model, or
Yeah,
on
what's
a
the
flat
flight
Earth
path?
model.
That's a good
What's the
point.
flight path
It's
of the Earth?
a good thing to think about. So between which 2 points?
Was it
Buenos Aires and Darwin.
Yeah.
Yep. Where is it?
Okay.
Where's this? On October the 5th. October the 5th, people.
Yeah.
So, how, Mailman, you said you verified that distance?
No, I said that I can use the model, the globe model, and make a prediction for the flight time.
Oh, okay. But have you measured the distance, or do you have any way to know the distance yourself?
I use the distance that I get from the globe model.
Oh,
So I
so
make
the
a prediction.
operator, not the programmer.
Yeah, I
So
make.
you're saying you look at a
prediction based
model.
on the model.
Okay, so you're saying you look at the globe model, they tell you the distance, they tell you the flight time, and then since those link up, you feel like that is the distance, and then Earth is a globe because of that?
No, I make a
confirms,
prediction based on the model, and then I check the flight time and see if I got close to the actual flight time with my prediction.
But see, Gio, it goes back to being the operator versus the programmer.
What?
That is true. Yeah, because the entire GPS system that they follow when they fly is based on someone else's program, and the operator is just operating it within someone else's
I don't
system.
care about the
They're
GPS
still
system. I
flying
care
a
about the
certain
flight
amount of time.
Yeah.
I agree. That I agree with. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that too as well, but you're still the operator. It doesn't take away the programming. So you guys don't have the raw hardcore data.
Yeah, but we can
What's
get
raw
a
hardcore data?
distance
I have the
according
time.
to the globe. We can get a distance on the globe. We can work out how fast the plane will fly or should fly, and work out a time. Right? You guys
Right.
can't do that.
Well, that just what Merle said. It's reverse engineering.
Then reverse engineer it to flat Earth and give us an answer.
Yeah.
Well, we have to physically get like 3 known locations, and then triangulate that.
No, you
Do
need
it.
2 locations.
You've got
Damn, that would cost a lot of money. See, the thing is, flat Earth doesn't have that
no,
type of
costs
funding.
nothing.
What do you mean?
You've
Really?
got flight times. You've got flight times between
that's not,
fucking
no, I'm not talking
thousands
about
of
that.
cities.
I'm not talking about flight times, no, because we're going to use somebody else's program. Again, operator. Hello,
So
operator there.
What program am I using when I get the flight time?
You're using Mark, isn't it like Merc? What is it called? Let me look at it again. I know it's a GPS thing. You're using a system.
I'm
The
I only
geoid
get
model,
flight
that's one
time.
of them.
No,
Even the
we're
geoid.
just getting flight times.
I use the
Let me
the
get
geoid
it.
model to make a prediction of the flight time.
Let me get it.
But you can look up old flight times between any 2 big cities and try and make a map. You can't make it work. You think we reverse engineered, and you think that's somehow easy? Go and do it for flat Earth.
Well, that's a deep question, though, Ruhef. I agree with you, but I mean, you're talking about having a truly accurate map of the entire Earth. That's a big, tall
Not
glass to
accurate.
fill.
Doesn't have to be accurate.
Yeah, I can give you for the
lay some
southern
continents
hemisphere.
down somewhere.
Well, I'm just saying for
the southern
civilian
hemisphere, I can give you a 10% error margin and make predictions for that.
It cannot be done. Longitude lines get shorter as you get away from the poles.
Maybe you can explain this to me then, Ruhef. So Polaris. No, I just want to see if you can explain it to me. Polaris. Okay, so for every 69 miles, it's 1 degree, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a linear function, right?
Yes, that only works on a circle.
Right, right. It's great.
Yes.
He's got all the answers.
Wait. Isn't your Earth curvature squared function? Are linear functions squared?
The degree, 69 miles per degree to a distant object, only works on a circle or a sphere. The fact that it is linear tells you that it's circular.
That's great, but are linear functions squared?
No.
Thank you.
What's the
I don't.
what
I
point
don't
do you think you made?
understand.
Don't just assert your bias. Try to be
What
objective.
point did you think you made
So,
there?
so do we live on a slope?
No.
Because a linear function would be a slope, right? Correct?
Oh, Jesus, well.
When your
every
center
69
point
miles.
when your center point of a circle is looking out to an equidistant or a center point of a circle, you're looking out to an equidistant distance, and you're making a full circle. Every time you move 1 degree to the right, it's a linear function of this curved surface. That's
but
the relationship.
Isn't your
It's a linear
spherical-
function with an angle.
Right.
Right, but isn't your spherical a squared function, not linear?
That's different
What's
from
squared?
the angles. He's confusing the linear function of using angles and the
Distances or
squared
something,
function of dropped drop.
Oh, 8 inches per mile squared. I got you now. Okay.
Yeah, that's the confusion that he's bringing forth.
No confusion.
Oh, I think you are.
There is. You
if you
are
think you've made a
confused.
point, if you think you've made some sort of point, you're confused.
Not
If
at
you take
all.
a circle, and draw a straight line from the top up, and then from the right side you draw a straight line up to the same up that the north one was, and draw a line between those two in the surface. All the lines, if you go like 1 degree, there's a linear function there on a circle.
Yeah, those parallel lines, that linear relationship, 69 miles per degree, only works on a circle.
That's great. I just wanted to hear you say it's not a square
How does
function.
it?
That's all.
How does it only work on a circle if the Earth's not a circle, Ruhif?
Circles don't exist in reality.
So no,
cross
what's
section
your
of a
answer?
sphere.
What's your answer?
A cross section of a sphere.
Right, but you're asserting that that's what the Earth is, when there's people here who know it isn't. So what do you got then?
The people that
Demonstrate how the angles work.
So you're asserting it's a physical object and it's a fact and this is how a sphere works and blah blah blah, but that's not what the Earth is.
Demonstrate how the angles work if the Earth is not a sphere. It cannot be
Shapes
done.
don't exist, Ruhif.
Is the
Shapes
Earth-
don't exist. The Earth exists. Shapes, circles, lines,
Is
points
it
are all made
is it a
up.
plane? Is it a plane? Does it have
It
a
is
surface?
the Earth.
But I do agree with
Yeah.
what Ruhif is saying. There's certain geometries that are not going to be compatible. So there is differences in terms of those factors, and that can be deciphering in terms of doing measurements and things like that, especially over very long distances.
Yeah, Brandon just rejects that trigonometry can be used over long distances because he knows that it's curvature.
Where'd
I
that
mean,
come from?
Yeah, I mean, you got to acknowledge, Ruth, if you're asserting a biased view, not an objective view. It's a
I'm
biased
asserting a view
your
that
biased
matches
view.
reality, Merle. It matches reality. That's not a
doesn't.
bias.
It's not objective.
Then
I
show us
would-
how it works on a flat Earth.
You don't know what light is, Ruhif.
No one's saying
doesn't
it's a
matter.
flat Earth.
I would agree.
no
I would
one-
agree with Merle. I would agree with Merle, but in the context of I am biased towards the evidence. Without the evidence, I don't make a decision. I don't have a predisposition towards anything. But if you
Show me
provide
evidence.
if you provide me the evidence, I will be biased towards where the evidence points me.
Show me the evidence that light is a physical thing that travels.
Show me the surface of a body of water being contorted into a sphere.
If you
That's
just want me to tell
Prove me
you,
this, prove me that.
if you want me to
That's
tell you
objectivity.
everything,
It's not
if you want me to
bias.
tell you everything, then here, the Earth is a globe. Now, if you disagree with me, please provide evidence contrary, because plenty of evidence has been provided. But if you
just
only
did.
want me to teach you
I just did.
about the physical reality,
just
every
did.
part of it, I'm not going to be able to do that. Sorry, guys.
All you guys do is say, prove me this, prove me that, right? This is why we're asking you to make a prediction, right? Because you guys, your standard of what is compelling evidence is broken, right?
You
guys
make
can't
shit
assess
up
evidence
to make your model work. You're making
Right,
shit
so
up
make
about light.
you make shit up. How about
I don't
you
want to make
shit
shit
and
up. I
make a
want to know
model?
what the truth is.
Right. But you need an idea in your head and then try to correspond that idea with reality. That is a model, right?
You
guys,
have
please
taken an
make
idea
shit up.
of what light is, and you formed
Please make
everything
shit up
about it
and tell us how things work.
fit what you want Earth to be.
Again, if you think that is true, then do the same for flat Earth.
I'm asking
That's what you think is true.
If you want me to believe Earth is glob, you need to prove what light is.
Yeah, prove to whose
and how
standard
it
of evidence.
behaves.
Prove to whose standard of evidence.
That's
Mine.
That's what I've said for
Yours, right?
for flat earthers for a while. Oh fuck, I forgot where it's going. Well,
Standard of evidence. Subjective standard of evidence.
No, it's lost forever.
Yeah, this is what I argue with fucking DITRH.
I'm trying to figure out what proof are you looking for, Ruhev?
No. This is about you guys keep asking us for proof, right? And that the idea of a formal logical syllogism to prove something about the shape of the Earth or anything really is impossible, right?
That's wrong.
No, but I'm saying you. What are you looking for when it comes to flat Earth? What would make you be like, oh, wow, I think I should question this, sphere?
If the only observation that I ever saw in my life was the black swan, and I had no idea about refraction, I would say Earth is flat.
Okay, so we going on refraction. Okay, what about refraction?
Well, I would then learn about refraction and realize that was what was at play that day, and then discover that it was a globe.
Right back around to light.
So we got 5 refractions we can deal with here. Which one would you learn about to discuss about that?
Looming.
Looming, okay.
But only looming in the background, right? Not looming in the foreground.
No.
Why not in the foreground?
Well, if things loom up in the foreground and obstruct things in the background, then you don't agree with that.
Your fucking hand in front of your face, as I keep saying, has
don't
it's in its
cuss at me.
refracted position.
Okay, so
the hand
what
in
is
front of your face is in its refracted position.
Okay, that's great. So what is looming, Ruhev?
The apparent or the changing of the apparent position of an object due to the curvature of light.
Okay, so it's not reflecting off the water and just making it appear to not at all. Interesting.
Light taking a downwardly curved path to your eye, which makes your brain think it's in a different position than it actually is.
All right, so I'm gonna try to find this photo quick and see if you can tell me if this is looming.
Can I ask a quick question to Jerry while you're at it? Yeah, Jerry, would you have to know what light is in order for you to say that the Earth is flat?
No.
Why?
Because it's irrelevant.
Okay.
it's irrelevant
why
to us then as
do
well.
we have to? Yeah. Why do we have to know that in order
Because
for the Earth
every
to be flat?
excuse you have for the observations you see is based upon assumptions of how light works, be it the distance to stars, the black swan, refraction,
observations are you relying on?
gooba.
With Jerry, the same thing goes with you. I mean, if I
No.
say the angles to Polaris have a linear function, we see both obstructed by water. You're just going to say, light does things.
I'm not interested in making up stories about how reality works. You see reality, you're never going to know.
Okay.
You can know certain things.
Then we see water obstruct objects with distance.
What do you see? You see
I
the
see
water
water in front of the
obstructing.
boat.
Right.
Yep.
Now what?
It has to curve because that's demonstrable.
That's a story.
No, but then
No,
you
that's
ask
demonstrable.
then you ask the next question: what's making it curve?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We put
And you
down a
don't have
model
an
that the Earth is curved.
We already
Earth is
know that
curved.
it's curved. It's curved.
Earth
and
is
then we
curved.
can
No.
What's wrong with the story?
So then you don't need the observation.
And all you can invoke is an invisible force that
Right.
you don't really.
You're saying, well, everything
So you're
proves glob, therefore glob.
No, that's what you say. Everything
Reality
proves flat.
matches a globe.
Okay, so let me get back to the. I can't find the photo real quick. So you invoke looming refraction. What value would that be? First, you would need the radius, anyways.
I don't need
You
the
guys
radius
claim
for refraction.
Yes, you do need a radius.
No, I don't need a
7 over
radius
is standard
refraction.
with standard refraction.
If I
you
need a
do.
radius
That's
for
sure.
refraction,
And
then an
there's
inferior mirage is proof of the globe. Stuck on that one.
what?
If you're saying that there's no refraction,
Dude, you need the
on a
radius.
flat Earth,
Everything is based on the radius.
no,
What are you
if
talking
you
about?
are
Yeah.
saying that light only refracts on a globe, then well done, welcome to the globe.
Ruhif, do you have everyone muted?
Yes.
Do I have everyone muted?
What he's, what
Yeah,
he's
you've,
saying, Don,
you've
what he's
talked over
saying,
everyone, including bio. So
Really?
you've talked, yeah, you've talked and clipped over everyone, including bio. So I was asking if you had everyone muted.
no, you're not doing that at all, Roof. Don, what he's essentially saying is that
He is.
that
Rick, he is
refraction,
right.
refraction and the effects of it would occur on a flat Earth. It would occur over a flat plane. It would occur over any shape. It doesn't require a particular Earth shape to occur. So the radius isn't required for refraction to occur. If you're saying it does, then that's when he says, "Welcome to globe Earth."
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm not saying refraction wouldn't occur on a flat Earth, but the fact that you guys have a radius of 3959, and that's how you guys get the formula for your refraction to fit on your globe model, you need the radius. You need that spherical
Yes.
curve. Yeah.
Well, have
okay,
you ever
just
used?
double speak. You just
Right,
double
have
speak.
you ever used a curve calculator to disprove the globe? Have you ever done that?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you just assumed the globe. You
Have
just
you ever
assumed a
looked
radius.
at Randy's? Have you ever
You
looked
just
at
assumed a
Randy's
radius.
Non sequitur.
Ruhif, have you ever
You
looked
just
at
assumed a
Randy's
It's a
radius.
non
head?
sequitur.
I live
No.
on Randy's head.
You assumed a radius, checked the result against reality, and you think it didn't match. Therefore, you disproved the globe. Is that not what you did?
When did you realize you lived on Randy's head, Ruhif?
Who am I speaking to?
Yeah, I'd prefer an answer to Ruhif's question than Merle's question.
Well, I mean, Randy's head looks like a globe. Is that where you live, Ruhif?
No. Who was I speaking to?
You were speaking to
man.
Don, so perhaps Don can
Oh,
answer and
no.
Ruhif can answer.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
if
too
you have
profound
plugged,
for you, Ruhif?
if you have
So, of
plugged
course-
in a number to a curve calculator
Yeah.
and used that to disprove the globe, you
Mhm.
have assumed the globe for the
Yep.
sake of that comparison, right?
No, I'm not assuming a globe. Actually, I am
Well, you used
giving
it
the
in
information that is supposed to be true, and I don't see it.
Right. That's what I do. Is I do the same as you. I did the same as you. I used the curve calculator and compared it to reality. We both did the same thing. We both assumed a globe.
Okay,
and
so
a
you're
radius.
saying lumen. So you're given refraction, yet your refraction on your model is based on the R value.
Not based
You're
on the
aware of
R
this,
value.
right? You're aware of this,
I know.
right?
I know what 7/6R is. Right.
But you're aware of this, right?
Refraction happens on a flat Earth or a globe. Refraction just happens in an atmosphere with a
In
density
your
gradient.
model with your math, I'm talking about your math.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
we'll
about a
get
flat
there.
Earth. I'm talking about with your math makes things physically lift over the bulge. The horizon's apparent. We don't see it.
Physically.
We don't see it because of refraction lifts things up and allows you to see it. Correct?
Right. Yeah,
Based
light
off
curves.
the radius. The
Does light
spherical
curve on a flat Earth? Does light curve on a flat
Ruhif,
Earth?
do you live behind Randy's ear?
That's switching them.
Where on the globe
Does
are
light
you?
curve? Does light curve on a flat Earth?
Is Randy's ear a nice place
I'm
to live?
gonna mute you shortly, Mel.
I'm gonna mute you. You mean?
Okay, fine, do it. It'd be great.
Yeah. You boring globe head.
So, Don, does light refract on a flat Earth?
That's a non sequitur. You got a lot of logical fallacies. You're switching it on me. It's a radius that you guys go based off from, and that's how you
We
guys
will
get
get
your
there.
7 over 6R.
We will get there.
Well, then get there. We can get there now.
Okay, does light refract on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, and we have both pre-assumed a radius to plug it into the curve calculator to check against reality. We agree with that?
So what's the radius of a flat Earth then?
We're doing a curve calculator.
I'm just trying to figure it out because I'm trying to understand this. What is it? What's the diameter? Let's use
So
that.
we're talking about a curve
Because
calculator.
you're
We
asking me a
both-
bunch of questions when I'm telling you that's where you guys don't have the R value because we're always
Yes,
dealing
we
with refraction. You guys even say it.
assumed it.
We
You have when you use the curve calculator, you have assumed a radius.
Assumed, and it doesn't work.
That's your result. I understand that, right? That's your result. I use it and I do match reality. Right? We have different results apparently, but we have both assumed a radius. We have both assumed a radius, worked out the result of the calculation, and then compared it to reality.
You know, the difference is I'll concede. The difference is I assumed it to be true. You think it is true. That's the difference.
Yeah, because my results match reality.
No. You have a bias.
Question, right?
You have a bias though.
Yeah, you do.
Reality. You do.
You have a bias right now, dude.
No, my results match reality.
If you didn't have a bias and it was objective, everybody would see it. Everybody would experience it, and it would become a fact, and you'd be a hero. But you're just a sad man in a Discord server full of realists.
You're here too, champ.
Yeah, a realist.
Think
here
about
to bring
this,
you back to reality.
Ruud, think about this really well. No, think about this real well. Okay, think about it. We're going to slow it down. Okay, you have 7/6 standard refraction. We always deal with that every day, correct?
Yes.
It's very slow, dumbing it down. Okay, that's based off what?
The fact that refraction happens and that we both presume there's a radius. We both do it. Do you understand that we both do it?
But yes, okay, but
good.
There is no geometric horizon, no spherical edge, no curve we can see.
When you say no geometric horizon, do you mean no unrefracted horizon?
Yep, there's no spherical curve. There's no geometric horizon. Yep.
Yeah, but when you say geometric, when you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted?
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
No, I don't.
So
no, I don't.
There's no spherical curve. We don't see the geometric curvature, sphere edge. Okay, it's just
when you
sky
say
meeting
geometric,
right? Correct.
Say
correct. Ruud, you know what I'm talking about. You don't play dumb.
No,
you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm asking you what you mean by geometric. Do you mean unrefracted?
Unrefracted. There you go. If that makes you
so unrefracted. I don't give a shit about the unrefracted horizon. Do not give a shit. Who cares what the unrefracted horizon is? We have an atmosphere. There is refraction. Who gives a shit what the unrefracted horizon is?
Then how do you have a radius of 3959 if you don't care about it? Don't use it.
If the Earth is a sphere, the circumference of it is by definition 40,000 kilometers. Right?
Yeah, 24,000 miles, 901.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great.
There's no question about the radius. If the Earth is a sphere, we know the radius.
But you just said you don't care about it.
I don't care about the unrefracted horizon.
Yeah, you don't care about it. You don't care if you see it or not.
The unrefracted horizon?
Okay, so you're bringing this stuff to the table. And this is amazing.
No, what you're trying to do is say that the apparent horizon is not geometric. I can do geometry on the apparent horizon. That is exactly what 7/6R is, so that you can do geometry on the apparent horizon.
So it's not based on a radius or R value of your Earth? Because you have a certain...
Based on an increased radius because of refraction. That's what 7/6R is. It's an increased radius to take into account refraction. The whole thing of 7/6R is to make the geometry easier so that you have a straight line of light and a slightly less curved Earth. That's the whole point. That's what 7/6R does. Otherwise you're dealing with a radius of 3959 and a curved ray of light. That's a difficult geometry. 7/6R is just a nice geometry trick so that you're dealing with a straight line and a circle. Much easier to deal with.
So what you're doing is you're getting flat, or you're getting Euclidean geometry, straight lines, and then wrapping it.
You can have curves in Euclidean geometry. You have circles. A circle is a fucking Euclidean shape.
Spherical.
You can have a sphere exist in Euclidean. The coordinate system for spherical geometry will be a
sure. What straight lines? I'm talking about straight lines. I'm talking about I'm not talking
You
about
can
the
have,
ones
you can
that
have
you got.
curved lines in Euclidean geometry. Y equals x squared is a curved line in Euclidean geometry. You're getting confused with coordinate systems. Right? I can have a sphere exist in Euclidean 3D space, or I can have a sphere, the surface of the sphere, and use polar coordinates, latitude and longitude.
Euclidean geometry doesn't account for refraction.
What? It's just a curve. Again, you guys are
I'm talking about
confused.
optics. The way that light
it's just
is
a curve.
described is
Again,
called with Euclidean geometry. It doesn't account
are
for
you
refraction.
are you saying that a curve can't exist in Euclidean geometry?
I'm saying Euclidean geometry does not account for refraction.
What? It doesn't even make any sense.
The optics, how we
that's a
see
curve,
how
right?
light is described to operate, is described with Euclidean geometry. It doesn't account for refraction.
We treat refraction as a curve, right? We treat refraction as a curved ray of light.
Oh man!
You're saying curves can't exist in Euclidean space? That's retarded.
No, I didn't say. I never said that. But
ahead,
he's
Tom.
right. Jerry is right. There is no refraction, and he actually has some citations.
When you say there's no refraction,
there isn't.
What's happening?
Not in the math.
What's happening? What?
If you want to know what's happening, then we need to talk about what light is, and you are deathly afraid of that.
Jesus Christ. What's light, Jerry?
I don't know.
Okay. Are we done with that conversation then?
Well, if you could tell me what it is, I would love it.
It's a packet of electromagnetic energy.
Electromagnetism?
Yes.
Light is electromagnetism. I don't think so, sir.
Well, apparently it has an electric field in one axis and a magnetic field on the other.
You mean electromagnetic waves?
In fact, Bio is a bit of an expert on this, aren't you, Bio?
Probably not enough to answer Jerry's malformed questions.
Oh, I just asked what it is.
We communicate by fucking electromagnetic energy right now. By understanding it.
All right. What is it?
It's a fucking electric field.
It's honestly hard to say. It's honestly hard to say in this context and this discussion. It's really hard to say and to put a stamp on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you know? How do you know that it behaves within the confines of man-made geometry?
With experiments and fucking with it. That's how we know.
Okay. What did you see in reality?
Oh, can we not?
And how did you manipulate that?
No, that's the beauty of it, is that we have brains that function, that don't require us to see an example in nature and replicate it. We can just create new things and then see what happens when we fuck with it.
That's called trial and error.
Whatever you want to call it.
That's called trial and error.
We can take and create light. We can take and create light, shoot it or transmit it using different wavelengths. We can fuck with it using different components, and then we can get different results. The beauty of it is that we can get consistent results when we have machines and things consistently doing the same thing to it.
That's called coherent light, lasers.
Whatever you want to call it.
Not sunlight.
Sure, whatever you want to call it. We have solar panels, and the fun thing about solar panels is that we understand light, sunlight, and these man-made objects so well that we can manufacture them to the public and utilize them and have real applicable use to it.
Right. When the light hits it, I'm asking you, what is the light?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't have a proper explanation for this.
So how do you know how it behaves if you can't even see the damn
experiments?
thing?
With experiments and fucking with it.
You are moving furniture around and seeing what happens.
Yeah, sure, man. Whatever.
You're not manipulating the light.
Whatever floats your boat, Jerry.
Right. It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter how it doesn't. There's not a proper explanation for this context. It could go really deep, in which we get to quantum level and say it's a particle and a wave at the same time. We can get real fucking deep, but when it comes to this context and what we're talking about, we can fuck with it, Jerry, in consistent and predictable ways.
Particle and wave of what?
Yeah, see, I'll put it this way. If you don't understand that we can fuck with light and make it do consistent and predictable
can't.
things, then we're not going to talk about it being a particle and a wave.
You can't fuck with light. You can't fuck with sunlight.
Says the person looking into a device that is fucking with light at this moment.
You can't fuck with sunlight. You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what you're looking at.
Says the person who acknowledges that solar power is a real thing.
Because we assume that the light is traveling and hitting it. We don't know what the path is. We don't know
we
what
made a
the light is.
functional piece of technology with it, right? With that understanding, we made technology.
Through trial and error, but you don't know how it behaves.
But we did it, right?
You don't know how it behaves.
We don't understand light so much that we can utilize it in everyday life.
You look outside and you see things because you assume light is hitting it. But you don't know what the light is.
Whatever.
You're assuming light
Whatever,
is a
Jerry.
physical thing that travels.
It doesn't matter what our assumptions is. We understand enough to have applicable use and to recreate it.
Well, then you can't say dick about how it works. Refraction,
Yes, we
7
can.
over 6R, looming, and all this shit. You can't.
I give the same example about car engines, man. I literally probably couldn't know less, other than changing my oil, changing tire, brake pads, and maybe some electronic shit. But that's separate. I almost don't know at all how a car works. Does that mean I can't use it? Does that mean I don't know that gas goes in it, makes it go vroom vroom? All these things, Jerry. I don't have to know the base level to understand how it works.
You could manipulate the parts, but the actual electricity you're not manipulating. The light you are not manipulating. You don't even know what it is. A wave of what? What is the substance? You don't know.
You don't understand the analogy that I just gave.
You're not seeing anything in reality. You just see furniture. You see objects. You don't see light.
Right. When
How do you know how it behaves?
When I do these particular things, I do these 3 things to light, and it gives this effect. I then reset everything, and I do those same 3 things, and it does this one thing again, consistently. I know enough that when I do these 3 things, I'm going to get this result. And if I do 1,000 iteration experiments, I'm going to know in 1,000 different ways that it's going to do 1,000 different things consistently.
That's called trial and error based on shit you can't see.
It doesn't matter what it's called.
You don't know what the light is doing. You're just observing effects. You're not seeing the cause of any of this.
Yeah, oh, come on. So, Jerry, are you saying that trial and error is unsubstantiated?
It is substantiated. That's how most science is done. But that's not my point. My point is you see effects of light. You don't see the cause of it. You don't see what... You don't see the light.
Does that
you
change?
Can't say
does that
how
change
it behaves.
Does that change how we interact with it and making predictions on what's going to happen when we do a particular thing?
Could you say that again?
Does not knowing what it is, if I can't put my foot down and say it is a particle, it is a wave, it is a thing, if I can't do that, all these trial and error experiments and the way that we use light today, does that mean that we don't actually know what we're doing with light?
You don't use light. You observe the effects of it.
No, that's not my question.
That's my point.
Do we understand light enough that it what's a good margin? 70% of all the things that we use today.
I just need you to show me that it is a physical thing that travels.
Oh, I don't need to do that at all. All I need to show you is that we understand light enough to where we can make accurate predictions when we fuck with it.
Right.
That's great. Real quick, Ruhiv, you're looking at my screen. Okay, so you said looming.
Yeah.
You see this ship right here, right? So you're telling me this is looming, right?
No, I don't call that looming. I call that just the water the same color as the sky.
Oh, they call it this stuff. It's looming. Look, these are
I wish
all
they
lumen
wouldn't.
images. Well, is
I
this
wish
looming?
they wouldn't call it looming.
Is this lumen as well?
No, it's the
Is it
it's
where
the
the
water
sky
the same. It's the
appears as-
water the same color as the sky. If you get a high enough resolution photo and fuck with the levels, you will see the actual horizon with the boat.
What about that? Is that looming?
No. Well, hang on. Any flying boat image you see, right? I will say that the water is the same color as the sky.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. It's not. That's not an example of looming. Looming is just the apparent raising of an object, and the water should loom as well.
Yeah, apparent water where the sky reflects off the water around it, making the horizon appear closer and the boat floating. So do we see that in the Black Swan? What's looming?
I don't call this looming. I don't call these boats looming.
What is looming then? Can you?
Looming is just the apparent raising of an object.
Can you?
It's higher than where it is geometrically.
Yeah, that's what that right there is. Look, it appears higher.
Not so it appears above
What about
the
that
water.
one?
The water,
Is that
the
one?
water will. Don, the water will loom as well.
Does that appear?
All you are seeing
higher?
All you are seeing in these flying boat photos is water the same color as the sky.
Yeah,
How
'cause
many
it's
times do I need to say it?
Yeah, it's reflecting the sky.
It could be.
That's why. It could be. It is.
Could be.
It's not. It could be. It is.
Right, so it's not. These flying boats are not examples of looming.
So is this what is your example of looming? Because this is the mainstream, explanation of looming.
It's the pop fucking science version of it. It's bullshit. Looming is just
it is.
downwardly bending light.
So you're the citation then. You're over them.
I think these guys are wrong. Yes. I don't call that looming. Looming is just downwardly bending light, so an object appears higher than it actually is. Oh, sure. Flying boats are not examples of looming. I'm sure that the path the light takes to them is downwardly curving and it appears higher. But what do you see bending? Examples, what?
You said that the light is bending. What? What is bending? What is it? What is the substance that you see?
Changes direction. The photon changes direction.
No, you don't see the light.
No, just not going to.
Oh, that was funny, Ruhib. Oh man.
You can't say something is bending when you can't see it.
Okay, shine a laser through a fucking sugar water tank.
That's coherent light. That is not sunlight.
I don't care. I don't care what kind of light it is. It bends.
Okay, what is sunlight?
Fucking light.
You can't tell me. Nobody can, and you're saying that it bends. What is bending?
Jerry, it's
you take a metal rod and you bend it.
This is where the conversation gets crazy, Jerry.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not saying you are crazy. I'm saying the conversation gets crazy.
No, this is what the whole thing is based on. These assumptions that light is a physical thing. You look it up. Okay, what is light? Energy. What is energy? Radiation. What is radiation? Electromagnetic waves. What is an electromagnetic wave? It's a periodic disturbance.
Whatever light is, Jerry,
of a subatomic particle.
Understand it and use it, right? Whatever it is.
Particle of what? Wave of what?
Yeah.
The field. What is the field made out of? Nobody knows. It's all bullshit.
Jerry, here's a question then. Here's a question on the same, using an analogy with magnetism. When you have a magnetic field, what is that field made of? No, I'm not. I'm one for one asking about a field of a force that we wouldn't disagree with, or something that we wouldn't disagree with. What is that field made of within a magnetic field?
I don't know.
Right, perfect, man. I'm not going to sit here for 15 minutes grilling you about what it is. I accept that you don't know. I don't know either. Fantastic. We move on.
Right.
But do we accept that magnetism is useful and we understand it enough to make it useful?
You say light is bending. What is bending? What is the substance that's bending?
It's a curve when you shine a fucking light through the sugar water. Is that a curve or is it not a curve?
Do we live in
what?
water?
Do you not know the difference between a straight line and a curve? Like, what's happening here?
Something has to curve.
Yes, light. Can we just call it light and leave it at that?
No, because you don't have a substance there.
Okay, there's a substance there.
No, there isn't.
Can we give it a label? Okay.
No, there isn't. Look
Jerry,
it up. There's nothing there.
You're just navel gazing.
How's that bias going for you, Ruhif?
How's it what?
How's that bias working out for you?
Yeah,
That's a strong one. He says he disagrees with mainstream, but yeah, you still believe the Earth is a globe. Congratulations to that
Oh,
one.
the pop science flying boats, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you
that's not
invoked
looming.
it, right? What is looming? What is it then? I mean, I don't know. You're the
It is
citation.
the downward bending of light, which makes objects appear higher than they are geometrically.
Can I get a photo or demonstration of this, please?
Photo of looming. Probably not, because you would need to then accept where it is in where the object is geometrically. And you
So
won't
your
accept
claim,
that is the argument.
Your claim is null and void.
No. That is the argument. That is
void.
what we're debating, Don. Because if
No,
he gives you an
no.
example of looming, it would just come down to, well, yeah, the Earth is curving, so it should be here, but it's raised up to here, and then we're just arguing about flat versus globe.
No, it's just null and void. Welcome to flat Earth, basically.
What? No.
Well,
We
see,
would just argue.
the beautiful thing that Don and Jerry have just highlighted is when it boils down to a debate.
Actually, no, I think I can. I think I can.
But it's basically based on language, and in a debate format, it can be won or lost with a better argument. The thing that's really going to do it, though, is the practical stuff, the real life hard science. But you guys aren't interested in that.
Car, remember?
Well, no, we would agree with you, Merle. It would be the experiments. It would be the demonstrations. It would be the observations. It would be all of those things. Yes.
And they're surprised when they say the Earth is flat.
Did Brandon not loom up a car in his fish tank about a year ago?
That's looming? I thought it wasn't looming.
Yeah, he had a density gradient and it loomed the car up.
I'm down for the black swan being a great example of looming.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Are you kidding? You guys don't even have an example of what
I just said black swan.
Obviously, he got it in his imagination mind, and I can't picture it.
No,
so.
but when you ask for an example, right, and I say it's above where it should be geometrically, the argument is then, where is it geometrically?
I'm down for rhetoric-based arguments and ballers having no imagination being proof of flat Earth.
Okay, no. Here you go, Don. Take a look at the chat. So this the bottom version, what I would say is closer to geometric, and then I would say the top version there is extreme looming of both the water and the oil rigs, providing that observation. That's my example of looming.
Yeah, but then isn't the bottom one just sinking and the top one's flat Earth, right? It comes down to where it is geometrically. Yeah.
Perhaps, but then my argument would be the bottom one is crisper, showing a closer representation of reality, and the top one is pretty fucked, making it a far away from reality, relative anyways.
Great.
So then I would say the baseline, closer to the baseline, would be the bottom version.
But that's great. But what about the second photo you posted, right? How far is that first oil rig?
Science is glorified.
I don't know. 6 miles.
6.6. Yep, 6.2 miles away, right? The geometric horizon would be 1.23 miles away. How are we seeing that?
Again,
Mars is a genius.
Geometric. When you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted?
I'm saying though, where you get your radius, your curve.
I wouldn't get my radius from these pictures.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't. No. In 2021, I would determine my radius using satellite pictures.
Yeah, because you'll get about 260,000 miles, right? That'll be pretty big.
I just wouldn't use any measurements from ground level. A 1 foot observation. I wouldn't do that. In 2021, I would use pictures from satellites.
Isn't that what they did back then?
Yeah, and they were off by a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, Al Baruni was off because he did get up on a mountain. That was good.
But they knew it was a sphere, even they were so off.
Like if I give you an object on, and I would presume it to be a sphere, for example, a basketball. Do you have to know the radius value to know that it's a sphere?
Well, you want to know what's really cool is that actually can hold that.
Just say the word no, Don. Just no.
No, I can actually hold that basketball though. Isn't that something?
If you okay, how about this? I don't allow you to touch it. Do you have to know the radius?
You want me
value?
to live on the basketball?
Do you have to know the radius value to understand that object is a sphere? I'm just going to make the assumption that no, you
because
don't
I'm looking
need
at
to
it.
know the radius value
No, but
because
that's
you
not
know
a
that an
sequitur.
object is a sphere based on other observations.
But yeah, because I could see it in my hands. That's like a question I asked somebody earlier. Okay, if you want to use that standard, sure, I agree with you. When I asked somebody going distance, proving, you know, the shape of the earth, going over, say, a mountain or a basketball, there you go, basketball, or around a city, could you tell the difference from the curve as a sphere versus a circle? And no, you couldn't. That's the same
What do you mean
example.
sphere versus a circle?
If you are blind, right, but you have senses that you are going around a circle or you are curving, right? You had that type of senses.
What sense would that be, Don? I think this is too much. I don't think that this is deserving of attention.
But yours is?
Yeah, yes, because I'm not
You have a
because
bias.
your implication is that a blind person has a special sense for feeling what surface they're walking on. And if you can't explain that sense, then there's no point in moving on.
Okay, I'll explain it. So we're not seeing the earth entirely, and it's all because we're on the earth. We're not outside of it looking in God's eye view. Okay. So if you're going around a object that's a sphere versus a plate, right? And you're on that object, you're on two of them. You're going to go on one and then go on the other. You're going to go around up a hill and then down a hill like a sphere. And then on the plate,
that's not what's happening on a sphere.
Listen, let me finish.
I'm just correcting the parts that are wrong.
That's great. Cool. Great for you. Clap. So you're going up and you're going back down. Okay. On the plate, you're going in a circle, but you don't know the shape of either object. Would it be hard or pretty much impossible to know if which one is a sphere and which one is not?
Or flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would probably be impossible if you're blind and walking to know the difference. Yeah.
Thank you. The same example you were using.
What point was made?
The point was, it's amazing, isn't it?
It's amazing, Don. That's fantastic.
So amazing, Don. What the fuck? Okay.
Oh, that was good.
Did you know where that was going to finish?
The point is that distances and all that stuff, when you guys plot out all this stuff, GPS and coordinate systems and everything, flight paths and boats and all that stuff and races, whatever, you're assuming you're going in a straight line. You assume that all that, see, like, you're the operator, not the programmer. You can be going in a whole big great circle versus a sphere. You wouldn't know because you're on the earth. You're not God's eye view.
But we have instrumentation to help us, and it wouldn't necessarily involve GPS.
Light, right?
You aren't wrong. We're going in a great big circle. Great circle.
Right. Yes, you are. You could do that on a flat plane too.
What would be different is how you would use that instrumentation, though, especially when we talk about the southern hemisphere, because your southern hemisphere and our southern hemisphere are basically the opposite in every way. The northern hemisphere is fairly similar for most things.
Lines of longitude get shorter as you get away from the equator. Therefore, globe.
Really? But isn't it chubbier at the bottom?
At the middle.
No, he's talking about the geoid having more mass.
Yeah, it's more chubbier. Yeah.
By a very, very small margin.
Really, compared to us?
And nothing to do with the point, Don. And nothing to do with the point.
What do you mean nothing to do with it?
Lines of longitude get shorter. The distance between lines of longitude gets shorter as you move away from the equator. Both directions. Therefore, globe.
Latitude.
Longitude.
No, the on a Gleason's, the lines of longitude stay the same. It's the latitude lines that are all fucked up.
No, other way. The latitude lines are fat. That's how I remember it. Fatitude, latitude. It's the belts of the Earth.
Right.
Latitude is constant. Yeah, latitude is constant. Longitude, the distance between them change.
No. Oh, you're saying the distance between the lines of latitude. Yeah.
Longitude.
Okay.
longitude.
yeah.
The vertical lines. If we're looking at northern up, southern down, we're looking at the distance between the vertical lines.
Right.
So 1 degree of latitude in around Sydney is shorter than 1 degree of latitude at the equator.
And where do you get those numbers?
Sun, solar noon on the equinox.
You did that, Ruhef? Really? You got a video? Can I check it out?
It's doable. Doable.
Oh, it's doable. You didn't do it though.
Wally's done it. Wally measured some runways on longitude.
Really? You got a video for that?
Check where's Wally's channel.
What will it do for you, Don? Let's say you watch it and it's done exactly the way that Ruhif explained. What will that do for you, Don?
See raw data.
I know, but let's say you see it as perfectly as Ruhif explained it. What does that do for you going forward?
It gives me information and evidence.
Probably the same thing that my citations do for you, Bio.
80-year-old citations about things that we've progressed in. Yeah.
Right, so where's Wally? Measured these runways and got the longitude for each one, and then plotted them for different latitudes. What do you think happened?
Hang on, Ruhef. Oh, Gio, you there? I don't know if he's there.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, what's up?
Anon, or whatever is asking for post pics. I don't know who that is. Did you VC verify them?
Nope. It doesn't look like they're verified right now.
Do you want me to do that or what? I don't know what to do.
Well, yeah, that's those the voice verified room up there. So yeah, they could just jump in there, and then Mod could jump in there.
Yeah, because I don't know who they are. You might know who they are. That's why I asked. All right.
Did they message you or something?
No, they're in the chat right now. Livestream. Why can't I post pics? They're wondering why they can't do that. All right, guys, go.
Well, this channel is set up for it's the live stream. So basically, live stream verified role. You're automatically unmuted when you join, and then also you can post everything in the chat. Images and links and everything. And then voice verified can speak in live stream 1, although not in 2 and 3. That's the way it's set up right now. They can speak here, but then they can't post images and links and stuff. So because basically, since this is live streamed on the chat, people could post stuff that would go on there. So it's just like a system to be able to make sure the live stream is clean of possible things that can happen.
Cool. So Don, on the equinox, right, when the sun is at solar noon, at the exact same time, they're all on the same line of longitude. Do you understand that?
Yeah. I got you.
Right. So let's say we wait an hour, and then we do it again. So the sun has moved 15 degrees, or whatever, and then we're at a different location, a different longitude. Do you understand? We can measure between those 2 points.
Sure, you can measure it.
Okay, so lines of longitude, the distance between lines of longitude gets shorter as you move away from the equator. Therefore, globe.
What?
So, Ruhif, there's an equator, right?
Yeah.
So there's a northern hemisphere, which is the top, and a southern hemisphere, which is the bottom, right?
Sure.
But
yes,
when you're in the northern hemisphere, the sky is above you. And when you're in the southern hemisphere, the sky is above you.
So far, so good, Merle.
Therefore, not globe.
How do you get that? Have you guys seen
how can the sun be above you in the northern hemisphere and above you in the southern hemisphere at the same time?
Very easily, Merle. Very easily.
With everybody
I can't help you with.
Right.
Yeah, well, maybe we're
How come
upside down
everybody's
to other
standing
people.
right with the sky above them?
Because the sun is not directly
Yes.
above the North Pole. It's actually going to be
No, I'm not
side
talking about.
to the side
I'm
a
not
bit,
talking about the
so the
sun.
northern and southern get light at the same time.
I'm not talking about
Do
the
you think-
sun. I'm talking about the sky itself.
Oh, the sky?
The sky.
Because there's a force acting from the center of this object. So everywhere on this sphere, you'd be pulled towards the center, including the atmosphere. So no matter
So
where
if
you
I
are on the
was-
surface, your relative up is still looking into the sky.
If I was at the bottom of a sphere, the sky should be below me.
From a particular perspective, you could describe it that way, sure.
Yeah, from God's eye view,
But it's
basically. Yeah.
not.
Right. From a guide's eye view, you can say that person is on the bottom of this thing, and the sky happens to be below them from my eyes.
Yeah, you're basically, with your view, you would be upside down in Australia.
But I'm not.
Well,
From
depends
your
on
perspective
depends
on the
coordinate
surface.
system. Yeah.
Right. From your perspective on the surface, you're right. Your feet are on the ground. You're forced towards your feet by something, and when you look up from the ground, you're looking into the sky. Correct. The sky is above you from your
can't-
perspective.
I'm not sure I take him seriously, Bio.
Well, it's like the plumb bobs, right? Because people are plumb bobs because everybody stands on their feet and everybody's upright.
Right.
And that
Sure.
makes perfect sense laterally, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Makes sense on a
It
globe as
makes
well.
perfect sense laterally. Doesn't
That
it?
particular example would work on both. Sure.
No,
Yes.
it doesn't work on both.
Yes. Down is
Right.
towards the center of the sphere. Do you understand that? How long have you been in this debate?
Do
Noel?
you understand that?
Yes. Down is towards the center of the earth.
Where is the center?
And you've been in this debate long enough not to be retarded, right?
Wait a minute. Where is the center actually? You guys only digged about 7.8 miles down?
Why don't these excuses work like in real life? Like, oh, okay, let's say I get
They do
pulled
everywhere.
over.
They do everywhere outside of these communities.
Bull effing shit. Okay, let's say I get pulled over,
Hey, Ben's
and
here.
the cop says you were going 80 miles an hour in a 50-mile zone. I could say no, I wasn't. I was from my frame of reference. I was sitting perfectly still.
Yeah. Who decides? Who decides, Jerry? Who decides what the truth is?
That's funny.
That's why you take it to court, Jerry.
Yeah, and what's going to happen? I'm going
I
to
don't know.
lose.
If you
lose.
if you present a stupid ass case, you're going to lose. You're right.
Well, this is stupid ass physics. Stupid.
Anyway,
in your opinion.
back to longitude. Back to longitude. Who has seen the Mercator map with basically a square grid pattern? Right, so lines of longitude are parallel in a Mercator map, right? Yes. Now, given that we know in reality that lines of longitude actually get shorter away from the equator, what would happen if you squeeze those lines of longitude on a Mercator map? What shape would you get?
Right, but is the Mercator map more accurate than the geoid?
No, not at all. Mercator map's distorted as fuck.
But they extend this imaginary line through the continents, which is a what line?
What, longitude
Straight line.
Yeah, that's why Mercator is distorted as fuck. Holy shit.
So you guys don't have even a representation.
The geoid.
What dots
The
are you
geoid is the
connecting?
representation. Yeah,
The
I'm not sure how your brain's working, Don.
I'm not sure how yours is. It's
Imagine
amazing, though.
taking the Mercator and squeezing the lines of longitude together. You get a globe.
They're mental. Sorry.
He said, imagine. Do so.
This is strange.
Anyway, Bev, welcome.
You're moving,
Lee.
but you can't
Yes.
feel it. You're upside down, but you're standing on your own
We're
two.
rotating and we can measure it.
It's relativity because Einstein said so.
We're
There's
rotating
gravity,
and we
but
can
you just
measure it.
can't see it. You can't feel it. You're on a
There's
sphere.
magnetism.
Everything's
There's magnetism. You can't see it.
central vector.
You could feel
Right.
gravity.
Talking about that actually, Merle. Great to jump into that. You know that for the summer tropic of Cancer, right? The Earth is like 3 million miles closer to the sun, right? And versus 3 million miles further away for the tropic of Capricorn, right? Isn't there a different speed that we can test for the Earth rotating around the orbit around the sun?
You do it against the stars, yeah. You could.
I think there's that German project where they're trying to build that giant gyroscope, and I think that's among other things, obviously, but I think that's one of the things they're trying to accurately measure.
So the days would be much longer for the summer in the Tropic of Capricorn than it would be Cancer, then, right? Because they're further away from the sun.
How do we measure days in the globe model? How do we measure a day?
How do you measure a day?
In the globe model.
You watch the sun and count.
Is that how we do it?
What does a day mean?
What does a day mean? A day is of light.
A day is a rotation of the Earth, not its path in its orbit.
There we go.
There we go. Come on, Don. This is why you're flat earthers, because you don't know anything.
Right. If you start with a false premise, you're going to come to a false conclusion, of course.
Yeah. Logically, that's not actually correct, though.
Uh-oh.
You can still come to a correct conclusion, even with faulty logic.
What are you guys going to come to your senses, though?
Yeah, I guess. I just think it's fun to say, if you start out wrong, you'll end wrong. It's easier.
What's the false conclusion?
The shape of the Earth.
Who's made the conclusion? It's an ongoing investigation.
Isn't Don Gio a flat earther?
Oh, so you're fighting the straw man, the round ice wall with a dome over it. The meme. You're a meme fighter.
Don,
are you the meme fighter?
Well, here's the thing.
Hang on.
I agree with. Go ahead.
Hang on. Ruhif.
Yeah.
Is that what you think the flat Earth is?
A flat Earth, yes.
A meme.
Basically, yes.
Yeah, I'd agree
right.
too. Yeah.
So you're not interested in the truth. You're just interested in
bunch of conspiracy theorists.
You're just
fucking geometry.
You're just interested in going back and forth, having meme wars.
No, because these environments force me to learn about reality. The same way when I believed in a hollow Earth, I was forced to investigate reality, and it showed me a globe then. So when I see flat earthers, I remember how ridiculous it was that I believed in hollow Earth. So yes, I view it as a meme. Yeah.
Would you be surprised if you found out that everyone you think is a flat earther actually realizes that the meme is just a meme?
If you're all pretending to believe it.
No, we don't believe in it. We realize it's a meme.
I don't even know what that means now.
So there was a meme that was put out. And we didn't create it. None of us. It was put there for us. It was installed. And there was a guy long out here before you, Ruhif, called Tim Osman. And he used to say, this is a Trojan horse psyop meme.
Oh, it probably is. Yeah. You guys have all been fooled by because you.
It was installed to make it look stupid.
Yeah, and it is stupid.
Yeah,
I mean,
the meme
on our good
stupid.
days.
The
on
meme
our
stupid.
good days, we're here to try and show you the truth. On our good days, that's what we're here for. On our bad days, we kind of mock and taunt. You know.
But why don't you ever talk to that sort of stuff then? Because I know the globe's a meme. I know that.
Well, okay. A false
So
meme?
you've got two. There's two. You've got a flat Earth meme and the globe. They're both memes.
Yeah,
when you say meme, I think
that
the meme
leaves you with a third option. It leaves you with a third option. You know what the third option is? Reality.
When you say meme, do you mean like when you say globe is a meme? Do you mean it's false?
I mean, it's a mental construct and an image. That's it.
It's a model.
There's nothing else.
It's a model backed by gravity.
Really?
And there's mathematical equations.
What is the definition to scientific model?
You can fucking definition if you want.
What is it, Ruhif? Because you're using it's a model. What is the definition?
Something you can use to make
something you can test, right? That matches
a concept of reality.
Yeah, something that you can test, right, and it can represent what you have. Correct. So does the globe pass? Is it passing the test very well? No. So you don't have a model.
Good. Pretty good so far, man.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
you don't have a model.
We argued like a year ago, Don, about the not a year ago, earlier this year about the Ranty's Blackpool photo.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And where did we get? You just denied that fucking turbine is where it is.
No, you denied the turbine I have, but here's the thing. That's another null void because either I or you can prove our turbine to be exact.
But I predicted where it was.
You predict it, huh? Really?
Yes.
Really? So you talked to the photographer before he took the photo?
No. We were talking about that photo, the turbine up on the hill, and I told you what pixel it will be in. Guess
Wait,
where it
you
was.
said you predict where it would be, so you talked to the photographer.
Where it would be in the photo.
You talked to the
Don,
photographer.
he was using factual information as far as the data, and what I would predict is the actual GPS location on Earth, as well as the particular angles used in that picture, and then using the globe model to predict where in frame it would be.
Exactly, and I predicted it down to the pixel. It was exactly
down to the pixel, huh?
Funny that using the globe Earth model, he was able to predict where in that frame it would be.
Wow.
Pretty effective.
While seeing, oh man. I used the globe model too to predict where my turbine was as well. How you like that one?
You get it right.
Can I just say one last thing to Ruhif and then I'll leave it? Ruhif, if the meme, if I believed in the meme and you were here to bring me back from that and point that out to me, I'd give you a round of applause. Like, totally if I believed in that meme.
Yeah.
And then you were here to like, Mel, it's a meme, like wake up, mate. Like, it's ridiculous. It's not real.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
I did predict it because the turbine you picked, roughly 700 feet above sea level, all that, right?
Yep.
The hidden was over 700 feet, so the turbine you picked, right, with the math, yes, yes, it was, would be hidden. You wouldn't be able to see it.
It was
the one you picked.
More than 700 feet. If you want to ignore refraction, go ahead. But the hidden was less than 700
back
feet.
to refraction again.
Yes, because we have an atmosphere with a density gradient that bends light.
An atmosphere, right? Atmo. That's great, but yours would be hidden, especially that distance. What angular size changed as well.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Work out the angular size for you as well.
So the turbine I picked matches up very, very well.
No, it doesn't. It was something like 30-something pixels to the left. Again, I calculated that.
To the right. It was actually more to the right. Yours was to the left.
Whichever way.
Yeah.
Don, if you could, if you were able to make predictions using those wind turbines, would you be able to make a prediction for this observation on Winter Hill?
Yeah, if you allow me to know what day you're going to do it, the weather, and the location of the sun.
I will give you the International Standard Atmosphere. Right,
yeah, have you seen Skyfree's recent video? Rakia just posted not too long ago a snapshot. I'm sure he screenshot it. Or of the before sunrise and after sunrise, and how the mountain or a bush or something in the back. It's 310. I'm just gonna repost it. I don't know if Rocky is still listening.
Oh, Bev, I gotta go soon. Bev, you gonna come in for a chat?
I don't know. He said turbines.
Yeah,
turbines.
That's how people say it as well. I don't think it's. I think it's incorrect.
I feel like that's the lazy American way to say it. Wind turbines.
Yeah, it's
turbine.
Not. It's
Yeah.
You gonna come in, Bev?
Feels like more energy to say turbine.
Really?
Well, turbine just feels like it falls out of your mouth. Turbine sounds purposeful.
Yeah. So, can you post the location that photo was taken from, please? Assuming
Okay,
it's the
Rocky, I
same.
did post it. Great.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yes, that's why I want to know the location.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, it depends on the location.
Really?
Yeah.
What if it's in the same exact location?
I need to know the location in the field of view to work out how much that is loomed up.
Would you agree that's weather doing that though?
Assuming the location is the same in both shots, yeah. Bev
You
is
don't
having
think?
a poo.
You think that was probably like, copied and paste or something? Maybe they just did the foreground. The foreground is the same. It's just the back was copied and pasted.
It's entirely possible.
Ah, so you sound like a real flat earther.
You could back up and just zoom in.
You could do that actually. Yeah.
Can you
But
read
I
the
would like
chat,
to know the
Ruhif?
location.
Ruhif, Bev's sent you a message in the text.
Come on, Bev. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, Rakia, if you can chuck the actual location in the chat.
Or do you have any more information than that, Rakia? Or is that it?
Yeah, I'll get you the video actually.
Oh, there's a video. Fantastic.
Oh yeah, there's a video.
Nice. Thanks.
Globus wants to be voice verified.
Globus.
Who? Yeah, probably you have to jump into.
Oh, I got Globus. I know Globus.
Oh,
I
you
got
do?
you, bro. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I can't address it, Rakia, unless you tell me where it is.
He's just posting a bunch of pictures now.
I am getting the video right now. You want me to screen share it? I can screen share and we can watch
No,
it
just
together.
give me a link and I'll watch it.
Are you sure? We can watch it together. Why not?
Just post a link.
I gotta get my fucking laptop out.
Yeah, they got all the map everywhere. Yeah, they got the location and everything.
Ruhif, don't you have more respect for me now that you know I don't believe in the meme?
I'm still unsure what you mean by a meme. Like the psyop, right? Can we call it a psyop or something?
Yeah. The pizza with the ice ring and the dome over it. Right?
You don't believe in that, okay?
No. Who would? It's a ready-made.
What shape do you think the Earth is?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people calling it a plane for a long time, long before we got here. They were calling it a plane of existence.
All right.
So I'm pretty sure that's more accurate than what a lot of people say about it.
I'll go so far as to say that shapes don't exist in reality.
Okay.
The Earth exists, and that's where I start.
Right.
Yeah. And it didn't just get here by itself.
Anyway, I'm going to go watch this video by Sky Free.
Nice.
Does it have the actual location in it, though? Because it looks like a little... it does. All right.
Yeah, their map, they're showing it out on the map and everything. As far as I'm aware, I haven't watched it all the way.
Can I ask you one thing before you go, Ruhif?
Yep.
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Yeah, to a reasonably high level of confidence, yeah. Yeah.
All right. Good on you.
Yeah. It's not something I'm certain of.
Have a good evening. Have a good dinner or tea.
Thank you. Dinner, tea. I haven't had tea for a long time. All right. See you guys. I'll watch this video. Catch you later.
I love this video. That lady explained it nice.
I haven't watched it all the way through.
I'm watching it again. Good.
Are you watching it right now?
Yeah. I
can
watched it
screen share
before.
it.
I watched it before, but I'm
Are you
watching
talking
it
about
again.
Rakia's video?
Yeah, I'm a screen share it right now, actually.
I can't.
If you can't want to watch my screen, you can.
So in short, there's like objects moving in the distance because of reflection, something.
Yeah, the mountain, apparently.
Oh, okay. So it's an apparent mountain and not geometric and doesn't exist in reality, I think. I think that's the some of the flat earthers claim that when the horizon isn't geometric, so it's apparent, so it doesn't exist.
How about you watch the video before you start arguing?
Yeah, I gotta give it a look. Sure.
I don't think they know what to do with that one, Jerry. Quite powerful.
Well, it kind of forces you to think, whoa, wait a minute. Shapes don't exist. Like, no, they don't.
Whoa. Boom. Yeah. The record's spinning, right? And then it's like, boom.
Right. See, now some might say that the record is a circle, and I said, no, it's plastic. It's not
Wow.
a circle. Circles aren't real.
I think I'm going to have to think about this a little bit more too. What got you thinking down that track? Like what spurred this on?
Well, if you look into just you look into Euclid's elements,
yeah,
the definitions, it's all right there. A point is that which has no part. Okay, so right off the bat, like, okay, so we don't see that in reality. A line is a breadthless length. Okay, that doesn't exist. So we're just adding these things to reality, but it's not reality. Numbers, pretty much everything.
So you would say that you can't use water level to establish a horizontal line then?
You guys watching this is proof that the Earth grows bigger and smaller. Great proof.
Dude, that's
grows
wild.
bigger and small.
You can actually.
Dude, that is. Hey, silence, dude. You seen this, man?
Yeah, but you can measure how much it goes down and up. So you got measurements and everything. That's proof that the Earth is growing bigger and smaller.
Or just appears that way.
Well, we got measurements. So
That's great, man.
Does that mean it's breathing?
Of course,
Could
I'm
the
being
Earth be
sarcastic,
breathing?
right?
Oh, it must be inhaling and exhaling.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Look at
That's
that.
what causes the tides.
I guess she flew in a forklift or some shit like that.
Is Ruhif gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I finished my Ruhif, so I'm back. And he's gone. See? Busted away. That was good, wasn't it?
That was a trip. Ruhif doesn't agree with mainstream's Lumen.
Right.
That's a pretty cool video, Silent
It's a
Zero.
beautiful video. Yeah, love it.
Yeah. How's it going, Bev? Hope all is well with you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nice to have you over here, man.
Did anybody
Morning,
ask
Bev.
Ruhif morning? Did anybody ask Ruhif if he's going to get Ranty to do his thing yet? Has he
He
bought
keeps
Ranty?
asking. Yeah, he's asking about what our predictions are going to be.
Yeah, I've predicted Ranty's not going to do it. Has he bought Ranty the auto level yet?
I don't know about that. We didn't get to that part.
Well, there you go. Hey, how can Ranty do it if Ruhif hasn't bought him the auto level yet? Why does he need your predictions?
He hasn't. So he's supposed to buy an auto level for Ruhev. I mean, Ranty.
Yeah.
And he
Ranty
still
says
hasn't
it's
done
already
it.
been bought. Like they all of the stories get all mixed up when you listen to him. They say different things all at the same time. Like Ranty said he's bought it. I put a video out last night where Ranty said he bought it. He said it's been bought. And then Ruhif said that Ranty hadn't picked it up yet. I don't know why Ranty would need to pick it up. I don't know where you go to pick it up. We could ask him.
Pose. I didn't know that part. He didn't discuss that.
Does anyone know what an auto level's used for?
I know it's more accurate than a theodolite.
Over long distances.
Yes.
Do you know how long those distances are?
I think, aren't they roughly about 1,500 yards, give or take? Like if that.
About 50 to 80 meters. I mean, but you have to actually get and look through the auto level to see how accurate it is.
Yeah, right.
You're the guy using it.
Right.
I don't think they've worked that out yet. But I mean, hey, I want Ranty to do it. I really want Ranty to do it.
Do you have a prediction, Bev?
I think he'll get that. Ranty won't do it.
Yeah, I know. But besides that,
well,
do you have a prediction what should be seen?
I've had to look at everybody else's predictions, and I think they're all wrong.
Right. So what would be the correct one in your opinion?
The one that looked more realistic than what you'd see through an auto level.
Fantastic. So what could you draw that what you would expect to see?
Nah, you don't
No?
do drawings of what you expect to see through an auto level.
So there's no predictive power within your worldview. Okay.
Sorry, within my worldview.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I don't do drawings of things I imagine I'm going to see through an auto level.
Right. You have a worldview, and you're pretty confident in that worldview, and there's all these things that you can explain fairly well, but you can't make predictions. Okay.
I have experience at looking through an auto level, and I know well enough to not do drawings of it.
You'd be the best one to make a prediction since you have so much experience.
Yeah, that's why I've predicted Ranty won't do it. He'll get scared. Too big a deal. Nobody else has ever done this before. Ranty will get frightened, scared. Not even if Katz goes with him, holding his hand, will Ranty do it.
Right. So whatever prediction you make, you'd be confident in not being validated or invalidated because you're confident they won't do it at all.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm hoping Ranty will do it.
Right. And I would hope that you would make a prediction for what would be seen.
What would be seen?
Yeah, what would be seen through the auto level.
Have you ever looked through an auto level?
Yeah, me not looking through an auto level has no bearing on what would be seen through that auto level at a particular location.
Bio, are you trying to back him up into a corner?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's the utility. It's the utility of understanding your worldview enough to be able to make accurate predictions. And if those predictions are validated, then it would be validation that you at least understand your worldview, and that worldview has evidence to be true.
Yeah, but he gave you his.
He's talking about a worldview through a 32 times scope auto level.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
You dickhead.
if I understand on two bases. On the first basis, if I understand my worldview enough to be able to make a prediction, that's one thing. Two, if that prediction is within a margin of error of what's actually seen, that is validation and or evidence that that worldview is correct.
Have you done your prediction?
Yes, it's very close to.
Can we see it?
To Ruhus.
Are you gonna show us your picture?
No, I'm not. No.
Oh, right. Are you keeping it private?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a flat earther to provide theirs, and then we can all share all of our predictions together.
Okay.
Are you nervous?
That'll be great.
No,
Why?
not nervous at all.
Is there a
Is there what?
prize?
Yeah, is there a prize? Yeah.
The prize is knowledge. Gained knowledge from an observation like this.
Prediction knowledge, like scrying,
Right,
of thing.
because what if, for example, Ruhith has his prediction and he's made it public. What if it's completely wrong? That they do this and the crosshair is, for example, let's just say touching the middle of that mountain. What would happen for you guys?
You guys will just say, "Oh, it's just some funky thing with light, blah blah blah. It's all fine." It's not going to do a damn thing.
Sure, perhaps, but I'm asking you. So there's public predictions from the Globe Earth side. They do this observation and they release the footage. We see the crosshair halfway up the mountain. What happens with you guys?
Well, Bev gave you his prediction already, and yet you still keep trying to pry.
Oh no, I don't think he.
You're
gave a
assuming.
prediction.
You're assuming that Ranty knows how to set it up.
No, I'm giving you guys your best case scenario, because if that's what is provided, there's no doubt in my mind that you'll jump all over it. Right?
All over what? I know. I think it's just funny. There's no need for me to jump all over it, because at the minute it's just a load of people that have never looked through an auto level, doing something, imagining something that's never been done before, and it's never been done before for a reason.
No, it has been done, but not for this specific context.
No, nobody will have ever have taken an auto level up to the top of Winter Hill.
Oh no, yeah, I agree to that. Yeah, to that, yeah.
So they might get a bench up there for Ranty.
That's why predictions for this particular context would be so important, because
did something nobody else has ever done.
Right. So that's exactly what it is going into it. So instead of taking pictures or videos, then after the fact saying, how does this work on a globe? Or this is evidence of flat, this is a prediction beforehand. There is no evidence of this being done before, so there is no prior knowledge. Just based on all of your knowledge that you have now and your worldview, what prediction can you make? And then, it's either validated, invalidated, another prediction is made true, whatever. It's brand new. You're right.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I predict he won't do it. He'll get embarrassed. Too big an event.
Why wouldn't you make a prediction though?
You've heard my predictions, right?
Anybody
that knows me,
anybody
that knows me and knows that I've been over to next level, they'll know.
Yeah, I know. I don't hang out with you.
You see through an auto level, and they'll know exactly why all of the predictions that everybody else has made are wrong.
Yeah, no, fantastic. So so specifically, in relation to the peak of the mountain at that distance, where is the crosshair going to be?
The peak of what mountain?
The I don't know what the mountain name is. The 1,700 meter mountain.
Oh, the one 90 miles away.
Yeah, 90 miles away. Yeah. In relation to the peak of that mountain, where would you expect the crosshair to be?
And you're looking through an auto level again?
Correct.
A 32 times scope auto level.
Correct. Yeah.
Looking 90 miles.
Correct. Yes, we
90
understand the numbers.
miles. Oh, 90 miles.
Say 90 miles in a different way. I'm still going to say yes.
See, this is why I know you guys have never looked through an auto level.
Right. That's awesome. What will be seen in relation to the peak of the mountain? Where will the crosshair be?
In the relation to the peak of the mountain 90 miles away that you're
Correct.
expecting to
90
be able
miles
to
away
see
with a
through
32x
32.
zoom on a mountain 1,700 meters. All of these numbers, yes. Where will the crosshair be in relation to the peak of that mountain?
The crosshair will be about maybe a centimeter, 5 mil away from the eye of the person looking through the scope.
Where will the crosshair be in relation to the peak of the mountain?
It'd be within the instrument, wouldn't it?
It's really telling that you can't even give a simple answer. Given all of your experience and your knowledge of both an auto level as well as the worldview that you have of the Earth, it's really telling that you have no prediction at all.
Have you ever looked any distance with any camera? Do you have a P1000, P900, anything like that?
I've used telescopes.
Land telescopes.
Opposed to what other type of telescope?
So you know the image is upside down, right? And you've got no crosshairs.
Opposed to what type of other telescope?
Right. Do you have a zoom?
There we go. See?
Do you have a zoom when you're doing? Have you done?
Oh no. I didn't have a zoom. No,
not on a telescope.
No, not a way that I could change the zoom to it.
Do you have a 32 times scope telescope, or is it?
No, it was it wasn't labeled as a number X.
Did you look at the horizon or horizontal?
I think it was a 5-inch telescope.
Did you look at the horizon, or were you looking horizontal when you looked at with your?
Oh no! I had no context for any of this discussions. It was mostly for planetary shit, and then perhaps long distances just to see how far I could look. But it had nothing to do with Earth shape when I was looking through it.
How far did you look though when you
I don't
did
know, man.
land telescoping?
I don't know because I wasn't part of these discussions when I was using my telescope.
Okay, so the experience you've got of looking at the horizon or land or horizontally with a telescope is very limited.
But in this context, flat versus globe,
you were using a
yes,
celestial
very
telescope,
limited.
Huh? Like a Dobsonian mirror telescope.
I'm not sure. No, I don't know.
You don't even know what sort of telescope it was.
No, I was probably like 17, 18. Didn't really care that much.
So no more experience since then with any long distance photography or telescopes or anything?
No, not much. No.
Okay. And yet you can make a prediction of what
Correct. Yeah.
you think Ranty's going to see.
Correct. Yeah. If given my worldview, when you're at a particular height, looking a particular distance at something that has a particular height, and you're looking horizontally from your local location, yeah, I can make predictions. Sure.
Based on a worldview.
I like it. I like that
Right.
you can make predictions because they can be tested and then you could be found to be wrong. I guess others don't want to do that, do they?
BioDual,
I definitely have an idea of what you'd see through it, but that's because I've got experience. I don't want to upset you guys.
No. Don't worry about that, Bev. Don't worry about upsetting us. Let us know what you think will happen. Draw a pretty little picture or articulate the relationship between the crosshair and the peak of the mountain.
That's got me tickled. You don't want to upset us by making a prediction.
Well, I think I've already give you a few hints. I mean, a lot of people here would know what the hints I'm already giving would be.
Well, how about this? Let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. Given that they set up a plumb bob and they shoot 90 degrees from that at a let's just say 1,200 meter observer height, and what they're shooting across horizontally is a mountain whose peak is 1,700 meters.
Oh, Ranty's setting a plumb bob up as well.
I'm just giving these parameters. I'm just giving these parameters. I'm only giving these parameters, Bev. I think you understand the conclusion, so you're trying to
let us know when he's going. I'll film it for him.
Right. So I'm gonna get to the end. The more you interrupt, the longer it's gonna take. So if we set up this observation where we're looking horizontally at our local location from 1,200 meters above sea level, and there's a mountain in that direction that we're shooting, that is 1,700 meters above sea level, I would expect on a flat Earth that the crosshairs would be below the peak. I think that's a fair thing to articulate, given a flat Earth.
No, you
Why-
got to
why not?
calculate because you have to formulate in weather as well.
Oh no, I already did. I would give
Really?
you, so
You
long
know
as we
what
could
the
see the mountain on a flat Earth, so long as we could see the mountain,
wait.
that crosshair will never be above the peak. That's why that
Wait.
would be my prediction.
So you're predicting the weather and where the crosshairs will be?
Right. I think that 500 meters, if given, let's remove the atmosphere, perfectly geometrically with no atmosphere, there would be 500 meters above my crosshair. I
But
think
that's
that
not
is
the case.
enough. I think that's enough of the mountain that refraction at a height of 1,200 meters won't change and put the crosshair above the peak.
I'll give you my prediction. I'll give you a prediction. I would say the crosshairs would be, depending on weather. It does depend on weather because I could be wrong because of weather.
Sure,
But
there's a
it'll be-
range. Sure.
It'd be on top of the mountain. Oh man.
At its worst or best conditions? 'Cause there is a
What is
range, of
worst or
course.
best?
So,
What is
so I would
worst or
say
best?
best would be at its clearest that we could get it, and then its worst would be you could barely make out the mountain and the conditions are fucked. I think that's how I would define best and worst.
So I would say probably at its best, it'd be near to the peak of the mountain. Yep, roughly
Would
around there.
Would it still be on the mountain but near
Not
the
where
peak?
not where Ruhiv has is. Nowhere near it.
Sure,
he's got it in the sky. I don't know where.
Right. So are you saying? On its best, it would be on the mountain but near the peak, or are you saying
Near the peak,
above
near
the
peak,
mountain
a little
but
bit
near
above
the
it,
peak?
little slightly above it, but around there.
And that's under best. What about worst conditions? Where would you put it?
The worst conditions, it'd probably be it maybe roughly around where Ruhiv has it, maybe because it might slope, slope or loom. So then it could be below the mountain. It depends on weather.
So how are we going to determine whether it was the conditions that, assuming they do it, obviously, that the conditions were closer to best or closer to worst? How would we
just
see
had
that?
a flat earther predict?
No, we did. Yeah. I'm just trying to iron out the
Brilliant.
details.
Let's get Ranty on the go. Send the notification out. Flat earther
Yeah,
predicted.
I'm ironing out
Let's
the details.
get Ranty out
Don't
there.
blow your
Let's
load,
get the
Bev.
feeds.
Don't blow your load. We're trying to iron out the details here. So Don,
Iron out the details.
trying. How would we determine that the conditions were closer to best than closer to worst? How would we determine that?
Well, if you did it high noon, depending on the day you do it, the time of the day. I wouldn't do it sunset or sunrise.
Sure, I wouldn't either. I would agree. Sure.
Okay, so that would probably be more likely the time you would want to do it.
Well, how about if we can see the windmills rotating and we can see their arms to a certain degree of detail. If we can see those windmills that are like 68 miles out, I think the conditions are closer to best. Would you agree at least to that?
I don't know. I have to see what it looks like at best to
Don,
compare.
have you
it.
ever looked through an auto level?
No, I have not.
Okay, so you're both on an even par here. You're both imagining. Brilliant. That's good.
Biodual, if Ruhif's prediction is correct, you realize you're going to put an entire industry out of business, right? Because you could just predict it.
What industry is that?
Surveying.
You serious?
Yeah.
Is that what you think they do?
Mountains from 90 miles away is a brand new industry. They won't be taking anything from anyone. They'll be adding to it, perhaps.
Yeah, and these aren't technical measures being made. They're essentially relationships between objects at a distance and then your horizontal that you create.
Can you do it over short distances?
Yeah, you could do the same thing over short, sure.
So why don't you just predict it?
Yeah, there are many predictions over short, and they are confirmed. Yeah.
What do you have to do the actual surveying for if you could just predict it?
The local surveys
Uh-oh.
aren't necessarily doing that. The local surveys are just planar surveys.
Yeah, but you could just predict it.
The measurements that are being made at local levels are falling within that margin of error of the equipment. So it doesn't matter at the local levels.
What do you have to measure for?
What do you mean? What do you have to measure for?
What do you have to measure anything for if you could just predict it?
Because there are hills and shit. There are dips and shit. There are elevation changes. There's topography. The fuck are you talking about, Jerry?
You need to measure those elevation changes, don't
You
you?
just said we could predict it, so do it.
But I can't predict the elevation of a mountain. We would have to measure that. And
So
what
Ranty
Ranty and Katz are proposing to do is not measure or make or give a quantity value of something. It's just a relationship between a horizontal crosshair and then a distant mountain that is taller than your observer location.
So you can't predict these things.
We could predict the relationships that's going to occur based on the geometric shape of the Earth.
What do you need to measure for?
What do you need to measure for? For surveying.
You could just predict it. You said so.
The fuck are you talking about, Jerry? No one has said anything about predicting a measurement. We're predicting a relationship, Jerry, not a specified value down to hundredths, thousandths of an inch.
Bullshit.
What strawman are you trying to fight? When have I brought up a measurement, Jerry?
You're saying that we could predict things, and then you're going to go out and see if your big thing comes true. Fine. Okay, great. Well, then what do you have to do the measurements for? And you're saying, oh, no, because we can't predict it. So which one is it?
Jerry, the predictions that are being made, are there measured values to those predictions?
I don't know. It's just a prediction.
No, there's not. When people are performing planar surveying, are they making measurements, Jerry?
Do you need to use the
Hold on,
tripod
Bev. I'm almost there. Hold on.
When it's
Jerry, are they
relationship
making
predicting?
measurements when they're surveying?
Yes.
Perfect. So the predictions aren't making measurements. The surveying is making measurements. That's the difference, Jerry.
Right. So then your predictions are dog shit because you have to measure.
Okay, Jerry. Okay.
Go ahead, Don, Bev, whatever you want.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Can I ask? Is it only when you don't use the measuring rod, or can you just not use the tripod as well?
Oh no, you don't have to use the measuring rod for what's being done there because you're not making measurements, Bev.
Do you have to use the tripod?
I would suggest using a tripod, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been studying into that, Bev. I actually should be going over your channel. I want to learn more about the auto level and theodolite. But one thing I have learned about, the upper lower stata crosshairs and all that, trying to look through that at 90 miles, it's going to be very, very distorted. You're aware of that, Bio, right? That's one thing I know. I've learned. Would you agree with that, Bev?
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be like
32 times scope. I mean,
it's going to be horrible. It's just
yeah, clarity won't be good.
Yeah, you're not going to get reality.
The clarity won't be clear. You're right.
Prediction that could be tested.
So what are you guys doing this for, anyways? Even though he's not probably going to do it, according to Bev. I mean, oh man,
because the clarity isn't required to know the position of something.
Really?
If you have a billboard with a bunch of names on it, and you're so far away that you can't make out what the letters are, you know that the letters are still there. You know that the sign is still there, and you can see the relationship between that sign and other things. You don't require the clarity for what's being done. If you wanted to make precise measurements, then yeah, the clarity would fuck it up. Yeah, you're right.
Well, isn't that what your guys are going there for? Is precise measurements?
No.
So you're just going there for funs and giggles?
No, the relationship between the crosshair that you form or you create horizontally from your local location, that relationship with something that's taller than your observer location.
So you're going to be...
the lads bet, innit? They've had a bet that they bet they could get some flurf to go up there. They've had to get Ranty over to the other side in order to lure him up there, and they're just playing boys' games. Let's all predict something and get somebody to go and do it for us.
It would be disappointing if no one does it.
Anyone do it? Yeah.
It just seems.
I wouldn't do it. It's always
hugely interesting that one side will make predictions, and as far as I can tell, the other side is flat refusing to.
Right, and you're real low. Just letting you know. I don't know if you're really far away from your mic. That could be one thing.
Very far from my mic.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Don did make a pretty cool prediction, though. At least he articulated something.
Well, see, it depends on the weather, and I'm not going to predict that. No.
Yeah, I think as long as it's not raining, I think it'll be fine.
If it's foggy, I can predict you won't see anything.
There's that.
Does that mean I know the shape of the Earth? So
no, because if
it's foggy, I predict you won't see anything because it's foggy. Therefore, I have knowledge of the shape of the Earth. That's such a ridiculous argument.
Right? Are you ready?
Hold on. It's the same argument as I see a mountain from 90 miles away, or I don't. I'm going to think about what it'll look like, and if I'm right, then the Earth is a ball.
Yeah. No. You ready? Do you remember when I said in earlier? So long as you can see the mountain. Do you remember when I qualified it with that?
But it's not a prediction. A prediction would be like, let's see who's going to win the Super Bowl. We don't know. We're going to make a prediction. When you're looking at a mountain, there's only one thing that you're going to see because it's reality. So when you say prediction, you're just using knowledge of what you've previously seen and then saying, well, it might be this much. And then if it's not, you'll just be, well, refraction. I was wrong, but refraction will cover what I was wrong. So I'm right.
So that's also being accounted for.
Is your suggestion that it's easy to make a prediction?
Which means any issues in my predictions, refraction will account for those. So I don't even need to be.
That's being accounted for in the prediction. But there's a clear distinction between a flat Earth model and a globe Earth model, and those things are extremely apparent over long distances. So when there's a proposal for a long distance observation, especially when we have a relationship of your observer height being lower to the ground or lower to sea level than that object that you're looking at a distance, it's a fantastic opportunity to test both of our models with predictions.
No, it's not, because you don't have a model. Okay, when you say I have a model, right? First, it would need to be a physical model, something I can see, but you don't have that. Now, what you're going to tell me is this amount of the mountain should be missing. That's your model to tell me how much of a mountain from 90 miles away should be missing. But if it's foggy, all of the mountain will be missing, and your prediction will be completely wrong. So your predictions are 100% based on atmospheric conditions, which you
not 100%, no. But you can predict it. There's a thing called standard refraction, and then the refraction coefficient can be changed depending on particular variables.
You change this thing, whatever you call it. You can't show me refraction. You can only show me mirage, like blurriness, right? So now when you take a prediction,
I could show you different forms of refraction.
Wait.
Come on now.
When you make a prediction and it's wrong, like the black swan or any of these other things, you go, my prediction was wrong. But there's this thing called refraction. So my prediction is actually correct. That's what
that's not what's.
Yes, that's exactly.
We're about to change topic. I can feel it. But when it comes to the black swan,
you know how bad this topic is for you.
No. Well, I can go to whatever topic you want, but if we're going to shotgun these things, I'm going to address it. If you want to address the black swan, then address why the argument doesn't include refraction at all.
But hold on. This is the thing. My argument is refraction is just some word you say to fix any issues in your predictions. So when you say
you're wrong,
hold on, hang on. When you say we have predictions, and I'm going, okay, but what about this day when you predicted it should be here and it's not? You go, well, I know I was wrong, but I was wrong because of refraction. Therefore, I wasn't wrong. I was actually correct. And I'm going,
I don't know what straw man you're trying to build, but.
So BioDual raised an important thing. He said a really simple and important thing in chat. Making predictions is better than not making predictions. It sounds like what you're saying is his predictions are wrong. I think, if somebody makes predictions that are wrong, that is telling. But if somebody doesn't just flat refuses to make predictions, that is more telling than somebody who makes predictions that are wrong.
Okay, when you make
exactly.
Hold on,
Great description.
So why
description.
Why is
Happy
it guess? Hold on. If somebody was going to say, I'm thinking of a number, and two people took a guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is that empirical? That's not empirical. You're like, okay,
right.
you were
right.
They
say I just purely guessed. It was based on nothing.
Yes, that's what a prediction is. It's a pure guess.
No, that's not what a prediction is.
Yes,
that's not what a prediction is at all. If I have a model, I can make a prediction.
You don't have a model.
You
don't have a model though. You don't have a model. Like if I had a physical model. I had a physical model, if I had a little house of my house, like a model of my house, I could use that to figure out what my house will do in big scale. You don't have that. You have an idea.
Of course there is.
Of
course there are
your
models,
head.
man.
I must be confused by which side is which side. Which side is it that says we don't have a model? Because I'm on the globe side, and I feel like we do say we have a model. I'm not even very well acquainted with it, but I do think we've got a model.
What is
we
it?
don't
Is
have
it a
a model.
story? Is it a physical? Your
No,
model.
it's sort of everything from numbers and maps and things to
Is the Bible a model?
No. I mean, sure, I guess it is. It's just
it's a moralistic model, probably, but that's totally
makes
separate from the
something a model?
conversation we're having.
It's not a good one.
Wait, hang on, right. I want to ask Ryden real quick. Ryden, give me a brief description of a scientific model.
Of a scientific model, or
yes,
the
I want the
scientific?
definition. Yes, definition of a model.
No, I'm not going to be able to give you a good definition. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to do that.
So it's testing, right? It's able to be tested, right?
The key thing for me, I'm not sure if this is scientific or otherwise, is can this thing be tested? And the key to me to testing is falsifiability. Whether that comports with other people's things
of thing now and stuff that you can't actually do.
No, we're not.
Something else.
We branched off, Bev. Keep up.
Okay.
It just to me is interesting that, like, if a group says we will and can make a prediction, even if that prediction's wrong, that to me is more impressive than a team who says we will not make a prediction about this.
Oh, come on.
Because your prediction might be wrong, we won't make a prediction. Just make a prediction, be wrong.
You're basing it on nothing.
No, you don't. Well, if you want to base no, Bev, if you want to base your model on nothing, go for it. That sounds like a weird way to predict things.
Not knowing anything about the tool that you're looking through, the place that you're going to be going, the experience for looking over long distances from elevation. None of you have done any of that. You just predicted it.
True. That's true.
Which means that you should be able to make a prediction because you have the experience.
Yes, I've got the experience. I don't need to make a prediction.
Hang on. Those two statements seem to me confusing, Bev. On the one hand, you said your prediction is ridiculous because you don't have the experience. And then when you were invited to make the prediction, you said, well, I don't need to because I have the experience. The two seem like utterly opposed. Are you making a prediction?
I've been to that very position. I know what you see when you look through cameras with miles more optics than that.
Okay.
Right?
And what will they see when they get there?
It's an auto level, and I've used that too. Everybody on the channel, Next Level, has also seen it. We broadcast it when we went to the Bedford levels. It was live on Discord.
Okay, this is super exciting because I haven't done any of these real world things. You would be then, I guess, the best person out of everybody here to tell us what they should see.
Well, yes. But that means
so go ahead
nothing.
And do so.
No.
What? That means nothing. That means everything. That's the whole crux of the argument.
No.
Can I predict what they will see on a flat plane versus a curve?
I
mean, yeah, we both can. It's a discussion, isn't it?
Okay. Well, do you want to hear me why I'm not going to predict it for you?
Yeah, I do want to hear that.
Because
I
can show people rather than predicting it. Can show them.
What are you showing them?
What happens?
But what happens? What are you showing them happens?
What happens when you look through a 32 times scope auto level?
Okay. And what happens? What will they see when they look through a 32 times scope auto level or any auto level?
Well, if you'd have come over to the Discord on Sunday when we went to the Bedford levels and
I'm in this Discord now.
Auto level on camera on the Discord. Like, yeah, next time I might come in here and do it.
Sure, but I mean, this sounds like a future prediction, which is more impressive. So what will they see is the question.
Well, if you'd have looked through the auto level and come over, you'd have seen. In fact, I even put a picture in the chat earlier. So you can see what you look through what you see through an auto level, looking 6 miles down the Bedford Canal.
You sound like you know a lot about these auto levels. I only know them by name and only through the Flat Earth discussion. So it sounds like you would be amongst the best people to say.
Have you made a prediction for
here's what,
Ranty?
I actually am kind of excited to. I want to find out all of the information available, see what either model predicts, and then make a prediction. Absolutely, I can do that. Mine will probably be worse than other people's, but I'll absolutely give it a crack. It would be embarrassing to not, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Bro, this is like this whole prediction idea is like one of the big like magic tricks, right?
It's a
Like,
game.
So why do you think it's a magic trick? Why do you think it's a game? What is a game or a magic trick about making it?
Something when they can just look at it? They
Exactly.
open their own
different
eyes
every day.
Okay,
It's
so
different
if
every day, dude.
so
Every
let me
day.
say this: would you, if you took your car to a mechanic and he said, just turn it over for me, and you turned your car over and he went, I know what that is. That's your push rods. And he opened it up and it turned out to be the push rods. Versus a different mechanic who said, I've just got no idea. I'm going to have to pull this entire thing apart and see what it is. Would you say the first mechanic is a better mechanic? The one who can make a prediction?
What you're doing is you're asking somebody who's never done any mechanics.
I have done.
You go
I
and
have
make
done
a prediction of this. And you're like, I don't know. I'm not
let's-
a mechanic.
yeah,
And you
yeah.
go, make a fucking prediction, will you? What's wrong with you?
So let's go to a different analogy. Somebody who says, I'm a good
How about
financial
you just
analyst.
use the looking analogy? Okay, because
Sure,
what you're doing is
okay.
you're a mechanic.
Sure,
hold
let's
on.
stick with the
Wait,
analogy
let me
we've
just say
got
this.
then.
Let me say this.
What-
Let me say this.
okay, go for it.
Mechanics are 100%, right? Like working on a car, right? It's not good. Like a piston, when I open up a piston, it's going to be the same thing every day. You're looking, and every day it's different, right? So picture your mechanic tells you that on Monday it's your spark plugs. Tuesday he tells you it's an alternator. Thursday he tells you it's your brake switch, right? Every day it's a different thing for the same problem. Would you trust that mechanic? No. And that's what your predictions are. Hold on. Your predictions are every single day it's different, right? Every single day it's different. But you have this thing.
Because what the mechanic hears makes a different sound. You're right. Each day your car is making a different sound, so he is going to attribute it to something else. Of course.
Then it's something different wrong. If my car makes a
pistons.
different noise every day, that's a different problem. And you're
Right,
trying
there
to
you go,
describe
yeah.
the same problem.
Yeah,
with your analogy, at least.
No, that is a good analogy because within at least the glow model, we understand that refraction takes place and the atmosphere does change day to day. You're right. These are accounted for. You're right.
Globe. You don't have a globe. You don't have a set thing. You have refraction, which changes everything.
The
So
globe
you say
is
we have
set, and it includes an atmosphere that
When you
changes.
say you have hang on. I can make a prediction, right? And if it's wrong, we could just wait, and then it'll be right. Okay, so let's say I predict we'll see X amount of the mountain, and we don't. But then on another day we do. Now what?
Right. It's why you can have a range. Sure. Go ahead.
Let me ask the question a different way. In what area would you say it is good for somebody to not have a prediction it could be tested? Because I could think financial analysts, I could think doctors, I could think politicians, and I would measure almost every one of them. If you said which one's good and which ones aren't, I would say almost every one of them, the best way to test them is go, what have their past predictions been and how have those comported with reality? Could you describe to me in what scenario that would be a bad metric, that would be off base, that somebody making accurate predictions about what they would see would be a inverse indicator of how good they were at a job?
Bro, looking is not a job. You're trying to make it seem like you're doing something.
I asked a really clear question. I asked a really clear question. I just want you to answer that question. Then you can say your bit. The question was, because I asked a question, you didn't answer it.
No, you interrupted me 3 seconds. I couldn't get to. Nobody can answer a question in 4 words. Okay, so when you're trying to make it seem like you're doing a job, right? I looked at this building is the same thing as putting in a push rod when it's not. Because putting in a push rod is the same procedure every single time. Torque the bolts to this, take the crankcase off like this. Now you're going to something that is different all the time. It's never the same. And you're trying to become a mechanic in something that's never the same. And when you're wrong, refraction. When you're right, I'm right. Oh, but you're wrong. But refraction, I'm right. You're never wrong. So you're trying to use something, your predictions, to prove you're right. But even when they're wrong, they still prove you're right.
So it sounds like the point you're making is that Globers will take their hits and discard their misses. Is that right? When I'm right, I'm right. When I'm wrong, I'm still right.
There are no misses.
The question I asked was no. I'm sorry, I hadn't finished it. I paused, so I know you're not interrupting me, but the question I'd asked was super clear, which was in what realm of life is somebody's accurate predictions not a good predictor of future success?
Okay, this is not a realm.
What could someone do? Mechanics, horse racing.
Are you done? You're done.
No, I'm not done. Any realm of life in which being able to predict somebody's because you didn't answer it. That's
meteorology. Life is predictions accurate.
Meteorology.
Okay. Seem like somebody isn't good at their job.
So go for it, Jerry. A meteorologist that makes bad predictions is a better meteorologist. No, Jerry's answering the question. No, Jerry's answering it. Jerry said meteorology.
No, you said name a profession where being wrong about predictions is good, and I said meteorology.
So meteorologists that make bad predictions are better meteorologists? Is that what you're saying?
They make their predictions and they're wrong all the time.
Is that a good meteorologist or a bad meteorologist?
It's all we got. They're all the same.
Is it would you prefer a meteorologist that made good predictions or bad predictions?
Here, I'll answer because I'm not a fuckhead. That is a bad meteorologist if they make bad predictions all the time.
Thank you.
All meteorologists make bad predictions. So there are no. So when you're trying to judge on whether something's good or not, right? The person who is the best, right? That's what you use as the standard. Now, if our best meteorologist is still wrong all the time, that's the best. And you can't say, well, there's something
would you
better.
prefer?
No,
would you prefer?
That's the best you can get because of
would
the
you
information
prefer
available. Just like
a meteorologist who made a good prediction,
bro,
or do you like the ones that make?
Bro, you just straight talked all over everything. I wasn't done. You just started talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in and start moderating.
Hang on. Yeah. So the meteorologist, right? The best meteorologist we have is wrong like 50% of the time. Now the best looking predictor is wrong 50% of the time. Now this is because atmosphere changes everything, the weather, the looking. So trying to use predictions and then saying, well, I have these predictions, therefore I'm right, yet it changes all the time. Bro, this is why it's just, you're not going to convince anybody, or you're not going to convince.
So the question I asked, which I still really haven't got an answer to, is what would it seems what we're asking is who is and who isn't making a prediction, and it seems like the answer is the question I'm asking is simple: is there anybody you know who does anything where you would go, them not making a prediction or making a bad prediction indicates that they are better at their job than somebody who makes an accurate prediction?
If I went to somebody
and if you had an answer for that, I would love to hear
I'm answering it right now. You're just talking.
Go for it.
If I went to somebody that had a job, right, and I took my car to a mechanic and I was like, hey, you're going to replace the engine. What are you going to do? He's like, well, I don't have knowledge of what I'm going to do, but let me make some predictions. I might open the hood. I might undo some. I'd be like, this mechanic's horrible. I want a mechanic that knows what he's doing. Now, you're telling me you don't know. You're like, I have no knowledge of what I'm about to do inside this engine, but I have an idea. Now, I'm just going to start working. And if I'm right, hey, look, I was right. And if I'm not, would you go to that mechanic? No,
that's not. It's just not. It's just not
that's
talking about the same thing.
That's your point that you're making.
No, it's not. It's just
it is,
not.
Though it is.
So the question is this: if I went to a mechanic who said, "I think it's going to take me 4 days to fix your car, and I think what I'm going to need to do is change a timing belt," I would go, "I quite like that mechanic." Even if he turns out to be wrong and it's 5 days, and he actually needed to change the fan belt as well. Still a better mechanic. No, I hadn't finished. Still a better mechanic than the person who said, "I will not make a prediction about this."
No, he is a better mechanic because your mechanic. Wait, let me explain why you're talking.
No,
so your mechanic was wrong, right? Now, a good mechanic would be like, I don't have enough information to tell you exactly what's wrong with your car, right? Now, what you're saying is, I don't need to know. I just got to get close enough so that I can confirmation bias what I already believe. That's not how you know what's wrong with the car. That's how you end up replacing a part that you thought it was, but it actually wasn't because you never knew what you were doing.
Yeah, but that is possible. Somebody making bad predictions. That sounds like what you're describing right now, which is somebody making bad predictions. And yeah, that would be a good indicator of a mechanic that's bad, but at least it would be an indicator, right? If this mechanic said, hey, I think it's X, I think it's going to give your head gaskets and this is a week-long job and we're going to have to replace your head gaskets, and they were wrong about that and it cost me more money, that would be a bad mechanic. To me, that would still be a better mechanic than the one who failed or refused to give me a prediction.
Okay, well, all you're doing, right? So you're trying to turn the mechanics into looking, and basically at the end of the day, right? Let's just break down it all and look at the logic, right? The logic is, I think X will happen, right? That's that you're thinking X will happen. Now, if X doesn't happen, you're wrong, right? Or no, or X does happen, you're right. That's just, I don't see where the empirical nature is of it, right? Especially maybe if there was one way the mountain was viewed all the time, but even then, right? All you would have to do is view the mountain, and then you know what it's going to look like from a position. And then you could say, well, I know what it's going to look like from this position, so I can tell you what it'll look like or predict what it'll look like. Therefore, the Earth is this shape. That's such a stretch, right? Like, it's such a stretch. The only thing I would say you would know, you wouldn't know the shape of the Earth. You would know what amount of that object would be seen, right? You're not, even if your prediction was right, you've just predicted what of that object you'll see, not the shape of the Earth.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think you predicted the shape of the Earth, but I think what you've done is like just the same as you haven't fixed your car or you haven't determined what a car is, but it's done a super important and very interesting thing. If you go to a mechanic and you say, what do you think might be wrong with my car? I can understand a mechanic going, look, I'm going to tell you what I think it is, but I'm not going to be able to, tell you to 100%. And I think it's X. Versus a mechanic who said, I flat ever refuse to any time ever tell my customer what I think is wrong with their car and what they should do about it. It's just against my code.
Are you the expert in this? Are you the mechanic?
No, I'm not the expert. I'm the dullard. I'm the Luddite who doesn't know.
Yeah, in the prediction
what's
thing
going
that
on
you're
with
doing,
his
you're
car.
equating a mechanic, right? Now, who are the mechanics in this prediction game that you're talking about, predicting things?
You are one because you sound like you're an expert. You sound like you're an expert.
I've actually done it. We're talking about people that have never looked through an auto level, people that have never looked at long distance, predicting something, and you're equating those people to the mechanics, aren't you?
No, I'm equating you to the mechanic. It sounds like you know quite a bit about auto levels. I dare say you would have forgotten more about auto levels than I've ever known. I have a rough idea about what they are.
Through an auto level,
sure.
Right?
So if I made a prediction,
no, wait a minute,
and they made a prediction, and you made a prediction,
the mechanic. Wait a minute.
Okay,
you're just talking about the mechanics now, right? So everybody that has made a prediction already, they're not mechanics, are they?
So if to put this into it, I've fixed motorbikes myself. So if we put me in it, where I'm a layperson but not a mechanic, and you said we're checking with Harry, who's nigh on an idiot when it comes to this stuff, and we're checking with this absolute genius of a mechanic, or this guy who claims he is, because I've never met you, so maybe you don't know much about auto levels or the shape of the Earth. And one made a prediction and the other one didn't.
The Earth. That's the wait a minute. That's the way you're equating it, right? Your experts are shape of the Earth experts, and they can just repurpose professional tools for predicting shape of the Earth things. They're the experts in that, right? I was just trying
to test and explore the simple idea that BioJules said, and I kind of want to hand back to BioJules because he was doing just fine by himself. BioJules made a really simple text chat comment, which was making predictions is better than not making predictions. And I'm trying to talk about financial analysts, mechanics, doctors. Like, I cannot currently conceive of a field where somebody said not making a prediction that is testable, and the quality of that prediction being tested is a good metric. I think it is just, it's always going to be a really effective metric to go, who should I listen to in this debate? And if I said there's one financial analyst who flat refuses to give predictions, another financial analyst who gives predictions but they're always wrong, or another financial analyst who actually on average is better than, I'm going to go with the third guy, right? I cannot think of a field where I would go for the guy who makes bad predictions, but I would still go for a guy that makes bad predictions over a guy that flat refuses to ever make predictions.
Looking isn't a field. Looking is not a field of study. You can't go to school for looking, right? You can't get better at looking. You're trying to apply
you can,
a
though,
skill.
right
Hang on. You're trying to apply a skill like being a mechanic that you can hone and train and get better at, right?
Okay.
To looking.
So would you say then Bev is not good at he hasn't trained at this stuff?
Hold on,
It's not possible to train at it?
Don't interrupt me. Bev is not trained at looking, okay? Bev is not just looking. He is trained in using tools to establish a standard, okay? That is not
Is he
looking.
good at that or bad at that?
Bro, you're interrupted. That would be like, that's like a mechanic who has an engine, right? Like not in a car. He just has this engine in his house and he works on it and uses it so he can know more about engines, right? That's not looking. That's using the thing. That's becoming the mechanic. Now, when you just look, you don't become a mechanic. I could look at cars all day. I can watch a mechanic all day. I'm not a mechanic. I will never become one until I get my hands in there. So you cannot become good at standing on the sidelines and watching somebody else do what they do.
Harry,
sure. I'm asking a fairly simple question. It sounds like there's a lot of words to just say, I don't want to answer that question.
If your predictions are always right, you wouldn't have to measure them. You wouldn't have to measure anything, right? Because you're just looking.
If my predictions were always right, I don't think I think humans are pretty bad at predicting. But yeah, if on something, what is something upon which my predictions are close to always right? Like my hand is almost always where I expect it to be, even if I'm not looking. I can touch my nose fairly reliably with my eyes closed. Aside from that, I cannot think of something where my predictions are always right. If they are right, and I think that's a good point, Jerry, if your predictions are always right, you wouldn't have to test them. But if somebody said, hey, tell me where this is going to be, what's going to happen next? Like I'm pretty good at predicting what someone's going to say, and like shit films like Blacklist. I play this game with my girlfriend where we shout out the next line we think the person's going to say, like it's almost quiet, and then we go too quiet. We want to say it quicker, and then they go too quiet. We're like, fuck yeah. It does get to the point where it's just. It could be luck, could be skill. That's a great question, and that's some of what we're testing. But if somebody said, hey, Harry, make a prediction about what this person's going to say next, I sometimes stop doing that because I'm an asshole and it gets annoying. But if somebody said, hey, Harry, could you do that prediction game you do? I cannot conceive of a reason why I wouldn't. It's just bizarre to me that there is a refusal to predict. It seems like a refusal.
I saw that movie already, and I could do all those things, right?
Sure, do it. That would be even better.
Because you're not.
If I seen the movie, right, and I know what they're going to say, and then I use that information to speak and like make the joke, is that a prediction?
I mean, it's a fairly safe one, but yes, in my mind, it's still a prediction.
You don't think that would be knowledge of what's going to happen?
Is it? Although improbable, is it conceivable that somebody got that film and re-edited it? So right when that scene was about to come up and they said, hey, predict what's going to come next, you predicted it, and then instead it cut to them just showing their butthole to you going, haha, fuck you got it wrong. Is it possible that could happen?
Yeah, but what if it doesn't? So my point is,
right. So would it still be a prediction? Yes. Would it be a safe prediction? Absolutely. Based on your experience, that prediction would be bankable and safer and more and less impressive that you made it. But that you made it would still be more impressive than not making it.
Okay, just one more. If let's say me and you were watching the Super Bowl from 2015, and I told you who would win, is that a prediction or is that knowledge of the outcome?
It's probably knowledge of the outcome. What would be weird to me? What would be weird to me is if we were watching the Super Bowl of 2015 that you knew, you were like, I've already seen this, and I said, what's your prediction about who wins? And you said, I'm not going to tell you. And I said, go on, tell me. And you went, no, I'm not going to. And I said, why? I really don't care who wins. I hate sports ball. I just want to know if you really know who won, because I don't believe you really know who won. And you said, no, I'm going to refuse to tell you that. I would start to go in that situation, as I think you would too. I would start to go, I'm not sure this guy actually really knows who won. I think this is just, I think he's just making some stuff up. You know, wouldn't you think the same if I said, I know the outcome of this Super Bowl in 2016, and you said, okay, who wins then? And I went, not going to tell you. You go, okay, well, who scores the first touchdown? And I went, still not going to tell you. Not going to tell you any information, but I swear to you, I could make better predictions about this game than anybody else in this room. But,
Okay, but
I just won't make them.
Would you?
No, let me finish with a question. Would you trust me?
Okay, but the whole point of was not about
Question
the
was, would you trust
I know, I'm answering it.
Okay.
The point is that at a certain point, predictions aren't predictions, they're knowledge of what's going to happen. Okay.
Sure.
Now
share with us your knowledge. Why would you not share with us your knowledge?
Here, listen. So when you look at a mountain from a mile away, right, 10 miles away, you're getting knowledge of what's going to happen. Okay. So now if you stay on the same day, right, you stay at the same spot every day for a year, and you're kind of familiar with atmospheric conditions, and you're like, you wake up in the morning, it's very cold, and you're like, oh, when it's cold, you can see real far. We're going to be able to see all the mountains today because it's cold and there's no thing. What, you know the shape of the earth because you've stayed in one spot for 10 years and done nothing but look. This is not how you establish what is reality. This is how confirmation bias is established.
No, it's if your question is do I agree with you on that? No, I think that if somebody said, could you make a the question I'd finished with, it seems we've got an issue here where I want to try and directly answer your questions. I would appreciate if you could directly answer mine. My question was, if we were watching the Super Bowl, to use your example, and I said, I know who wins this, and you said, oh yeah, who wins it? And I said, I won't tell you. Would that undermine your trust in whether I knew the outcome?
But I don't feel that's the point. I feel the
point. Would that undermine? I'm sorry.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you just because I didn't like what you say. If you don't like what I say, don't interrupt me. Wait and then address it. So
it just sounds like
I don't like what you're saying because you will not distinguish between predictions and knowledge of an event. Now, seeing a mountain, which is always there, is knowledge of the event, right? Just because the atmosphere changes doesn't mean you don't or can't have knowledge of what it will look like in different atmospheric conditions. Now, that is your quote unquote predictions. Your quote unquote predictions are just a catalog of hundreds of years and thousands and millions of observations cataloged during all these different atmospheric conditions, knowledge written down and cataloged about what a mountain will look like from a distance. Now you can get the time of day, the temperature, all this, and then I can look in the book and be like, well, this has happened before, so we will see this amount of the mountain. Then we will go to that spot and we will see this amount of the mountain because we know during these conditions, that's how much you'll see. That's knowledge of an event, not a prediction. And you're going to say that's a prediction and use that to confirmation bias what you believe, and this is why I just say I think you're blurring the lines between predictions and knowledge so that you can make it seem like you know the answers to all the Jeopardy questions.
If these two things are different, I don't understand the distinction you're drawing between them. If these two things are different, could you explain to me which one it is reasonable to not share your knowledge or prediction, and which one it isn't, and which one we're in? Because to me, if I had knowledge and I shared it, that would be good. If I had a prediction and I shared it, that would be good. If I had knowledge and I refused to share it, that would be bad. If I had a prediction and refused to share it, that would be bad. I don't understand. So of the distinction you're making, could you explain why not sharing knowledge or not sharing a prediction would be a better indicator of success?
Okay, the sharing of you did the exact same thing. Please don't interrupt. You did the exact same thing I addressed and said that you did. You never brought up knowledge of the thing. You keep just saying predictions, right?
I just said knowledge or
you're
prediction.
interrupting. Come on, buddy. I sat and listened to you. You keep saying that you have these predictions, right? Viewing a mountain, right? And this is what we're trying to quote unquote predict, how the mountain looks from a spot, right? Now that is knowledge of how the mountain will look, right? Predictions, that is not a prediction because we've looked. We've been places, we look, we know what things look like. So you're using, and when you say the model, the curvature, that's all knowledge of what it'll look like. Now you're trying to get someone else to say, you give me your knowledge of what it looks like, but it can't be any of mine, even though I have all of the knowledge of what it looks like. So you're going to you can't use any of the information in reality because that's all mine, but still give me what it should look like.
That's called sandbagging. Sandbagging.
So sandbagging is where you debate somebody that's far inferior to you, is at least my understanding of it. So I'm trying to use the same words as you. If you have knowledge of event, so knowledge of what's going to happen, I would still say if somebody had knowledge of what's going to happen, right? If they said, I've played this game already, I know how to defeat the final boss, or I've read that book already, I know how it's going to end. So the knowledge thing that I'm trying to acknowledge what you're saying, or a prediction, I predict how that book's going to end. Describe to me why not sharing the knowledge thing would be better.
Okay, but it's that you're trying to say not sharing. It's already shared. We already know it.
Okay. Share it.
It's shared,
go for it. What's your knowledge of what's going to happen with this observation?
Okay, so when you're the curve, your quote unquote curve calculator, whatever it is, right? You include refraction. That's it. That's the one thing. Everything disappears visually the same way. It starts disappearing as you get further away, and it all happens one way. And then you put a prediction to that one way it happens. You can put knowledge to how it happens. You do it enough. So now we have knowledge, have all these things disappear. And you're saying, all right, we all have the knowledge on how things disappear. Now give me your knowledge on how it disappears. And if you don't, the earth is a ball.
No, if you don't, I just don't trust you. The same as somebody who said, I know how that book finishes because I've read it before. And I said, okay, how does it finish? And I went, I won't tell you that. I will start to doubt whether they've read the book. It just undermines your credibility. It doesn't mean the earth's a ball. It just means the individual I'm talking to is quite possibly lying. But just the same as the mechanic who refuses to tell me what's wrong with my car is quite possibly a shit mechanic.
Yep. At the end of the day, though, right? Knowledge of the thing, predictions, the argument we've been having for about 20 minutes really didn't resolve, blah, blah, blah. But to try and make the resolution, right? To try and get some semblance of logic. Say you have the predictions. Okay, you can say what the mountain will look like. Okay, well, just for the sake of argument, I'll give you that. That doesn't give you the shape of the earth. That's just gives you that particular observation. Now you can say, well, I could do this observation over here. Great. That just gives you that particular observation. You have never established through any of these predictions the shape of the entirety of the ground. You've only established what an object looks like from distance.
Sure, we're on to a new topic now, which is a great topic, and I kind of agree with all of the things you're saying. All I wanted to do, this was meant to be like a 10-second interjection before handing back to BioJewel, was people who make predictions, whether they're right or wrong, preferably, here's my hierarchy of people who I want to listen to about anything about the structure of reality, and that is people who make accurate predictions, number one, people who make some predictions that are sometimes bad, number two, people who make always bad predictions, number three, and people who never make predictions, not at all. They're not even number four. They aren't on the list. That's
my list would go number one, people that have knowledge of the events and
how would you here's the question.
Hold on.
How would you tell they had knowledge of the event?
You just interrupted.
Yeah, Ryder, you gotta let
list.
Yeah, let him finish.
Let me get my list out. It's only two.
Okay.
The first one would be people who have knowledge of what they're doing, like a mechanic. I'm not going to a mechanic that needs to predict. I'm going to go to a mechanic that knows what he's doing. So when I bring my car in, he's not going, He goes, oh yeah, that's their spark plugs. And I'm like, great. How do you know that? It's like, because I know. And then the next would be people who don't know, right? And then have to guess. So in my world, there's only two. There's the people that know, and then there's the people that don't know, and they need to guess or make predictions.
How would you know that so when you said you take it to a mechanic who knows, and he says that your spark plugs, that to me sounds exactly like what we're describing as a prediction, because he doesn't, like when he says he knows, that might be an overstatement of it. He still has to pull it apart. And it's still, of the times I've done that with a motorbike and been like, I think it's a spark plug, sometimes I'm wrong. So
you're not a
that's still right.
Never wrong.
Exactly.
I know it's a
you
spark
fucking
plug.
nailed it, bro. That's a prediction, and the quality of my prediction
knowledge.
indicates how good I am at the job, and I wasn't very good at it because I made bad predictions. Thank you. That's all we're talking about.
No, because you don't have knowledge. When you have knowledge, you don't
Exactly.
need to make predictions. Hang on. When you have knowledge, you don't need to make predictions, right?
So what
When
about the mechanic who
Hang on,
refuses
you're
to
just
say it's your
talking,
spark
bro.
plugs?
You're just talking. I wasn't done. Bro, you have a real problem with speaking when other people are talking. I'm just letting you know that. You should get that role, interrupter, right? So when I have knowledge, right, when I take the spark plug and I put it on the frame and I crank it and there's no spark, right? And then I put another spark plug in and there is, I know, right? I know what's going on. There are no predictions. So you have to separate the knowledge of what's going to happen from the predictions of guessing, right? And I don't think you do. And that's where I think the big
So I do. What the two things you're talking about to me sound like a prediction and a test. And what I think is best to do is test your predictions. So one has a prediction about whether it's going to be my spark plug, and then we pull it out, put the HT lead back on, hold it against the engine casing, and crank the thing. And if the spark plug sparks, we go, great. This test has shown me whether my prediction of whether it was a spark plug was right or wrong is correct. And the mechanic who was more accurately able to predict it was a spark plug is a better mechanic. The mechanic who wrongly predicted something else and it turned out to be my spark plug is a worse mechanic. And the mechanic who refused to make a prediction at all, I will not go to.
Okay, you totally avoided everything I just said and repeat. I'll try, because it's like you're waiting for your turn. So listen, you didn't use the word knowledge. You live in a world where there is no knowledge, right? You're just saying it's all predictions, right? And you're going, even when you have knowledge, right? Like I've seen the Super Bowl before. I know what's going to happen. And you're going, no, it's still a prediction. And I'm going, And I think that, and again, this is where the heart of the disagreement is, and where like you start thinking you have more than you do, and the earth is a ball because you can see a mountain and you half of it's not there, and you thought that's what would happen. It's just, I don't know, it's just very empirical.
So okay, let me use knowledge then. If a mechanic who comes in with a certain problem has knowledge, previous knowledge of working on cars in the same way, and uses that knowledge, when he says it's your spark plug, when you say that's knowledge, I call that prediction, which is why I'm not saying, because it is determining or suggesting.
Let's stop using that analogy.
Okay, it's okay when you interrupt. Evidently, it's okay when you interrupt. Go for it.
Yeah,
go for
can
it.
we
mate.
separate
You
knowledge
speak
and
up. You speak up. You tell me what you think.
Yeah. Can we separate knowledge? So forget the analogies. Can we separate knowledge from predictions?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay,
Can you?
So there can be somebody that has knowledge of what the earth will look like, right?
I don't know. I'm getting in trouble. I'm getting in trouble for interrupting. It appears to be your go, so go for it.
Can someone have knowledge of what the earth will look like?
It depends how you define knowledge, but sure, yeah.
Well, this is the crux of the entire argument, because I've been saying there is a difference between knowledge of what something will look like and predicting what something will look like. If you have knowledge of what it will look like, you don't need to make predictions, right? So you're again, this is just my understanding of this, why you believe what you believe, is that you think that people who have knowledge of what it will look like are actually predicting what it'll look like, and then you're giving validity to their prediction, which is earth is a ball.
No, for me it is whether it's knowledge, whether they know what the shape of the earth is, or whether they're predicting what somebody will see from a particular observation, it is immaterial. All I'm saying is, tell me what Ranty will see when he shoots an auto level at a mountain. And one group is making predictions. Yeah. And one group is making predictions based on what they know or predict.
Yeah.
And the other has a piece. So I was almost finished. I was trying to finish. And the other is saying, I've got knowledge. I don't need to make a prediction. I've got knowledge. And we're saying, sure, share with us your knowledge. You go, I won't do that. I got knowledge, but I'm not going to tell you. It's a bit weird.
You're not listening, are you?
Possibly. I don't know.
You're talking about people. They're not predicting anything because they have no experience. They're just imagining.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. And are their predictions going to be good or bad, Bev?
See, you're not even talking to mechanics, are you? You're just going up to random people and asking them what's up with this.
Yeah. And I would expect random people's observations to be worse than, for example, yours, who appears to be, if I'm to take your word for it, an auto level expert. The auto level expert will not make a prediction, and random dudes in the street are. I will take theirs over yours because you're not making a prediction.
Because you've
Why
never
aren't you making a prediction,
looked
Bev?
through a camera or anything at the distance and not seen something that far away, right? Like, what's your furthest observation you've ever made?
I don't know. I've occasionally looked at stars. They seem pretty far away.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, what about on the land, horizontally, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Would you say that?
So
no.
Would you say you've got no experience of that sort of thing then?
No experience of what? And what would experience tell you about this?
Predicting what you would see 90 miles away.
Yes, I have very poor experience of it. Yes, absolutely, I would agree with that. My prediction would be terrible compared to somebody who is experienced.
You'd still call that a prediction with no experience.
Yeah, it'd just be a shit prediction, right? It's like asking somebody who's going to be a Melbourne Cup winner. You can still do it even if you're going to be shit at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, complete and utter guess. Great description for it.
So in order for you to do something, right, you could just try looking at an auto level, like at from an elevated position, so you can look out, and then you would have at least a little bit of experience of seeing what you can see through a 32 times scope and how far you can see.
Yeah, I'd just be impressed by somebody who would actually do that rather than refuse to do that. That's the bit that confuses me. You've got this opportunity to show that you're good at it.
I can show you a picture again,
but you're just
if you
refusing
want,
to.
of what looking 6 miles looks like through an auto level.
But I mean, what you have done in the past, like
all
somebody
you have
saying,
to do is imagine somebody putting a stick up at the side of it, and you'll be fine.
So this is then the difference for me: is somebody telling me what they've done in the past versus telling me what will happen in the future. Somebody telling me what they have done in the past is not to me much of an indicator, except that they have a memory. Whereas whether somebody accurately predicts that my spark plugs need replacing is an indication of whether they're a good mechanic. So you telling me what will happen with this, wow, would super impress me. I mean, I know your goal is not to impress me, but it's just the point that appeared to be Biojo. Biojo, you take over again. I didn't mean to have a whole thing. I just
no, I'm about to
explain
have
the point.
cereal and then go to bed.
So you can have a look in the chat there.
That's
actually what it looks like looking through 32 times scope auto level.
That looks like a very foggy day. Is that a foggy day or not?
It's just a normal day, isn't it?
Is that a foggy day or not?
I wouldn't say it was foggy. Nah, it wasn't foggy.
Wasn't foggy on that day that you took that photo.
No.
Wow. Yeah. See, there you go. That shows a bad prediction on my part. I would predict that you wouldn't see that unless it was foggy. But I don't know much about these things, so I'd probably make bad predictions.
Yeah, because you've never got any experience of looking.
100%. Yep. On that, we are in complete agreement. What is confusing to me is that you do have the experience, but aren't making the predictions. But on who makes better predictions.
Well, go on. What prediction are you asking me to make?
It sounds like what they're asking is where's the auto level thing going to hit the mountain?
And the mountain's how far away?
I don't know.
90 miles away.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's looking 6 miles down the Bedford Canal. You can't see the bridge is 6 miles away.
Okay. Yeah, so then you'd be able to make a pretty simple prediction. They won't see the mountain at all. It'll be too foggy. And you go for it. Make that prediction.
There's the picture that Chaiki provides using just a regular ass camera with no zoom, and you can see the mountain quite clearly.
A regular ass camera.
Yeah, a regular ass camera. Yeah.
Nice. That's what you think.
Where does one get an ass camera?
I mean, it doesn't matter. You could see the mountain, and there's I think there's no zoom involved. It's just from the hill overlooking Blackpool with those mountains 90 miles away. You could see them. So if you're using a zoom, what's the problem in which you won't see the mountain?
Is that Biodual? Man, what has Taiki been telling you?
No, I could see the picture that he provides. And I could see where the picture's taken.
He's told you that's just regular ass camera.
Yeah, with a regular ass camera, there's the mountain in the background. Do you deny that?
Man.
Do you deny that?
Do I deny that? I mean, he might have told you that, and you might have believed he when he said that.
Here, do you deny that that picture is taken from a hill overlooking Blackpool, seeing a mountain 90 miles away? Do you deny those claims?
You said it was a regular ass camera, just taken with no zoom, right?
Let's say that it's a regular ass camera or a badass camera. In that picture, is that a picture on a hill overlooking Blackpool Tower or Blackpool in general at a distance, then at a greater distance seeing the Isle of Man?
It's a good picture, isn't it?
Right. So you could see the mountain 90 miles away. So what's the difference in using a 32x auto level and seeing that mountain? What's the difference?
One of them's I presume a P1000 infrared, and the other one's a regular ass
it's a regular
auto
picture.
level that's been repurposed for doing something.
It's a picture. There's colors. It's not infrared. Do you know what an infrared picture looks like?
Yeah.
Okay. So in what way is that colorful picture that Chaiki provides an infrared picture?
Show us the picture that Chaiki.
Oh,
Come on. Show us
Where's the
Chaiki's
Chaiki
picture. Yeah, let's see Chaiki's picture.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll get back on my computer. One second.
Please.
It'll be as easy as going to Brandon's server, doing the search from Chaiki, then by pictures. He always fucking posts it, like all the time.
Harry, why does the surveying industry exist?
To make, I don't know, for probably a variety of reasons, but to help us make predictions about where to put a bridge and where a safe bridge is going to be and what's going to be level for a house, and I don't know, maybe to propagate the myth that we live on a globe.
Yeah, there you go. It's in the chat, Bev.
Bev.
It's in the chat. Funk provided it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we see. What now? Just to be clear, is this an infrared picture?
Doesn't look like it.
Well,
Bev? I don't know. It could possibly look stacked, that one.
Okay. All right. So this is the basis of the.
I think that was the original one, was it? I think that's the one made by the newspaper photographer.
I believe so. Yeah. So this is the basis of essentially the argument. So yeah, you could throw in all the numbers to make it, sound ridiculous. 90 miles away, 1,750 foot peak. All these big numbers. We can clearly see it in a camera. What changes between using a camera and a 32x auto level? What changes? Can we not see the mountain when we zoom in?
Zoom in.
Yeah, 32x.
Yeah, there's no zoom, right? This is why, like, the difference between experience and predictions.
You're focusing on the wrong thing. This camera presumably is not on a 32x zoom, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right. So when you use an auto level when it's at a 32x, are we not going to see the mountain?
No.
So you're saying we have this picture right here, kind of like a basis. You're saying when you're zoomed in or you're using a different instrument that has a built-in already zoom to it, that the mountain will disappear when we zoom into it.
You think that's just a normal camera, right?
Yeah, I think that's just a normal camera. Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Again, experience of actually being
articulate it. No. We can insult each other based on experience. That's fine. I understand that. But saying those words means nothing, or it doesn't add anything to the conversation.
Right.
But
so have you ever been like up a mountain and looked?
Oh yeah. I've done that plenty of times. Yeah.
I'll put a picture up for you.
Just find it. I find it strange that this camera with this field of view, looking out at this distance can see, you know, a fine line between the sky and the mountain peaks. From left to right, there is a fine line that exists. But what you're suggesting is that a different optical device with a 32x built into it will somehow make that mountain disappear. That's the implication or suggestion. You can clarify or change your position, but that's what I'm getting from you.
That's interesting. So you think a 32x would make the mountain even bigger than that?
But angular size? Yeah, for sure.
Right. Who's told you that? Like,
oh no, it's just basic optics. Basic optics.
That's why you're doing your predictions, right?
Right. Basic optics. When you have something in frame and you zoom in, the angular size of that thing becomes larger. You're not adding fuzz. You're not making something disappear because you're zooming in on it. If it's in frame and you zoom in, you're increasing the angular size. That's all you're doing.
There you go. See that picture?
It's fantastic, man.
Can't really see the mountain in the background. You can't really.
Where are you here?
Blackpool Tower. Top of Winter Hill.
Fantastic.
Say, oh, it's a foggy day again. Couldn't you?
Oh yeah, because we have a baseline of Winter Hill looking over, presumably in the same direction, where we can see the mountain, we can see Blackpool Tower, we can see the windmills.
Massive,
we can.
Where would you
right.
put Blackpool Tower if you were to combine those two pictures with Acme actually?
Oh, I don't have enough information that's the actual position that you're looking. I don't have enough information. It's too foggy there.
So what you're imagining is to put a 32 times scope at the top of Winter Hill there and look out in that direction.
Yeah. Presumably, so long as you can see the mountain, yeah. And then you put a 32x on it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And you'd be able to see Blackpool Tower and the mountains in the background, right?
Presumably, if you can see the mountains,
guys are imagining.
Presumably, if you can see the mountains, attaching some type of 32x optic to it won't make the mountains disappear. That is specifically what I'm saying.
Okay. So you presume that the mountains are just there, right?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming that they're not walking away. Yeah. They're there whether we can see them or not. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd suggest that you should get some experience of.
What have I said that is wrong? What have I said so far that's wrong?
Well, you think that picture, the original picture, is just a picture, a random picture that some guy with the camera.
Correct. Yes.
Is taken. Right? Are you imagining that guy had any sort of scope on it on his camera?
Perhaps. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that he didn't have some type of lens external from a stock version. I'm not convinced that he didn't. What I'm saying is that it's definitely not 32x for sure. I would say it's much less.
Much less.
Much less than a 32x. Yeah.
Wow. Is that the sort of consensus of everybody that's making predictions too?
Oh, I don't care about that consensus. I'm talking to you.
No. Yeah. I'm just saying you said your prediction is similar to was it Ruhif's?
Yeah, similar. Yeah.
It's fun. When are they doing the observation? Because I know nothing about this stuff, but I want to put my money where my mouth is and learn a bit about it and make a prediction myself.
He said he was doing it on the 25th, but
yeah, I think they were supposed to do it by now, but I'm not trying to make excuses. I wish they would have already done it, regardless of flat earthers not providing predictions. But I think they are kind of waiting. I think they're kind of waiting for predictions.
Well, that's what Ruhif said earlier today. He said he was waiting for some people to make some prediction. What? No prominent flat earther has made a single prediction.
Don did earlier, kind of.
Oh, good.
Well, the thing is,
Don,
it would be nice.
Thumbs up, bro.
It would be nice to know what it would look like with a time lapse, like how the weather would change it.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I
that would
agree.
That would help.
You can almost make a model based on all that information and then make quote unquote predictions off of that model and then tell other people to do it. And when they can't because it's all done already, you say, well, you're stupid, I win.
Yeah, great point. But yeah, Don, I do agree with you. Perhaps like 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. I know England's kind of fucked for their weather most of the time. But like 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., maybe once every 15 minutes, take a snapshot. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Get Ranty on it. He's got a P1000. He could do that.
Does he?
Yeah. Well,
I thought he'd give that away.
Well,
He
unless he's give it to
away,
cats. Like he might have give it to cats, but if cats and him want to go, he could spend all day up there doing it, couldn't he?
Yeah, I think the point is just establishing the horizontal though, with an actual tool rather than
wait a minute, but
whether the camera has a built-in gyros or not, using an actual tool.
Wouldn't that help your guys' prediction if you did that first?
No, do it all. But I think the reason why an auto level is going to be used is because that is much better than the internal workings of a regular camera.
Because I would make my prediction where I'd be like, what is the weather going to be like? It's going to be between X and Y. Like, I don't think you need to get it down to like the 15th decimal place for it to be. But like I said, somebody who makes a prediction, even if it's wrong, is better than somebody who doesn't make a prediction at all.
Bev, did you hear that he said an auto level would be better than a camera? You heard that clearly, right?
Yeah.
For these purposes, yeah.
You imagine all sorts of things.
For the purpose of establishing horizontal, to establishing perpendicular from plumb, yes, of course.
I'm
not saying get an auto level to take the highest resolution pictures. Hold on, Bev.
You guys are just giving us a full comedy routine.
Yeah, fantastic, Bev. So I'm not saying an auto level is better than a camera. Take an auto level to Disneyland and take high quality resolution pictures. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying for the purpose of establishing perpendicular from plumb, yes, an auto level is going to be better than any old camera using internal gyros. Of course.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. Provided the mountain's still visible to the naked eye.
I think you should all get yourself an auto level and go to the nearest mountain and start taking pictures through the auto levels.
On a foggy day or a clear day?
Every day. Like you could do time lapse, couldn't you? Like
have you done that with a auto level?
No. Why the fuck would I do that?
Why would I do that if you, the expert, are not doing that?
Because that's not what an auto level's used for.
So why are you as the expert suggesting I do something that the auto level's not used for?
You guys are all you're repurposing it. True. Like this is you guys doing it. It's great. I think you should all do it. I think it would be great.
You want us to use the auto level incorrectly? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
All right,
like
that's fine.
You should
as long as you said it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So the idea is then to get some mug to do it for you.
No, I mean that's we always suggest flat earthers. Yeah, do it all. Yeah. It would be nice to flat earthers do the experiments to back up what they claim. That would be nice.
Is that why you got Ranty to do it?
Oh no, someone volunteered to do it. Then yeah, go for it. I'm not so much interested in that. What I was interested was gravity. So I performed an experiment in my garage for that. So that's what I put my money where my mouth was, kind of thing.
Yeah, but I was talking about the prediction part of this thing, repurposing an auto level to do something that it's definitely not meant to do.
Right. We can all make
guys sort of predicting and getting other people to predict it. And I don't know why anybody would ever predict it. It's hilarious.
What if me with my lack of experience, with my obvious ignorance on this, what if my prediction turns out to be validated?
I'm right.
That would make me more confident that you are right. If you made a prediction and that prediction turned out to be true, that is exactly how the heuristic I use to decide who I think might be right on things.
Wouldn't that be luck?
It's possible.
It could be luck. It absolutely could be luck, but it would be. It would be.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Right, but if somebody's lucky, like 100% of the time, what would that tell you about them?
If somebody's right 100% of the time, and you still think they're just guessing, bro, you should go see a magic trick because you're going to be blown away.
That's the point. That's the point that Eggshells is making.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. If someone's
That
got
it wouldn't be-
knowledge,
it
and
wouldn't
they
just be-
flat
It's
won't
not a
share it with
prediction,
me.
it's knowledge.
It wouldn't be
You're
luck.
not
Share with
predicting
me
or
your
guessing,
knowledge.
You know.
Share
It
with
wouldn't-
me your knowledge. Then
You're right. It wouldn't be luck at that point. You're right.
No.
Yeah,
You're right.
so
You're
you
nailing
don't
it
have
by missing
you
it.
can't have knowledge of atmospheric conditions, or you can. So if you have knowledge of atmospheric conditions, then you know what a mountain would look like in these atmospheric conditions.
I know, it's
not the
almost
shape
like-
of the Earth.
It's almost like within the predictions that you can account for refraction. Make these
And
predictions.
here you go. There you go. Say a word, refraction, and now if you're wrong, you're right. There you
No,
go.
no, no. I just said.
Don't worry
I just
if
said
the
if the
prediction's off,
prediction,
it's refraction.
if the prediction includes refraction, then
You
there's no
know
wiggle
if
room, right?
Yeah, if
Magic
my prediction
words.
includes a word, if I'm wrong, I can say a word, refraction.
No,
That's all of
no.
it. You're just saying
If
a
I
word.
include refraction and I'm wrong,
It's a
that means that I
word.
was wrong about the refraction, right?
Bro, when you say refraction, you're not doing anything other than just saying refraction and then saying I'm right.
You're doing the same thing by just saying.
I'm not saying.
I think you're just
I'm
gonna
not
say
saying
refraction.
refraction.
I know that you're saying you're gonna include refraction in your
I'm
prediction.
not.
But it's
It's
just
a
refraction
word.
afterwards.
How
Come
do you
on, man.
include
Okay,
a word,
guys.
bro? How do you include a word into a
Oh, I'm not
prediction
including a
of-
word. I
Hang on,
will
hang on,
include
hang
the
on, hang
effects
on.
of refraction.
Okay, the effect. You said the effects of this word, right? We're looking at a
Right.
mountain. Okay, now when I see this mountain or when I don't see this mountain, what is refraction?
Oh, well, if we don't see the mountain, I'd probably attribute it to something other than refraction, obviously.
What is refraction?
Not for only having a
What is
32 times
refraction?
scope.
Oh boy, refraction would just be the bending of light depending on the atmospheric conditions.
Oh, so
And am I
light
right
is like
in
a
thinking
steel
it-
bar. Hold on, light is like a steel bar, and I bend it in half, or it bends like a hose.
Oh, I don't know what equivocation that you're proposing, but that would be false. I would not agree to that at all.
You're telling me light bends, and I'm going. Can you?
Yes,
I
the
see the
path
mountain.
that light takes can bend depending on the atmosphere, or
Bro, you
depending on the
just
medium.
interrupted me.
But for what
You
we're
just
talking about, the
interrupted me.
atmospheric conditions.
You interrupted me to monologue from Wikipedia.
I was no, I don't have anything open.
Well, me and you are looking at the mountain. Okay, I see the mountain. I don't see anything going in from the mountain to my eye. I just see the mountain. So when you say the path of light, that would be something moving that I see. We don't see that. I see the mountain. So me, you, the mountain. Where's refraction, and what is it?
The path that light takes within a medium can bend depending on the conditions of that medium. For the atmosphere, it would be the conditions of the atmosphere specifically.
Okay. That's a great story from Wikipedia. I'm bringing you back to reality.
The fuck are you talking? I have nothing open.
You're interrupting.
No, because you're putting words into my mouth.
Yeah, dude.
You're putting words into my mouth, and I'm not going to allow you to do that.
Okay, be cool. Me and you, we're standing at the mountain, right? We haven't. You're asserting this light bending thing as we look at a mountain. You're not showing me light bending. You're just saying it. Okay, so I don't need your beliefs in something that you can't demonstrate. We're looking at the mountain.
Oh, I can demonstrate that.
We're looking at the mountain. We don't see the bottom. Okay, is not seeing the bottom refraction? Is that what you're?
That would be a good that would be a good indicator, sure.
Okay, wait. Okay, so refraction is not seeing something.
That would be one form, sure.
So if I put my hand in front of my face and I can't see, that's refraction.
No, because you're physically obstructing it with your hand. That wouldn't be a condition of the medium that the light is traveling through.
Denying the consequence. It's going, what? Some dogs are brown. Does that mean every brown thing is a dog?
Okay,
every reason I can't see something is because of refraction.
But no, you can't tell me why I see the mountain. Is that what you're doing right now?
I don't know.
Why you see the mountain at all?
Yeah, it seems like you're trying to establish the mechanism in which I see this mountain, this particle that's not a particle is going from my eye, bounces off the mountain and comes back in a path that's wavy, right? And because of that wavy path, I will not see the bottom. It seems like you're trying to give a mechanism to how I see before you've even established anything, really.
Well, it is established that light does bend within a different amount. Yeah, of course.
To you.
Well, okay, how about this? How about this?
me.
How far back are we going to go? Let me ask a baseline question. Does light bend depending on the medium it's traveling through?
No, see now you've already asserted that.
Simple question, man.
Hold on. So don't interrupt.
Doesn't answer questions.
Don't interrupt.
Does not answer question, this bloke.
Bro, I will answer the question if nobody interrupts. You first asserted that one, light is a physical object light is a physical object. Two, light is a physical object that's moving. Three, that moving physical object is bouncing off of the mountain and then hitting my eye. And four, that's the reason that I can see. So you've applied a mechanism you made 15 assertions. And
no,
then
I haven't.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't hear him do any of those things. I think I heard him ask you if light bends.
No, well, wouldn't light have to be a physical object to bend? Therefore, wouldn't I have to assert that light is a physical? Hang on.
No.
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 Slow down.
Just no.
Bend. When you say bend.
No.
I'm trying to be calm, so you're calm. Okay. Bend is what you do. You're interrupting just straight because you're triggered because you know this. So bend is what physical objects do. Then you said traveled so you're talking about traveling in a curved path, right? You're talking about traveling in a wave. Okay, so you've already established that light is some kind of object that moves in a wave, right?
Say that.
Okay, so when you said light travels or light bends, can you be more specific about what you mean?
No, I can't. No, I can't. Because I am as specific as I can be.
Agree or no?
I am as specific as I can be. The way that light travels through the medium will dictate in which direction it bends in the path that it takes.
What are you basing that on?
You can't elaborate on what you mean
based on experimentation and observations.
What did you
looking
observe?
at the mountain? When did you establish that when we look at this mountain that there is something traveling in a curved path? When did that happen?
Oh, looking at this mountain specifically? No, I didn't do that. It's based on experimentation. It's based on experimentation with light using different mediums, different value densities, and then also understanding that light does have a speed, meaning that it is actively traveling.
Okay, and you've done all this?
Personally, no.
Okay, so this would
but
be
there's plenty of evidence.
Okay. But no, evidence would be you doing it. So you've read a book?
No. Evidence would be anyone doing it and presenting it.
Let's establish. So when you say evidence, now you haven't done it. You said you've done none of these things. Everything you just said, you've done none of it. So when you say evidence,
no. Here's one example. Well, before I post my example, I'm just asking the baseline question, and I promise you, if you can't give me a straight answer, there's no reason I'm going to continue.
What, are you going to make an assumption?
My base question is, does light bend? Does light traveling bend in a particular direction based on the density of the medium it's traveling in?
Yeah, I don't think that we see because light is this thing that's moving and bouncing. I think we see the mountain because it's there and there's an opaque medium between us and the mountain, which allows us to see it.
And I can't continue, but here's my video showing that light does bend depending on the density of the medium. And I don't think I can continue at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a laser. That's not sunlight. Now, you take a laser, you shine it into a medium, and then you say, look, we don't see in laser beams. Where the heck, right? Where in holy hell did you connect me seeing the mountain to that and how I see the mountain, right? I see this mountain with my eyes. I have this image. This image is in my head or whatever. I see it. How is that connected to a laser beam? I don't understand. Exactly. You have to assume.
What is the assumption?
The assumption is what light is and its behavior.
So, okay. It has certain properties. I think you're going like down a rabbit hole now, but
no bullshit. This whole thing is what is based on what light is.
Oh my god! I was talking about that. Why are you saying bullshit? I was
because
saying
you said that we're going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, we are, because you're asking like fundamental question of light properties.
Right, and you're assuming that I'm gonna assume what you're assuming about light. So what is it?
Well, I think the fact that light travels, we have measured that.
What is traveling? What is the thing that is traveling?
And we call it a photon.
What is a photon?
It's an electromagnetic wave.
What is the substance that is waving?
It's in the electromagnetic field.
And what is the field made out of?
It's not made out of anything. That's the field.
So you just assume that something is happening. You don't see it.
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that we cannot see, which is there, like magnetic fields.
So how do you know that it has any properties that it could bend or travel or anything?
Because we can send a photon to something which is far away,
but you can't see it.
Time. No, we can see it. It's an electromagnetic wave. That's the only thing we can see.
But you just told me that the field isn't made of anything. So what are we talking about here?
We're talking about a field which is it's propagating through.
Okay, what do you see that allows you to say that something
You
is
can't
propagating?
see you can't see the field, but you can see the electromagnetic wave.
What is the substance that's waving? How do you know anything is waving if you can't see it?
Because it has properties that is comparable to something that is waving.
What is it? What are the properties?
The properties of it waving would be like, for example...
What is it that is waving? I'm sorry to cut you off, but go ahead.
The field.
Right. What's the field made out of?
You want to know if there's any more fundamental parts of electromagnetic?
I just want to know what it is. What are you seeing? You're saying field, and then
aren't you think there is something which is elementary to nature that you can say, I'm going to break this in two and see if they're built out of any more?
You're telling me that this thing bends. What is the thing that's bending? What?
That's you have to assume, you have to accept all the premises which you are talking about now.
I can't, because you couldn't tell me what it is.
Okay, then it's pointless to talk about the light bending if you don't accept any other premises.
I'm done with this guy.
Okay, what the fuck was this conversation? What the hell? I'm answering you every question you're asking.
Right, and
you have no idea. It's like you have no idea what light is, right? You're like, oh, that's a rabbit hole.
No, we know the properties, and we can make predictions.
You don't know the properties. In order to have properties, right? You must have an object that you assign those properties to.
Yeah, it's a photon.
Okay, so the photon is a physical object that is made of physical material.
It's not. It doesn't have mass. If that's what you're asking.
What does that mean? I asked you, bro.
It means it doesn't have
mass.
mass.
Hold on. This is how like programmed and like crazy it is. I'm like,
no,
hold on, you're interrupting. I go, is it what physical material? And you go, it has no mass. And I'm like, bro.
Yeah. So when you say physical material, what do you mean by that?
Do you know like what an object is? What it means to be physical?
I don't know what you mean by object.
You don't know what I mean? A thing. Do you know what a thing is?
What do you mean by thing?
Okay, so do you know English?
Yes, but I don't know what you mean by
know
thing.
English.
A thing can mean 1,000 things.
This is super condescending coming from an idiot, by the way. We can both play this game if you want.
Okay, so let me talk. So if I said you said you understand English. So I said I have a thing in my hand. You would know that there is an object in my hand, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying you define it because you can't hold light in your hand.
No, hold on.
You can't hold magnetism in your hand.
Yeah, he's attributing the property or the description of an object to a photon when you're not, and that's the basis of his confusion.
You're just creating a straw man.
I'm not. No, wait.
Right, he is, and he's trying to get past it to not address it.
You're talking for me. You don't talk for me. I'm not.
Well, don't talk for him.
Hang on.
You're doing that.
Why do I
You're
trigger people into over talking me?
It's not triggering. You're over talking as well.
Okay. I was talking. I'm not triggered. When I talk and people, it's not like I'm over talking you because you interrupted me. So when I'm not trying to establish a photon, I'm not trying to establish light. I'm trying to establish what we mean by physical and a thing before we start attributing that light is a thing. So that's why I said, if I had a thing in my hand, you would know that I have an object in my hand, right? So if I don't have a thing in my hand, that would be nothing. So if you don't have an object, you have nothing. Are we on the same page?
That means if you're only accepting those things within the realm of things. But you're excluding photons now. So
wait, hold on. I didn't exclude anything. I excluded
yes,
things
you did.
Hold on.
Excluded everything you can't hold in your hand.
I was.
Yeah.
No, I never photon. I said in order to have a thing or you need an object. Because if you don't have an object, you have nothing. And then you went, wait. And then you went, wait. Then you went, but wait. I have this belief that a photon is something that's not an object. So therefore, you just said that a photon is not an object. No, I never said that. I'm trying to, before you establish what a photon is, I'm trying to establish the simple baseline of if I don't have an object, then I don't have a thing, then I have nothing. So if you're telling me that a photon is not an object, then you're telling me it's not a thing, then you're saying it's nothing.
It can be a thing.
Out of the side of your mouth, you're saying
it can be a thing. It's the same way that you would describe a magnetic field. Magnetic field.
No, that's not the same way I would.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You are allowed to finish. You are allowed to finish. You are allowed to finish.
Don't tell me how I would.
You are allowed to finish.
For someone who gets triggered about getting interrupted, you kind of interrupt a lot, dude. I'm not sure you're aware of it. I do.
It's fine. We'll carry on.
Guys, hey.
Well, all I would say is that right the hand, you want to complete everything you want to say, but you also got to give these guys, a good 30 seconds or whatever to complete what they.
I do.
Because if you jump in, then they're not able to.
Don't tell me that how I would attribute a magnetic field. That's how you attribute a magnetic field.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, but that's the point here, is that you're trying to attribute a description of object or thing to a photon. And what's trying to be explained is that it doesn't have to be an object to be a thing. So if you want to get into the etymology of these descriptions, that's one thing. But the way that it's being described is not as an object. The same way that a magnetic field is a thing, but you can't hold the object of a magnetic field. It's two separate things.
No, okay. This is again, you didn't hear anything I just said because you did the same thing. I never mentioned photon. I never mentioned magnetic field. I said if I have an object in my hands, I have a thing. A thing and an object are the same because if I don't have an object, then I don't have a thing. I have nothing. That's
not
what
always.
I said. Hang on. That's what I said. Now you have beliefs about light and magnetism. Now your beliefs start bubbling up to the surface when we start establishing what makes something real, an object, a thing, existence, and something not real, nothing, no object, no existence. Because in your beliefs, a magnetic field lifts metal with nothing. No object to lift the metal, not a thing to lift the metal, nothing lifts the metal. So you keep going back to your beliefs instead of first establishing the baseline of what makes something real and exist and be an object and something not real, not exist and not be an object.
Right. So let me ask them another basic question. I fully don't expect any type of answer, but I'm going to try anyway.
Doesn't answer questions.
Yeah. Do you think that I think that magnets lifting a metal object is nothing lifting that object? Do you think that's what I think?
You don't think that, you don't think. You accept a theory from somebody else that believes that a magnetic field is not a unique material or a material at all. It is simply a field of energy, some kind of force field of a non-physical object. No, it's not an object. It's not something tangible that has a physical structure. It's just a field of energy, and that's what moves the metal.
Right. Do you think that I would describe that as nothing?
You wouldn't describe it as anything. You would repeat what somebody else has described it as, a field of energy, which is not a thing or an object. So I would hear it and understand it according to all of the vernacular of the language that it's being used to describe that as nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe, let me just be very clear. I wouldn't describe it as nothing. I would call it a field.
Yeah, a field is not a physical object. A field is not
That's
a
fine.
thing.
That's fine.
Therefore,
Well,
okay,
it's a
so we're
thing.
in agreement.
It's not
Hang
an
on,
object,
hang on,
but it's
hang
not
on.
a.
Come
It's
on,
a thing,
man.
but not an object.
But how? Okay, but now I would go back to, we have to establish what makes something real and a thing and an object. And that's why I use the example, and this is why you stay away from the example. And before agreeing that if I have an object or a thing in my hand, you won't agree to that. You keep going to magnetism before we first establish what a thing and an object is, so that you can be vague and attribute that a magnet is a thing that's not an object. So again, I bring it back to the establishing of the logic. If I have a thing or an object in my hands, that would be the exact same description verbally as if I didn't have an object or if I had nothing in my hand. So when you say it could be an object but not a thing, it's a contradictory term in the language that it's being used in.
No, it's not, because you're already setting a context to the qualities of whatever you're talking about. Because if you're already saying that you have material in your hand, an object, a thing, it's already in the context of a physical material. You're already pre-qualifying your conditions for what you can hold in your hand. That's why I make the analogy to a magnetic field, because we know a magnetic field is a thing. We know that it interacts with physical material. We know that it has particular properties, and we can quantify the effect. We know it's a thing, but I can't hold the field itself in my hand. That's my distinction I'm making.
It's a good distinction. I like it.
And
Makes
again,
sense to
hold
me.
on, real quick. You just did the exact same thing before you never agreed on thing, object, that. You inserted somebody else's beliefs in what a magnetic field is. Okay, so before we talk about anything, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. But how I operate is, before I start talking about how the world works, I'm going to agree, right, that the world is made of things. Okay, now if there isn't a thing to be made of, then it's not part of the physical world that we interact with. Right now, I don't want to start talking about magnetism until these rules are established. I feel like you don't want to establish the rules and then start talking about what a magnet can do and then use that to establish the rules.
It's completely analogous. That's why I bring that up, is because you want a physicality. You want mass. Basically, the root of it is you want mass for anything that we're talking about, and that's just not going to happen. So if you want that pre-qualification to stand for everything that we discuss, I reject it now instead of going through that bullshit later.
Okay, so the premise on which you won't just start a discussion is that everything in this world must exist physically and take up space. So it's almost like you're somebody who believes in the soul, right? And then if we go into start talking about the world, you won't do it because the soul can't be included into the things that you believe in, so you don't even want to have the discussion.
No. I would qualify when we're talking about physics and the physical world. I would include everything that has mass, and I would also include everything that interacts with the physical world. That's what I would include when we're talking about the physical world.
Okay, and I would say to that, in order to have an interaction, you would have to have two objects that touch or interact. You can't have one object and a non-object interact with it, right?
You can have a massless thing interact with something that has mass.
Okay,
so that's my distinction from what you just said.
Okay. So, but you would need a thing. You would need some object, right, to have a property to interact with another object that had a property.
I wouldn't use the word object. I would say thing.
Okay,
I think thing is fine.
But what's why won't you? So you can have. That's crazy, bro. It's like you're making nothing interact with a thing.
I would.
Electricity can also give me an electric. Like I can't hold electricity in my hand, but it will give me a shock. It will interact with me physically.
My distinction that I'm making is that if I were to use the word object, I think 100% of the time I'm talking about something that contains mass that I could physically feel or whatever. Just the baseline is, for me, object equals something with that has mass. When I say a thing, if I say a thing, I could use all things that have mass, but I would also include everything that interacts with the physical world. That's how I would separate those two things.
Yeah, and again, I know this is what you read in Wikipedia. Now I'm trying to dive into it.
Man, we're having a conversation, man.
I know. Wait.
What a silly job.
I'm just gonna go down to you're just repeating QE. Where we get with that discussion, man. We can have a discussion, or we can have a discussion, or we can accuse others from getting for repeating scripts from places.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand. So in our world, right? If the Christian said his soul is interacting with his body, right? His soul is massless, right? But it interacts with his body and he feels it. Would you accept that?
I would call that a thing for what he's describing.
Sure. So you would say the soul is a thing?
Sure. In that, I would not call the soul an object. I would call it a thing.
Okay. So you believe the souls are real?
No, I don't. But for the context of that conversation, I would call the soul a thing, not an object.
Wait, but
so it's a not soul in your hand. So you hold the soul in your hand.
So okay, wait. You believe the soul?
Well, it doesn't answer questions. Does not answer questions.
I'm trying to establish the baseline on which we're operating in the same reality. So when I answer the question, so the soul is a thing.
Not answered one the whole night.
That is the word that I would use if we were having such a conversation.
Okay. Well, that's.
Does it exist in reality?
Let me know next time you go to church and we can pray together.
Sure, man. If that's where we're going to end it, that's where we're going to end it. But again, if we're going to have a conversation, let's not accuse each other of reading from scripts, because it's very easy for both of us to do it, right? That doesn't progress the conversation in the slightest.
Yeah, well, to say something is massless, you didn't come up with that term, bro. Come on.
What?
This guy's a radar technician. Hold
on, man.
You didn't come up with that.
Hold on, man. I understand. I understand that things in the physical world that interact with the physical world are massless. For as writing said, I worked on radars as well as communications with radio wave. All these things. Those things interact with the physical world as far as energy is concerned, but that's massless. It's not like this new concept that I read on Wiki and I'm repeating it everywhere. I have hands-on experience. Right now, I work with fucking X-rays. It's transmitting massless energy to interact with the physical world to determine how much mass something has. Fuck, man.
Bro, you just said you had hands-on experience with things the whole idea of having hands-on experience means you physically touched what you're trying to work with. And the idea that you're saying, hold on.
Yeah, I have a dosimeter that shows me I am.
Bro,
yeah.
Come on. I didn't interrupt you. The idea that you're using the word hands-on, which is a physical, my physical hand touched this physical thing, to describe how a non-physical hand touches a physical thing, I just find ironic.
Here, watch this, because I'll explain. You ready? When you have a radar package, such as the F-15, on the F-15 you have a radar package. Perhaps you're going to put your hands on the transmitter. Perhaps you're going to put your hands on the data processor. All these physical components that you have to interact with to make sure that the thing works. And then if it works, it transmits this massless energy out into space. And then it could bounce off of physical objects, and it returns. Based on that timing, you know where the fucking thing is. So yes, I have hands-on experience with these systems that transmit and receive massless things that interact with the physical world. It's fucking basic, man. Come on.
Can you put them in your hand, BioJewel? Have you ever held a radio wave?
I don't want to. I don't want to. I've seen the negative effects. I don't want to.
So my issue with what you just said was you said, there's this thing, right? Now we get to you're like, well, it's not a thing, like a soul. Like, we're going to use your idea of a soul because you think the soul is the thing. Now, at the end of all that, you go, then it bounces, right? Now, when you say bounce, that is a English word that means an object that struck another object and then changed directions, right? An object. Not a thing, an object, because a soul can't bounce off the wall. Now, you're going to sit here and say, it's basic.
How do you know that?
Hang on.
Oh, easy.
You're going to sit here and say it's basic. It's just, it makes sense. And then I'm going, hang on. But in the English words you just used, you contradicted yourself. because you're going to say this non-object bounced, which is what objects do.
Yeah, sure. Objects do that as well. So do
well,
non-objects, but things such as
So a
massless
soul-
energy, such as
So a soul can bounce off the wall.
Oh, I don't
ripple.
think so. But we don't have to disconnect too much. We don't have
But
to disconnect too much.
you are hang on. You are disconnecting when you say a non-object like a soul.
Kind of excited.
Like a non-object like a soul can bounce off the wall, but a non-object like a light can bounce off the wall. See, I'm just trying to understand so we're both on the same page that when you say light is bouncing off the wall, but it's not a thing like a soul that's bouncing off the wall, it sounds
Holy
so
shit,
ridiculous.
man. You're bouncing off the wall with this conversation.
You are a
And
little
now
bit.
you're talking about me and not how you have a non-object like a soul bouncing.
So here's a question. Would we agree a ripple is a thing? Sorry, BioJewel, I'll ask you the question because old bloke doesn't answer questions. BioJewel, do you think a ripple is a thing?
not a thing? It's
No.
not a thing.
A ripple? Yeah, I would call a ripple a thing in.
Have you
the
seen a
physical
ripple
world.
bounce off a rock or the edges of a pool or something like that?
You mean water?
Yeah, I've
No,
seen
I'm not
seen
talking to
that
you.
bounce,
You don't answer
yeah.
questions, Brosephine. I'm happy to talk to Jerry or BioJewel, but if you don't
It's
answer questions,
water,
I'm
though. Water
disinterested in.
bounces off-
No, I'm
water
disinterested in
bounces off
talking
the
to you. The
dock.
questions for other people.
No, I'm answering. It's not a ripple bouncing. It's water bouncing off the dock.
Water
so when
is
you say a
bouncing,
ripple
okay.
bounces off the dock, you're wrong. Water bounces off the dock.
We might define ripple differently. This is why I didn't want to talk to you.
Define ripple. So when you look at a lake and you see the water bounce off the dock, you're going, that's not water bouncing off the dock. That's a ripple.
I was hoping to give you like a moment to breathe, or you know.
I was hoping to give you would make sense if you interrupted, but you didn't.
You're kind of hot on people interrupting. I'm not sure you're aware of how much you do it yourself. Like, I absolutely do it. I'm not saying I don't, but I really strongly encourage you to listen back to this conversation, just like as a thing, regardless of global flat Earth, just to have a check, because I know I do. Absolutely, will own that, happily own that. But like, you get mega triggered by interruptions, but you do
Okay,
it a
don't
lot.
tell me that I'm triggered, bro. Okay, so you agree that you interrupt?
Don't tell me I'm triggered, bro.
Okay, so
you
you agree
interrupt
that,
to tell me I'm not triggered. That was a good one. That was a really good one. That was one of the best. That was my favorite one of my favorites. If I got a list,
Okay, get it all out.
It's a top of the list.
Okay, so you agree that you interrupt, and do you also agree that when you go to the lake, you don't see ripples bouncing off the dock, you see water?
No, I don't see water because the water stays still. This is an
you don't
interesting
see
thing,
water.
right?
Okay.
No, I do see water. So sorry. Listen,
so
listen.
you
Let
do
me
see
let me
water.
finish.
I
No,
do
I
see
hadn't
water. I do
finished.
see water.
Oh, you're interrupting again. Okay, you tell me what I think. Go for it. Go for it. You tell me what I think.
No, I asked you if you see ripples or water. Then you said I don't see water. So I said you don't see water, and you say I do see water.
No, I do see water. Yeah, I do see water.
Okay, so
What I see.
So you don't.
Sorry, are you
don't see
interrupting again?
ripples.
Okay, no, you go. You tell me what I think. Go on, you go. You have a crack, old mate. You tell me what I see when I go to the lake.
Well, this is what
kind of lake is it I go to? Are there ducks at my lake? You big old
Okay,
fucking weirdo, you.
Okay, so I throw a rock into the water. Do I see
Yeah.
water or ripples?
What is this a question? Is it my go?
Yeah, man, I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
I throw a rock
So
into
what I
the
think
water.
I see, is I see water, but the disturbances of the water pass in a pattern that I describe as ripples, such as if the pond is perfectly flat, there are high points that emanate out in circles. If I throw a stone into it, there are circles that emanate out. I describe those things, as do many of us here. I'm not sure about you, but I think a few of us here describe those things as ripples. Those ripples, those things that aren't something I can hold in my hand, things that will get to a hard surface and bounce in like semi-predictable, like mostly predictable, but I guess somewhat chaotic ways. But and they're a thing. I can't hold it in my hand, but they bounce.
Is it the non-thing ripple that you can't hold in your hand that bounces, or is it the physical object of water that you can hold in your hand that bounces off the dock?
No, the water doesn't bounce.
Okay, so the water doesn't touch the dock. The water doesn't hit the dock and then come back off the dock. The ripple does. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. Okay. What it tends to be the case is water's all sitting there still, and the ripples pass through, and the water itself will move up and down vertically, but it won't move left or right. until you get waves that curl over at the top such that they create a kind of like foamy mess. Yeah, generally speaking, the water is not like the water that was at the stone when I chucked the stone in doesn't make its way towards me such that I can touch that water. And if I threw a green bomb, like bath bomb in the pond, I won't then be holding green water in my hand. The green water will barely move from where I touch the green bath, for where I chuck the green bath bomb. What will move towards me is a disturbance in the water such that the water molecules are moving up and down vertically, but then they stay exactly where they are laterally, horizontally. What is moving towards me is a wave through the water, and what is hitting the dock and bouncing off the dock is a wave through the water that, yes, I cannot hold in my hand.
Okay, hold on. I don't think you understood me. So you throw the rock. Where the rock lands, the green bath bomb, right? So where the rock landed, you have the green water. Now, there's other water, right? Do you agree that there's the water near where the rock landed? I'm just looking for a yes or no. Please don't monologue. You agree there's water where the rock landed and water where the... Okay. So the water where the rock landed is not the water that bounces off the dock. It's this other water that bounces off the dock, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not the wave, it's not the ripple that's bouncing off the dock. It's that other water that's bouncing off the dock, right?
No, disagree.
Okay. So the water, so if we took away the water, you could use the ripple and the waves to make the disturbance? Or it would take a different
thing to make the ripple.
Well, I wasn't done.
I'm sorry.
Or were those waves, ripples, were those just description words of the physical object of water?
What is bouncing off the dock? When we use the word bounce, like one of the things I think when I use the word bounce is angle of incidence equals angle of reflection. So if it bounces in at a low angle, it'll come back out at a low angle. That's one of the things I think about when I think about bounce. The water stays still. It just rubs vertically up and down against the dock. The wave, however, the pattern of up and down water that propagates back out from that bit of dock, the up and downness of the water will propagate out equal to angle of incidence equals angle of refraction. And that's kind of like, fairly, reliable. That's, I take that kind of stuff to the bank. It's a good one, that one.
Okay, so just to clarify, you don't think water touches the dock. You think the wave or the ripple touches the dock.
I haven't said that. I hope I didn't give you that impression. I do think water touches docks when docks are in water. I'm not sure how you got that one, but I'm happy to clarify for you. When a dock is in water, I think it does touch the water.
Okay, so the water touches the dock, then bounces off the dock and goes back the other way, or does what it does.
No, I think the wave bounces off the dock.
Do you not see now why I have?
So I had almost finished speaking, but old Cranky, when he gets interrupted, seemed to feel the need. No, and he's doing it again now. Seemed to feel the need to interrupt me. So I'm happy to answer your questions, but the problem is I need to be able to finish the answers. I mean, I don't really.
Love you, Harry.
I'm happy for you to just tell me what I think and shit. But if you're going to ask me a question and then change my answer to, I'm talking about a ripple. I think I've been clear to everybody else in the room. Ruhif, what did it sound like I was talking about with the up and down movement of water, not the lateral movement of water and the nature of bouncing waves?
I literally just got here, so I've got no idea what you guys are talking about. Okay. Literally just joined.
Old mate thinks that the only
clarifying question.
Go for it.
I think this is going to clear it up because this is just what you said. If you're looking at an individual particle of water that starts at the rock, does the particle of water move with the ripple, or is the ripple, like you said, an up and down motion of the body of water that travels?
Yes. Yeah. I think you're bang on with what I'm saying, which is the particle itself that was next to where I threw the green bath bomb that is now has a green particle right next to it, so it looks like the whole thing's green, stays right where it is. really dull. You know, just green over there in the lake. But the ripple will travel towards me in the water. The particles will stay relatively where they are. They'll move by a millimeter or two, centimeter or two, however high the wave is. But the wave will come all the way to me, hit the dock, and move away. Yes, there will be water touching the dock, to answer your question, Mr. Excitable Chappie.
Okay, but so what you're doing is you just made like 4 objects when we only had 1 or 2. So we have the rock and we have the water. Now you throw the rock into the water, and magically there is now a wave, the water, the rock, and ripples. When I'm like, no, it's still just the rock and the water, and the water is doing a thing. You can describe
What's the thing?
Hang on.
Awesome.
What's
the thing the water's doing?
You're interrupting. Bro, no, Chunky, you got to be quiet while I'm talking. I let you get your whole thing out. I even listened to your stupid little spiel about interrupting, so shut up and listen. So,
okay.
I'm starting again. Interrupted. So
I didn't say a word.
Hang on. So we have the rock and the water. Then when you throw the rock into the water, you still only have the rock and the water. Now the water might be in a different physical formation, right?
Okay.
But there is no wave. There is no ripple. There is still only the rock and the water.
So what does when you say the water's in a physical formation, what kind of formation is that?
Okay. You're totally ignored everything I just said.
No, I used exactly the words you just said.
You're interrupting, Chunky. Come on. You're interrupting. Do you want me to start calling you names?
It's a cranky fella.
Your childish
We're
little
having a conversation. You said it's taking a physical formation. What is the physical formation?
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
It's riding on eggshells. Right the hand, just so you know.
Yeah, I know. So
it's not chunky. It's not chunky.
Chunky can be my friend. Chunky might be a better conversationalist than this chap.
Okay, great. That's great. So I throw the rock.
Sorry, what's my name?
Right the hand, meet riding on eggshells.
So
what's my name?
Your name is Mud Daddy. You're my daddy. Touch me, daddy.
We have the rock. We throw the rock into the water. Now the water can it can change physically because it's a liquid. Now you can describe that physical change as a pattern, as water, as energy being introduced, right? But at the end of the day, there's still just the water and the rock.
So there's just the water and the rock. Is that what you're saying? Would you, when I say a ripple, do you know what I mean, or do you not know what I mean when I say that?
You're talking about the physical characteristics of the water at that point.
Let me ask you a question again, because it seems you're not so great at answering them. So maybe it's that I'm not good at asking them.
I thought it was a good answer.
But he just doesn't answer them.
Thank you.
He just
I did
doesn't
answer.
answer
He just
them.
heard it and said it was a good one.
Okay, tell me your answer to the
such a
question.
troll,
Tell me
bro.
the answer
Such
to
a
the question.
troll.
Go for it. Go for it. Tell me your answer to the question.
I already
How would
did.
you-
Ripple
So-
is
okay.
a verb.
I
Ripple,
did it so well that somebody else said that was a good answer. And I guess you're just so keen on either not listening to what I say or just so waiting for your turn to talk that you
That
didn't
one
hear what I
person
said.
agrees with me doesn't mean you're right, bro.
It was a closed-ended question, so it elicited a closed response, a yes or a no. So it was a terrible answer.
ripple is a
Exactly.
verb. The water
Yeah, so
exists
Aiden,
and it
that's
is
a better-
rippling.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Jerry can answer questions. Jerry, I like talking to you, Jerry. I was kind of hoping that when you spoke up before, we would end up talking, because this guy is...
No, I like this guy.
But rippling is not ripple. Rippling is the verb form of ripple, which is a noun.
So, okay, let me try and ask this question in the clearest, most unambiguous way. When I say ripple, what do you think I mean?
Ripple of what?
Sure, water. When I say a
Water.
ripple in the water, what do you think I mean?
A shape.
Yeah,
An
that's cool.
abstract conceptual shape.
Yeah, an abstract
Have
conceptual
established in
shape.
the
I would
water.
say that.
Come on, man.
Would you also agree, Jerry, that shape of water tends to move in a somewhat predictable pattern?
No, the water does.
The shape of a ripple. So you saying ripples don't move?
The water moves.
The water moves. So when I say, what do you think I mean when I say ripple? You think I mean shape, and when I say, does that shape move? You say no.
Right, because I already said that ripple is it's a conceptual thing.
So let me tell you what I do mean when I say ripple.
Ripple
when
is what water does.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Who's that? Somebody else take over.
Yeah, because you're not saying anything. You're just being strawmanning the conversation.
No, he nailed it.
Ripple is what the water does.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I agree with you there.
You don't need to throw a stone to the water to see a ripple. You can have gases coming up. Any disturbance on the water, if the water is at rest, as we all know, flat, horizontal, level.
Level.
If there's any disturbance on the water, it's going to cause a ripple.
Yeah,
or a
I
wave.
agree with you. I agree. I mean,
Of what you want to call
we
it.
agree. We disagree on so many things, but what I love is I've been having an argument for ages, George, isn't it? For ages, and you have given the most eloquent, like English native response. Ripple is what water does. I think he's just so powerfully descriptive and nailed it 100% on the point exactly what it is. Ripple is what water does.
You've
the ripple
been,
isn't
you've
the
been
water.
saying it's a different thing.
Nailing it. No,
You've been
I agree
saying
with
that
you.
they are different.
No, well,
But the ripple
I've been
travels-
misspeaking. You're right. You are nailing it. I should have been saying it. Like
Well, and
you are,
the
'cause
ripple
you-
is the wave pattern ultimately. It's the
Yeah,
it's the
exactly.
wave pattern.
The ripple moves laterally, and the
Mhm.
water moves. The water molecules move up and down.
Everybody's saying this better than I had, or was I saying it
Well, you
correctly?
said
An
it.
old mate here was just being a little bit of a,
Yeah, wrong the hand does that.
an individual. He was an individual.
And Jerry calls it it exists in reality, but he still calls it a concept for some reason.
No,
Which I kind of agree with.
No,
You
the
made
water,
two objects. You had the water and the ripple. That's what you just
No,
did right there.
no,
you
no,
said the
everybody-
hold on,
everybody
hold on,
just
hold on.
disagreed with
wait,
you.
Wait. Come on.
Wait.
You had the ripple moving. You had the ripple moving one way, and then you had the water going the other way.
Yes.
So you had two. Yeah. When there's only water, but then you have you somehow manifest another object to go another way. So you can have
No,
the physical
you just keep
object to
saying
the water.
object. You keep saying object. It's
Well-
like the only thing that exists are objects. The whole thing I interrupted
we live in a
Biojul to
physical
say is
world, dude. Water is an object.
some things are
Without the
physical, but
water-
there are also waves.
No,
I don't know
without
why
the
this is so
water-
confusing for you. This has
Without
been
the
the
water-
longest,
What is the
weirdest
actual
discussion
point?
I've had.
waves of
Without
what,
the-
Harry?
What's the point of this
Waves of
discussion?
water, I guess.
Right,
Waves
so
of
the water,
energy, or-
the water exists.
Yes,
I should
nobody's
probably mute.
disagreeing.
I've been taking up too much time. I'll
You
mute.
can't- You can't separate the shape from the object, and that's why shapes don't exist. The objects do.
Nobody's trying to, Jerry.
Yeah, like I think you're
But
right.
the
I think you're
wave
right. Sharon.
moves- The wave moves laterally. The water moves up and down.
Yeah.
No, the water's doing two things at once.
What?
The water
What's the
is
other
doing-
thing it's doing? It's moving up and down. What's the other thing it's doing?
He said that it's waving, right, and it's moving
Yes,
side,
by moving up and down. No,
and it's
not.
moving side, and then that
Like,
it's moving
okay.
side to side.
Oh fuck! I think I've got it. I think I've got the way to explain it.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I got so excited by this Mexican wave. We've all been at a stadium and done a Mexican wave, right?
Oh, nice one, Harry.
Right.
Fuck yeah, I'm right. Am I Ruth? When I'm right, am I right?
Okay, so what?
Pretty good one.
Yeah, right. So when you are the molecule in the Mexican wave, what do? Do you run around the stadium or do you stand up in your seat and put your arms in the air?
You're waving. You are doing it.
Yeah, I'm the one waving. Fuck yeah, Jerry.
Right. Waving is a verb.
Yeah.
Wave is
Yeah.
a verb or an adjective.
No.
It's not a
Waving
noun.
is a verb.
What
Waving
is the
a
actual
verb,
point of this
Jerry.
conversation?
Wave is a noun.
Like, how did we get to
I
here?
don't know, Ruth.
No.
It's
I
basic.
interrupted
it's grade
Biojul's
three.
bit where because old mate
Yeah,
thought that the only things that exist are stuff you can hold in your hand. And Biojul said a magnetic field, and then I tried to like interject with a pond, but I'm drunk, so instead of interjecting, I took over the conversation because I'm a fuckwit. I don't know. Do we want psychoanalysis or descriptions or what?
Well, I like the wave idea. I just posted a little image there of just the anatomy of a wave, which, but it's just, I love it how where you've got the midpoint, and then you've got the trough and the crest, and then the wavelength and the amplitude. So yeah, like when you do that wave thing at stadiums, essentially you're going up and down, but then the wave part is because it's moving through the medium and going up and down. So when you combine both of those, then you get the actual, transduction of the wave pattern through the environment.
Yeah, and things move. So the wave is the thing that moves.
No.
No. Yes. Jerry, learn English.
No.
Wave is a noun. Waving is a verb. Look it up in the dictionary.
Wave of what? Separate the wave from the water, sir. Go ahead, make a video.
No.
That's what I thought.
Nobody's disagreeing.
Have a seat.
Nobody's disagreeing, Jerry.
You are.
No. None of us.
I think we need to bring this back to
of the
something
water.
interesting.
Because the question I was asking before, Haruf, if I'm about to just have to go and shave some cheese, was around the observation you're about to go do with Ranty. And my question was this is what started it all. Which person would you trust or like or use more? And that is somebody who makes a prediction, whether that prediction be right or wrong, versus somebody who makes a prediction that is regularly right, versus somebody who flat refuses to make a prediction. Which of the mechanics or doctors or financial analysts or whoever would you go talk to? Which
person that makes predictions and is right, obviously.
How did you answer that so quickly? Hang on. How what's going on, Ruhif? We had like a 4-hour conversation and nobody could. It was obviously far more complex question.
The guy in my religion said the exact same thing I
was
did.
So
Wow, he
strange.
totally agrees with me.
We've asked this question so many times,
you're in
and
the
then
same
this big
religion.
old weirdo comes along and says, "Hey, people that make." But it's weird, isn't it? I didn't have to
anybody else
get him
believe in
into
God?
that.
Yeah,
I was talking. I'm sorry, Mr. Interrupting, man. I was talking.
Guys, hey,
I'm gonna go. I'm sorry, that was
hey, moderator here talking, man. Guys, chill out, man. For real.
It is
one at a time.
But it's not like people are aggressive now.
Writing, you said you were gonna go shave cheese. What the fuck?
I've got to
It's
go.
it's a euphemism in Australia.
You know what I mean when I say shave some fucking cheese.
Never heard it before.
I think it's like laying pipe. It's like laying pipe, isn't it?
The actual point of the conversation, right, was not the prediction. The actual point was the mechanism of vision, right? And it came down into that light is a wave, right? And then now a wave becomes this thing that it's something can be, and that's where it went. So the whole the real premise. Hang on.
Travels in waves.
I guess we're having two conversations because my point about my conversation I tried to make quite clear by asking about 40,000 times was who would you trust? Somebody who makes good predictions, somebody who makes bad predictions, or somebody who refuses to make predictions? And I would put them as number one, number two,
shave the
and number
cheese.
3. I'll shave the cheese. See you later.
Yeah, Harry.
Don't forget the shaving foam, though.
Have a good one.
If I was to say water is a wave, right? I'd be like, I'm trying to attribute that it's not water anymore. It has become something else, right? A equals A cannot be B. So if water is not water, it's a wave. You've just made water not water, right? And that's not logically sound because water is not a wave. Water is water. Water can have. Bro, come on. Water can have physical changes to it, which can be described, right? But that doesn't mean that a wave becomes an object or exists on its own. So when people say light is a wave, right? It goes against what the English language. This is why me and Jerry are like fighting on this because it's like you're just destroying the English language when you say these things.
They would more accurately.
I think water has wave-like properties.
But it travels.
Can't you say I got hit by a wave? People say that all the time.
Yeah. And if that's destroying the language, then saying a truck is a car is destroying the language.
Wave of what?
Light travels in waves.
Waves of what?
Water.
Light.
Or
That's what I thought.
When my hand moves through the air, that's a wave.
Water
No,
can
it's-
travel in waves of
No, it's
water.
just a hand, Merle.
Water can travel in waves of water.
Yes, and
Water
light
can
travels
travel.
in waves of.
What?
What is
But with
the
water,
light?
it's the energy that travels. With light, it is, well, it's also the energy that travels, but it's
yeah.
What are you seeing that implies to
You
you
see
that
light.
something is waving?
Light is the only thing you see, Jerry.
Well, what is it?
Oh no, Jerry.
This is
I mean,
the
I
Globhead
can-
kryptonite.
Jerry,
Where they got-
Jerry, what's water?
Water is an object.
Object. So it's not fluid. It's an object.
Well, you know, it's
You know, yeah.
no, it's a physical thing. Yeah.
How do you know
It
that
can be
it's
more
physical?
than one.
What was that?
How do you know that it's physical?
You could touch it, you could see it, taste it. Woo-wee.
Jump out of a plane into the water, mole man.
Yeah, and
Oh.
go next to a lamp, and
It's
you heat
weird
up.
how you can use water and you explain water, what is water, and explain it by its properties. And when you ask what is a photon and we explain it by its properties, you reject it.
Yeah,
No,
it's
you could see water, you could touch it, you could taste it.
You can see
can't
light,
see
too.
light. No, you see objects.
can.
You don't.
No, you can see light.
You don't
see light. You only
No, you-
see light.
No, you don't.
Is laser light an object?
No.
Well, I can see it though.
You can
But-
touch it.
No,
Yeah.
laser light
Stop
is
it.
different
Ah, okay. How is
Okay.
it different?
because that's something called coherent light, where it's like phased differently. It's like directed via some other kind of mechanical process. Sunlight is not that.
Why?
I
You
wouldn't
can't
even connect a
redirect
laser.
sunlight.
I wouldn't
Can you
even say a
direct-
laser
can you
and sunlight are the
redirect
same at all.
sunlight? Can you
You wouldn't
redirect
say
sunlight?
laser and light are the same?
I
What
wouldn't say
about
sunlight
steam?
or laser have any relation. I wouldn't say light, because and this is where it comes. It's you have a laser, which is a laser, then you can see in the day with the sun. Now they're connecting those two. No.
Lasers are light.
No. See,
What
you
about
just did it
steam?
again.
Can you see the
just did-
steam going up? Is the steam
it's
going
laser.
up in waves?
What?
Hey, raise a hand. If
Steam.
lasers aren't
Have you ever
light,
put the
what are
kettle
they?
on? You see the steam going up? Is it going up in waves?
You know the L in laser stands for light, right?
Bro, just because you put the name doesn't mean it's the same thing, right?
What do you think light is, right hand? Do you have any idea?
Hold on. Rufus, come on. Let me. I'll answer that. Let me just make the point. To connect the laser beam to connect a laser beam with the ability to see objects, I don't get that connection, right? Like in my head, I don't see
We
a
understand
laser
that.
beam. Okay, so then when Rufus saying what is light, right? Like
That's not me talking.
Not Rohit.
sorry,
It was Mailman.
sounded like.
But
But
what
we
would you say?
understand that you don't understand. That's the problem.
And I understand that you think you understand.
Can you
You
light
said
an
you
object
don't
with
understand.
laser
We
light?
get that.
Can you light an object with laser light and see the object?
Okay, but again, that's not connecting a laser to vision or how I see, right? It's not. And I'm again, if you think that you can shoot a laser and that means that's somehow connected to your ability to see objects, okay, but to me there is no connection there.
The connection is that lasers are light, and what you see is light. The only thing you see is light.
Yeah, and
The
I can
only
light
thing
an
you
object
see
with
are
laser
physical
light.
objects. The only thing you see are physical objects. You're trying to describe the
Okay, then light's a
mechanism of.
physical
Hang on, dude. You're trying to describe the mechanism of how we see those physical objects, and you do that by pointing a laser, saying this laser is the same as how you see. Therefore, no. Again, I reject that because it doesn't make logical sense to me.
Why don't you see when it's dark? Why don't you see the objects?
Again, that has
light.
that doesn't connect a laser to sun. Asking me why I can't see when it's dark doesn't connect our vision with a laser.
Well, I can.
You reduce every.
Go on.
No, I do agree with that.
To the most basic and simple terms that he chooses not to understand.
No, because you guys like to twist language and turn concepts into reality when it's not. That's the problem. It's the basic
Laser,
inability.
light is what you see.
We don't see via lasers.
I never said you did.
Well, then what are you bringing it up for?
I can take a laser and light an object with that laser, and I can see the object.
And I can see an object with fire. That doesn't mean fire is connected with how I see. Come on, man. You can't just
It's connected in a way that it creates light.
It's not. If you want to think that fire is the mechanism of vision, then okay.
No,
light.
Fire makes light.
Yeah, you see the light from the fire.
You don't see the light.
You see light.
You see the fire and the object. And then you're saying you see this object because light. Then light, laser, fire, sun, all the same. No. Fire's fire.
No, light is
ambient sunlight's the ambient sunlight. A laser is a laser. They're not connected in any regard except your mental classification as all three of those separate phenomenon as a single phenomenon of light. They are not connected in reality. They are connected in your classification in your mind.
Sight.
Which one of them is not light?
You don't even know what light is. So you're trying to make something it would be a rabbit hole to discuss. You're trying to say, yeah, I don't really know it's a rabbit hole. But fire, sunlight, vision, lasers, all the same thing. This light thing that I don't really know what it is.
Explain light to us better than how we know it now, then. Right there.
Okay. Now, I'm not here.
Or just vision.
Okay. Yeah, I explain vision as direct line of sight through opaque mediums or objects. You could. Light is just a word you keep saying.
Sight. S-I-G-H-T.
It's a sense, like hearing. It involves touch. Like I have an entirely different. Okay, real quick. I have an entirely different idea of how we see. I think there's a constant connection between my eye and the object, and picture a thread connected from my eye to the object. Now, if there's any change in that thread, whether it waves different or tighter, my vision changes immediately because there's a direct connection. And if you put an object in between that, you sever the threads or you block the threads in that particular spot, and I don't get that information back. Again, I can't see these threads. You said explain, so I'm giving you a concept.
The information you're getting back, what is that information?
The information would be the unique frequency. It's the same thing. Like if you had a thread, you could wave it. It could wave up and down. It could twist. You could pull it tight. Now however that is, your eye can recognize that whether it's being pulled tight, whether it's loose, whether it's waving, and that it puts that all together and it creates an image.
Get it. What is the thread made out of?
Yeah, man, that's. You want to talk rabbit hole? That's the rabbit hole. Like, what? It could be water.
Rohit can answer in 2 seconds.
Bro, you're asking this. Do you understand? You're asking like, what is the world made of? What is the meaning of life? Like, these are the deepest questions. Yeah, bro. What is life? Is one of the deepest questions.
I have a question for you guys. I have a question for you guys. If I light the fire, what is the photon?
What did you say? Where is the photon?
Yeah.
Who is the photon?
The photons that you see are the ones that are hitting your eye. Or your.
They're hitting my eye.
Photons.
That's my point.
It radiates photons, does it not?
That's all a story.
It's incandescence, isn't it? Wow. So it emits photons from heat.
Yeah. Emits photons from where? So where in the fire there's the photon?
It's part of the process from the energy release. Some of it comes out as light, some as heat.
Yeah.
You didn't learn this in grade 3?
Yeah, I learned, but it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, why don't you ask questions in grade 3?
Well, the answers, they don't make sense still.
Okay. All right. So you understand that some people are experts in a field and they understand that field better than non-experts, right? You get that?
Have you
Yeah,
read
I
them?
understand that, but you still didn't answer my question, though. If you understand the field better than me, please explain to me. If I light a fire with wood or whatever it is, yeah, where is the photon?
Which photon? The photon that hits your eye?
Yeah, we're talking about the photon, isn't it? That is causing the light.
Photons that you see are the ones that are hitting your eye. The photons that Ruhif sees are the ones hitting his eye.
Yes.
We cannot see the light itself. The light
That's
is invisible.
all you see.
Incorrect.
We cannot
Light
see
is
anything.
all you see.
Incorrect.
No, we cannot see the light itself. We can only see when the light hits something. That's the only observation we can do about the light. We cannot see it at all.
You only see the light that hits your eye, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay.
You see light that doesn't hit your eye?
If there is a dark room and the light is going through that dark room, you cannot see that light. Only if it hits, for example, the dust in the room, then you see the hitting into the dust.
Correct.
Yeah.
But those photons then reflect into your eye.
No.
Well, how do you see them then, Jerry?
Wow.
Photons of what? You don't know what this shit is,
Oh,
man.
Jerry, for fuck's sake.
Photons
That's
of
right.
light, Jerry. Where have you been? What other photons are there?
There is no such thing as a photon.
Why do you say that?
Because you can't tell me what it is.
We just did. It's the thing that you see.
See, it's just circular bullcrap, man. You're just a globe cheerleader. That's it. You don't know
The thing that you
shit.
see is light.
You don't know shit. You
photon.
just make fun of people. That's
when
it.
When you turn the lights out in your bedroom, Jerry, and pull the covers over your face, the walls don't go away. You just might not be able to see them.
How do you know?
How does a camera work, Jerry?
You got a cover over your face then, right? That's a bad example.
You press the button.
That's right.
How does a camera work? Like, what does the sensor on a camera do?
I'm not an
CCD or
expert.
CMOS?
I'm not an expert in cameras.
You keep
CCD
asking
or
people
CMOS,
whether photons are actual things.
They aren't things. That's my thing.
What are they?
Well, Jerry, go learn what a charge coupled device does, a CCD. And then
CCD camera?
Yep.
Why don't you tell me, smartass?
Well, that's what Ruhif just asked you. When the photon hits the CCD, it excites it, and then
I don't give a
converts that into a digital. Okay,
Who
then
cares?
answer that way. You don't want to know how light works? Fine, somebody else.
You open the freaking shutter, right? And then something happens on the sensor.
I want to know what it is.
Right, and we've given you the best explanation that we can possibly give you, and we've given it to you multiple times.
But what are photons? You're going to tell me
packets of electromagnetic energy.
Right. Waves of what? You're going to say the field.
Yeah.
What's
the best explanation we can give you, right?
And then field is made out of what? I don't know.
Jerry.
Right.
Is
so
it
how
that
can you say
important,
that?
really?
How can you say that?
So
it bends?
can you see if there is
anything.
no light? If there is no light, can you see? Or you become blind all of a sudden? Or you become blind all of a sudden?
You see
it's like when you turn the lights off. You know what happens when you turn the lights off, right?
I can still see
objects.
I can still see
go to a mine.
I don't become blind.
Come to the mine.
I don't
where
become
work,
blind.
Go
Do
down to
I?
4,000 feet and turn out the lights. You can't see.
You work in a mine.
I work at a mine.
Are you not at work today?
I'm going to work. I'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, you should get your mind on the task, man. Stop preaching light and get your mind on the task of mining.
I can drive and talk about basic things I learned in grade 3 at the same time. It's not hard, Don.
I just want to say,
2,300 feet down, I think, and turned off the lights. Man, that is some of the darkest you'll ever see.
Exactly. You still see when it's dark. You just see
Correct.
dark.
You still see it.
So, and that's his point. You still see. You just don't see the objects. You see black. But that's it. Well,
what is black?
That's a great
What is
point.
black,
Well,
not right hand?
Okay, but again, hold on. Let me. We're trying to understand, or we're trying to explain the mechanism of vision, right? So you're saying vision happens only because these photons, right? Now we remove the photons, yet I still have vision. So clearly, vision can't be.
What do you see when there are no
bro,
photons?
Come on, man.
Right
So
hand.
you
What do you
don't
see
see
when there are no
photons.
photons?
There, you don't see photons. So you're assuming that there's photons, and that's why you see. And then when you don't see, you're saying it's because there's no photons. That's all an
I'd
assumption.
like to talk on experts.
The thing is that you still see, you just see less of
That's
it.
an interesting one.
Have you ever
You
heard?
don't become you don't become blind just because there is no photons.
Right. That's a good point.
Have you ever heard of the dark absorber theory?
What's that?
No.
Light bulbs are and candles and things like that are just dark absorbers. That's why if you have a
They
a
get rid
candle,
of the darkness in your room by switching them on.
well, they actually absorb it, right? Because you have a candle,
pull it
it's brand new, it's got a nice white wick. As soon as you light it, it starts absorbing the darkness and the wick turns black. If you put a pencil over it and the pencil gets in the way of the darkness flowing into the candle, it will turn black.
And the absorption rate is the speed of dark.
I mean, I kind of like it.
I like it too. That's it, and it's like concave Earth. Like it's a total inversion of the explanation, yet it still explains it, right? That's good.
Here's a better write-up than I just did.
I think somebody doesn't understand the fact that you're kind of explaining it in the same way reversed.
It turns darkness into the thing and not light. You see?
Wait, light is a thing now? Light is a thing.
Well, no, hold on. I'm saying that explanation, it doesn't have light as the thing. It has darkness as the thing. See? That's
okay,
what's so
so
interesting.
darkness and light are things, right? The hand?
In those explanations.
Okay, good. Very good. That's what, an hour gone. Thank you.
Oh, that was well done. Whoever did that, fucking gonna pin a medal on your chest. And a male
right-hand did it himself.
Pierce your nipple while you do it if you smile at me and call me daddy.
I think the
Not
break.
that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm glad you're half a world away.
You guys can't convince them because you can't show a photon. All you can explain is the theory of how light
I can
propagates.
show a photon a good time.
I'm not sure that's why, Dawn. I'm not
It
sure
is
that's
why.
why.
That's why we're challenging you on showing your theory, but you can't because
Eggshells.
it's so small.
Photons show you a good time.
Oh, that's true. Actually, that's true. Oh, I like that he just factually corrected me. That was good.
Liquids take dryness away. The mailman's got that.
And Don is just going to come in and just talk nonsense on both sides.
Yeah.
He's in troll mode.
I'd like to speak on experts too. Experts do know more than normal people most of the time, but this is only if they're real experts. Lots of the time, they're fake experts pretending to
How
be
can you
real
tell the
experts.
difference?
Well, fake experts lie, and you can tell in the tone of voice and the pattern of the words, and you can tell when they just say lies.
It sounds like you're lying at the moment. Are you a fake expert? It sounds to me like you're lying. How can I tell if someone's lying?
I can teach you slowly, but you have to really want to learn and not try and debunk me.
But
It sounds like you're teaching.
it sounds like you're lying right now. How would I tell if you're teaching me is not just teaching me to accept your biases and decide who's lying and not?
Well, don't you agree with me that some experts might lie?
Go and take your vaccines, guys. Go and take your vaccines.
If you were honest and not lying, you'd agree some experts might lie, and that's my
I
whole
think
point.
I would say you sound like you're trying to present yourself at the moment like an expert who is lying to me.
So there you go. You agree some experts lie. It's worth taking a look at which ones might be
Well,
lying.
I don't know that he's
You
agreeing
agree,
that you're
you agree with me, but you just can't tell yet.
Yes, I think anybody who uses vocal fry when they talk is definitely lying. That's my theory now.
What are you talking about? That's so like crazy.
I know. That's what what's his face is doing right now. So I've just declared myself an expert. Now I deem your speech pattern to be lying. See how easy that is?
Yeah. I went on the news talking about not vocal fry but upward inflections. But I don't suggest that people are lying when they use it, just that they sound uncertain.
I do have weird inflections, I'll give you that. Yeah, let's look out for fake experts. That's all I'm saying.
You should get those.
I've just Googled you again, Harry.
Treated with penicillin.
I'm the upward inflection expert. Did you find me,
Sky
Rui?
News.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, Sky News. Hang on, I'm gonna deafen and watch your clip.
I think you're legitimate.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about.
So yeah, if you use upspeak and vocal fry, you're definitely lying, and I hate you.
What's vocal fry? That
So when
dragging
you,
at
no,
What is
vocal fry.
exactly?
Vocal fry is when you drop the back of your throat, and it makes your vocal cords vibrate like this.
Radio hosts.
It's like totally crazy.
Yep, that one right at the end.
Like crackling at the end of it.
And there you go. And so and then upspeak is when everything's a question in American English.
Australians, yeah. It's like I think I know what I'm talking about.
There you go.
I work on that a lot. This is what Rui's watching at the moment. I went on Sky News talking about upward inflections. Upspeak, as it's also called, is like, it's like, I tell you what you need to do with your upcoming budgets, and that's really cut costs and look at where you can most improve profit. And it sounds like you're asking a question rather than making a statement. Whereas statements
So what is
typically
it when
go
my
down.
what is it when my daughter says, "Oh my God"?
What is that?
It's called.
I don't know the term for that, but I would call it like an emphatic stop or something.
It's called
sassy teen.
It's called plosive emphasis. Is what it's called.
Plosive emphasis. There
Post-
you go.
Plosive
emphasis.
Plosive.
Oh, okay.
See, like it's actually the same thing. Anytime you're using an adjective, okay, you can, like, if somebody says "Geez, oh Pete," like when they emphasize "G," like they hold it in for a second and they make it an adjective. It's called plosive emphasis. A degree in computational linguistics doesn't get you much, but it does get you weird names for these types of things.
Computational, what? So you're working on, like, how do you teach computers to understand this shit, or what?
Yeah.
That's quite cool.
Oh, I mean, so you're going to make the...
What's that?
So they can pass the Turing test?
No, that's a moving target. I mean, like, yeah, you need to be able to understand language. You need to do natural language processing, like I studied to be able to pass the Turing test. But Turing test has a lot more things than just.
So how do we know that write the hand isn't just a broken speak and spell?
You don't.
You can tell because anybody who programmed something would make it make more sense. Oh,
Okay,
zing! That was a low blow. That was a low blow. But people laughed, so I'll take it.
No, I've done a couple of like AI projects that people a lot smarter than me are working on. I'm just doing, like, phonetic analysis or like in natural language processing. But yeah, you can get they sound pretty sound pretty stupid most of the time.
You're a computer, right? You're a computer.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely.
Yeah, you're a computer.
So I just went down the rabbit hole on the Darksucker, and I found a link from Bell Labs at MIT confirming it.
But I don't think you can disprove it.
Disprove what exactly?
The light absorption.
Yeah.
Travels at the speed of dark.
Yes, it sounds to me immediately like something that would just be flat impossible to disprove on the face of it.
Yeah.
Although I think we can. What are those vacuum devices that have the white and black kind of? Let's call them sails or diamond-shaped sails that turn. Doesn't that? Oh no, it would work the same way in reverse, I guess.
It's like push and pull. You couldn't tell the difference, or one could be the other, depending on where you are.
Yeah, I realized it halfway out. Well, I'm at the mine, so I gotta go towards the deep dark hole, but above it. Have a good one, guys. I'll
Be
listen
safe
in
today,
later.
brother.
That's what she said.
Noticed that this time round with the COVID agenda, we get to expose it in real time as it happens, might be the first time ever that this has happened in a PSYOP. Usually we're having to expose it years later or a few years later or the next day. But on this, it's literally, if you're in the right place, the right communities, you're getting shared real news every day, debunking fake news that you don't even have to watch. And this is great. It shows a certain amount of strength in the truther community.
I watched your clip, Harry.
Did I sound authoritative?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah.
It did make me suddenly doubt the whole idea of experts, because it was based on like a quote unquote study. And what I later found out, found out, not later, like as we were doing it, was the study was in fact we'd called a PR agency, and the PR agency is like, oh, everybody loves studies at the moment. So what we'll do is we'll call 1,000 people and tell them what, talk to them about upward inflection, and then present whatever they say as the findings. I was like, that's not a fucking study.
Yeah. So who here thinks the Earth's flat?
Yeah, fuck it.
Religious people who've read the Bible and tried to find
flat.
4 corners.
Bible confirms it. Observations confirm it. No one's left Earth yet.
Yeah, anyone except Dawn.
Come on, Roo, if you're desperate, you can do Dawn today.
Yeah, I know. Fucking procrastinating the fuck out of today.
You are desperate.
Did you guys find the curvature yet for your globe?
Yes.
We found a lot of it, actually. Would you
Wow.
like which bits would you like?
Canigou. Canigou's a good one.
What's Canigou?
It's a mountain in southwest France that you can see from southeast France. Like 250, hang on, 240 Ks, I think, something like that.
Possible. Why are you lying to me?
What?
Well, it's just how could you see a thing that clearly
It's another black swan image he's talking about.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I'm lying. Sorry. I do love the observations that flat earthers put forward originally that are just fucking magnificent globe proof, like Canigou and like P900 Cool Pics.
What was that?
Well, Canigou was originally, I think, Jeranism found it and goes, oh, this mountain shouldn't be seen at all. And you can see like the top, like 200 meters or something of this mountain that's 2,800 meters tall. And it's missing like a fucking enormous amount behind the horizon. It's like, oh, it must be flat Earth.
Come on.
There's a little bit of refraction.
You found curvature. Now you're just talking amongst yourselves about Canigou. This is not proof of curvature.
Thanks, Dawn.
You've got to show it as curvature and explain it. You can't just talk to yourselves as nerds and think you're debunking flat Earth.
There's 2,500 meters behind the horizon. A missing mountain.
So what?
And how far away? How far away are the mountain peaks?
Explanation for that.
How far away are the mountain tops?
Because of perspective.
I think it's about
already been answered.
260 Ks or something. It's a long way.
Well, welcome to flat Earth, because that is your horizon in your sphere. It's the edge of the sphere. So if you have the horizon at that distance,
Welcome to flat Earth.
Say that slowly again.
The horizon on your globe model is the edge of a sphere, where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea. So if you can see land at those distances, that is your horizon. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, I'm going to say the horizon is the water in the foreground, and then the mountain behind it.
Can I see chewing
That's
gum
nonsensical. You cannot see behind the horizon.
Yes, you can.
No.
If the horizon is the
Wow.
edge of the sphere and the mountain is behind it, the mountain's behind the horizon.
The edge of your sphere, is 1.225 miles times the observer height in feet, my friend. So the edge of your sphere is where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea. If you can see land at those distances, that's not behind the horizon. That is the horizon, where the sky
the
appears
mountain is
to
not the
touch the
horizon.
top of the mountains. Yes, it is.
It becomes the horizon. You're
It
talking
becomes
about
the
geometric-
horizon.
That's a ridiculous.
Hey,
That's a
George.
ridiculous
George.
definition for a horizon.
You're hoping the
One-
geometric horizon stays
Hey, George.
as the mountains are behind it.
It's
Horizon
one-
means sky meeting ground. So
So if
horizon
instead of a
changes.
mountain, let's say it's a boat. Is the boat now the horizon?
Yes, and trees.
Well, that's a silly definition.
If the boat is on the limit,
that's
yes.
the definition, I'm afraid.
Oh, so
Yeah, but
so
it's silly.
George, what you're trying to say here is that, like, yeah, there are caveats to this little rule that you're creating, and what you're actually saying is that there are multiple variables that go into it. You just named one of them, right? The idea of the height.
Not many variables.
There
There's
are
only
at least-
one.
there are at least
The
two.
horizon is the visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea. If you can see
I'm going to say
something
the horizon
on
is
the
the
horizon,
last
like
piece
a
of water that
mountain
you
or
can
an
see.
island or anything, that is your
That's a
horizon.
made up definition.
Yes,
Yeah,
George.
but
I know
that
that
one-
that's the
the other one's
definition
silly.
you really want in order to make an argument.
Well, you have to
But the
contact
reality-
Merriam-Webster and tell them they've got their definitions
Yeah,
wrong.
honestly, Dawn, I don't give a shit what the fucking dictionaries say.
Because you need this definition.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Have you
otherwise
not heard
it's
me
just
talk
your
about
religion
definitions
on your
before?
own, isn't it?
Have
No.
you not heard me talk about definitions before?
What do you say about definitions, Rui?
They're just fucking the meanings of words is all that we're just trying to convey an idea in our head to some other person who can then have that same idea in their head. Dictionaries don't dictate the meaning of words.
Yes.
Wow.
Amen. No, actually, that like he's 100% correct. Dictionary, the
Words
usage
only
of
mean what you
usage
want
of
them
words, the
to. That's
usage
your
of
answer.
words is what
Amanda
dictates.
says it is an educator in teaching the kids.
Words
Yeah,
only mean what
he's
you
saying
want them
that
to in context. No.
the meaning of the
so
word
as
in the
a very
dictionary
good
is to be
example,
taken
you don't
into
pick up a
consideration
That's our
dictionary
point.
and
literally.
give
We
it to a
don't agree.
3-year-old.
Wow.
Disagree.
You don't
As
pick up
long
a
as we can
dictionary, give it to a
communicate the
3-year-old and
concept.
say, "Hey,
Disagree. We're
here's
using
how
your
we work."
dictionary definition, and you're saying that doesn't matter. I'm making one
Okay.
up. I do this too, but I'm
let's
just
settle.
catching you on it
Let's
today.
settle this argument. Let's settle this flat Earth debate forever. And I'm going to appeal to dictionary.com, which defines Earth as a globe. The end. Welcome to the globe.
There
Yeah.
you go.
That's
This
your
was the same
argument.
thing we had as like
Cool.
you define gas pressure as some like it is like, okay, if we accept the definition, check the definition of gravity and it describes the interaction between it's like either you accept definitions or, which I think is a more reasonable thing that all of us do, is you don't accept the definition just because it's defined that way. You challenge it and definitions will change. Like awful and awesome used to mean the same thing.
That means I'm allowed to call you religious now.
Fine.
If
We
you
will
want-
disagree,
if you
though,
want
on what concept you're trying
Like
to
we are
convey.
now.
But
about
if
what horizon means.
if society moves
Pellets.
to describe me as religious, even though I don't believe in God, don't go to church on Sunday, don't think that there is some creator of the universe.
But you have a belief.
Then-
system.
Preaching for
But-
a while,
but-
though.
Strong
But
belief
if
system
but
that
if
you blindly
yeah,
believe
yeah.
in.
Exactly. If your definition of religion came to be the more accepted one, then people would describe me as religious, and they would
Right,
describe you as not religious, and
let
that
me
would be
keep you to
totally,
that
that would be the
logic.
new definition of the word.
Let me keep you to that logic. The accepted definition of horizon is what the flat earther George said, not what Ruhif, the debunker,
Yes.
said.
Stop.
Yeah?
Right, but I'm saying definitions. I'm agreeing with Ruhiv. definitions
So
are
you can give
largely
up this
dependent on what
definition,
we
and that
currently
means we
believe.
can use any word for anything ever.
No, Don, that's not
Is that what I said? Is that what I said? I didn't mean to say that.
Don,
We didn't hear what you
that's
said.
right.
We didn't hear what you said
No.
because Don talked all over you. Don, relax, bro.
Don, words. Do languages evolve?
Yes.
Do they
Awful
evolve?
and awesome.
What
All right, here's
means
another one.
is the
How
geometric horizon. That's the word for what he means. But
no,
he just
Don,
says
Don,
horizon to
how
confuse
often-
people.
Now you're doing it,
How
RC.
often-
Relax, RC.
How often
When-
do they evolve? Don, how
I
often
think-
do languages evolve?
Sorry, all the time, 24/7.
Good job, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
so if in a
Meanings of words
conversation,
change.
if in a conversation we are trying to understand the nature of reality, and we need to define a word in a specific with enough specificity that we can actually have a conversation, can we specify that in that moment?
Well, I would like Ruhiv to just say, I believe the geometric horizon is where the water stops.
I call that the apparent horizon. I call that the
How is
apparent
it an
horizon.
apparent
Yeah,
horizon when that isn't any definition except yours?
because when people say geometric horizon, what they really mean is the unrefracted horizon. And I don't give a shit where the unrefracted horizon is because we have an atmosphere that refracts light.
Here we go.
That's
Begging the
explained
question.
to you,
Atmosphere.
Ruhiv. Like me, I've got my own
Again, I
definition.
don't care the definition
Okay,
of atmosphere.
you're
The
talking.
fucking air above our head, the atmosphere.
I have my own definition
Dawn.
for religion. You now have your own definition for horizon. So we'll both work with what we've got, right?
No,
Fine.
what we need to do is
So
express
when
what
I
we
say
believe.
when
Oh
I
my
say
God.
horizon, I mean the last water that we can see. I don't mean the boat or mountain or
No one
building
ever says
behind it.
that. No one means that. No one except you.
Well, this is the concept that I'm trying to convey to
talking-
someone that I'm
it's the
having a
same-
conversation with.
You do the same equivocation like the guys from the Discovery Channel with the boat and the flag, when you can see water still behind them, and
Yeah, I
there
think
is
that was
land
bullshit.
behind them as well. So that land, and no one is counting for the land that is behind the water. The water is not the horizon.
All right,
The
so
horizon
I think the
in your
Discovery
globe
Channel
model
and the fucking
is
Genius thing is shit.
geometrical. You're forgetting that on your model, your horizon is geometrical. You're forgetting the
Again,
geometry.
All right, so George,
yeah.
George,
the
rather than play
concept.
with words, let me be real
On a
specific.
sphere with a radius of 3959, the horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the observer height in feet.
All right,
Yeah?
so
You're
George,
ignoring
so-
refraction, right?
Ignoring refraction? No, it's geometry.
Yes.
all right,
You're
Yeah.
ignoring
When you do
refraction.
geometry, what refraction do you use in geometry? Can you
so
explain
George,
to us?
I use
let's get
7
more
over
specific.
6R.
Then let's get more specific.
What?
Let's say the length.
7 over
that I
6. No, where did you get that?
Okay, so have you ever used a curve calculator before?
Yeah, but where do you get
Yes.
the curve?
Right, we're getting
I
there.
need to debunk
Have
the
you
claim.
used the
You
curve
are calculating
calculator
an existing curve. We asking for this curve. Where do you
So
measure this curve?
Have you used a curve calculator before?
Yes, to calculate the
Yes,
radius.
okay.
Yeah, but which
To
radius
u-
we
to
talking about?
use-
We don't observe this
to-
radius you're talking about.
To use a curve calculator, you are assuming R
You need to
for
have
the
a
sake of
radius.
that
Where do you get it from?
calculation.
Yeah, where do you
Let
get your
us
radius
ask
from?
whether you use a curve calculator. And you said yes.
Where do you get your radius value from in
When
order
you
to put on
use
the calculator?
It's
when you
confirmed
use a curve
millions of
calculator,
times.
Yeah, you said
you
that,
are
Ruhiv. I asked
assuming
you
a
another question
radius for the
since
sake
then.
of that calculation.
Repeating yourself.
Okay, I have a calculator in front of me. Yeah. Where do I get the values that I'm going to introduce with my calculator? Where do I get them from?
You assumed it when you used the curve calculator.
Oh, you assume. Oh, we're not talking about
No,
reality,
I said
measurement.
you assumed it.
We're talking
I
about
said when
measurement,
you-
reality. We're not talking about
You
science fiction,
assumed
my
that
friend.
he used your calculator to see if it was right.
When you use the
this
curve
isn't
calculator, you assumed a radius for the sake of that calculation, correct?
No, he used your assumption.
No, I use the
what I said,
measurement
and he did it.
first. I use the measurement first.
You said you used
Now,
a curve calculator.
in order to have a value, listen, that value that those digits that you're going to add on your calculator, yeah, where do you get them from?
You used a curve calculator, which gave you a result.
From where?
Then Listen to
Giving
what
me
I'm
the
telling
result.
you.
No.
I'm halfway through a sentence.
No.
I'm halfway
But you
through a sentence.
ignoring my question. Where do you get this value from? This
Because you're not
measurement?
listening
Yo,
to
you
my
gotta
answer.
let Ruhit finish, guys.
You're not listening to my answer. When you use a curve calculator and it spits out a result, you then go and use that result and compare it to reality. Right? That's exactly the same thing that I do. Both of us assume a radius and then compare the result to reality.
No.
Both doing
Why are you using
We've
a
compared it.
curve calculator? For what?
We've
To
compared
measure
it
the
to reality.
flatness?
Hold on.
Yeah, to
We've
check
compared
a
it to
prediction
reality,
against
Ruhit. It
reality.
doesn't match.
Well, that's
Did
what
you
you
hear me?
guys think. We beg to differ.
Ruhit,
We
did
beg
you
to
hear
differ
me?
very
We've
much.
compared it to reality. It doesn't match.
Yeah, we beg to differ that it matches or doesn't match.
Why did you use a curve calculator? You're already begging the question of curvature, which is not existent.
Again, when you use a curve calculator, you are assuming the radius for the sake of that
I
calculation.
agree with you.
In exactly
Where do
the
we
same way that
observe
I am.
this? Where do we
In
observe this
exactly the
curvature that
same
we're
way that
talking
I am.
about? Why we need to use a curve calculator if
Why,
we're not
why are
calculating a curve?
you assuming a radius? when you use
Ruhit,
curve
talk to him
calculator?
honestly. He's using your tool to check your reality that you've assumed. Right.
He's doing exactly the same thing as I am.
You're just repeating yourself. He's
I-
he's
I know,
only
'cause he's
using
not
your
listening.
assumption to check. You're the
Can I
one that
try-
believes it. You think it's true.
He
He's
is
asking you how it
using
was
the same
verified. Yeah, that's the question.
assumption.
How was
Can
R
I-
verified for the curve
Can
calc?
I answer the
Because
question?
my results match reality. That's the
You
thing that we
verified
should
it
be
after,
arguing about.
after assuming it.
I just told you they don't match reality, Ruhit. We've
Yeah,
checked
and
it.
that is
It
the
doesn't
argument,
match.
Jeremy. That
No,
is
we.
the argument. Does it match? Yeah, I know you think
And then
that,
you
but
have the
that is
nail in the
argument.
coffin. And then you have the nail in the coffin, the sextant.
All right, can I say
Oh,
something
Jesus.
here? Can I say something here?
The sextant
George-
is the worst. The sextant is the worst fucking argument you guys have come up with. You know, the sextant is
worst?
literally, yeah. The sextant is
Wow,
literally
you
the
don't
same
understand how a
argument
sextant
as
works
Polaris.
then.
I absolutely understand how it works.
Wait,
it's literally
can
the
George-
same argument as Polaris.
Can George explain the sextant to us?
Nah, you don't know, man. You don't know the argument at all. You don't know how to use a sextant.
Absolutely,
I
do.
don't.
Absolutely, do.
I don't understand how to use it.
It's just an
Could
angle
George
measuring
explain
device.
it? No, but could George explain it?
All right, George, where you go?
Go for it, George. Time to shine. There you go.
Sorry, I was away from my mic. The sextant is easy to explain. You just need to have a nautical almanac in order to know the GP of a celestial body. The other thing you need to know is you need to recognize it to be able to identify which star you're shooting at. Because if you miss the star, you're gonna miss everything. Yeah, so you have a GP. You have a GP of a star, yeah? You know what that means?
Yep, ground position. Yep, or geographical.
Ground position, yeah? So you understand that from you to the GP of that star, that zero line needs to be flat, no?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no,
Do
it
you
doesn't.
understand?
We're doing a triangulation, my friend.
Do you understand that the GP of the star, to work out how far away you are from it, is exactly the same 69 miles per degree as the Polaris argument? You're literally repeating the Polaris argument.
Degree from, listen, the degrees you're talking about is an angle of degree from you to the star, yeah?
Yes.
But from this, you need to have the baseline of that triangle needs to be flat. From you to the GP of the star.
No,
That
it
is what
doesn't.
it debunks the globe completely. Not only
what
that,
is the
not only
formula?
that, because once that you have that radius from you to the GP of that star, yeah, that is a radius. Now you get your compass and you draw a circle. You draw a circle from the GP of that star to you. You draw a circle around. Now that circle is a circle of equal altitude, meaning anyone on the edge of that circle or from that circle inwards, yeah, is at the same level. And this is just one star. Now you need to shoot two other stars in order to have your position on the ground.
Let's have an
Meaning
example.
flatness. Listen,
Hold on, George.
it's the nail in the
Hold on,
coffin.
Rahip. He's getting
There
good.
is no globe. Bye-bye.
Let's say
George.
Let's say the star. Let's say you know the GP of the star, and from wherever you are, the angle to that star is 70 degrees. Right? How far away are you from the GP? What's the formula?
The formula just said the formula, the degrees per mile. But
Yeah,
you're missing
20
the point.
so you're
The
20 degrees away.
baseline of that triangle, the baseline is to be straight. You're
No, what's
forgetting
the
that.
formula? What's the formula?
Straight, you need to have a straight line from you to the GP of that star.
Come on,
in order
dude.
to have a
The
radius.
formula.
Listen,
The formula
in order
is
to have a
60
radius,
nautical
the
miles per
center
degree.
of a
Correct?
circle, yeah? Now you're going to draw a circle around that radius, yeah, in order to find out the distance, where you are on the ground.
What's the formula? Is it 20 times 60 nautical miles? Because you're 90 minus 70 degrees, so 20 times 60? Is that, is that the formula?
69 miles per degree. But
yes,
that doesn't matter because what it matters is the baseline of that triangle. We are doing a triangle, yeah? Because the sextant is measuring
a linear
angles.
formula. You've just given
Listen,
a linear
yeah,
formula,
no curve.
right?
Linear.
Miles per degree. That doesn't work for a right angle triangle. That's not the trigonometry
It does
fails.
work because you know the GP of that star, and the sextant is an instrument to measure angles. That's what it does. Like a
if the star,
the
if the star
same
is at
thing.
70 degrees.
You measure. Listen, when you do a measurement with a sextant, you need to be as close as possible to the zero line, in order for your calculations to be more accurate.
What
if
zero
you are
line?
in the boat,
do you understand
as close as you can to the ocean, as close as you can to the ocean.
Hold on,
you know,
George,
the boats, every boat have a
completely
line.
wrong.
It's the water line.
Yeah, no,
George,
you
you're
need to be as
completely
close
wrong.
as you can to that.
You're completely wrong.
That
They're-
linear formula
sextants-
does not work on a flat Earth.
Well, sextants are also
Trigonometry
used.
fails.
Sextants are used in airplanes, George.
Guys, one at a time. Come on.
You're wrong about having to be at the surface of the water.
Well,
Sextants are
in
used
airplanes, they're
aircraft.
octans, not sextants. But yeah,
They use
George?
sextants in old. That's the way planes used to navigate before we had all the technology. They navigated via sextant.
correct. The baseline of that measurement needs to be straight, not curved.
No, then your formula fails. It fails when it's straight, George. It fails. Linear formula, 69 degrees per degree.
It fails on the globe. Yes,
69 miles
you
per
wouldn't
degree.
achieve a triangle. Yeah, correct. We understand.
Yeah, your linear formula fails on a flat Earth. It works on a globe.
No, it doesn't. Linear, flat, straight.
I'll tell you what
Horizontal.
fails, Ruhif. I'll tell you what fails, Ruhif. You got Polaris dropping at 1 degree for every 69 miles. You go
Yes.
back.
Again,
however,
only works on a globe.
However, hold on, Chief, not done. We're gonna try to let people finish their sentences. So you've got that happening on your globe, but then at the same time, you've got things dropping at a non-linear rate here on the ground. That's an issue for you guys.
Yeah, but what's happening? What's happening? It's you moving away. Let's say that you have a star above your head. Let's not mention Polaris because we couldn't do this physically with Polaris. No one can go and be on the zenith of Polaris. That would be impossible. But let's say that
you can't go to the North Pole.
You choose any celestial body that you are right at the zenith of that celestial body. Now you moving away, that declination of angle, it doesn't mean that you are moving down on the sphere. It means that you are moving away on a straight line. If you're talking about a boat in water, on a straight line from the GP,
That
which
relationship
is the
linear
reverse,
on a
which is
flat
the reverse
surface.
of the sextant, which is the reverse of the sextant.
Let's do another example.
If you were on the boat right under the GP of a star, and you wouldn't, as you move away from the GP of the star, you start seeing the angle that we're talking about.
Let's do another example, George.
Zero line needs to be straight and flat to the GP.
Let's do another example. Okay. Now, let's say you measure, the GP of the star, and you measure it to 45 degrees. All right. How far away are you from the GP? 45 times 60 nautical miles, right?
We're debunking the globe Earth, yeah?
No, we're assuming
what you're
flat Earth.
saying,
We're assuming
what you're
flat Earth.
saying right there, yeah. I said to you before, I'll tell you again. Welcome to the flat Earth. The description you are giving is moving away on that triangle.
No, we're just we got a GP of a star, and it's at 45
and you're
degrees
moving
from
away
wherever
from
you
it
are.
on a straight line. Yeah.
We don't know where we are, George. We don't know where we are. We know the GP of the star, and we measure it at 45 degrees. How far away are we from the GP? 45 times 60, right?
69 miles per degree, or
nautical miles. Nautical miles.
45 times 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, 2,700.
So, George, while I disagree with you, I really enjoy your accent.
Who's dying? Someone's dying.
What is that noise? Jeremy, is that you?
I bet.
Somebody's
right?
choking. Oh my god! I constantly think about in this life is what if I hear someone choking? How do I get emergency services to their house?
Yes. No idea.
It'll be way too late anyway.
Anyway, we're doing an example.
Lemon, let me think I can help and be nice and be good. I want to be good.
George, can I ask you a question?
George, we're doing this
What's that?
example.
I
We're
would
doing
like
this
to ask.
example.
Anyway, Rudolph likes to do math problems to test flat earthers.
This is an easy one. This is 45 degrees, right? So if the star is at 45 degrees, we know that we are 2,700 nautical miles from the GP. All right? We know then if the Earth
How
is
do you
flat,
know? How do you know you have these 45 degrees?
we measured it.
Can you explain this? How do you measure these degrees? In what?
The fucking sextant, George. You brought up the sextant.
Oh, so you need to have straight lines then. So you need to have straight lines then.
I'm demonstrating to you.
So you need to have straight lines. The base of that triangle needs to be straight then.
No, I'm demonstrating that it does not. It cannot work.
But you are shooting a straight line to the star, no?
I'm measuring the angle to the star. All right.
So you have a straight line from you to the star, and then you don't have a straight line from you to the GP?
No, it's not a straight line.
Oh, so it's not a triangle anymore.
Hold on a second,
No, it's
George.
not.
Ruhif,
It's
do
not.
you need two straight lines to measure an angle?
That is correct.
Yeah, one's your horizon and one's the
Sorry,
the star.
Ruhif, do you need two straight lines to measure an angle?
Yes, sounds like what he's saying.
Yeah,
If
and
you
do we
look at-
have straight? And hold on, let's hear it from Ruhif. Ruhif, do you need two straight lines to measure an angle?
Yeah, one to the horizon, one to the star.
All right, and the light's bending through the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, that's taken into account as well.
So you don't have two straight lines.
Well, that's what 7/6R does.
I think that's what George was trying to get at. Oh, sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that straight line, bendy line is a straight line. That's
George is
zero
saying
line
it's a
from
straight line.
the observer's foot to the GP of the star that we are shooting. Yeah,
That's what George is saying. That there's a right angle.
It's a triangle.
But
It's not, though. I'm about to demonstrate.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. On his question, is asking me, I have this triangle, yeah, and I'm measuring 45-degree angle on this triangle. I'm asking him, how does he have a triangle if the baseline of his triangle, yeah, is
I'm not measuring a triangle, George. We're just measuring the angle to the star between the horizon and the star.
Triangle, though, 45 degrees.
Wow.
No, we're not.
90
We're not there
degrees
yet.
from the solar
We're
point
not
up to
there yet.
we can just
get through this.
There's a triangle there, though. It would be a 45, 45, 90 triangle if you had a right triangle anyway.
On a flat Earth, that would be right.
If you guys look at it,
that's what we're the assumption that we're under.
Geometry, my friend. It's geometry.
Let's fucking do the geometry, George. Let's do it. Stop fucking around. Let's do the geometry.
You are ignoring it.
That is not
45 degrees of a triangle.
doing
That's what you're saying.
I'm doing the geometry.
The triangle sides don't add up.
You guys,
and you know why the
wild
triangle
here.
sides don't add up? Because we're on a
Getting
flat plane,
fiery.
and the horizon has eaten up some of the visual information beyond the diffraction limit. That's all. It's not because we're on the ball.
Please no, Lemon. George, we're
Please
doing the
no,
geometry.
If you're doing the same math crap again, people don't give a crap, and it doesn't prove what you're talking about.
I do. I think it absolutely does. Aren't we talking about geometry, flat versus curved? Is there
The
nothing
theory's
more
flawed.
geometric than flat versus curved?
You guys don't know what
yes,
geometry is anymore.
One of the two theories is flawed. But
Yeah,
the
because
idea
you're
to
basing
say,
it on
let's
a
not
line.
do geometry to figure out the difference between flat versus curved blows
You're
my
basing
fucking
it
mind.
off of lines with no parts, and your horizon line has a bunch of visual information squished and sandwiched into it. It is no longer a line without parts. It is a line with several parts smushed into it, making your angles flexible, especially towards the
Lemon, that
George.
sounds to me like an eloquent way of saying I don't trust what my eyes show me. Do you or don't you trust what your eyes show you?
My eyes show me a bunch of visual information being crammed at the diffraction limit at the horizon. So my line is no longer this line with no parts. It's a line with several parts and a bunch of visual information crammed into it, making the angle questionable. That's where the theory fails.
Sure. And it sounds like what you of all flat
beauty of
earthers,
this
and I appreciate
is
that
you don't
one of
need
the
even the horizon.
Go on, mate.
The beauty of this is you don't even need the horizon for a sextant. Some
Yeah,
sextants
irrelevant.
have artificial horizons.
Irrelevant. You locals always wander off into irrelevant
all the visual
crap.
in the world.
That's
Come
irrelevant.
on, guys, one at a time, please.
Good assertion.
George.
How can you have a line, Moyak, when your line has a bunch of visual information crammed into it? It's no longer a line. It is a zone of vision that
I'm not using
appears like a
visual.
line to the eye, but it's not quite what it appears.
How can you have a
I'm
line
not using
the person
visual.
who made it for you is somebody you just met in a club 20 minutes ago and it's on the back of a toilet cistern? Like, what kind of a line is that?
Is George still here? We're going to do this or not?
This is the same crap you were doing on Brandon's server. And this is still
let's
the same
get
bad
it
argument.
done, and you'll understand why the sextant only works on a globe.
You need to
Nah,
understand
begging
how the
question.
diffraction limit eats up your angle. And you don't need
I
a ball to do
understand the
that.
diffraction limit, Lemon.
I don't use diffraction limit. I use a artificial horizon. I'm doing land surveying. Or not land surveying, land navigation.
Diffraction limit is just basically saying the ceiling is merging with the floor and visual information is being cut off and lost. And it looks like
When you can
one
predict
side,
an
but it's not a
observation,
line.
Lemon, we'll listen to you, okay? When you can make a prediction
This
on...
map doesn't even make predictions even over the globe. That's why I have to use
Then what's what are you saying then? You're just fucking word salad then.
You're looking over
If you
a
don't
flat screen room.
understand-
It's not going over a ball. The
If you
information is
understand
being
what you're
lost into the
talking
diffraction limit. That's it.
If you understand what you're talking about, you will be able to make predictions with it.
You can't even make predictions with your own model.
Wow.
That's what's so deceptive about what
Really?
you're saying. That's why you have to
Really?
use 7-star and other ways to pad your calculations.
Who
There
has
was
made
times
the
when it
prediction
works
for
and times
Ranty's
when it
observation?
doesn't.
Who made the prediction for Ranty's observation?
As far as I can understand, Globers have, and flat earthers flat refuse to. That was the whole start of the whole discussion I had here.
Yeah,
There
you
is
have
one
not-
group
not-
of people
Nostradamus
who will
predictions.
not make a prediction, and another group of people who are making lots of predictions. Many of them might be wrong, but one group is and one group isn't, and that's like that's to me weird. Weird that one group won't make a prediction on what you will see based on flat or flat and stationary versus curved and
It's the
spinning.
same geometry over a
Kinda
flat.
weird.
We can
Yeah,
use the
but
same
just-
geometry over a flat plane.
Yeah, so make the geometry calculation. If geometry is or isn't a thing, like either you say it's not a thing, I cannot make predictions, therefore I don't know what we're living on, or
Yes.
I do know what we're living on, therefore this is what I predict you'll see. Like you only have one or two choices. One is I don't know what we're living on, therefore I don't know what we'll see, or I do know what we're living on, therefore I do know what you'll see. You cannot be in the middle like I do know what we're living on, but I don't know what you'll see.
Yeah, we're on a flat plane. And eventually the ceiling will merge with the floor, making visual information be lost and cut off.
I mean, it's
Use
true.
that
I haven't
understanding
checked.
to make a prediction.
Exactly. I haven't checked with you, Lemon. Maybe you will be willing to make a prediction.
The
on
Riley
Ranty.
criteria. We understand that.
Lemon did. Lemon did
Oh.
actually make a prediction. Thank you.
Awesome, Lemon. I'm sorry. I was just having a big old rant. Lemon, you're a fucking legend, and I love you.
Dang.
Hard to do.
What is going
The
on?
thing
What
is,
prediction are we?
you guys pad it with refraction. We can just pad it with something else.
Okay,
So you guys
do
are
it.
ready to pad your.
Do it.
Okay, what's the prediction?
Pad it with
Make a
whatever you
prediction and
like.
give
Levin.
an explanation as to why it doesn't work. That's fine.
Whatever understanding you
One
have,
thing you can
apply it and make a prediction.
do is you can eliminate.
You're roboting, whatever that is.
Eliminate, and then you
Eliminate the
can
negative, accentuate the positive, and watch out for mystery in between.
So what are we predicting here? What's going on here, Ruhit? Catch me
how
up.
much of the object would be cut off.
Oh my! Are you
Hang on.
back on that again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ranty's going up in Winter Hill. And he's going to look through an auto level at Blackpool Tower. Where will
Right, I
Blackpool
got new
Tower be
information.
in relation to the crosshairs?
Right, I got new information actually. I just found out. So you bought the auto level for Ranty. You just haven't given it to him or gave it to him. Okay.
He's got to go and pick it up.
He's gonna come and pick it. He's gonna get it from you.
Fucking Rui, I don't know.
Oh, hold on a second.
I will bend over for you because.
Can you say it again, Rohit? Can you say it again, please? What you just said.
Hold on, guys.
He's got to go and pick it up.
I'll bend over for you.
Oh, thanks.
What the?
No, you said something. He's going to do something with the other light. What's that?
With an
People
auto
are
level.
here to. Some people are here to meet single people. I mean, if there's a single earther roll or something, so.
Oh man.
Single global roll.
Oh, Jeremy, come
If
on.
you're gonna get any more explicit than that, though, I'm gonna have to ask you to go to another room, please.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tipsy. I'll maintain my dignity.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
That's all right.
was
You're
the question?
British, so
Could have been seriously Rui.
the accent already gives you +2 on dignity rolls and stuff like that.
What was
I
the
think
question
Lemon.
before?
So, go ahead, Lemon.
What was that? Oh, we're trying to figure out how much of the object is cut off or whatever.
Well,
and so
see-
Ruth is saying the only thing that explains what's cut off on the object is Earth curve. I'm trying to counter that it's the diffraction limit. And so we can have at best close math formula that'll be slightly off, but it'll approximate what we see. That's it.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
the thing
make an
is,
approximation.
here's the thing, Ruhiv. This is my prediction. You're not going to pay attention to the weather. You're not going to do a time lapse. You're not going to see where the location of the sun is. I mean, sure, you'll be like, oh, it's over there. Cool, great. But you're not going to calculate that.
Right. I don't think it will change much through the day.
Where's my case? So you're saying time lapse, say if you had a whole, say from 9 a.m. to, say, 8 p.m., you don't think nothing would change? No fluctuation at all?
Oh, it'll change a little bit. I mean, the difference between or what I think Flat Earth will predict is pretty big. It'll be clear who's got the right prediction.
I think I gave you mine earlier.
What was it?
I don't know if it was you or Bio.
We cannot be more clear than this, man.
I told Bio, I say it will be slightly above the mountain.
Where will it be in relation to the crosshairs?
Slightly above the mountain.
The
'Cause
crosshairs
where
have
are they in relation to
limitation,
the
man.
crosshairs?
That's
talking
not
about
the
the
right
low-
instrument to measure these distances, man.
You talking about the
What you guys
lower?
are doing is silly.
He's going to take it to the mountain. He's going to look through it. He will see something, right? What will he see? I don't
Depends on the
care
weather.
whether the instrument is the correct instrument or whatever. He's going to see something. What will he see?
Depends on the weather.
Okay, assume standard atmosphere.
Standard atmosphere. I would say slightly above the mountains.
No, where will it be in relation to the horizontal crosshairs?
The upper or lower stadia? What do you mean? Crosshairs
Well,
right in the middle? Yeah, right
but
in
then
the
the
middle.
stadia either side.
Yeah.
They're-
I would say like slightly above the mountain.
Yeah, where will the mountain be in relation to the crosshairs and stadia?
I would say it depends.
The
on
mountain will
weather. Oh.
it will be lower
Yeah, a little. Not
because
too
it's on
much.
the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how much lower? Come up with a number. Make a prediction.
What does it matter? What does it matter? Depending on the
You
distance.
guys don't understand what you're talking about. That's why
Oh
you
well, we
can't
do
make a prediction.
understand.
Then
We
make
do
a prediction.
understand.
That instrument is the wrong instrument. Now, go there, and instead of the theodolite,
whether you think it's the wrong
instead of the
instrument.
theodolite, use a sextant and point to the horizon.
I don't care whether you think it's the wrong instrument. Is he going to see something, or is it going to be a fucking black screen?
I'll give you one. I could be wrong. About 4 to 5 arc seconds.
The mountain below crosshairs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, you're going to be super wrong, but anyway, that's fine.
How many arc seconds do you have yours?
I had 0.42 degrees or something, I think, for one of them. I'll post the formula, and I'll post my 2 renderings in the chat.
But again, it depends on the weather.
Yep, assume really standard atmosphere. I'm assuming standard atmosphere. That's the formula that I'm using in the chat.
The ground rises up and the mountain drops down. You guys are so silly.
Whatever
4.2 is 25 arc minutes. So you multiply 25 times 60 for the arc seconds, since there's 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in a degree.
Whatever understanding you guys have.
Yeah, you have that way too high right there. Way too high.
Times 60, that's like 150, 300, I want to say.
Where's the other one? So I posted 2 renderings.
1,500.
I've posted 2 renderings in the chat. The first one, I think, is where Ranty's actually going to go. And the second one is where Sandra P900 Coolpix was. With Snæfell on the left.
You should use the sextant, just like Alberoni did. He's the one who came with the curvature anyway.
We're not going anywhere here. Let's just deal with this general concept. An arc minute is 1/60th of a degree. So 1 divided by 60 gives you how many degrees arc minute is. That's like 0.01. And then 1/60th of that gives you an arc second.
Yeah, so Don's basically saying it's going to be at eye level, which is pretty silly.
Do you like it?
Well, it's
eye level, yeah, it would be silly to say that.
Yeah. Although, on a flat Earth, so Snæfell is the highest mountain there, right? And it's
I'm
621 meters high.
Well, I'm
So it
putting
should
in
be
the
above your eye level.
Well, I'm putting an angular size change at 90.
So
miles.
you say that 21 meters is your eye level?
No. I'm saying the mountain in the distance is 620 meters. On a flat Earth, you should be looking up at that mountain.
Why?
It's higher than you. Because it's fucking higher than you.
The angular size change at 90 miles, Ruhev. That's 90.
However you want to do that. Take it into account. Make a prediction.
Dude, it's that. Okay, so we have Snæfell. That's 232 feet high, right? So
what is
at 90 is 2,032 feet high.
Yes,
my bad.
2037.
But then it says eye level. It's so convoluted, man.
No, so
horizontal.
You have over, let's say, 1,500 feet of drop. Hidden. If you want to say it that way, that leaves you around about 600-700 feet if you want to include standard refraction.
Yep.
So 700 feet at 90 miles is that big. Compare Blackpool Tower at 540 feet above sea level, yet peak to peak are the same height. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Shouldn't the mountain in the background be way below the peak of Blackpool Tower?
No, I think they're roughly. You got to get my laptop out. Hold on. I think they're roughly the same height. Let me check.
Yeah, because of hidden yes, it would be the same height.
Yeah, because
forgetting that the top of those mountains.
How is it peak to peak? The tower's
They're
closer.
forgetting that the top of those mountains is the horizon, and guess what?
Yes,
it's 90 miles away.
That's why I said
take 90 miles into account. Whatever you need to take into account, take it into account. I don't care what you do. Just justify your answer.
Your horizon is geometrical. Your horizon is the Earth curvature. It needs to be at 1.225 miles times the observer height in feet. I'll tell you again.
How
the
far
horizon
away
in
is
that picture,
the horizon on that picture not only is up on the top of the mountains, it's 90 miles away. So the horizon is not Earth curvature.
Let me explain it.
Whatever you
let me
need to
get
take into account, do it.
Let me get
okay.
Let me get to this, Ruhif. From the observer to Blackpool is 25 miles. From the Blackpool to the Sneffel is 65 miles. That's 3 times the distance, 4 times the distance overall. So if I take a 5-inch stick versus a 15-inch stick, and I move it away 4 times the distance, wouldn't that 5-inch stick appear the same height as the 15-inch stick?
I wasn't listening. Sorry, I'm working out the angle for both of them.
None of you are listening to each other. It's all pseudoscience. You've not even got a real observation in the chat.
Yeah, as soon as someone actually makes a honest prediction here, we'll go and do it. Someone decent.
Concept. We're just turning our wheels. If you're focusing the camera 25 miles away, each milliradian in your camera would be 25 divided by 1,000 or 0.025 miles per milliradian. So that times your 0.42 would give you your drop in miles. So 0.025 times 0.42 radians gives you the drop in miles or whatever, and that's like 0.0105 or something like that miles. So then you take 0.0105 times whatever you said, 5,280 feet per mile, times 12 inches in a foot to get how much drop you got based off of the milliradians anyway. But this is not an exact science, so we'd have.
Mathematics is exact, yes.
No, it isn't. It's only exact if you have discrete units. And when we're looking at stuff Ruhif, things merge and are no longer discrete quanta. That's why this math is useless in the first place, because things merge at the diffraction limit.
Yeah. Again, if you actually understand what you're saying, Lemon, and sorry, actually you have made a prediction, and you actually made the correct flat Earth prediction. Well done.
Are you questioning my theory? You're looking for a bunch of numbers, and you're not backing it up with sound theory.
I'm backing it up with the globe model mathematics.
The globe isn't necessary. You can explain what's going on with the diffraction.
Where do you have this globe again?
Then do it.
Where do you have this globe? You know, you understand the globe needs to have a curve, yeah?
Yeah.
That's the thing we're still trying to find. You cannot have a globe if you don't have a curvature.
Well, this will demonstrate. My model predicts what we see in reality. My model is curvature.
Which model?
My globe model. Radius
Where do you get the curvature for your model?
I don't need to justify a model. I need to test it in reality.
Listen, a globe needs to have curvature, correct?
Right.
So how do you have a globe model if you don't have a curvature?
My model has curvature.
Wow.
I don't need to
It's the
justify
only way that you can
my
explain
model.
what's going
I need
on.
to test my model.
It's the only way that you can explain what's going on. That's why you need to explore other models, Ruhif. Something like a diffraction limit or something else over a flat plane.
Then come up with your model and show that it predicts reality.
Well, I get your model. It's curvature backed up by any amount of refraction to pad the model with 764, making the ball a bit flatter. That's not much of a model, but that's okay.
These people are really brainwashed, man.
We're assuming standard refraction.
Okay, so that makes your ball 7.6 times bigger to flatten it out a little bit.
A little bit, yep. And?
Why don't you just drop the ball model instead of trying to pad it with refraction?
Because we have an atmosphere with a density gradient that bends light.
He's trying to square a circle. Cannot do that, man.
Do we have a
We can
density
see
gradient in our
beyond.
atmosphere?
We can see way beyond the constraints of the geometry of the globe model. Which part of this you don't understand?
Do we have a density gradient in our atmosphere?
We also have this instrument called sextant that measures angles with right angles.
No, it's not a right angle. No, it's. Let's do it, George. Let's do it. This was like 15 minutes ago. Are we going to do this?
Man, I have no time to waste with you, man. You are a waste of time, of our time.
Guarantee
you are a waste of our time.
Sure.
How do you have all this time to waste with? Why don't you do something real?
I should, shouldn't I?
Yeah. Get your other monitor open make some
Oh,
art,
Malapi.
start a business.
I've already started this store.
Learn the occult, study religion, learn bias, cognitive dissonance, learn how you're gullible and susceptible to ideas. Learn all this stuff and become better and bigger. Stop shilling the globe for no reason.
He is trying to do some math with it. The theory behind the math, though, is what we need to talk about.
It's all empty, Roman. It's from an empty heart. He doesn't
think
care.
it's
He thinks he's a teacher, and he's not.
Well, the thing is, you're looking through a theodolite, you're going to have a great amount of distortion at 90 miles. So to get an accurate reading,
That's correct.
Any measurement whatsoever, it's just going to be, what do you expect to see? A blurred image?
It's not accurate at 70, 80 meters from you, man. 100 meters from
accurate.
you at the other light is not accurate.
Really? It's going to be smeared. The image, that's really, if I may, the prediction would be that it'd be pretty smeared.
We can see Blackpool Tower from 40 Ks. I guarantee you will see Blackpool Tower.
40 Ks, okay, that's 40 kilometers. To get a milliradian, it's 1,000th of a radian. So you take 40 kilometers and divide it by 1,000. That's how much it should drop or whatever in the crosshair according to your globe model. So 40 divided by 1,000 in, kilometers for the milliradians in the camera.
You actually made the correct prediction for Flat Earth, Lemon. You'll be wrong in your prediction, but at least you got the maths right.
I'm going to be wrong.
Yeah.
You know why I'm going to be wrong? Not because of refraction, but because of the diffraction.
You'll be wrong because you think it's a flat Earth.
I'll be wrong because the ceiling will eventually merge with the floor, and it will merge with the floor very quickly.
Right. However quickly it does, take it into account and give your prediction. You didn't take it into account in your first prediction. You just went straight geometry.
Well, the globe is simplified for people who want to ignore the diffraction limit. So we're going to need to come up with a diffraction limit model that says how quickly the ceiling will merge with the floor. Based off how high you are off the floor, of course.
It's good that
we're all waiting.
The curvature that we say exists conforms with the distances on the surface.
We need to have a curveball first. We can have that.
But it's
You're saying that this is the only way to explain it. That's all.
No,
good point by Mailman a minute ago. Good point by Mailman. So when George said the horizon is always 1.22 times the observer height in feet, or square root, whatever, then Mailman goes, so George thinks that on a globe with topography, the horizon would always be that. So if you're calling the mountain the horizon, it's not 1.22 times the square root of observer height.
Yeah, with the
looking out over the water.
George said that if you see a mountain, that is your horizon, and that should be it's way further.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, because a mountain is not
your horizons. Yeah, your horizon definition is shit.
Yeah.
The horizon.
My horizon definition is your globe definition that says you guys say that the horizon is what blocks boats and buildings. Yeah. And it's at 1.25 miles from the observer. You guys go to the seashore and see the boats disappearing. We're not talking about 90 miles away, are we? We're talking about a few miles.
If the building is the horizon, how is it blocking itself?
Yeah, and if there's a building or a mountain in the distance, it's not at the surface, so you can't use 1.22.
You're saying that the mountain is not the surface?
I'm saying that the mountain is not the sphere.
So
if you take the radius,
when you look at the mountain, can you see where the sky appears to meet the ground?
Yes,
the land?
and that is not, that
is not the horizon. Then
that's not the surface of a sphere.
Well, there is no sphere. Yeah, we understand that. Welcome to flat Earth. It's nothing to do with the sphere whatsoever.
Yeah. Okay, let's take the flat Earth geometric horizon, which is infinitely far. You never see it. Welcome to the globe.
What do you mean you never see it? It's visible. What do you mean you never see it? It moves with the weather. Sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's further away.
nothing can ever be blocked by it.
What do you mean? You cannot see forever, can you?
Or I can't? Why? When is the
You cannot see forever. Things get too small to see.
Okay, when does the Earth, how long does it take for the Earth to be too small for us to see? What's the distance?
Well, you guys give us a distance, a precise one, 1.225 miles. Thing is, like the Black Swan image, we can see the horizon behind the second platform, which is greater than 10 miles away. So we know this exactly how it works, because your model tells us one thing, but we observe in reality something else.
The 1.22 is not our formula, George.
Well, that is what, when you just previously asked me to go to the Earth curve calculator, that's the data, where the data comes from.
No.
Yeah, now you say that is not...
ignores refraction. 1.22
no,
ignores refraction.
we're talking about geometry. Yeah, in this case, a globe,
I can do geometry on a refracted horizon.
Okay, a sphere. Can you visualize a sphere?
I can.
Yeah, with a radius of 3959.
Yes.
There you go. But we cannot, because we don't observe that. We observe greater than that. The observed radius on the Black Swan. No, we're not ignoring refraction. The distance to the horizon on the Black Swan observation. Listen, on the Black Swan observation, the distance to the horizon is greater than 10 miles. Now imagine that. Now if you had to draw a line from you to the horizon, which is a radius, and now with a compass you're going to draw a circle. Yeah, will give you a circle of equal altitude like the sextant does. Now this would be, if this was Alberuni doing this observation, would give a radius 10 times greater. Huge, enormous, ginormous.
Almost infinite, George.
You know what that means?
Infinite radius.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah, there's refraction.
No, it means there is no globe, there is no sphere, there is no curvature, there is no vertical drop.
Why do you keep
There is no horizon. There is no horizon dip.
Dude,
I don't know.
Sorry, there's no horizon.
The globe implodes. Everything goes bye-bye.
I don't
Did you just say
know.
there's no horizon dip?
It also appears as if we're infinitely less flat than flat.
Well, the thing is, a horizon could form with a mountain or a building in the way, but if there's no obstruction, then eventually the ceiling and the floor will eventually form a horizon anyway. And it can eat up the building or whatever and make it merge with the floor even sooner.
That's a cute argument.
Then the object in distance after the horizon would be mirrored, no?
Who said there was no horizon dip?
There would be what we perceive as a horizon dip in error over a flat plane.
Has anyone here actually measured the angle down to the horizon? I have.
I've seen the measurements.
Down? What do you mean down to the horizon? No. What do you mean down?
He says it's below the crosshair.
It's the opposite of up.
What do you mean the horizon down?
Down is the opposite.
Where are you to observe the horizon down? Where are you standing in order to observe the horizon down? On the top of a mountain?
Sure.
Also, it's below your eyes, so it would be a bit of a dip. It wouldn't be perfectly at the level of the eyes. It would dip slightly.
Yeah, and that amount of dip is predictable, and guess which model predicts it?
Diffraction.
You keep just saying the diffraction limit predicts it. Diffraction limit predicts everything.
Yeah, the Rayleigh criterion predicts how far can you see. And guess what? It almost matches the globe.
Well, your globe model predicts some things and doesn't predict other things. It doesn't predict the amount of the object that we do see over this hump of Earth curvature and the distance that we do see it at, too. So you can pad it with refraction as much as you want or drop it like a bad hat and go with other theories.
The diffraction limit is also optic system dependent.
True.
Very true.
And it won't change. Yeah, it won't change the amount of hidden. If you have a fucking telescope 10 times bigger than your P900, it's not going to change how much hidden is there, is it?
You'll see a bit of it pop out of the horizon.
No, you will not. It will not change the amount of hidden.
An aircraft carrier will still be missing just as much as an aircraft carrier, even though I can see the people standing on the deck. I can.
You just said it, guys. You just said it. Why would you need the optics? Why would you need to put a lens or I don't know, a
was trying
telescope?
to refute the diffraction limit, saying that if it was diffraction limit, then
He's
other
debunking himself now because with no optics, there's only as far as he can see. But now with the optics help, he can see further away. So no curvature again.
I know. We're talking about the diameter of the lens.
World.
This is where
Why
Lemon
would,
just kind of shits himself. Because as soon as I asked Lemon to actually,
This is exactly what the Black Swan proved. This is exactly what the Black Swan proved. With a good lens, you just increase your aperture so you can see further away, meaning no curvature.
As I asked
you can see beyond the limitations of your curve.
As soon as I asked Lemon to actually use the diffraction limit formula, he shits himself. Because he knows that if you change the aperture size, it will change the result of the formula. But it doesn't matter what size lens you use to make an observation. It doesn't change how much is hidden.
Well, mathematically, the diffraction limit doesn't work, but theory-wise, the diffraction limit does explain why the ceiling merges with the floor. That's what I'm using. This math I dismiss because guess what math needs for it to be justified? Discrete units that stay separated. In vision, things merge. So the math is no longer justified anyway. So I just dismiss it. So it's not like counting out a bushel of apples.
That's correct.
Rayleigh criterion is a formula.
If I'm hidden behind a physical barrier, like a geometrical sphere would have, a physical barrier between the observer and me, yeah, there is no amount of refraction that can bring me back into view. If I hide myself behind the wall, yeah, there is no amount of refraction that can bring me back into view. You can use the high definition telescope. If I'm behind a physical wall, you're not going to see me.
Yeah, and discrete units in math that requires discrete activity. Once that unit has been gone by subtraction, nothing's going to bring it back. I don't give you a bushel of 12 apples, take away 6 and say refraction is going to bring back one of the apples. Those apples are gone because a discrete operation, subtraction with discrete units has taken place. Vision is not discrete like that. So your math isn't justified theoretically at all.
Refraction curves light. Because it's curved, it can see over obstructions in the middle, such as...
Yeah, we're using straight line triangulation with sextants and stuff. This theory's all over the place.
Curves. Which curvature are we talking about? You're begging the question again. The curvature, yeah, is what we're trying to find. And you're already talking about the existing of a curvature. There's nowhere to be seen.
Again, have you used the curve calculator? If you've used a curve calculator,
why would I listen? That's already begging the question. Curve. Which curve?
Words, dude. You gotta let people say more than 3 words before you interrupt, dude. George.
Me? Oh, sorry.
He's talking about the curve calculator. Yeah, he's going to calculate the curve. Where did he get his curve from?
Yeah, we've both used a curve calculator. We've both assumed radius for the sake of that calculation.
You are assuming a radius for what?
Yes, so are you. When you use a curve calculator, so are you.
Well, let's take away that assumption. We're saying that a hump of Earth curve is blocking what's beyond, and we can do a math ratio. The ratio of our height divided by the distance to that hump equals the distance of that hump divided by the distance to the other side of the Earth, the diameter. That's the assumption that they started with. Challenge that assumption with the diffraction limit, with the ceiling merging with the floor anyway over a flattish surface.
Now, what they're doing is they are the center point. Obviously, you are the reference point, and from where you're standing, looking to the horizon, if you do a rotation. Obviously, you're going to have a radius, and that is the radius that they gave us of 3959 miles. But we can see further than that, greater than that. In the Black Swan image, because it was a high lens camera, we can see the horizon, the distance to the horizon being greater than 10 miles, meaning there is no sphere. Anyway, I need to go because I have better things to do than entertaining you guys, deniers of the geometry. Have a good one, guys.
Jesus.
Deniers of
geometry.
optics.
I was
Deniers of
begging you, George.
atmospheric refraction, although we do see, without a doubt, atmospheric refraction. Flat or round, we see it.
Yeah, I was begging George to do this sextant example, and apparently I'm denying geometry.
It's funny when you bring up sextants, they say that sextants prove flat Earth, but when you talk about the observations made with sextants and the angles and distances, they'll fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone just assumes that there's a right angle between the GP and the observer. It's
Yeah,
not.
there's like the distance. If you have 45 degrees angle to the Polaris, that's 5,000 kilometers from the North Pole, was it?
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. So that would put the sun at 5,000 miles in altitude.
Polaris,
But you have to
Polaris 5,000 k's. Yeah.
But you have to assume that each degree is a discrete unit. But since things are merging together visually, can't make that assumption.
And actually, every degree is a discrete unit. When we use it, we get 69 miles for it.
Not toward the horizon where a bunch of stuff is merging. That assumption is
Irrelevant. Every 69 miles I travel, I get 1 degree.
It's good enough as long as you get up and far and away from the horizon angle-wise, but toward the horizon, it's crap.
Wonderful. We don't use measurements from near the horizon.
And the other higher angles.
You guys do.
The other higher angles assume no angle toward the horizon, which is an off assumption too. There's a bunch of stuff smushed into that zone that really needs to be accounted for as well.
Yeah, so Lemon,
I'm yet to see you account for it, man.
Well, the main thing is dealing with these bad assumptions. 6 feet observer divided by 3 miles to the horizon is like 0.0003. And the other side of that fraction that you guys assumed is where 3 miles to the horizon divided by the diameter of the Earth is what you're trying to find. So when you take 3 miles to the divided by the diameter of the Earth, you get about 7,000, 8,000 miles in diameter of the Earth once you do the math. Once you set up 6 feet divided by 3 miles equals 3 miles divided by the diameter of the Earth and solve. But this assumption, as we know, is flawed. Without curvature or discrete visual units that are preserved.
Are you saying that we can't use sextant to navigate on the Earth?
They are good enough as long as you have a wide enough angle, sure.
Okay. Okay. Does it work on the flat plane?
Yeah. As long as you remember that toward the surface, a bunch of visual information will be eaten up and lost. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to do the example?
I think I already did it. We need some more theory to explain what's going on.
Making some more shit up, you mean?
No, still exploring, not just giving up after 500 years of Copernicanism.
But if I'm 5,000 kilometers from the GP of the Polaris and the angle is 45 degrees, would that mean that the sun is actually 5,000 kilometers above me at the North Pole?
Using similar principles.
You mean Polaris, right? Polaris. You said the sun. You said you meant Polaris, but you said the
Polaris,
sun.
Sorry, the Polaris. Well, we can use the sun if it's in someone's zenith and I'm 5,000 kilometers away from them.
Right.
So would you then say that the Polaris or the sun is 5,000 kilometers above the plane?
We could, but we need new principles.
Okay, so if I move and I'm 2,500 kilometers away, what would the angle be on the flat Earth to the 5,000 kilometer high sun or the Polaris?
You said it's 2,000 miles high?
5,000 kilometers high.
Yeah.
And was it 2,500 kilometers away?
Yeah. What
angle?
We'd use the right triangle math. So 5,000 miles high, 2,000 miles away. You use 5,000 divided by 2,000. And that would be the tangent. Then you take the arctangent of that in your calculator.
2 second tangent. Oops. 2 is 10. 63.43 I get. Is that correct?
What is the actual angle to the Polaris?
Well, the actual angle will be 2,500 divided by 111 point something, 4 or something. 22. Minus 90, 67.55. It's off by 4 degrees. Wrong. It's wrong.
So we can use the same math as you, just with a different explanation. Bravo.
What's the explanation?
My maths works. Yours doesn't.
The explanation is if you're too close to the surface, things merge very quickly, especially if you're dealing with something that's very high up and far away from the eye level of the observer.
We're not looking at the horizon at all. We're looking at the
We're
sun
looking
or the
at
star.
something that's going toward the horizon, and we're making our angle off of the horizon. Same deal. The relationship appears to be, if you're too close to the surface, the angles are merged and converged and way too compressed. So stuff that's really high up and far away, like buildings, mountains, and the sun, moon, and stars, tend to go toward the horizon even more dramatically than they do before. If you raise
I
up
think
off
you're
the
missing the
ground,
point,
that
Larry.
relationship reverses. The horizon gets further out, and it approaches the horizon in a much more gentle rate, with a much less
I think you're missing the point.
slope decline.
I think you're missing the point in that if you assume a flat Earth, the celestial navigation does not work.
No, if you assume that the angles are discrete units that are preserved, like the bushel of apples that you're counting out mathematically, that's what happens. But vision is not discrete like that. It's not discrete units that are preserved throughout the viewing process. Things merge, converge, and disappear. So that
If I
assumption is
measure the
off.
angle, and I get 67.5 and I should get 63.4, it's wrong. Right? I'm 4 degrees off my measurement with the sextant.
And refraction is still a thing over a flat plane. So you're using
Not
refraction.
4 degrees worth, right? Not 4 degrees worth when you're looking up at
hard.
60-something degrees.
So we'll just use refraction to pad our calculations, like use refraction to pad yours.
I don't pad things by 4 degrees just to fudge it, Lemon.
Isn't that what you did with your 7.6R business?
No.
You have to make the Earth
7.6R is
bigger than it
derived.
normally is to flatten it out to explain why we see way further over the hump
It's
than we
not.
should.
That is not used to explain things. It is a derived number from empirical
derived
measurements
off of
in a
your
lab.
theory.
No,
It's derived off
it is,
of your theory.
No, it is derived from empirical measurements in a lab, and then you apply
Empirical
it to an
measurements of
atmosphere.
the Earth's curvature.
No, empirical measurements of refraction in a lab, and then we apply that knowledge to our atmosphere. Nothing to do with like reverse engineering.
Traveling over
Nothing
a
to do with it.
ball. There's too much assumption here for me. I just drop the ball and go with another assumption at that point.
Yeah, not an assumption, empirically derived.
Except there's no curvature for the Earth. You're just trying to explain why we can't see after a fashion. You're saying
not
that's over a
reverse
hump of Earth
engineered.
curvature and it's just off.
Not reverse engineered, empirically derived lab experiments. Empirically derived.
Assumed without actually showing evidence of curvature.
Nothing to do with curvature, Lemon. Nothing to do with curvature. Refraction in a lab. Right? In a fucking building.
You
On a flat
also,
Earth or a
you
globe.
also have to assume that light bends like a string. We don't see that happen. And when refraction happens in the straw, guess what we see? A split image. So you're saying refraction is happening, but we don't see any split in the image like we do in the straw from air to water. So you're actually begging the question in a very high form, assuming light bends in a way that we really don't see. And we don't even see a split in the image, which would need to be there at the very least for refraction in the straw.
That is a discrete boundary, right? The atmosphere has a gradient. Instead of a discrete bend, we have a curve because it's a continuous gradient. That's why it curves and doesn't just fucking bend like going from air to glass. It went awfully quiet.
That's what happens, Ruhif, when your presence is in the building.
Yes.
I'm just messing.
It happens when people have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
I gotta say, in the case of Lemon, I believe he knows what he's talking about. He's just conflating things with intent.
I don't think he knows what the diffraction limit is.
Oh, I think he really does. I think it's a game he plays.
Hey,
That's possible.
Hey, Ruhif,
But-
walk us through the empirical derivation.
For refraction, yep. So there's a paper called CIDDOR, CIDDOR.
No. Just tell me, walk me through the empirical aspect of what you're talking about. What's empirical
They measure
about?
they measure the refractive index of light under various conditions. So temperature, humidity, CO2 content, pressure. They measure that.
Okay.
Work out. Yep.
Where, like in what? In a fish tank?
No, it's in a interferometric refractometer, Travis.
No. That
That's
sounds
what they
like.
do.
Hold on. I'm asking about the container. How did they contain the manufactured medium?
They put air into a tube, and then they've got a vacuum tube in the other side, right?
A tube. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So they have a tube full of air with a certain amount of humidity, pressure, temperature, whatever in it.
Is
And
the
then they
tube
have another
vertical
tube.
or horizontal?
They rotate it about different axes when they do the test.
What's the diameter of the tube?
I don't know, Travis. Why do you do this?
No. Because you're making claims. I'm
Yeah.
I'm honestly asking you questions just about the data. I'm not trying to catch you out. I'm just asking. You know, you knew about their rotation on the axes. I was just asking you about the diameter of the tube. Don't freak out, bro.
Yeah, I don't know the diameter of the
hearing what he has. I'd be interested in hearing what he has to say so that I can actually make a determination rather than just stopping him at every phrase.
Okay,
were you done?
Every time he gives me a piece of data that I have a question about, I'm gonna fucking ask him, Moyak. So shut the fuck up.
Well, yeah, but what you're going to do is you're going to keep on asking questions, and you're not actually going to hear the whole thing. I ask the questions afterwards.
Yeah, that's what a
Can
conversation.
you not remember that?
I'm not taking notes. I'm driving right now, so I'm going to interrupt.
Okay.
Why don't you take a back seat, Moyak?
Anyway,
You're being really
an interferometric refractometer. They have two tubes. They fire light through both of them and make them intersect each other at the end. That will cause an interference pattern because the speed through one tube, the actual test tube, will be slower than the vacuum. All right? They can work out from the interference pattern the refractive index of the test tube. And they know the conditions, they know the humidity, temperature, pressure, whatever. All right? So they can empirically work out the refractive index of air with particular properties. All right? That's the empirical part. Is that cool? And there's quite precise formulas to work out the refractive index of air under various conditions. We then apply those formulas to the atmosphere. And then we get the curvature of light through the standard atmosphere, through the international standard atmosphere. All right, and once we know the curvature of light...
Do you know how Snell did it? I mean, I'm guessing he didn't have this interference pattern method that when he was doing it. Did he do any practical tests?
Yeah, he's got glass and water and shit, and he just measured the angle between, angle of incidence and angle of refraction.
Okay, so he didn't do it like through multiple mediums. He just expressed his findings. The water extended out to what I would expect with other materials.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to calculate the refractive index of air. Anyway, so we know what the refractive index of air is under, all conditions. We have what's called an international standard atmosphere, and we can work out the pressure and temperature and humidity in that atmosphere, and then apply those formulas to the atmosphere to work out how much the light will curve.
Right, that's
and
something
that's
like
where
50
706 are.
X relative humidity, 59 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the average temperature of air anywhere, basically of Earth. That's what the standard pressure is, or standard atmosphere is, right?
Whatever that is in proper units.
Yeah.
10 degrees or whatever, 10 degrees Celsius. So we apply those formulas to the standard atmosphere, and that's where you get ray curvature from. And then that's where 7/6R comes from, because you apply that ray curvature. And what you're doing, so you've got the ray curvature, and the radius of curvature for light in the standard atmosphere is something like 45,000 kilometers radius. And the Earth radius is 6371. Now, doing geometry with two curved lines is pretty difficult. So what they do is flatten out both of the curves until the light ray is straight. All right, so you flatten out the light ray, it's straight, and you flatten out the radius of the Earth, and it becomes 7/6R. The end. Happy, Travis? Can I go to bed?
Night, night.
I think I offended him.
And that is why 7/6R is not reverse engineered.
Off the bed you go, buddy. Night, night, sleep, sleep,
bed.
tight, tight.
All right, Don.
All
Good
right,
night, everyone.
Jimmy.
Good night, Travis.
Good night, your hip. Good night, sleep, sleep.
Good night.
Night. It's pretty quiet in here, guys.
Wait for about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Waiting for the next wave.
Pretty much, I guess, right? Floor's open.
Achieving 24 hours of straight, uninterrupted conversation is quite a task.
Yeah.
Especially civil conversation.
Let's see what Globers do we have in here? It's really, I really don't care for tags like Glober, Flat Earther, this or that type of stuff, but sometimes it does help a little bit to tell who is who or what. Like, if I see like that type of tag, like, hey, this name, that name. What do you think of this or that?
I don't think it's bad to identify people as their position. It's shorthand for eliminating some precursor conversation.
Sure, I get your. That's why I said I don't really care for it. I don't know. Kind of pointless.
If you're relying on my memory to decide what your position is and what you've stated in the past, it gets a little bit challenging because I'm old.
He said, "Cause I'm old." Oh, I'll get there one day. Yep, we all will.
Some people never make it there; they die young.
Yeah, that is.
Then there's this chick in my high school who still looks like she's in high school.
Oh, really?
Man, that is weird. She's a vampire.
Yeah, usually women hit a wall at like 30, 40.
And she made it to 55, and she still looks like a teenager. It's like shit.
Dang! Wow. Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, Goldie Hawn, but then she hit the wall like the Mack truck.
Huh. Yeah. Well, I wonder what do you guys think? You think Ranty's gonna do this observation? Think he's gonna be done?
This is
Seems
the one
like
from the mountaintop of Blackpool Tower.
Yep.
What's he trying to do? Get to the exact height of Blackpool Tower?
No, just trying to guess where the crosshairs are gonna be. He's trying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Which I don't even know if they're gonna do it or not.
Well, I think that doesn't he have? I'm just guessing from what I've heard here. Doesn't he have a prerequisite that the flat earthers have to make a prediction first before he'll go and do it? Okay, well then that's the rules of the experiment.
Yeah, and they have gave, I guess lemon or something, and I gave him a rough guess, but he's got it. And then he changed it to, well, like a known flat earther or something. Like first it was, man, it's a mess.
Yeah.
Lemon is back, or did you leave? I don't even know if you left. Maybe I'm not paying attention. I thought you left. It's real quiet in here, guys. Anyone? Any takers? Going once, going twice? No.
Go on here, mate. What do you want to talk about?
Well, what's the shape of the earth? What shape is the earth?
What does it look like?
What does a loop look? What? Come again?
What does it look like? What does it present itself as?
Dirt and water.
There you go.
Ah.
Pretty simple.
But is there water wrapping around a sphere, hanging in space, middle of nowhere?
What would make you suspect that?
What would what?
What would make you suspect that?
It's because it's what we're told growing up.
Ah.
Hmm.
Imagine being one of those people that aren't told that as they grow up. There are some cultures that don't tell that to their children.
Mm.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm sure the children ask.
Yeah, but they get a different explanation. They're not told. They're not told it's a ball.
What cultures are these? Like Amazon tribes and stuff like that, or?
Yeah, many cultures. Probably the minority gets.
What do you think they're told?
Well, they're flat and stationary.
That would kind of like if I went to an Amazon tribe, I'm not sure if that discussion would be had very often. Like, they're more like, here's how you catch a dart frog, and here's how you don't kill yourself with making blow darts, and here's how you find a monkey in a tree, and here's how you aim, here's how you cook. It could be survival skills rather than pondering the larger universe.
Well, I think that's pretty small-minded to think that they don't sit around the fire at night time and look up at the stars and ponder, mate. I think they've got plenty of time for that.
Yeah, but how much exploration do you think that they've done into the topic?
A lot more than you and I, probably.
Really? Okay.
Well, yeah, they would live outside a city or town, so the lights thereof won't block out or blotch out all the stars as much. So they'll probably get some very, very, very bright stars.
Well, they'll see bright stars, but now what are they going to do with that? Are they breaking out angle mabometers and measuring the distance between the stars, or the angles between the stars, or are they just looking at them?
I would say so. They would more likely use certain stars to know where they're at in their area. Oh, okay, that's
How would you use a star to find out your location? Other than like the North Star. Yeah, but basically it's easy to use the North Star, but you can tell east and west pretty good. You can tell north. Above and beyond that, how are they determining their location? Like their coordinate, as it were. The place where the next village is.
They could be setting up, if I was out in the middle of nowhere, I could set up sticks that point in certain stars when I'm a certain elevation above the ground looking at it. So then if it's off...
There's a time component to that you need.
What do you mean?
In order to point at a star, you got to have a time component. You got to know what time it is in order to use that to find your location.
Yeah, they watch the sky. That's all they can do. That's their TV.
You can find the latitude by seeing how high up in the sky Polaris is. If it's 45 degrees above the horizon, it's 45 times 69 miles per degree, or you're roughly that many miles from the center, supposedly.
Right. Now, and that's one aspect. Now you've still got left and right, or east and west, to deal with.
Well, I'm going with they don't know math. They don't know nothing. All they got.
Need two clocks. You need a clock that you have in a clock for the Greenwich or your reference location.
No, I'm trying to go down to their level. How are they using it to accomplish?
Sticks and rocks.
Sticks and rocks without the time component. How do you tell?
Maybe water. They might use water.
Where you are.
You find out when the sun is highest in the sky and try to divide the day equally from there. Probably, you find out.
What you would do. What I would think you would do is you would just establish yourself as your own Greenwich. Like your village as your own Greenwich. So you could use that as some kind of a time standard, but every distance you go away from there, you're going to have to know how much time zone changes.
Okay, well then, with two clocks in two different locations, you assume that the sun circles over the ball in 24 hours and divide it by the number of hours between you and the other reference point in Greenwich or whatever with the two clocks. So if you're 2 hours away from Greenwich, if it's noon, 2 hours ago for them and it's noon for you right now, 2 hours later, well, then you're 2 divided by 24 for 24 hours in a day, 1/12 of the way around the ball. And so you convert that into degrees, 1/12 of 360 degrees and get 69 miles per the degree for how far east or west of Greenwich you are, roughly.
Right, but we're talking about an Amazon tribe right now. So we're trying to figure out how they are doing it. Yeah, how are they using sticks?
Okay, well then
and
the only
rocks
thing
to
that they'd
determine
have
their location?
access to would be the sun. They'd have to see the highest point in the sky it is and just go from there.
Right, but that adjusts everywhere you go. Time zone changes. That's irrefutable.
Yeah, as the sun
If they
circles
move
over the
69
flat
miles,
surface.
it's going to be 1/15 of an hour earlier.
And an Amazon tribe wouldn't care how far away a place is. They'd probably walk it on foot and just tell you how many days' journey it is. But they wouldn't
Yeah,
go
I would
by,
say that they
time with like a clock here, a clock there, Greenwich Mean Time or whatever.
right. But I guess the overarching question was how would they use the sky to figure out where they are? And they're going to determine their orientation with the sky. That's pretty easy to do. After that, I'm wagering that they use pretty much land navigation, where they memorized locations, just like how you navigate town. You know that building over there is where you turn
Well, the
to go to the
stars have been
schools.
changing. So they probably look at the stars at night and be like, I can recognize the star field, or I don't recognize this portion of star field, to see roughly where they are.
Probably in the 40 to 100 mile range of their life, just a guesstimate. That's not going to change a whole lot.
So you're
Less than a
telling
degree.
me, so you're telling me ancient methods didn't use, wood, rocks, stick, and water?
I'm not saying that. I'm asking you how were they using it? It's more of a
same
question
way.
of what the mechanism was. Because the stars east to west move. They sweep across the sky. So without the time component, it's kind of hard to use that for navigation. Now they may have a method of doing that, but I don't know what that is. Everywhere you go, it adjusts. The pattern adjusts.
Sure, but they have an advantage due to the fact being outside of a city with a bunch of lights scattering the sky. So
they can
would
see
be
the stars better. That doesn't see they can
Yeah.
see them more accurately.
and
Their
they have
pattern is still the same. When I see in the middle of New York City, when I see Orion, I still see Orion.
Okay, that's great. But the thing is, they have a more of like should I say 8K, 16K vision of the sky versus us. So they're used to seeing that's all. The nature and the sky is their world. Ours is other things. We have other things we deal with. That's all they deal with. So they're going to see that on a daily basis to the point where they're going to eventually get used to certain stars. Oh, yeah, that one might come up there. Yep, got it. And then they will calculate that, plot some sticks, some rocks, get some water. Maybe it might even use some water just to magnify something or something. You know what I mean? There's a way. Where there's a
I
way.
guess
There's a
I'm
way.
still having a problem without the time component in there. It still seems like it's self-adjusting. Every time I move, that star is going to come up at a different time at a new location, so it's not going to indicate where my home base is. Where the rest of the tribe is after I do my long walkabout, and I get lost and I float down a river 150 miles, and I'm trying to get my way back home. I'm not sure I could use these stars east to west to determine where my village is. I don't know how they did it at sea. Whenever I hear that they had these sextant devices, the coconut with the holes drilled in it or whatever, I can see that working very well for determining where north is and thereby the 4 cardinal directions. But I don't see how after that I can use it effectively to help me identify my position without time.
But have just used the star field and intuition.
Yeah, that too. I would suppose they would go with the moon and the sun first. If like you just try to put yourself in their shoes, moon and the sun first. Okay, find a plane, right? An area where it's perfectly as smooth as you can, less grass. Put a stick there and just watch the shadow. See what, because you can see the sun going boom back and forth. Like, man, this has happened quite often. This seems like a pattern. If it comes up tomorrow, if it comes up again tomorrow, then yeah, I'm gonna do something. Oh, it came up.
Well,
So the
didn't-
next day I'll go out there and put a stick down and then start measuring the path of the sun. And then so on and so on. And then you go to the stars
They
next.
probably tried to stay to certain latitudes by keeping stars
Yup.
in their view. Like looking at
Right.
the star field, they'd be like, we can go as far north or south as this as long as we can see the star. The moment we can't see the star anymore, we got to turn back and use that
Right.
to guide us along this line of latitude or whatever.
Right, but that works for latitude. Let's see. Can that help me with my east-west position? I'm still gonna need some kind of a hypothesis as to how you can get that for east-west position.
That's probably enough for them to travel. The rest would probably just be intuition and traveling.
Okay, then they were stuck with the exact same technology that ancient mariners used with the North Star. I mean, that works, and of course the sun for during the day and stuff like that.
And they may have had maps or some sort of map in their head or something. People back then were pretty smart, so.
I think they did. I think they had it's sort of like when you become really familiar with your town, you don't look at the street signs anymore. You just turn when you need to. When you're in the woods, you know that rock is where you expect it to be, and the river is in this orientation reference to your village, and therefore you know where you are. But that's land navigation using familiarity, or even a map. Yeah, you could.
Stars don't change over a flat plane.
But no, it
And it
does
looks like
change
they
over
were
a flat
drawing,
plane when you're using stars and stuff. When you're trying
they
to
were
navigate
drawing constellations and stuff back then too, so they probably knew the night sky so well they could just draw it from memory.
You can, but that doesn't help you find your location. Other than one star.
As long as you can see that star field, you know you're roughly along the same latitude anyway.
Right. No, absolutely. But being able to draw the star locations doesn't mean that you know anything about your position.
Other than that, you have about what 3 to 4 continents to choose from, along depending on which latitude you're on. So as long as you're on one of those 3 or 4 continents, you can just go from there.
I wonder if an Amazon tribe even understands time zones to any extent. Not that they've been exposed to them and been told about it, but like, do they have a tribal understanding that if I go 100 miles east, the sun rises earlier?
I'm sure they have. Their world is the wilderness.
Yes, but there's no way for you to frame and reference that it happened earlier, because if I move 100 miles east, that took me a couple of days to do. And over a couple of days, the time has shifted a couple of minutes. You're not really going to notice that it's earlier for you than it is for your guy back at the village.
Well, pretty sure they get used to the sun coming up and going down, coming up, going down, coming up, going down. That's all they know.
Yep.
So they
Right,
start
and that's going to happen the same.
They start
That'll start
calculating that
that'll-
if I'm sitting still and that is occurring, then it must be the sun, moving and all that stuff. Then when I start moving, they're gonna explore. You think they're just gonna sit there, kill and eat, and that's it, and go to sleep?
I think I was specifically talking about them exploring. I said he went 100 miles to the east on a hunt, and there's no way that he would have determined that he's in a different time zone, or at least that the time zone has shifted a couple of minutes.
Well, that might
over
be
the
a
3
little
days.
different.
Yeah. There's no way he can determine that.
Yeah, because they're probably in one like maybe 50 mile or
give 100 miles. 100-mile
yeah,
radius.
100 mile, yeah, if that. So yeah, they
And let's
probably don't
assume they're
even go out-
nomadic. If they're
Yeah.
nomadic, they could go several hundred miles, but
Yeah, well, I get
the winter hunting grounds and the summer hunting grounds.
Yeah, but for the most part, they probably don't go outside of